Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The More You Know. Edward held his wand, staring in bewilderment at the sprawling garden that had suddenly appeared before him, his mind reeling in shock. The last time he had been this stunned was 3 years ago when he inexplicably transmigrated into the world of Harry Potter and became a first-year student at Hogwarts. As someone who had boarded the train of transmigration, Edward's luck was a mix of good and bad. The bad part? He didn't get the ever-popular cheat system. The good part? This body's innate talent was quite remarkable. By his third year, he had already mastered most spells with ease. However, there was one thing that constantly nagged at him. He was already 16 years old. Compared to the usual Hogwarts students who entered at 11, Edward had enrolled at the age of 14. Sometimes, he wondered, was this so-called remarkable talent merely the natural advantage of being 3 years older? As for why he had only started at 14, he had no idea. He retained no memories from before his transmigration. He had even borrowed Dumbledore's pensieve in an attempt to recover them, but unfortunately, he could only view memories from after he arrived in this world. Edward shook his head, pushing these thoughts aside as he focused on reality. Just now, I did the same thing I always do. I pushed open the door to the room of requirement and walked in. The room of requirement can transform into various spaces depending on one's needs, but it should still be a room. So why am I in a massive garden? A thought struck him. Could it be that someone secretly swapped the room of requirement's door with a portkey? At this realization, Edward immediately waved his wand, casting a disillusionment charm and a protego to ensure his safety. Keeping his guard up, he swiftly scanned his surroundings. Before him stretched a grand and luxurious garden. Vibrant flowers swayed gently in the sunlight, carried by the breeze. The trees stood in neat rows, and ivy-covered walls were meticulously trimmed. Evidently, this place was well maintained. In a shaded corner of the garden, a small hanging chair sat idly, with a blue lace hat casually placed atop it. Perhaps its owner had left it there by accident. Not far away stood a magnificent European-style mansion, almost resembling a miniature castle, a clear testament to the wealth of its owner. Edward frowned slightly. Is this the Malfoy Manor, or the estate of some other pure-blood family? Achoo. Ugh, the air here is awful. Cautiously, he approached the mansion. Just as he was about 10 meters away from the entrance, a young girl dressed in a maid's uniform hurried past him. Without hesitation, he followed her. The maid entered the lavishly decorated mansion and stopped in front of a bedroom door, knocking gently. Miss, the ball is about to begin. It's time to change into your gown. Silence. The maid sighed. I'll have them bring the dress over first. She turned to leave, but before she could take a step, Edward materialized out of thin air, his wand flashing as he cast Petrificus Totalis. The maid's body froze instantly, her wide, terrified eyes locked in place. Edward strode forward, locking eyes with the petrified maid. Legilimens. Woof. A massive golden-furred dog lunged out from the shadows. Edward instinctively flicked his wand. Stupefy. The golden dog yelped as it was sent flying. At the same time, an overwhelming surge of memories flooded Edward's mind. The maid's memories were simple: caring for the young lady, instructing other maids, eating, sleeping, and caring for the young lady again. Nothing useful. Just as the thought formed, a series of familiar yet unfamiliar images surfaced in his mind. A crimson moon. The Church of the Evernight. Audrey Hall. Backlund. Earl Hall. Edward's face turned deathly pale. Audrey, Backlund, the Crimson Moon. Wait, this is the world of Lord of the Mysteries. The weaker you are, the more dangerous knowledge becomes. The more you know, the faster you die. And he had read the entirety of Lord of the Mysteries. Wait. If this was Lord of the Mysteries, then the maid should have been speaking in Loanese. Why could he understand her? Suddenly, searing pain flared across the back of his hand, and faint, indistinct lines appeared on his skin. Almost simultaneously, a wave of coolness surged from the top of his head, washing away his suffocating sense of crisis. Edward froze in place, momentarily stunned. But there was no time to ponder. He abruptly raised his wand, aimed it at himself, and gritted his teeth. Obliviate. Boom. Edward was sent flying backwards, crashing onto the floor 2 meters away. A few moments later, he sat up, clutching his throbbing forehead, his face contorted in pain. Can someone please tell me why Obliviate just sent me flying 2 meters? Groaning, he reached for his wand, which had fallen nearby, and staggered to his feet. This is insane. I actually cast Obliviate on myself. Good thing memory charms allow for targeted erasure. I only forgot. Edward froze for a moment. What exactly did I forget? The more you know, the faster you die. That thought surfaced instantly. So I must have erased all the memories I wasn't supposed to have. This is the world of Lord of the Mysteries. This is Backlund. And this is the mansion of Miss Justice, and this golden retriever lying on the ground. Edward turned his gaze back to the unconscious golden retriever, only to catch it stealthily crawling forward, hugging the ground as if trying to make itself invisible. It was an absolute masterclass in pretending not to exist. The moment it noticed Edward looking, the retriever immediately flopped back down with an exaggerated thud, playing dead again. Susie, I am just a dog. How could I possibly have any ill intentions? Edward stared blankly. This is supposed to be the future dream hound. Why did it wake up so fast? Stupefy. With a pitiful yelp, Susie collapsed once more. Edward stepped forward and gave her head a few absent-minded pats, muttering under his breath, "TSK, this fur is as smooth as silk, she must be fed really well." He glanced toward the door the maid had knocked on earlier. It had to be the bedroom of Audrey Hall, Miss Justice herself. Considering the commotion from Susie's sudden attack, plus his own dramatic crash landing, the noise had been anything but small. And yet, Miss Justice hadn't reacted at all. Is she attending a tarot club meeting? Either way, I need to get out of here. If I remember correctly, the Hall family has beyonders. The disillusionment charm can fool ordinary people, but if someone with spirit vision is around, that's another story. First, he had to make sure he was safe. Then, he could think about returning to the Harry Potter world. With 2 quick transfiguration spells, the petrified maid and the unconscious Susie were transformed into a chair and a flower pot. After reinforcing his disillusionment charm, Edward turned and headed toward the exit. Just as he neared the doorway, 2 maids rushed over, glancing around suspiciously. The noise just now came from here, right? But there's nothing here, wasn't supposed to be calling for Miss. Where is she? No idea. Why is there an extra chair over there? Didn't leave it behind. As they whispered and approached, Edward pressed himself against the wall, carefully avoiding their line of sight. Then. Emily, am I seeing things? That flower pot, did it just get bigger? The flower pot, it has fur. Susie. That's Susie. Somebody help. Susie turned into a flower pot. No, wait. The flower pot turned into Susie. The 2 maids paled and started screaming. Edward abandoned all thoughts of moving stealthily. He turned and bolted. I knew it. I should have shamelessly begged for apparition lessons back then. At Hogwarts, apparition was considered advanced magic, only taught to 60-year students who were at least 17. The risk of splinching was one thing, but the main issue was that apparition was forbidden within the school grounds. Formal training could only begin in the Great Hall when the Ministry of Magic temporarily lifted the restriction, followed by additional lessons in Hogsmeade. Edward, a high-achieving and knowledge-hungry student, was well-liked by most professors and had an especially good relationship with Headmaster Dumbledore. After all, it was Dumbledore himself who had personally brought him from the orphanage to Hogwarts. Over the past 3 years, through various unofficial audits of upper-year classes, Edward had managed to learn many spells far beyond the typical third-year curriculum. Woof! A sudden gust of wind roared from behind him. Susie had regained consciousness and was lunging at him again. Edward had no time to cast another spell. He could only throw himself backwards in an attempt to evade. Thud. Susie hit the floor, but with a forceful kick of her hind legs, she slid forward at high speed and chomped down on Edward's pant leg. Her front paws crossed over each other in a firm, unbreakable lock, clamping down on one of his legs. Edward's heart sank in both shock and anger. Beyonders, dogs, really can see through disillusionment charms. And their resistance to magic is absurdly strong. Without hesitation, he threw out 7 or 8 stunning spells in quick succession. His disillusionment charm flickered and broke, revealing his figure once again. The 2 maids screamed at the top of their lungs. Intruder! Help! Someone help! Their frantic cries echoed through the entire mansion. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached from all directions. Edward gritted his teeth. That damn dog just had to play dirty. Cursing under his breath, he hit Susie with a relatio spell, forcefully loosening her grip. Without waiting for her to let go completely, he dragged her along as he dashed toward the exit. Behind him, the maids' voices were shrill with panic. Help! Miss Audrey's dog has been kidnapped. Chapter 2, Take off your clothes. Edward barely managed to pull his leg free before a large crowd swarmed in. Leading them was the aging Earl Hall, whose figure and complexion had begun to show the wear of time. His sharp blue eyes were filled with wariness. Who are you? Edward ignored him completely and once again concealed himself with the disillusionment charm. Earl Hall's face darkened. He immediately turned to his eldest son, Hibbert Hall. Hibbert. Hibbert nodded in understanding, took a few steps back, and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Standing in the center of his servants and guards, Earl Hall's expression regained its calm. "My friend," he said steadily, "if you need something, just say it. I can promise that you'll be able to leave with it safely." Hidden from view, Edward found himself at a crossroads. He knew that Hibbert Hall had most likely gone to fetch a beyonder. If he tried to flee under the cover of invisibility now, there was a high chance he would run straight into one of the Hall family's extraordinary individuals. It seemed like there was only one option left. Swiftly, he stepped toward Audrey's bedroom door and waved his wand. Alohamara. With a soft click, the locked door swung open. At the same time, Edward's figure became visible once more. Without giving Earl Hall a chance to react, he shoved the door open, slipped inside, and slammed it shut behind him. The room before him was lavishly decorated, ornate wallpaper, an opulent bed, an exquisite vanity, elegant furniture, and priceless oil paintings adorning the walls. Frankly speaking, it didn't look like the bedroom of a 17-year-old girl at all. Just then, with a soft creak, the bathroom door opened. A girl in a flowing gown stepped out. Her golden hair, smooth as silk, cascaded over her shoulders. Her emerald green eyes were as clear as crystal, deep as the ocean yet as pure as the finest gemstone. Her aura was both innocent and noble. Edward had to admit, this was the most beautiful girl he had seen in both of his lives. Audrey had just finished completing the summoning ritual tasked by the fool. Hearing the commotion outside, she hurriedly packed everything away before stepping out of the washroom. And then, she saw him. A boy in a strange black robe, unlike anything common in Lone's fashion. He seemed to be around her age but taller, about a head taller than her, around 1.8 meters. His short, ash-blonde hair gave him a neat and lively appearance. His features were rather handsome, though far from the level of a royal prince. His expression was tense, and his fingers gripped the peculiar stick in his hand tightly, as if it were something extremely important to him. The right leg of his pants was crumpled in a large patch, with a few small holes dotting the fabric. From the noises outside, it was clear he was a beyonder. Yet, based on his actions so far, he didn't seem like a common burglar. Before she could speak, the boy took the initiative. "Miss Audrey, I mean no offense," Edward said instinctively, in surprisingly fluent Loanese. "So, I can not only understand but also speak the language perfectly." This had to be some sort of hidden perk granted by transmigrating into the Lord of the Mysteries world. Did this mean he could also understand languages infused with mystical power, like Jotun or Hermes? Snapping back to reality, Edward quickly continued, "I accidentally stumbled into your family's mansion and had a bit of a misunderstanding with your relatives. I only entered your room to protect myself." A flicker of fear crossed Audrey's gaze, only to be quickly replaced by curiosity. "You're a beyonder, aren't you?" "Wait." Edward raised a hand to stop her from speaking further before waving his wand. "Muffliato." A gentle hum filled the air as the muffling charm took effect. Only then did Edward respond, "You could say that. But I'm not quite the same as your kind of beyonder." Audrey immediately blurted out, "How do you know I?" Halfway through her sentence, she caught herself and clapped a hand over her mouth. But her shimmering emerald eyes still betrayed her surprise. In a different time and place, Edward might have found it amusing to tease her. Before advancing to Sequence 4, Audrey had always been an innocent and curious young girl. It was only after experiencing war, death, and countless hardships that she truly grew up, becoming a qualified beyonder, a true spectator. But right now, Edward had no time to dwell on such thoughts. He had chosen to barge into Audrey's room as a desperate gamble, but who knew what kind of beyonder would arrive in a moment. Even if he took her hostage, he might unknowingly be dragged into a dream and eliminated without ever realizing it. Left standing awkwardly to the side, Audrey hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "Mr. Home Intruder." "I'm not a home intruder." Edward rubbed his forehead and interrupted her. "Do you have any idea how calling someone that could provoke their anger? Then, Mr. Accidentally Intruding Beyonder, I can actually persuade my father to let you leave safely. You believe me that easily?" Before he could even finish his sentence, realization dawned on him. Right. At this point, Audrey had already taken her potion and advanced to Sequence 9, Spectator. For her, judging whether someone was lying based on their words and body language was second nature. No wonder they always say to be careful around spectators. It's nearly impossible to lie in front of one. Edward believed that Audrey was sincere. But Earl Hall. There was no way he would allow an unknown beyonder who had barged into his home to walk away so easily. Since that's the case, Edward took 2 steps toward Audrey before abruptly stopping and extending his hand. "Can you give me a strand of your hair?" Audrey hesitated. She trusted her previous observations, but in the mystical world, hair carried significant meaning. However, she quickly slumped her shoulders in resignation. She didn't seem to have much of a choice. Carefully, she twirled a golden strand of hair around her index finger and gently plucked it out. Achio hair. With a soft whoosh, the golden strand flew into Edward's hand. He immediately reached into the small leather pouch at his waist. Yes, this unassuming pouch had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, containing over 20 cubic meters of space. Audrey watched his actions with curiosity. Although she had already become a Beyonder after consuming her potion, low-sequence spectators didn't possess any directly visible abilities. Seeing someone summon an object with just a word genuinely made her envious. Edward stuffed the golden hair into his flask, gave it a gentle shake, and then looked up at Audrey. "All right, take off your clothes." Audrey's emerald eyes widened instantly. What happened to accidental intrusion? What happened to no offense intended? What happened to not being a bad guy? The truth was, Edward was quite skilled at transfiguration and had already mastered the switching spell. However, he didn't know how long he would need to maintain his disguise, and transfiguration had a time limit. Seeing Audrey instinctively retreat in alarm, Edward frowned. "What are you imagining? I just need to borrow your outfit. Go change in the bathroom and hand it over." Audrey was momentarily stunned. Although the timing felt completely off, she couldn't help but puff out her cheeks in mild indignation. With a huff, she grabbed another dress from her wardrobe and walked into the bathroom, slamming the door shut. But the moment she did, she realized something. "Audrey. You're being held hostage. Even if he's not a bad guy, this is hardly the time to act like a spoiled noble lady." Outside, Edward listened to the rustling sounds of her changing but remained on high alert. In the original novel, Miss Justice was indeed kind, righteous, and naive, but this was the real world. And in the real world, human nature was the most unpredictable thing of all. Yawn. Suddenly, Edward felt his eyelids grow heavy. He let out an involuntary yawn. Strange, I went to bed early last night, so why am I? His heart lurched. Was a Sequence 7 nightmare trying to pull him into a dream? The only reason it hadn't succeeded immediately was probably thanks to his use of a clemency, which was interfering with the dream invasion. But how long could he resist? That was uncertain. Renervate. Edward hastily cast the reviving spell on himself, then rushed to the bathroom door and banged on it. "Are you done yet? Hurry up." I'm done. Audrey swung the door open. She had changed into the blue gown she'd grabbed earlier, but her usually pristine golden hair was now a tousled mess, completely unlike the graceful young lady from moments ago. She handed the clothes to Edward. "What do you need my dress for?" "To wear." Edward couldn't be bothered to explain. Right in front of her, he swiftly stripped off his Hogwarts robes, revealing the inner lining beneath. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed the still warm dress and hurriedly put it on. In between movements, he took a sip of the polyjuice potion. This series of actions only piqued Audrey's curiosity further. After a moment of hesitation, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you planning to impersonate me? But you don't look anything like me. Even our body shapes are completely different." Before she could finish speaking, Edward's skin began to bubble and shift as if it were boiling. His short ash-blonde hair rapidly lengthened, turning into silky golden locks. His brown eyes transformed into a bright emerald green. His frame seemed to shrink and compress until he was the exact same height as Audrey. He was the exact same person as Audrey. Audrey abandoned all pretense of ladylike composure. She rubbed her eyes hard, making sure she wasn't hallucinating. Even though she was well aware of the mystical world's wonders, witnessing someone turn into her was still deeply unsettling. Edward quickly removed the undergarments beneath his robes and adjusted the dress to fit better. Though the outfit still looked slightly messy, that only made the disguise more convincing. After all, a kidnapping victim's clothes should be disheveled. Then, he untied his leather pouch from his waist and loosened the rubber cord securing it. With a quick pull, the pouch expanded into an opening large enough for an adult to crawl into. "Hurry up and get in." Audrey was quick-witted this time. Her emerald eyes gleamed with excitement. "This bag has a large space inside, doesn't it? Is this one of your Beyonder abilities?" She took a few steps closer and peered inside. A faint glow emanated from within, illuminating a small wooden ladder that led downward into an unknown space. Edward gave her a push. "Get moving. If you like it so much, I'll make you one later." Immediately, she lifted the hem of her dress and climbed down the ladder. Even when her entire body had disappeared into the bag, she poked her head out one last time to say, "It's a deal. You have to keep your word." Edward felt speechless. "Miss Justice, aren't you taking this a little too lightly?" He promptly shoved her inside. "Sorry about this, Miss Justice." Then. Bombarda Maxima. A brilliant blue explosion smashed against the outer wall of the bedroom. Boom. A second later, a wave of searing heat and force erupted. The walls crumbled. The ceiling collapsed. A luxurious bedroom that an average lone citizen couldn't afford in several lifetimes, reduced to ruins in an instant. Cough, cough. Amid the billowing dust and debris, Edward hurriedly stuffed his wand into the pouch before strapping it tightly against his skin. Then, he collapsed onto the floor, feigning unconsciousness. Chapter 3, Welcome to Hogwarts. Two figures rushed into the smoke-filled room, clad in the uniforms of the Church of the Evernight. Both wore red gloves. The Red Gloves were an elite team within the Evernight Church's Night Watchers. Generally, the minimum requirement to join was Sequence 7, making them elite members carefully selected by the Church. Earl Hall, a renowned banker in loan and a devout follower of the Evernight Church, had likely been caught off guard by the situation. As a result, the two Red Gloves sent by the Church were only at Sequence 7. The two quickly assessed the scene, and one of them spoke. The perpetrator has already escaped. But I was watching outside the entire time. I didn't see anyone leave. They must have fled during the explosion. Earl Hall was far from his usual composed self. I don't care about that damn criminal. I just want to know, how is my daughter? She's just unconscious. Earl Hall hurriedly picked up Audrey, Edward, and ran out while shouting, Hibbert, get the doctor here immediately. Meanwhile, the two Red Gloves remained behind, searching for traces of the intruder. A sudden gust of wind swept through the room, blowing away the lingering dust and smoke. From the sky descended an old man with silver hair and silver eyes, wearing a black robe embroidered with the symbols of the storm. His expression was grim. It was none other than the Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake, a cardinal of the Church of the Lord of Storms, known for his catchphrase, I will arrive, but always late. His silver eyes quickly scanned the surroundings before another gust of wind lifted him, carrying him off in pursuit of the fleeing suspect. The two Red Gloves exchanged glances and sighed. Let's head back to the church. We'll leave the pursuit to Lord Spellsinger. In another room of Earl Hall's luxurious mansion, Edward lay quietly on a bed, surrounded by Earl Hall, Hibbert, and a few others. A doctor, wearing glasses and dressed in a neatly pressed uniform, stood up and reassured them, Your Lordship, Miss Audrey has only fainted from shock. She is otherwise unharmed. Before Earl Hall could respond, Hibbert Hall anxiously asked, Are you sure? That explosion was massive, are you saying she was only scared? I had the nurses check her thoroughly just now. Miss Audrey has no visible injuries. I am certain. Earl Hall exhaled a breath of relief. That's good. Then he turned to Hibbert. Any updates from the Evernight Church or the Church of the Storm? Not yet, but I'll push for more information. Earl Hall rarely showed anger, but now his face darkened. No matter who did this, I will not let them go unpunished. Just then, the sound of sobbing filled the room as the Countess entered, supported by a maid. Oh, my poor daughter. Earl Hall sighed in frustration. Didn't I tell you not to inform your mother yet? It was impossible to hide something this big. Besides, Audrey is fine. The Countess hurried to the bedside, reaching out to hold Edward's hand, but Earl Hall quickly intercepted her, guiding her out of the room. All right, Audrey is fine. What she needs now is rest. As the door gently closed behind them, the room was finally empty. Edward allowed himself a moment of relaxation. For now, he had passed this hurdle, but how was he supposed to get out of this mess? The Evernight Church likely had people watching the area, not to mention those ever-persistent mandated punishers who could take his life at any moment. If he stayed any longer, his disguise would surely be exposed. After all, he was a modern man, worse, a male, trying to impersonate a noble lady. Playing dead when things got awkward could only work for so long. Besides, he was running out of polyjuice potion. Edward sighed. He was running out of options when he suddenly sensed someone watching him. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned toward the source of the gaze. In the shadows, the golden-furred Susie lay on the floor. Her expression displayed an eerily human-like mix of hesitation, worry, and fear. For a moment, the human and the dog locked eyes. In the end, it was Susie who spoke first. You are not Audrey, are you? Her ears drooped as she slowly stepped out of the shadows. Where is she? Is she safe? Will you let her go? Edward immediately sat up, his guard raised. He had no wand within reach. If this turned into a fight, he wasn't sure who would win. Susie took another step closer, lowering her head slightly and avoiding his gaze as she spoke again. Is she still alive? She. Edward had just begun to reply when suddenly, the entire world lost its color. The surroundings faded into a gray, featureless void. Time and space seemed to freeze in place. The next second, a powerful sense of falling overtook him. His vision blurred from the high-speed descent, and a piercing, maddening whisper filled his ears. It was like nails scratching against a blackboard, or thousands of silver needles stabbing into his fingertips and twisting violently. A searing pain erupted in his mind, as if something foreign was being forcibly crammed inside. It felt like his head was going to explode. His skin began to boil, turning a deep red, while his heartbeat slowed more and more. Nausea. Dizziness. Agony. Torment. Just when all sensations reached their peak, they abruptly vanished, like an illusion. Edward collapsed to his knees, gasping for air as if he had been drowning. His surroundings slowly regained their colors, shifting from a gray void back to reality. A vast, dimly lit space filled with towering stacks of old bookshelves, scattered tables and chairs, and broken, outdated broomsticks. Everything about this place screamed one thing. The room of requirement. I'm back. After a brief moment of shock, an overwhelming sense of joy followed. Compared to the crazy, polluted, and perilous world of Lord of the Mysteries, he naturally preferred this one. Yes, Voldemort was lurking around like a persistent troublemaker, but overall, this world was much safer. More importantly, the magic he had mastered here gave him a much stronger sense of security. Unlike in Lord of the Mysteries, where even a stunning spell couldn't take down a dog. SSS. A searing pain flared on the back of his left hand. Still in the form of Audrey, his pale, fair hand now bore a faintly glowing, orange-red square mark. The glow lasted for over 10 seconds before gradually fading, leaving behind a shallow, square-shaped tattoo, an outline resembling a door. This is... Before he could think further, a surge of information flooded into his mind. This square mark was the key to his transmigration into the Lord of the Mysteries world. Now that it had been activated for the first time, a fixed pattern had been established. Every 15 days, he would be forcibly transported between the two worlds. 15 days in Lord of the Mysteries, 15 days in Harry Potter. However, while he was in Harry Potter, time would inexplicably stop in the other world. That meant when he returned to Lord of the Mysteries, he would reappear at the exact moment he had left. What a bizarre time setup. From a supernatural perspective, Lord of the Mysteries was undoubtedly a higher-tier world compared to Harry Potter. Yet for some reason, time in the former was the one being frozen, while the latter continued to progress. Shouldn't it be much harder to freeze a higher world? Then again, if Lord of the Mysteries was frozen in time, did that mean he didn't have to worry about certain entities, like the primordial one, following him into this world? Wait. Forced transmigration. Does that mean I'll never be able to escape that dangerous world? Edward glanced at the clock on the wall, 5 p.m. That meant that exactly 15 days from now, at 5 p.m., he would be sent back to Lord of the Mysteries. And the memories I erased, it's still too soon to restore them. Otherwise, every time I go back, I'll have to hit myself with a memory charm again. I don't want to end up like Bertha Jorkins, but facing the Lord of the Mysteries world with missing memories. Who knows what kind of fatal mistakes I'll make? No, I'll have to take some time to recover them and write down key survival notes, just in case. As he was thinking, his body suddenly started growing taller. The well-fitted dress he wore tightened, narrowing at the seams. With his increasing height and broader frame, the fabric strained before finally tearing apart. The polyjuice potion had worn off. The small leather pouch hidden against his body slipped off and landed on the floor. Wait, Audrey is inside the pouch. Did she come with me? Edward quickly grabbed the pouch and peered inside. His gaze immediately landed on a black book resting in someone's hands. On a nearby sofa, Audrey Hall sat asleep, her head tilted slightly to the side. She actually came with me. Edward blurted out in shock. Audrey was instantly woken up by his voice. She lifted her head, looked at him, and blinked in confusion. Ah. You've changed back. Can I come out now? Edward hesitated. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Audrey resisted the urge to puff out her cheeks in frustration and instead pursed her lips. Mr. Beyonder, are you joking with me again? Ah, how about you come out first? He took a few steps back, giving Audrey space as she struggled her way out of the pouch. Once she was fully out, Edward gestured around them. The bad news is, you're no longer in Backlund. Audrey's eyes widened slightly. Edward then placed a hand over his chest and gave a slight bow, like a proper gentleman. The good news is... Welcome to Hogwarts. Chapter 4, Miss Justice in Wonderland. Audrey stared blankly at Edward for a moment before hesitantly speaking. Are you sure you want to keep wearing my dress? Edward was speechless. He felt as if he had punched a pillow, like he had just declared himself a ruthless killer, only for someone to ask, doesn't that make your eyes dry? Miss Justice, I think you're missing the point here. Audrey looked around curiously. The architectural style here, it really does seem different from Backlund. Actually, it doesn't resemble anywhere in Loan at all. So, have we left Loan? Is this the Fasak Empire? Or the Intis Republic? Her question momentarily stumped Edward. This place isn't any country you're familiar with, he finally said after some thought. You could think of it as an entirely hidden place, far removed from the ordinary world. Could it be the legendary forsaken land of the gods? No. Then where is it? And why did you bring me here? Audrey fixed her gaze on Edward, her emerald green eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. It made Edward feel an almost irresistible urge to confess everything. Edward abruptly turned his head away, his tone darkening. Miss Audrey, are you using your be-under ability on me? She blinked, feigning innocence. I wish I could, but I haven't mastered any supernatural abilities yet. Edward quickly recalled what he knew. Spectator pathway be-unders didn't actually gain active abilities until Sequence 7, when they obtained frenzy, madness inducement, telepathy, and other skills. No, wait. To be precise, they lacked explicitly usable supernatural skills. However, even from Sequence 9, audiences could read subtle cues in people's expressions and behavior, deduce their true thoughts, and subtly influence or guide them to achieve their desired outcomes. So from the moment she innocently asked me about my dress, she was already guiding the conversation. Of course. A Sequence 9 is still be-under, don't underestimate a shrimp just because it's not a lobster. But, Miss Justice, don't you think you're being a little too reckless? Aren't you afraid I'd get mad and retaliate? Oh, right. Impulsiveness runs in the tarot club. Never mind. But this was tricky. One lie would require 100 more to cover it up. And lying to a spectator was simply asking for trouble. Should I just keep her trapped in the pouch and release her after 15 days? Then we can part ways forever. At that moment, Audrey lifted the black book she had been holding, a book from Edward's collection of Chinese texts. The writing in this book. Audrey's eyes narrowed. It's identical to the script invented by Emperor Roselle. But Roselle's characters only existed in his handwritten notes. This book, however, is clearly a professionally printed edition. Her expression grew increasingly astonished, as if she had just uncovered a shocking secret. Could it be that this language wasn't actually invented by the Emperor? That he also came from your world? She didn't say the last part out loud, about how the mysterious fool, a being possibly akin to a god, could also understand Roselle's language. Miss Justice, can you stop being so smart? You're making me look stupid. Mr. Beyonder. Audrey started, but Edward immediately raised a hand to stop her. He massaged his temples, pacing back and forth. Hold on, give me a moment to think, or rather, improvise. You can think of this place as something similar to the forsaken land of the gods. As for Roselle, perhaps, maybe, possibly, he also came from our world, our. Edward trailed off, realizing he was completely out of ideas. Logically, he had only 3 choices. First, kill her to eliminate the risk. Second, erase her memory, though that carried a major hidden danger. Once she advanced to a higher sequence, she would definitely notice something was off. Memory manipulation was practically a spectator's speciality. Third, keep her in the Harry Potter world, but that would disrupt the Tarot Club. Without her generous funding, could the fool still rise in power as quickly as in the original story? And considering he was now half a part of the Lord of the Mysteries world, without the fool to hold things together, wouldn't the apocalypse just mean his own doom? Wait, why did I just think of the apocalypse? What even is the apocalypse? Did I erase those memories? Hold on. This is the Harry Potter world, there's a much better solution right in front of me. A solution that didn't require lying, didn't risk her exposing secrets, and would bind them closely together, killing multiple birds with one stone. Within seconds, Edward's mind raced through a storm of possibilities. Once he made his decision, he exhaled deeply and turned to Audrey with a serious expression. I don't know if you can fully grasp this yet, he said, but we are no longer in our original world. A world without loan, without intis, without the church, without potions, without sequences, a world where nothing you know exists. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 worlds are like parallel lines, never meant to intersect. Even gods, perhaps, are powerless to bridge them. My journey to your world was an accident. Bringing you back was an even greater accident. I apologize. When Edward finished speaking, Audrey simply clasped her hands behind her back, her brows slightly furrowed. You're telling me this because I can't go back. Or is there another reason? Edward shrugged. For some reason, which even I don't fully understand, I travel between the 2 worlds every 15 days. That means I'll have to live in your world regularly. So, if possible, I'd like to have your help. Audrey visibly trembled. The fingers she had tightly intertwined behind her back loosened. As long as I can go back. At that moment, she finally let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. She had maintained a composed demeanor throughout, but in truth, it had been nothing more than feigned calm. Suddenly kidnapped by a stranger and transported to an unfamiliar world, there was no way she hadn't been scared. But reason told her that fear and panic were useless. Instead, she needed to make full use of her Sequence 9 beyond her abilities, observing, analyzing, and understanding the boy before her to gain whatever advantage she could. If he was a good person, earning his goodwill would only be beneficial. If he was dangerous, she needed to stall for time and create opportunities to escape. So far, it seemed that luck was on her side. You actually believe me? Not completely, Audrey admitted, regaining some of her usual liveliness. Her emerald eyes sparkled with curiosity once again. For instance, if you're from another world, why do you seem so familiar with mine? And why do you speak Loanese so fluently? Edward responded without hesitation. That, I don't really know either. It's as if the moment I arrived in your world, I just, somehow knew. There's no way I'm telling her about Lord of the Mysteries. That's my only advantage right now. Audrey didn't press the issue. Instead, she took an interest in her surroundings. So, what happens next? You have two choices. Edward pointed to the pouch on the ground. 1. You stay in there. I'll provide food and water at regular intervals. I choose the other one. She raised her hand without hesitation. I've finally arrived in a completely different world. How could I possibly waste my time locked away in a pouch? Besides, the power you used earlier isn't the same as ours, is it? Can I learn it too? Does it require potions, or something else? Her decision didn't surprise Edward at all, but he still sighed and put on a troubled expression. To be honest, you're basically an illegal resident here, you understand what that means, right? I don't have a noble status like yours. If a person with no background suddenly appeared out of nowhere, it would be a huge hassle for me. That's why I'd really prefer you to pick the first option. Audrey puffed up her cheeks in protest, completely ignoring her usual noble etiquette. Edward nearly laughed at how adorable she looked. That being said, he relented, I respect your choice. But you must promise, absolutely no revealing any information about the other world. To ensure that, we'll need to sign a contract in front of a witness. Are you okay with that? That's perfectly reasonable. Good. Edward picked up the pouch and pulled out his wand. As for my abilities, they're called magic. No potions required, no risk of losing control, you just have to learn it. Scour Jiffy. A gentle breeze swept away the dust clinging to Audrey's dress from her time inside the pouch. Aguamenti. A stream of clear water materialized in midair, perfectly falling onto Audrey's hands. Reparo. With the final spell, the torn fabric of Edward's borrowed dress seamlessly stitched itself back together, as if time itself had reversed. Whether for everyday use or in battle, magic is incredibly practical, Edward remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, however, the dress suddenly split open again. Edward held up his hands in surrender. Looks like I really do need to change. Pfft. Audrey couldn't help but burst into laughter. As expected of the brightest jewel of Backlund. Chapter 5, Old Man. Hogwarts Castle, 8th floor. Across from the tapestry depicting the attempt of Barnabas the Barmy teaching the trolls ballet, a door suddenly appeared. Edward stepped out, and before he could turn around, the door vanished once more. He stomped his foot firmly against the stone floor, finally grounding himself in the reality of the Harry Potter world again. Sigh, I really have to go see Old Man, huh? The headmaster's office was also on the 8th floor of the castle. According to a rather amusing rumor, Dumbledore had once wandered into the room of requirement in the middle of the night while half asleep and urgently in need of the loo, an accident that resolved itself rather conveniently. Just as Edward rounded a corner, he found someone limping toward him. The man was dressed in a tattered leather vest, his hair was disheveled, and his face was twisted in irritation. Edward. I finally found you. Good day, Mr. Filch, Edward greeted smoothly. It's summer break, and it's broad daylight. I don't believe I've broken any school rules, have I? I don't care whether you've broken rules or not. Filch roared. Can you just keep your blasted cat away from my cat? He pointed furiously at Mrs. Norris, who was following closely behind him. The cat had always been scrawny with bulging eyes, but now her fur was in complete disarray, unevenly patched, and there was even a small bald spot on her head. Edward spread his hands innocently. That sounds like normal feline interaction. Besides, while Lilith can be a bit mischievous, she rarely leaves the Hufflepuff common room. If anything, I'd suggest keeping a closer eye on your cat. If I recall correctly, last time it was her who tried to steal Lilith's fish snack. You. Filch's face twisted in fury. You'd better hope I don't catch your cat causing trouble. If I do, I'll hang it from the castle gates. Edward remained unfazed and simply stepped around Filch. Pardon me, but I have an important matter to discuss with Professor Dumbledore. I will catch it misbehaving. Best of luck, Mr. Filch. Edward stopped in front of the hideous stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. He still hadn't decided exactly how to explain Audrey's situation. After all, she was from another world. What kind of story should he fabricate? Cockroach cluster. The gargoyle didn't budge. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Sherbet lemon. At last, the gargoyle sprang to life, jumping aside as the wall behind it split in two, revealing a spiraling staircase that slowly rotated upward. Edward stepped onto the stairs and soon arrived at a gleaming oak door. Embedded in the door was a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. Before he could knock, the door silently swung open. I fail to see the wisdom in your choice of defense against the dark arts professors, sir. A sharp, scornful voice echoed from within the office. Take last year's Professor Pate, for instance. Oh, heavens. That fool actually thought it was a brilliant idea to take students into the Forbidden Forest for hands-on combat training against dark creatures. And what was the result? He became nothing more than spider dung, conveniently fertilizing the very forest he so admired. That was an unfortunate accident, Severus, came Dumbledore's calm response. Placing oneself in danger, using real experience to teach students the defense against dark magic, and choosing to stay behind to buy them time, does that not demonstrate that he was, in fact, a dedicated teacher? His sacrifice deserves respect, not ridicule. And what did those students actually learn? Snape sneered. Nothing. Nothing but sheer stupidity. At the very least, they learned to face danger. To acknowledge death. Give them a little more credit, Severus. Oh, I believe we have a visitor. Edward entered the office, his gaze sweeping over the numerous odd trinkets scattered about. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses on the walls were all watching the argument with interest. They seemed accustomed to it. After all, this same debate happened almost every single year, always ending with Snape storming off in disappointment. As soon as Snape spotted Edward, his scowl deepened. He instinctively wrapped his black robes around himself. Edward, he snapped, don't tell me you're here to beg for more potion ingredients again. I've told you before, I don't have endless supplies. Edward scratched his head. Professor Snape, this is the headmaster's office. Don't you think that I could have come here to see Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore chuckled, his twinkling blue eyes crinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. Humph. Snape let out a sharp snort, regaining his usual air of cold arrogance as he looked down at Edward. How's the brewing of Felix Felicis coming along? Edward answered obediently, still needs a little more time, Professor. You better not waste my precious ingredients. Snape huffed, sweeping toward the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he turned back. I urge you to reconsider my concerns, Headmaster, he said darkly. Don't let your foolish choices destroy Hogwarts. Dumbledore merely smiled. I am the headmaster, Severus. I will take responsibility for this school. We'll see. With a dramatic swirl of his robes, Snape disappeared like a giant bat. Have a seat, Edward, Dumbledore said warmly, conjuring a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans with a casual wave of his wand. Would you like some? Edward politely declined. Ever since I got a dung-flavored one, I swore never to touch them again. Oh my dung-flavored, you say? Funny, I don't believe I've ever tried that one. The elderly wizard's expression suddenly showed a hint of genuine curiosity, as if he were considering the experience. Surely it can't be worse than the booger-flavored one, can it? Professor, must we really talk about poop right now? Dumbledore chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. My apologies. I do tend to get carried away by my curiosity for new things. Switching topics, he mused, Pomona tells me that for nearly 3 years, you've spent every holiday here at Hogwarts. Now, I'm not saying you aren't allowed to stay, but shouldn't a young man like yourself take the chance to explore the world? Make new friends. From what I understand, you're the only student staying at the castle this summer. Then, he tapped his forehead. Oh dear, forgive me, I'm rambling again. What brings you here today? Edward hesitated for a moment before speaking. I'd like to request early permission to study apparition. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, adjusting his glasses slightly. You are aware of how dangerous apparition can be, yes? I am, Edward nodded. But I believe that under proper instruction, I'll be able to handle it. Well, if you're certain, then I have no objections. When term begins, you may enroll in the apparition lessons alongside the 6th years. I know my request is a bit excessive, but I hope to master apparition within 2 weeks. Is that possible? Apparition was an essential survival skill, whether for home or travel. In 15 days, he would have to head to the world of Lord of the Mysteries, so he needed to learn it as soon as possible. Dumbledore looked at him in surprise. In that case, I would have to personally teach you. But you will have to wait 2 more days. As you know, I am still in the process of finding a new defense against the dark arts professor for the next term. So far, the only applicant is, Quirinus Quirrell. That turban head. Quirrell. Edward suddenly realized, so next term, the boy who lived, Harry Potter, would finally be enrolling at Hogwarts. Dumbledore casually tossed another Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth. Now then, you have something else you want to ask, don't you? Oh, lucky me toffee flavored. I'm not sure if Professor Flitwick has mentioned this, but I have been struggling with learning the Patronus charm. I am certain my wand movements and incantations are correct, and I always recall my happiest memories. But no matter what, I can't seem to produce even the slightest reaction. Dumbledore's hand noticeably paused for a moment. Yes, I have heard about it. But for now, I don't have a definite answer. Magic often works in mysterious ways. Some people can easily cast the unforgivable curses but struggle with even the most basic transfiguration. Others may master a single spell to perfection while barely grasping others. His deep blue eyes gleamed with wisdom. However, today is not the right time to discuss this. I can tell that your true reason for coming here was not what you just mentioned. Edward's heart skipped a beat. His first thought was that Dumbledore had used legilimency on him. I understand now, the old wizard said with a sigh. I understand why you always keep a certain distance from me. The elderly headmaster looked somewhat helpless. It's true that I am a master of legilimency, but I do not make a habit of peering into others' minds at all times. Self-restraint is one of the few qualities I take pride in. Everyone has secrets they wish to keep. There's no need to apologize for that. But if you ever need anything, my door is always open to you. Dumbledore gave him a playful wink. Keeping secrets is another skill of mine that I am quite proud of. Edward hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. It's like this. I have a friend. She comes from a very ancient and remote country, a place so secluded that it rarely interacts with the outside world. She wishes to study magic at Hogwarts. Generally speaking, every Hogwarts student was registered at birth, with their name written in the Book of Admittance by the Quill of Acceptance. At the age of 11, they would then receive their letter of admission. While some students transferred in later, they were never complete unknowns, certainly not like Audrey, who was essentially an unregistered entity from another world. Dumbledore remained as warm and kind as ever. And then, looking at the old wizard who had taken him from the orphanage and always treated him well, Edward suddenly found himself unable to continue. People often spoke of Dumbledore as an old schemer, always plotting and manipulating everything behind the scenes. But looking at the events of the original story, everything he did was to protect Harry and the students of Hogwarts. This was a kind, righteous, and deeply admirable old man. At least that's what he'd like to think until proven otherwise. Who? Edward let out a long sigh. After a brief struggle, he made up his mind. Professor, what I am about to say may sound absurd, but this is the truth of my experience. Just now, You disappeared from Hogwarts for over 20 minutes, Dumbledore suddenly interjected. Edward froze. That was neither apparition nor a portkey. It was as if you had been erased from this world entirely. You know, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be able to keep track of every student in the castle. But this summer, you are the only one staying at Hogwarts. Dumbledore took off his half-moon glasses and gazed at him seriously. If you were to tell me that you traveled to another world during that time, I believe my response would be, oh, Merlin's beard, and I would choose to believe you. Edward was stunned. Oh, Merlin's beard. Dumbledore actually exclaimed, stroking his chin in thought. So, your friend is, what do muggles call it again? An alien. Something like that. Dumbledore chuckled. Even extraterrestrials want to enroll in Hogwarts under my leadership. What else can I say? Welcome. She is always welcome. Note, if you guys want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 6, The Vow. To be honest, Edward had come up with all sorts of reasons and excuses on his way here, but none of them seemed even remotely convincing enough to fool the Great White Wizard. That was why he had quickly abandoned the idea of making up a story and instead decided to confess everything, only for Dumbledore to guess most of it before he even said a word. Was this the weight of the greatest wizard in recent history? Well then, has your friend arrived? Edward opened the pouch and placed it on the floor, calling out in low unease, Audrey, you can come out now. Dumbledore leaned forward, peering into the pouch with curiosity. Then, in a serious tone, he remarked, leaving a lady in such a cramped space is hardly the act of a gentleman, wouldn't you agree? Audrey climbed out, slightly breathless, and curiously took in her surroundings. Her gaze quickly landed on the animated portraits of the headmasters hanging on the walls. The paintings were so lifelike that, for a moment, she couldn't tell if they were merely paintings or actual windows into another world. Dumbledore quickly stepped forward, extending his hand in a gentlemanly manner to help her up. May I have the honor of knowing this young lady's name? Audrey blinked her large eyes and turned to Edward for help. She couldn't understand what Dumbledore was saying, but she could tell that he seemed kind, like a well-read scholar. However, the sharpness hidden in his eyes suggested that he was far more complex than he appeared on the surface. Apologies, she doesn't speak English, Edward explained before acting as their interpreter. This is, well, the headmaster of this magical school, Professor Albus Dumbledore. He is asking for your name. This is Audrey Hall. Dumbledore took her hand and gave it a courteous air kiss. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Hall. Hello, Headmaster Dumbledore. Edward hesitated for a moment before asking, Professor, can she actually learn magic? I mean, I'm not sure if she's a muggle or not. She's already 17, after all. Rest assured, Dumbledore said with a smile. She must have had exceptionally powerful wizards in her ancestry. In a way, she is even more pure-blooded than the so-called pure-blood families. She simply never had the chance to learn magic until now. More pure than pure-bloods? Was it because of the uniqueness of the Lord of the Mysteries world? Or had the potions altered her constitution? Or perhaps the Hall family had once produced powerful beyonders? Miss Hall, on behalf of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I formally welcome you as a student. Without any hesitation or unnecessary formalities, Dumbledore directly extended an invitation. Audrey didn't understand what was being said, but she politely curtsied in response. The headmasters in the portraits began applauding in welcome, with Phineas Nigellus Black being particularly enthusiastic. He shouted, a wizard of such pure blood must join Slytherin. I will have Minerva handle the necessary paperwork and send out the official acceptance letter as soon as possible. Just like that, the matter was settled so easily. Was it because Dumbledore had absolute confidence in his own abilities? Or was he simply bold enough to take such a risk? Or was there another reason entirely? Edward hesitated for a long moment before finally asking, Professor, don't you have any questions about Audrey, or about where I went after I disappeared? Dumbledore smiled. No rush. We have plenty of time. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, he added, that reminds me, will you be returning to that place? In half a month. I see. Dumbledore winked at him. If you ever wish to tell me anything, I am always willing to listen. But for now, allow me to properly welcome our guest. Wait, Professor. I want to make an unbreakable vow with Audrey. Can you serve as our witness? Dumbledore raised his eyebrows slightly but nodded. Of course. Edward extended his right hand toward Audrey. Use your right hand to hold mine. Audrey hesitated for a few seconds before grasping his hand. Apologies, but I need you to kneel and face me. Well, she had no choice but to comply. The two of them knelt opposite each other before Dumbledore, their hands tightly clasped. Dumbledore placed the tip of his wand against their joined hands. For a fleeting moment, his expression turned distant, as if lost in memory. In his mind's eye, he saw himself many years ago, also kneeling with a young boy, making a similar vow in their most innocent and passionate years. But in the end, they had gone their separate ways. Edward spoke solemnly in Loanese, Audrey, you will never reveal my secret to anyone from your world, correct? Audrey's expression grew tense. She nodded and replied, yes, I swear I will never tell. A thin ribbon of red fire shot from Dumbledore's wand, winding tightly around their hands. Though the flames did not cause any real harm, they burned with an intensity that made them feel seared by the weight of their promise. Edward continued, you will also never, without my permission, disclose the existence of another world to anyone, correct? Audrey bit her lip and nodded firmly. Yes. A second ribbon of fire coiled around their hands. Edward took a deep breath before stating his final vow, can I always trust you? She nodded with conviction. You can. A third ribbon of fire emerged from the wand. Edward met her gaze. All right, it's your turn now. The unbreakable vow is mutual. You can state your own terms. Audrey hesitated for a moment before saying, you promise you won't hurt me, and that you will take me back home, right? Yes. Then that's enough. The flames slowly faded, as if sinking into their skin. With that, the unbreakable vow was sealed. Dumbledore withdrew his wand, a nostalgic smile on his face. I hope this vow serves as a testament to your trust in each other, rather than as a shackle. I believe it will be the former. Edward had no doubts about Audrey's kindness. The vow was merely an extra layer of protection. He turned to Audrey, his expression apologetic. I'm sorry, Audrey. You were dragged into this because of me, and now I've forced you to endure the pain of the vow and sign a contract. But she simply smiled sweetly. Actually, this makes me feel even more reassured, don't you think? Edward froze for a moment before understanding what she meant. Dumbledore coughed lightly, a mischievous glint in his eye. Ahem, do you two plan to keep kneeling like that? If I recall correctly, in some Oriental traditions, when a man and a woman kneel facing each other, it has a different meaning. Edward quickly helped Audrey to her feet, finally releasing her small hand. At that moment, a fiery glow suddenly streaked across the office, tracing a long arc of light before coming to rest on Dumbledore's shoulder. It was Fawkes, the Phoenix. "Hello, Fawkes." Edward greeted the bird. Fawkes immediately turned away, clearly displeased with this troublesome student who was always eyeing its feathers. Dumbledore listened attentively as Fawkes whispered into his ear, then turned to Edward with an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, but there is an urgent matter that requires my immediate attention. Edward, I will leave Miss Hall in your care. Minerva will arrange accommodations for her. Also, you would do well to start teaching Miss Audrey English as soon as possible." "Understood, Professor." "Oh, and don't forget to take these Bertie Bott's every flavor beans with you." Dumbledore waved his hand and was about to disapprobate with Fawkes when Edward couldn't help but ask, "Professor, aren't you at all concerned about her?" Dumbledore blinked and smiled. "Didn't I just say? Everyone has their secrets, don't they?" With a loud pop, Dumbledore and Fawkes disappeared. "Wow. Is that also the magic you talked about? Instant teleportation?" Audrey exclaimed in delight, already imagining what it would be like to master such an extraordinary ability. "Yeah, it's a rather advanced form of magic. I haven't mastered it yet either," Edward shrugged. "All right, let's get you something to eat first, then we'll find Professor McGonagall to arrange a place for you to stay." Hogwarts' kitchen was located directly beneath the Great Hall, adjacent to the Hufflepuff common room. People often said that Hufflepuffs were food lovers, and that was more or less true. With so few entertainment options at Hogwarts, delicious food had become one of the rare sources of joy. On the way there, Audrey was like a curious child, though she remained composed. But when they passed the bizarrely complex, seemingly hyperactive staircases, she couldn't help but ask, "Are these designed to defend against intruders?" "I'd say it's more of an artistic choice." Who knew whether the person who originally designed these stairs had a grudge against Hogwarts students? Since it was summer break, the kitchen was much less busy than usual. Most of the house elves looked listless, while a few were fighting over what little work there was. "Master Edward, what can I do for you?" A sharp-eyed house elf operated in front of them, staring up at him with large, eager eyes. "Ah, just prepare 2 dinner servings for us." "Only 2?" It looked disappointed. "Then, make it 4. "With pleasure, sir." The house elf disappeared again, cheerfully using magic to start preparing the meals. "When they're done, please send them to the Hufflepuff common room," Edward added. Noticing that the other elves, who hadn't been able to claim any work, were now all staring at him, Edward quickly grabbed Audrey and made their escape. He would never forget the time he had been pressured into eating a 4-person meal under the expectant gazes of a dozen house elves. He had felt nauseous for days afterwards. Audrey, still recovering from the sight, asked, "Those little creatures, what are they? Are they some kind of extraordinary beings from your world?" "Sort of. There are house elves." She was dumbfounded, waving her hands as if trying to make sense of it. "But aren't elves supposed to be noble and elegant? Why are they?" She suddenly covered her mouth. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult them, I just..." Edward chuckled. "It's fine. Different worlds, different customs." They stopped in front of a cluster of large barrels. Unlike other houses, entering the Hufflepuff common room didn't require a password or a riddle. Instead, one had to knock on the second barrel in the second row, following the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff's name. If the rhythm was wrong, the wrong barrel was knocked, or the wrong number of knocks was made, the intruder would be doused in old, fermented vinegar that had been aging for who knew how many years. Once inside, they enjoyed a lavish dinner in the Hufflepuff common room. Despite requesting only 4 servings, the elves had brought enough food for 10 people. Audrey displayed the utmost grace and etiquette of a noble lady from Loan. From the way she held her utensils, to the angle at which she opened her mouth, to the rhythm of her chewing, everything was executed with flawless precision, reflecting her strict family upbringing. Edward, however, didn't appreciate it at all. Instead, he just felt anxious watching her eat so painstakingly slowly. Meow. A small, agile figure darted in from the dormitory area. It leapt soundlessly onto the table, curiously glancing at Audrey before turning to Edward with another soft meow, as if questioning him. Omega. It was a sleek black kitten, noticeably smaller than average. Despite its size, it was already 2 years old, possessing black-footed cat ancestry, which accounted for its petite frame. Its sapphire blue eyes gleamed like radiant gemstones, as if concealing a deep, starry sky within them. Black-footed cats were born hunters, nocturnal, swift, and deadly. They could take down prey much larger than themselves. Before transmigrating, Edward had always wanted one, but they were impossible to find in his previous world. "This is my cat, Lilith." Edward beckoned, and Lilith immediately snuggled up to him, raising her tail high and rubbing affectionately against him. Every student entering Hogwarts is allowed to bring one pet, usually a choice between an owl, a toad, or a cat. Audrey swallowed her food slowly, then asked in confusion, I can understand owls and cats, but why toads? Are they a different kind of creature in your world? Not really. Keeping toads as pets is just an old tradition. Nowadays, most students prefer owls since they can deliver letters anywhere. Do you plan on getting a pet? Mem, I already have Susie. Oh, Susie is a golden retriever. Edward nodded. I know. She's the one who tore up my pant leg. And before we returned to this world, she had already figured out that I wasn't the real you. Huh. Susie told me herself. Didn't she also take a potion? He picked up Lilith by her front legs. Lilith, should I get you a potion too? Lilith, unimpressed, kicked him with her hind legs and gracefully landed back on the table. She flicked her tail and let out a series of rapid meows in protest. Always thinking about food. Edward flicked her nose gently before taking out a small dried fish. She grabbed it and curled up in his lap, purring contentedly as she ate. Audrey set down her utensils. I'm full. Thank you for the meal. All right, let's go find Professor McGonagall and get your lodging sorted out. Oh, I forgot to mention, Hogwarts has 4 houses. Professor McGonagall is the head of Gryffindor. I'm in Hufflepuff, and the other 2 houses are Ravenclaw and Slytherin. You'll be interacting with all of them soon. She hesitated briefly before saying, you've been introducing me to everything here, but you've never actually introduced yourself. For example, your name. Edward was momentarily stunned before quickly apologizing. Oh, sorry. You might not believe this, but I've had this strange feeling all day, like we've known each other for a long time. Which, to be fair, was true. He extended his hand and gave a simple introduction. My name is Edward. Orphan. No last name. Of course, he did have a last name. But that had long since vanished the moment he transmigrated. Chapter 7, Diagon Alley. After dinner, Edward took Audrey to see Professor McGonagall to arrange her accommodation. Professor McGonagall's office was a small study on the 2nd floor of Hogwarts Castle, with a window overlooking the Quidditch pitch. Though she appeared strict and old-fashioned, in her youth, she had been a true Gryffindor lioness, bold, adventurous, and passionate about Quidditch. Despite it being the summer holidays, the fireplace in her office was still lit, yet the room remained at a comfortable temperature, a testament to the wonders of magic. As soon as Audrey stepped into the office, she saw a tabby cat grooming itself leisurely. For a brief moment, their gazes met, and the tabby cat's body swiftly expanded, transforming into Professor McGonagall, who now appeared as an exceptionally mature cat girl. Oh, so you must be Miss Audrey Hall, the transfer student Professor Dumbledore mentioned. That's right. Good evening, Professor McGonagall, Edward said, once again acting as Audrey's translator. Audrey resisted the urge to ask why a person could turn into a cat. Instead, she maintained her composure, delicately pinching the hem of her dress and offering a graceful curtsy. Follow me. As always, Professor McGonagall was swift and efficient. She led them briskly to the Gryffindor dormitories, seamlessly introducing Hogwarts, explaining the Gryffindor house traditions, and arranging Audrey's room, all in one smooth motion. By the time Edward and Professor McGonagall left the Gryffindor common room, they were the only 2 remaining. Edward, over the next few days, I'd like you to teach Miss Hall some English and then take her to Diagon Alley to purchase her school supplies, Professor McGonagall instructed. Normally, this would be my responsibility, but as you know, I need to visit the Muggle world to ensure that the incoming first years can enroll on time. No problem, Professor. Oh, and one more thing, the school has allocated a scholarship fund for Miss Hall. I'll entrust it to you. Handing over a pouch filled with galleons, Professor McGonagall swiftly departed. Edward stood in the empty castle and sighed. He walked to the window, gazing at the star-strewn sky, momentarily lost in thought. Until today, his focus had been simple: study magic, locate Voldemort's Horcruxes in advance, intervene at critical moments to prevent unnecessary tragedies, and ultimately research the Philosopher's Stone, seeking immortality on the level of Nicholas Flamel. But the emergence of the Lord of the Mysteries world had forced him to re-evaluate everything. Even Susie, who had only just advanced to Sequence 9, already displayed remarkable resistance to magic. Clearly, magic alone wouldn't be enough to handle the challenges of the mystical world. That meant he had to consume a potion. But which pathway should he choose? Meanwhile, having finished washing up, Audrey lay on her soft bed, unable to calm her thoughts. Before today, as the young lady of the Hall family, she had believed her experiences were already extraordinary: mysterious tarot club meetings, the powerful fool, Susie consuming potions, and countless stories and rumors about the mystical world. Yet now, a whole new world of wonders had suddenly unfolded before her. After going through fear, confusion, anxiety, and curiosity, she was left with only one feeling: excitement. She couldn't wait to see what other surprises this world had in store for her. Audrey let out a soft breath, closed her eyes, and whispered, "Good night, Hogwarts. Good night, Mom and Dad. Good night, Audrey." Then, suddenly, her eyes snapped open. Oh no. What about the weekly tarot club meeting? For the next 3 days, Edward started teaching Audrey English from scratch, beginning with the alphabet. Edward's English proficiency had come from his mastery of the language in his previous life, while his accent came as a natural benefit of his transmigration. His teaching methods were based on what he had learned from English classes in his past life. He was initially worried that he might end up turning Audrey into another mute English learner, someone who could read and write but not speak fluently, as was common amongst Asian students in his previous world who had studied the language for over a decade yet still struggled with conversation. However, he soon realized that he had completely overthought it. People from the mystical world seemed to have an extraordinary talent for learning languages and acquiring esoteric knowledge. In the supernatural circles, not knowing Jotun, Hermes, or Elvish was practically embarrassing. Even someone as lazy as Danitz could speak multiple mystical languages proficiently. Seizing the opportunity, Edward had Audrey teach him Hermes as well. After all, aside from Loanese, he hadn't acquired any other mystical languages. After 3 days of study, Audrey had already mastered basic daily conversations, while Edward's progress was much slower. Even Lilith, who had been lounging nearby the whole time, occasionally cast him a look of disdain. "It's definitely because I haven't taken a potion yet." Edward consoled himself. Yeah, that must be it." Audrey comforted him in return. And just like that, the day for their trip to Diagon Alley finally arrived. Originally, Edward had planned to use Professor McGonagall's office fireplace to travel via Fleur network directly to the Leaky Cauldron. However, Professor McGonagall had left early in the morning, so he had no choice but to turn to Dumbledore. The moment Fawkes delivered them to the entrance of Diagon Alley, the Phoenix let out a sharp crack and vanished, so swiftly that Edward didn't even get the chance to thank him. Honestly, Edward felt a little wronged. Back when he had asked Fawkes for a feather, all he had wanted was to make a few more twin wands like Voldemort's. Imagine the final battle, everyone wielding a wand that could counter the Dark Lords. That would surely teach that dark fucker the true meaning of despair. Before them stretched a cobbled street lined with shops on both sides. Wizards in robes of various styles bustled past, hurrying along their way. For the past few days, Audrey had only interacted with Edward, Professor McGonagall, and a handful of others at Hogwarts. Now, suddenly finding herself surrounded by so many people, especially with quite a few casting admiring glances her way, she felt a little overwhelmed. Edward handed her an envelope. "This is your Hogwarts acceptance letter from Professor McGonagall." He shrugged. "It's a little late, but at least you get to experience the official process and ceremony." Audrey opened the letter and saw elegantly handwritten words, penned with a quill. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock. Supreme Mugwump, International Confide of Wizards. Dear Miss Hall, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. Second page. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2. 1 plain pointed hat, black, 4-day wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4. 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. By Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic. By Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory. By Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. By Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. By Phil Lita Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions. By Arsenios Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. By Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. By Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal phials. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Yours sincerely, Lucinda Tomsonicalpocus. Chief Attendant of Witchcraft Provisions. Although Audrey could now manage simple conversations in English, reading the letter was still a challenge. Seeing this, Edward simply read it out loud in Loanese for her. Our goal today is to follow this list and get everything you need, Edward said, leading her toward Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. First, let's get you a proper set of wizarding robes. You can't keep wearing that dress everywhere. The moment they stepped into the shop, a short and plump Madame Malkin greeted them enthusiastically, her smile exaggerated and her tone dramatic. Oh, my dear. I swear, you are the most beautiful young lady I've ever seen. You must be heading to Hogwarts, yes. But why have I never seen you before? I just transferred to Hogwarts. This is my first time here. Audrey answered in surprisingly fluent English and even remembered to add, thank you for your kind words. Madame Malkin flicked her wand, and several measuring tapes flew to Audrey's side, automatically taking her measurements as the seamstress jotted down notes. Oh, what absolutely perfect proportions. Once the robes are finished, may I keep your photograph in my shop? Audrey, fascinated by the floating measuring tapes, nodded slightly. That would be fine. The process of making her robes took far longer than Edward's had. Madame Malkin treated it as if she were crafting a priceless masterpiece, ensuring every stitch and thread was flawless. More customers came and went, but she barely acknowledged them. Eventually, she simply shut the shop doors. All right, my dear. Nearly 2 hours later, Madame Malkin stepped back and admired Audrey in her new Hogwarts uniform. I swear, this is the finest work of my life. Edward, who had been dozing off from boredom, immediately perked up and prepared to pay. How dare you tarnish such a perfect masterpiece with money? Madame Malkin huffed indignantly. It's free. From now on, every uniform she needs will be free. Edward and Audrey exchanged glances. Being good-looking really is a privilege, Edward muttered. Thank you, Audrey said with a laugh. Unlike the empty flattery she often received in Backlund, she could tell that Madame Malkin's admiration was heartfelt. After that, they quickened their pace. To avoid further incidents like this, Edward bought her a mask to wear. They swiftly gathered the rest of her supplies, cauldron, textbooks, quills, ink, and parchment. Soon, only one thing remained, a wand. Ollivander's was a small, worn-down shop. The golden lettering on the sign above the door had faded with age, but it still read. Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Through the dusty display window, a single wand rested on a faded purple cushion. Oh, if it isn't Mr. Edward. An elderly man with pale skin and silver eyes emerged from the dimly lit shop. I remember you. Blackthorn wood, phoenix feather core, 14 3/4 inches, firm and powerful, well suited for casting strong magic. I have no doubt you will make a fine aura someday. Audrey, using her spectator ability, quickly analyzed him. This old gentleman was clearly confident in his expertise. His effortless recollection of his customers and their purchases wasn't just a showcase of memory, it was a subtle way of establishing his authority and influence. And as for this lovely young lady. Ollivander's keen gaze shifted to Audrey. I believe you have not purchased a wand from me before, correct? You have an excellent memory, Mr. Ollivander, Edward praised as usual. Today, I'm here to help this transfer student find her wand. Oh, how wonderful. Ollivander responded cheerfully, pulling a long measuring tape with silver markings from his pocket. Which hand do you use for casting, miss? Audrey hesitated. She had never actually considered this question before. I suppose, my right hand. Excellent. Ollivander expertly measured her arm length, hand size, and even the space between her fingers. A proper wand must not only align with your magical nature but also fit your body's proportions. After all, in a duel, even a second's delay in drawing your wand could be the difference between victory and defeat. He turned to the towering shelves packed with wand boxes and began his search. Now then, let's see which wand chooses you. Note, if you like the book so far, please don't forget to leave a review. Chapter 8, to hell with it. Ollivander moved skillfully through the shelves, his arms filling up with long wand boxes. A few minutes later, he placed 7 or 8 of them on the table and took one out, handing it to Audrey. I believe a lady as beautiful as you would be best suited for this one, unicorn hair core, walnut wood, 7 3/4 inches long. A perfect match for your proportions. Edward had already explained to her the importance of wands to wizards. So, when she finally held one in her hands, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, before she could even give it a wave, Ollivander quickly snatched it back. Oh no, this one doesn't suit you at all. I can't sense any magical resonance. Edward sighed and rubbed his forehead. Here we go again. This old wand maker, with decades of experience, was a master bullshitter. Every young witch or wizard who stepped into his shop would walk out with the illusion of being unique, of being the protagonist of their own story. Ollivander picked up another wand. Let's try this one, Hollywood, dragon heartstring, quite flexible. Audrey took the wand and gently swished it. A soft breeze stirred in the shop, bringing with it a pleasant sensation. Oh, this one seems quite suitable. Edward was surprised. Already. The second wand. Did Audrey's age make her less susceptible to Ollivander's usual theatrics? But the old wand maker wasn't done yet. He pulled out another. Let's try this one, ebony wood, dragon heartstring, 8 inches long. Audrey gave it a wave. The same soft breeze followed. Marvelous, marvelous, simply marvelous, Ollivander praised. But what about this one? Acacia wood, dragon heartstring, 8¼ inches. The result was identical. Audrey continued testing another 7 or 8 wands, all with dragon heartstring cores. Each one seemed to resonate with her. Ollivander grew increasingly astonished. This is truly unprecedented. I've never met someone who harmonizes so well with so many different wands. And yet, I still feel none of them are the perfect match for you. Edward whispered, Audrey, how do these wands feel when you use them? She thought for a moment before replying, it's fascinating. It feels like an amplifier, it enhances my senses and intuition. And besides that. Audrey gripped the wand more tightly and concentrated. It seems, my observational abilities have also improved. For example, I can see the guilt hiding in your eyes. Edward instinctively turned away from her gaze but quickly composed himself. What guilt? I have nothing to feel guilty about. She didn't press further, only giving him a knowing smile. Damned spectators are the worst. Edward wasn't actually guilty of anything, he was just hesitating on whether or not to introduce Audrey to the modern world outside of the magical one. Compared to Hogwarts, which bore some resemblance to Lone, a bustling metropolis would be far more of a shock to her. Just then, Ollivander emerged from the corner, holding a long-forgotten box covered in dust. At last. This is a wand I crafted in my younger days, purely out of curiosity. Ah, here comes the cliché. Edward mused. He opened the case, revealing a wand as translucent as white agate, more akin to a piece of fine art than a tool of magic. Dragon bone and dragon heartstring, 9 inches long. I once believed that the wizard who wielded it would possess magic as fierce as a fire dragon. But alas, no one has ever been recognized by it. Give it a try, my dear. As soon as she held it, a refreshing coolness spread through her hand. The texture was smoother than any wooden wand she had tried. If the others felt like extensions of her arm, this one felt like it had fused completely with her being. Audrey gave it a gentle wave. A violent gust of wind howled through the shop, yet, strangely, nothing was disturbed. It was as if the wind existed outside the physical world. Spectacular. Simply spectacular. This wand was made for you. The old wand maker danced with joy, as if he had just achieved something extraordinary. Then, in the next second, his tone changed as he extended his hand toward Edward. That'll be 98 galleons. Edward was stunned, 98 galleons. Aren't first-year wands standardized at 7 galleons? Ollivander shrugged. That's for common materials. This wand is crafted from a fire dragon's skull, specifically, the bone that connects its forehead to its brain. Edward gritted his teeth. You scammer. Audrey gently poked him and whispered, I will repay you double when we get back. Oh, right. How could he forget? She was a real rich lady, money wasn't an issue for her. Just as Edward handed over a pouch of gold galleons, the ground suddenly trembled. A deafening roar echoed through Diagon Alley. The street fell silent for a moment before wizards and witches turned toward the sound. A few pointed to the sky, shouting in panic, a dragon. It's a dragon. The Gringotts dragon has escaped. In the distance, Gringotts was in ruins. A massive fire-breathing dragon stood atop the shattered rooftops, letting out a furious roar. Holy sh. Edward was utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't the dragon escape seen in the 6th or 7th book? What the hell is going on? Wait a second, in the first book, Quirrell broke into Gringotts under Voldemort's orders to steal the Sorcerer's Stone, but did it cause this much of a mess? Audrey, fascinated, observed the scene with wide eyes. Is that a dragon from your world? In the Lord of the Mysteries universe, most supernatural creatures lived in remote areas, rarely seen by humans. Even Beyonders only encountered them in potion ingredients, eyes, claws, brains, and so on. Ollivander clicked his tongue and sighed, I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it so soon. Those greedy goblins, they thought they could imprison a majestic fire dragon to guard their vaults. That's an insult to freedom. A disgrace to all living beings. Then, as if he had just thought of something, he added with a glint in his eye, Tisk, better to just kill it and use its remains to craft more wands. Edward glanced at him in disbelief. You're not any better, old man. The fire dragon gave a powerful flap of its wings, staggering into the air. In its clumsy ascent, it crashed through the rooftops of more than a dozen buildings before finally regaining its balance and soaring higher. Roar. The dragon circled over Diagon Alley, letting out deep, rumbling growls, refusing to leave. Isn't anyone going to do something about this? Who would dare? Ollivander snorted. The goblins consider that dragon their private property. If someone tries to intervene and gets burned, the goblins might even use it as an excuse to demand compensation. Ah, but look, the Aurors have finally arrived. The old wand maker, having enjoyed enough of the spectacle, leisurely turned and strolled back into his shop. A group of wizards in Auror robes began their assault on the dragon. It endured dozens of direct magical attacks before finally roaring in pain. Enraged, it unleashed a series of blazing infernos before taking off into the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon. The Aurors quickly mounted their brooms and gave chase. And with that, the dramatic show came to an end. The gathered crowd erupted into chatter, most of them gloating over the goblins' misfortune. Clearly, many took pleasure in seeing Gringotts suffer. Edward was about to suggest they move on when Audrey suddenly whispered, "Edward. What is it?" "I have this strange feeling that dragon was looking for me." There was uncertainty in her tone. "But that doesn't make any sense, does it?" She lowered her gaze to the crystalline wand in her hand. Could it be because of this? For a brief moment, Edward was caught off guard, but then a possibility crossed his mind. It might have something to do with the potion Audrey had taken. The spectator pathway once belonged exclusively to dragons. As one ascended to higher sequences, they gradually developed draconic traits. Perhaps the combination of her Beyonder abilities and the wand, crafted from dragon bone and dragon heartstring, created some kind of unusual reaction, drawing the fire dragon's attention. Of course, this was all just speculation. With a chuckle, he waved it off. "Don't overthink it. It's probably just your imagination. Anyway, we have an appointment with Fawkes at 1 o'clock. We still have an hour, let's look around and grab something to eat." As he turned, his gaze landed on a massive figure pushing a cart stacked high with goods. Beside him was a small boy with round glasses and messy black hair. Hagrid and Harry Potter. Without hesitation, Edward cast a disillusionment charm on himself, blending into the background. Hagrid paused, scratching his head in confusion. "Ah. Did I imagine that?" "What's wrong, Hagrid?" "I thought I saw a friend of mine," Hagrid muttered. "He's one of your future schoolmates, just like me, he loves magical creatures." "But..." Hagrid hesitated before adding, "He enjoys them in a different way than I do." "I don't get it," Harry said, frowning. "He's more interested in their flavors." Once the two had walked away, Edward lifted his spell and reappeared. "That big guy is kind of a friend of mine," he said casually. "A really warm-hearted and straightforward fellow. But we still have things to take care of, so I figured we'd skip the small talk." Audrey, naturally observant, could tell he wasn't being entirely honest. In truth, Edward simply wanted to avoid getting too involved with Harry Potter. He didn't want to interfere with the story too soon. The more control he had over future events, the better he could plan ahead. Once his strength was sufficient, he would take steps to deal with Voldemort in advance. That was the essence of strategic foresight. For a transmigrator, knowing the plot was one of the greatest cheat codes one could have. Just then, two passing wizards caught Edward's attention. "Did you hear?" one of them said to his companion. "That dragon was released because someone broke into Gringotts." "No way, who'd have the guts to do that?" "You won't believe it. We saw him earlier in the leaky cauldron, Quirinus Quirrell, that bloke with the bandages wrapped around his head. Supposedly, he's the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts next term." "Impressive. Impressive my arse." When the dragon broke out, it stepped right on him. Crushed him flat, his brains splattered all over the place. Ugh, what a way to go. Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts professors really are cursed. Shoo. Don't mention him. The two men walked off, still talking in hushed voices. Edward, however, was frozen in shock. Quirrell is dead. The same Quirrell who was possessed by Voldemort in the Philosopher's Stone. Just dead, like that. Then what about Voldemort? Was he dead too? Or had he jumped into another host? And what about the plot of the first book? Without Quirrell, would the story even follow the original timeline? That seemed highly unlikely. Holy sh. To hell with the plot. To hell with the future. To hell with all the careful planning. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. I'll release the chapter schedule after the first 30 chapters are released. Chapter 9, Miss Justice's Dilemma. Edward had no choice but to accept reality. The plot of Harry Potter had collapsed before it even began. If this had happened before he transmigrated into the world of Lord of the Mysteries, he would have been depressed for 3 days straight. But now. At least he could comfort himself with the knowledge that as long as he chose the right potion pathway and successfully advanced to a mid-sequence, Voldemort wouldn't be a threat at all. So, in the days that followed, he doubled his efforts in learning Hermes. By the time Audrey could converse fluently in English, he had memorized most common Hermes vocabulary. By the time she started researching ways to self-study magic, he had already grasped several simple Hermes incantations and their corresponding rituals. Gryffindor Common Room. Audrey, holding a copy of A History of Modern Magic, poked Edward, who was buried under a pile of books, muttering words to himself. Mutta, mutta, mutta. The book says that wizarding spells are mainly divided into regular spells and dark arts. Hogwarts primarily teaches regular spells, so where does one learn dark arts? Without even lifting his head, Edward replied, only dark wizards study the dark arts. But dark arts are generally stronger than regular spells. If we don't learn them, how are we supposed to fight dark wizards? That's why Hogwarts has a subject called Defense Against the Dark Arts. It's meant to teach students how to defend against them. Just defend. Audrey leaned in closer, gazing directly into Edward's eyes. So, do you know dark arts? Of course, he did. It would be shameful as a transmigrator if he didn't. He had mastered most of the commonly used dark curses, thanks to a dark wizard who had once ambushed him in Nocturne Alley. After counter-cursing the men, Edward had extracted every bit of dark magic knowledge from his mind before wiping his memory clean, reducing him to an empty shell. However, since J.K. Rowling constantly emphasized that the dark arts could corrupt a person's character, and since he hadn't encountered any real danger afterwards, Edward had never actually had a chance to use what he had learned. With a light cough, he replied, when the time is right, I'll teach you. Thank you. Audrey gracefully waved her wand, making her book flip through its pages on its own. Her composed, effortless demeanor hardly matched someone who had only been self-studying magic for a single day. The difference between people really was bigger than the gap between a person and a pig. While Audrey immersed herself in the wonders of magic, Edward focused on a more crucial matter, his first real choice of potion pathway. He wrote down all 22 Beyonder pathways. First of all, prisoner, criminal, planter, apothecary, and marauder are all off the table. Fate-related pathways are best avoided too. As for witch, yeah, no thanks. That leaves 15 pathways. If I were going purely by personal preference, I'd lean towards secret supplicant or apprentice. Both the shepherd from the secret supplicant pathway and the scribe from the apprentice pathway can obtain abilities from other pathways, which makes them highly adaptable, kind of like how I'm used to the variety of wizarding spells. But the secret supplicant pathway has the constant risk of getting turned into a lunatic by the true creator. Apprentice, on the other hand, isn't bad. I'll put it on hold for now. That leaves. Edward's pen tapped the parchment. Spectator, but Audrey's already on that pathway, so it's a lower priority. Lawyer and arbiter are mostly controlled by the royal family and the military, but if I stick with Klein, once he gets the Black Emperor card, obtaining formulas wouldn't be an issue. Speaking of formulas, if I chose the reader pathway, I'd be able to clearly recall all the original novel's details. That means I'd know most of the potion formulas, right? But what would I even do with those formulas? Sell them. Choosing a pathway just for money is way too short-sighted. Wait, I forgot to consider Divinity and Ascension. Edward quickly crossed out a few more pathways. That leaves Hunter, Lawyer, Warrior, Seer, and Death. No, wait, Death is off the table too. Leaning back in his chair, he muttered. Do I really need to think that far ahead? Becoming a god isn't that easy. And it's not like the sky will fall on me, Klein is the one carrying that burden. I just need to ensure my own safety. The higher the sequence, the greater the danger. Honestly, sequence 4 is already more than enough, a long lifespan, immense power, and no need to worry about godhood. At that thought, he slapped his forehead. Am I being too much of a slacker? Wouldn't this be embarrassing for other transmigrators? Tapping his steel pen against his lips, he murmured. So, the formulas for these pathways, damn it. I can't remember a single one. The Hunter pathway's formulas were mainly in the Intis Republic. The Lawyer pathway was controlled by the lone royal family. The Warrior pathway's formulas could be obtained from Little Sun in the City of Silver. The Seer pathway could be found through Old Neil and Klein. Theoretically, of course, he could also try to purchase them at a Beyonder gathering. As for Apprentice, he circled it again. Let's keep it as a backup option. And so, with studying as his daily routine, time quickly passed, bringing them into the second week. It was then that Dumbledore finally sought Edward out to teach him apparition. Apologies, Dumbledore said with a smile. I've been busy dealing with the search for a new defense against the dark arts professor. You know, Professor Quirrell's death was rather unexpected. Edward raised an eyebrow. Professor, why won't you just give Professor Snape a chance? Dumbledore chuckled warmly but did not continue the topic. I'll give it some thought. Now, back to apparition. You've probably heard this before, when it comes to apparition, the most important thing is to remember the 3 Ds, destination, determination, and deliberation. You must fix your mind on your destination, without the slightest hesitation or fear. As he spoke, Dumbledore's figure disappeared with a sharp crack, only to reappear a few meters away. See? Quite simple, isn't it? Edward rolled his eyes. Yeah, right. Dumbledore burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Well then, let's start with the basics. Your first apparition target will be, let's set it right behind Fawkes. With a wave of his wand, he drew a circle on the floor behind the phoenix. Fawkes, who had been dozing off, was startled awake. He flapped his wings in protest, ruffled his feathers, and then tucked his head back in, looking drowsy again. Audrey, who was hugging Lilith in her arms, couldn't help but chuckle as she began to mentally go over the theory of apparition. Now, Dumbledore continued, focus your determination on occupying the space behind Fawkes. Let your desire to reach that spot flood every inch of your being. Then, spin in place to enter the void state, stay calm and composed. Begin. Crack. A loud noise echoed through the room. Edward was momentarily stunned, he hadn't even started yet. I did it. Audrey's excited voice came from behind Fawkes. Her face lit up with delight. It really is simple. No, Miss Hall, Dumbledore's kind smile faded as he shook his head. You were too impatient. Perhaps basic spells come easily to you, but never underestimate the complexity of advanced magic. Ah! A second later, Audrey let out a belated scream of horror. She had just realized that her right arm and left leg were still left behind at her original spot. Meanwhile, Lilith was curled up comfortably on her detached leg, enjoying the sensation of fingers absent-mindedly stroking her fur. Omega. The sudden scream startled Lilith awake. The cat froze upon realizing that only a leg and an arm remained in front of her, and then immediately puffed up in terror. Oh. The scene was genuinely horrifying. A beautiful girl was indeed beautiful, but a dismembered beautiful girl. That was pure nightmare fuel. Don't just stand there, Edward. Bring her arm and leg over, Dumbledore instructed calmly. Professor, could you not say such terrifying things so casually? Edward sighed. You could have just used Accio or a levitation charm, you know. Despite his complaints, he still picked up Audrey's arm with his left hand and slung her leg over his right shoulder, looking like a serial killer caught in the act. Audrey's fear only deepened. A moment later, Dumbledore cast a healing spell, seamlessly restoring her to normal. She collapsed onto the sofa, still trembling, her face streaked with tears of lingering terror. Edward smirked, clearly enjoying himself. Audrey, you still have a lot to learn. She had no energy left to maintain her usual grace. She glared at him fiercely, her face pale and her heart still pounding. Magic was terrifying. Even scarier than taking potions. After the short-lived horror show, Edward resumed practicing apparition. However, with the fresh trauma of Audrey's failed attempt still in his mind, he found himself struggling with the third D, deliberation. No matter what he did, he couldn't stay calm. Finally, he turned to Dumbledore for help. Professor, the way you're teaching apparition, it doesn't seem much different from how the ministry instructors do it. But you're the greatest wizard, surely you have a special trick. A trick? Dumbledore, seated behind his desk, adjusted his half-moon spectacles. No, not really. When my teacher explained the method to me, I just learned it. Edward fell silent. This man was a natural-born genius. A living legend. A league of his own. Utterly untouchable. Actually, learning apparition is mostly about overcoming your own psychological barriers, Dumbledore added after some thought. The only reassurance I can give you is this, as long as I'm here, you don't have to worry about Splinching killing you. Edward's mind suddenly cleared. He gripped his wand, fixed his gaze on the space behind Fawkes, and spun. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right behind the phoenix, without any splinching. I did it. Audrey looked over enviously, her fingers twitching with the urge to try again. Excellent, Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Next, you'll need to practice imagining your destination instead of relying on direct sight. If you only apparate to places you can see, your range will be extremely limited. I've lifted the apparition restrictions between my office and the Hufflepuff common room, you can practice between these two locations freely. Understood, Professor. By the way, what happens if I try to apparate to a place I've never been to before? Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly. I strongly advise against it. Don't forget, the first D stands for destination. If you're unsure of your target location, the risk of splinching increases significantly. Got it, Professor. Crack. Edward vanished on the spot. About 10 seconds later, he walked back in through the door, smiling cheerfully at Audrey. See? It really is simple. Miss Justice puffed up her cheeks in frustration. Chapter 10, Return to the World of Mysteries. Dumbledore smiled gently. It's all right, Miss Hall. Although you failed just now, you clearly have an exceptional talent for apparition. Once you've learned more magic and mastered your internal magic flow, you'll be able to apparate naturally. Audrey beamed and thanked him sweetly. Thank you, Professor. Over the next 2 days, Edward took every opportunity to practice apparition, even when going to the bathroom. His progress was evident, and he quickly became more proficient. By the 3rd day, he was apparating frequently between the Hufflepuff Common Room and Hogsmeade. By the 5th day, he had ventured to Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley, and other locations. By then, he had fully mastered apparition. During this time, he had a private conversation with Dumbledore, selectively sharing some information about the Mysteries world. Dumbledore simply asked a few questions about potions, then nodded thoughtfully before dropping the topic. The night before returning to the Mysteries world. As the day of their return approached, both Edward and Audrey found themselves strangely disinterested in their studies. It was as if they had made a silent agreement to slack off. The two of them sat in the Quidditch stands, gazing at the forbidden forest in the distance. Edward was teasing Lilith with a small dried fish. The little cat leapt and pounced but could never quite catch it, growing so frustrated that she grabbed Edward's hand and started gnawing on it. We will make it back safely, right? Audrey inhaled deeply, her face filled with uncertainty. Edward tossed the dried fish into the air. Lilith sprang forward and caught it mid-air. He chuckled and asked, "You're only thinking about this now?" "It's not that," she admitted. "Before, I could only reassure myself by believing it. But now that it's actually happening tomorrow, I feel scared. There's a saying for that, near-home fear." Edward recalled a phrase he read in a Chinese book, then translated into Loanese. She tilted her head slightly. Was that the same language as the handwriting in Emperor Roselle's manuscripts? "Ah, how did you even guess that? Your sixth sense is way too sharp." "It wasn't a guess," she smirked. "I looked through all the books in your undetectable extension pouch. Aside from books in English and Ancient Latin, there were few in that language too. You can read Ancient Latin. If you want to understand more magical texts, Ancient Latin is basic knowledge, isn't it? Also, don't change the subject." Edward shrugged helplessly. All right, you got me. Yes, it's the same language from Roselle's manuscripts." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "I want to learn it." Edward flicked her raised hand down with a sigh. "Weren't you just having a near-home fear moment? What happened to that?" "The thought of being able to read the Emperor's manuscripts made my fear disappear," she said enthusiastically. "Now, I'm actually looking forward to it." "We'll talk about it next time," Edward muttered to himself. When she sees all of Roselle's romantic affairs and his taste of a demoness ain't bad comments, her worldview is going to shatter. "Oh, right." Edward suddenly smacked his forehead. "About my potions, do you have any suggestions?" "Well, I've only recently started exploring the path of the mystical, if it weren't for..." Audrey's heart skipped a beat. "Audrey, you almost blurted out the Tarot Club." "But, Edward has shared an entire world's worth of secrets with me. Would it really be right to keep the Tarot Club a secret from him? But I also promised Mr. Fool. Maybe, I could ask Mr. Fool for permission in the next tarot gathering. Maybe I could introduce Edward to the club too. Wait, it's already been 2 weeks since my last meeting. I've missed 2 gatherings in a row. Did they kick me out?" A whirlwind of thoughts flooded her mind before she took a deep breath and forced herself to focus. "I only became a Beyonder because of a friend's help," she finally said. "Speaking of which, that friend planned to take me to a gathering of Beyonders. There might be potion formulas available there." At that, her face darkened. "But, that was 2 weeks ago." Edward blinked in surprise. "Huh? Didn't I tell you?" he asked. "While we're in this world, time is practically frozen in yours. In other words, when we go back, it'll still be the same time as when you left." "Really?" Audrey's eyes widened in joy. A powerful wave of relief washed over her. "Yes. I didn't miss the tarot meeting. I wasn't kicked out." Edward continued, "But that reminds me, how am I supposed to leave your house after we return? I've mastered apparition, sure, but I can't apparate to places I've never been." "That's easy," Audrey said. "I'll have Susie stand guard outside. You can hide inside your extension pouch, then I'll switch places with you and sneak you out." She thought about it for a moment before adding, "Oh, and you don't have to worry too much about my father hunting you down." Edward raised an eyebrow. "Oh. I'll just convince him that you're an extraordinary friend I met. It was all just a misunderstanding, besides, you didn't do anything that outrageous." Edward cleared his throat and raised a hand. "Actually, I did." "What do you mean?" "I, kind of, blew up your room." Audrey's emerald green eyes were filled with confusion and shock. Edward briefly explained what had happened after she entered the extension pouch. "You really do think of everything," she said, though even she wasn't sure if it was genuine praise or sarcasm. Can it be restored with a repairing charm? If the damage isn't too severe, it should be possible, Edward said, his expression turning serious. But even though Reparo is just a basic spell, its effects are almost like reversing time. I wouldn't recommend using it so openly. Then I guess I'll just have to say goodbye to all my dresses, she said with a sudden laugh. Honestly, I've had enough of those cumbersome, restrictive gowns anyway. But I'm sure your parents will more than compensate for the loss by buying you even more dresses. That's the world of rich, after all. Audrey pursed her lips slightly. Thank you for reminding me. Edward burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. After 2 weeks in another world, Audrey's personality had undergone noticeable changes. Here, she didn't have to worry about how others perceived her or deal with the complexities of noble society. At the end of the day, she was still just a 17-year-old girl. However, the years of education and etiquette ingrained in her would likely resurface the moment she returned to her usual environment, restoring her as the brightest gem of Backlund. The next day, room of requirement, Hogwarts. Edward took out a small vial of polyjuice potion and sipped a bit, waiting for the transformation to take effect. Audrey watched curiously. The books say that the taste of polyjuice potion is different for everyone. What does mine taste like? Why don't you try it yourself? You. No way. It's definitely disgusting. Well, to be honest, the texture isn't great, but the taste isn't too weird. It's much better than the ones I've had before. As they spoke, Edward's body began to change. Soon, he had taken on Audrey's appearance, though his clothes now hung loosely on him. Even though I've seen this before, it's still amazing, like looking into a mirror. She reached out and poked his cheek with a finger. Ah, so my skin is this good. Edward pointed his wand at his clothes. Vestis mutatio. His wizard robes quickly transformed into a dress identical to Audrey's. She froze for a moment before puffing out her cheeks in protest. So you do know that spell? Edward immediately realized she was referring to the time when he made her change clothes. He quickly defended himself. The transfiguration effect of Vestis mutatio only lasts for half a day. I had no idea if I'd even be coming back, so changing manually was the safer option. Audrey narrowed her green eyes and locked onto his gaze. Her expression seemed to say, "Are you really going to lie in front of a spectator?" Edward coughed awkwardly and quickly averted his gaze, pretending to check their supplies. Ahem. We've got less than 30 minutes left. Did you bring everything? Just my wand, a few magic books, and 2 bags of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Edward raised an eyebrow. You actually like those? Of course not, she smirked. I'm bringing them for my friends. Her eyes gleamed mischievously as she thought of Annie, Hibbert, and Viscount Glaint, imagining their reactions when they tasted some of the special flavors. Edward chuckled. Well, best of luck to them. Audrey suddenly hesitated before asking, Are you sure you don't want to bring Lilith with us? It'll be 15 days before we can come back. Your world is too dangerous. I can't even guarantee my own safety, so it's better not to take any risks. Don't worry, I've already entrusted her to Professor McGonagall. Audrey sighed regretfully. I really wanted to introduce Lilith to Susie. After chatting for a bit longer, Audrey finally climbed into the extension pouch. Now, the vast room of requirement was empty, leaving Edward standing alone. He fixed his gaze on the clock on the wall, watching as the seconds ticked away. Merlin, please let everything go smoothly, he murmured. When the clock's hand struck 5, Edward's figure vanished into thin air. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 11, just a dog. This time, the transition wasn't as dramatic or intense as it had been 15 days ago when Edward traveled to the Harry Potter world. He merely felt a blur before his eyes, and the next moment, he was back in the room where he had left. The grayish-white void swiftly regained its colors, and time resumed its flow. A golden retriever, Susie, was staring at him. Is she still alive? Her back arched as she assumed a pouncing stance, her eyes filled with seriousness. When you used extraordinary abilities earlier, you always had to wave that stick. But just now, I confirmed that the stick wasn't on you. I don't want to hurt you, so tell me, where is Audrey? Edward silently pulled out his wand, the very one he had deliberately hidden in his sleeve before traveling, just in case. Susie. She instinctively took a step back, sticking out her tongue and putting on a foolishly innocent expression. Would you believe me if I said I'm just a dog? Edward couldn't help but laugh. Actually, I'm Audrey's friend. This was all just a misunderstanding. You're absolutely right. Seriously. I believe you. Edward rubbed his forehead. Is there still anyone watching outside? The Beyonders have all left. You're safe for now. Edward waved his wand, casting a muggle-repelling charm over the room. Then, he jumped off the bed and placed the extension pouch on the ground. Susie remained in the corner, watching him warily from the shadows. Her muscles were tense, showing she hadn't fully let her guard down. Are we really back? The moment Audrey climbed out of the pouch and saw the familiar surroundings, she let out a long breath. Only now did she truly feel relieved. But then, she frowned slightly. Backlund's air really needs some regulation. The air in the rich districts is already pretty good. You should visit the slums sometime. I will. Susie happily ran over. That's great, Audrey. You're safe. So this person really is your friend. That's right. Audrey smiled as she petted the golden fur around Susie's neck. Long time no see, Susie. Your Loanese has improved a lot. Susie, It's only been half an hour, though. Also, Audrey felt a little different. But her scent was the same. Are there any beyonders nearby? Susie wagged her tail, her energy returning. None in the villa, but as for farther away, I'm not sure. Do you want me to check? Go ahead. With practiced ease, she opened the door and dashed out at full speed. Edward walked to the extension pouch, placing one foot on the staircase inside. He turned to Audrey and said, I'll leave the rest to you. Audrey glanced inside the pouch, tilting her head. So this is what it looks like from the outside, huh? Don't worry, this secret will stay between the two of us. At most, Susie can be included. The pouch snapped shut, and darkness enveloped the space inside. Edward collapsed onto the couch and looked around. Feels a bit cramped. I should expand the space further, or maybe just ask old Dumbles to buy a suitcase from that Newt guy. Suddenly, he scratched his head in confusion. Wait, did I forget something? Inside the luxurious Hall family villa. Audrey had been waiting in her room for quite a while, yet no one came to check on her. Under normal circumstances, even if they wanted her to rest, they wouldn't completely ignore her like this. She decided to take the initiative. Father. In the living room, Earl Hall wore a stern expression as he spoke to her older brother, Hibbert Hall. Several maids stood at a distance, their heads lowered, silent as though afraid to make a sound. Hearing her voice, Earl Hall turned and asked, Audrey, why are you out here? Earl Hall immediately walked over and helped Audrey sit down. How are you feeling now? I'm fine. Don't worry, Audrey. We will catch that damned criminal. Hibbert declared furiously. This. Audrey felt helpless. If she told her father, that criminal is actually my friend, he would probably lose his mind. Father, I'd like to visit the church and pray for the goddess's blessing. May I? No. Earl Hall rejected her request without hesitation. What you need to do now is rest and wait for that scoundrel to be caught. But I still feel a little scared. Earl Hall's face softened with distress. Then I'll invite Archbishop St. Anthony to come over. He can bless you on behalf of the goddess. That won't be necessary, Father. Waiting a few days and going to church later will be the same. She lifted her skirt slightly and curtsied. I'll return to my room to rest now. You, escort Audrey back. Two maids accompanied Audrey back the way she had come. When they neared her room, one of them suddenly spoke up. Miss, how about switching to another room? A lot of people entered this one earlier, it needs to be cleaned. She turned to the other maid. Go clean it up. I don't think now is the time for cleaning. Why not? When do you think it should be done, then? Well, just, not now. Don't you agree? You have a point. Their strange conversation made Audrey pause, but then she suddenly recalled, before entering the extension pouch, Edward had cast a muggle-repelling charm on the room. The maids were clearly affected by the magic. Oh, no wonder I waited so long inside, and no one came in. But, she didn't know how to lift the spell. That's fine. You two can go back now, I'll head in myself. The two maids left without hesitation. As soon as Audrey pushed open the door and stepped into her room, Susie returned as well. Her fur was covered in bits of grass as if she had really gone out to play. Audrey, I spotted several extraordinary individuals. Thank you for your hard work, Susie. Susie happily wagged her tail, then glanced around. Is that person gone? Audrey patted the extension pouch she took from her coat. He's right here. He's really your friend. Why have I never seen him before? Well, it's a secret between the two of us. I'll tell you when I get the chance. She tilted her head in confusion. A secret. All right then. Audrey opened the pouch and called inside, Edward, you forgot to lift the muggle-repelling charm on my room. Now the maids can't even get close. Edward smacked his forehead. So that's what I forgot. My father won't let me leave the house for now, and there are still beyonders watching outside the villa, Audrey said apologetically. I'm sorry, but you might have to stay inside for a few days. I'll bring you meals every day, though. My family chefs are just as good as house elves. All right, no problem. Edward had no objections. Actually, I was just thinking, Susie could start roaming around the area more over the next couple of days. Gradually expand her range until those beyonders get used to seeing her. Once they drop their guard, she can take the pouch somewhere far from your house and let me out. Audrey clapped her hands lightly. Great idea. Susie, what do you think? Susie wagged her tail joyfully, her mouth curling into a grin. No problem at all. No one would ever suspect me. After all, I'm just a dog. Chapter 12, 1.5 meter. 3 days later. With a silk bow tied around her neck, Susie left the luxurious Hall family estate as usual, happily heading out for a day of play. Along the way, she chased bees and butterflies, her smooth golden fur quickly becoming a mess, covered in grass and dirt. When she grew tired, she found a sunlit patch of grass and took a long, comfortable nap. Around noon, while lying on the ground in a daze, Susie was suddenly drawn to a hunting dog passing by. Woof! 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 She sprang up and barked a few times before bolting after it. The two dogs chased each other excitedly, gradually leaving the Empress Burrow and entering the Cherwood Burrow. Just when the hunting dog was at the peak of its excitement, Susie suddenly turned around and left without warning. The poor dog stood frozen on the spot, looking as if it had just been heartlessly played by a cold-hearted woman. Up until now, Susie's usual range of activity had been within the Empress Burrow, an area populated by nobles and wealthy individuals. However, the Cherwood Burrow was clearly different, mostly inhabited by commoners, with a much higher population density and a more chaotic mix of people. She remained alert the entire way, ensuring she hadn't drawn any unwanted attention before slipping into a deserted alleyway. Once there, she untied the hidden extension pouch from her bow, using both her mouth and paws to undo the knot. Edward, who had been waiting at the entrance of the staircase inside the pouch, leapt out the moment it was opened. Without wasting time, he picked up the pouch and stuffed it into his coat. He was now dressed in a gray trench coat over a white shirt, with a black silk top hat perched on his head. Crouching in front of Susie, Edward pulled out a piece of dried chicken meat and handed it to her. Thanks, Susie. Now hurry back and be careful. Susie happily took the treat in her mouth, wagging her tail before trotting off. Phew. Edward let out a long breath. Finally free. First, I need to find a place to stay, then figure out what to do next. He pulled out a stack of banknotes, 2,000 gold pounds in total, given to him by Audrey before he left. As expected of the Tarot Club's angel investor and a true rich lady. So this is what it feels like to have a powerful backer. Truly, relying on the rich is a short-term thrill, but relying on them every day, that's eternal bliss. Klein, the god of poverty, must be crying in the bathroom right now. Edward counted out 20 gold pounds and stashed the rest back into the pouch. Based on the cost of living in the mysteries world, as long as he didn't splurge on luxury goods or extraordinary items, this amount would last him quite a while. Just to be safe, let's cast a Protego spell. Pressing down the brim of his hat, he stepped out of the alleyway. In an instant, the world before him opened up. At this moment, the city known as the City of Hope, Backlund, unfolded before his eyes. Empress Burrow, the Hall family's luxurious estate. Several members of the Church of the Evernight were questioning the maids about the events 3 days ago. However, all of them claimed that they had been too frightened at the time and couldn't remember what the criminal looked like. Father. Audrey entered the room, holding a piece of artwork in her hands. I heard you were going to create a wanted poster for the criminal. I have a very clear memory of his face, and I also happen to be skilled at drawing, so. She handed the painting to Earl Hall. I hope this helps. Excellent. Earl Hall unfolded the paper, his mustache twitching slightly as he examined the portrait. Then, he looked up at his daughter. Are you sure he looked like this? I'm sure, Father. The two exchanged glances for a few seconds. Then, Earl Hall handed the portrait to one of the red gloves. Since Audrey has already drawn the suspect's face, we can end the questioning here. The other methods you mentioned are no longer necessary. Understood, Lord Hall. We will do everything we can to catch him as soon as possible. The red gloves quickly took the portrait and left. Earl Hall sipped his red tea leisurely, then casually asked, Audrey, do you still wish to visit the Church of the Evernight to seek the goddess's blessing? Yes, Father. May I go out now? Then I'll go tomorrow. I'll return to my room now, thank you, Father. Neither of them said much, yet both understood each other perfectly. Audrey stepped out of the drawing room and let out a soft sigh. Susie, do you think what I did was wrong? Susie wagged her tail, her face full of innocence. Cherwood Burrow, a cheap inn. Edward completed the check-in process and entered his cramped room, which was barely 10 square meters. The furnishings were simple: a wooden single bed, a worn-out desk, a chair with a broken leg, a coat rack, and a small stove. The window was tightly shut, probably to keep the dust in the air from getting inside. The reason he hadn't chosen a better place was simple: whether it was a high-end hotel or a long-term rental, both required identification. And right now, he was an undocumented person. But I didn't come here for a vacation either. Edward removed his hat and took off his trench coat, hanging them neatly before sitting at the desk with a notebook in hand. This time, I have 3.5 objectives. First, to choose a suitable pathway for myself. Second, to obtain its formula. Third, to consume the potion. As for that remaining half, Edward bit the tip of his steel pen, a smile appearing on his face. That would be meeting our protagonist, the great fool, Klein. Anyone who had read Lord of the Mysteries would likely agree on one thing: Klein was undoubtedly a good person, in every sense of the word. Having someone like that as an ally was as reassuring as it could get. In the future, when he becomes a true pillar, Edward might even be able to ride along and secure an easy path to angelhood. But of course, that was a matter for later. He flipped to his previous notes. Based on my last round of analysis, my potential potion choices are hunter, lawyer, warrior, seer, and apprentice. But these are just my own preferences. In reality, if luck isn't on my side, I might not even come across any of them for months. Edward let out a long sigh. I guess I'll start by checking what formulas I can find at a Beyonder gathering. Plans never keep up with changes anyway. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Sir, I'm from the inn staff. We've just made a fresh batch of desi pies, would you like to try some? Desi pies. That was a well-known dish frequently mentioned in the original novel. Edward's eyes lit up as he eagerly strode over and pulled open the door, only to find no one outside. Huh. Before he could react, a small figure swiftly maneuvered past him, slipping into the room with agile footwork. In the next instant, a fist was swinging toward the back of Edward's head. Bang. The small but solid punch stopped just 10 centimeters away from Edward, blocked by an invisible shield. A moment later, the force of the attack was rebounded back with equal strength. A Beyonder. The intruder gasped in shock and immediately retreated. Stupefy. 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 Edward fired 3 consecutive stunning spells, but the small figure dodged each one. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, the intruder kicked off the ground and attempted to smash through the window. However, the leg of the nearby table twisted unnaturally, transforming into a chain that coiled around the person's right leg. Petrificus totalis. The full-body bind curse struck true, freezing the intruder in place. Edward shouted, "Who are you, and why did you attack me?" The small figure gritted his teeth, forcefully shaking off the effects of the body-binding curse. He pulled out a sharp 3-edged dagger, slashed through the chain around his leg, and hurled it toward Edward with full force before dashing toward the window. Arg. The next second, the intruder let out a pained cry as he crashed heavily onto the desk, then tumbled to the floor. The glass window, at some point, had turned into a solid iron plate. Incarcerus. Petrificus totalis. Expelliarmus. Oh no. I'm screwed. The intruder felt his entire body freeze, his limbs turning numb. He could no longer move a muscle. Edward snorted coldly. You think I can't do anything if you refuse to talk? Legilimens. Without hesitation, he cast the legilimency spell. Just then, a translucent figure phased through the wall and grabbed the immobilized intruder. Door. In an instant, both of their figures blurred and faded into near invisibility, then vanished completely. Edward stood frozen in place. Was that Furs and Zio? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. And, 1 extra chapter for every 10 reviews or 70 POW stones. Chapter 13, Thrilling Game of Tarot. Damn it, why did they attack me? Edward was utterly baffled. He had only just left the Hall family's mansion, he hadn't even done anything yet. Wait. Zio's main job was mediating and arbitrating disputes among the lower and middle classes, but she also took on bounty tasks to earn gold pounds. Could it be that Earl Hall had already put a bounty on him? But wasn't Audrey supposed to help obscure the truth? Had she not had the chance to act yet? No, this place was no longer safe. Edward immediately erased all traces of his presence in the room, then apparat to a small alley he had passed earlier. He quickly cast a disillusionment charm over himself. He had tested the disillusionment charm with Audrey before. As long as spirit vision wasn't activated, even a sequence 9 like her wouldn't be able to see him. Back then, Susie had only noticed him because she first caught the scent of an unfamiliar person and then used spirit vision to confirm his presence. Moving swiftly through the crowd, Edward plucked a few hairs from a couple of random passers-by with unremarkable faces. He then ducked into a deserted alley, took out a fresh batch of polyjuice potion, dropped in the hair, and reluctantly drank it down. Ugh. The ordinary people taste absolutely disgusting. When he stepped out again, his appearance had completely changed to that of a nondescript, forgettable face. Wandering aimlessly for several blocks, he finally reached an area near the Backlund Bridge and found another cheap inn. By the time he was settled in, he was completely exhausted. As he collapsed onto the bed, he muttered to himself. If they can still track me down after all this, I might have no choice but to leave Backlund. Furs and Zio's apartment. As soon as she got home, Furs flopped onto the plush sofa, letting out a lazy, contented sigh. Nothing beats lying down. Zio, still sore all over from the earlier confrontation, frowned as she asked. Why were you even there? Furs, eyes closed, responded as if she were half asleep. I was out looking for inspiration and just happened to see you enter that inn, so I followed you in. Hey, you. Out looking for inspiration. Furs tried to sit up and refute the accusation with righteous indignation, but after several failed attempts, she simply gave up and admitted. Fine. I was avoiding my editor's demands for my manuscript. And also, I needed to buy cigarettes. If you don't submit your draft soon, will you even have money for next quarter's rent? Don't worry, I'm almost done. Furs lit a cigarette with practiced elegance, taking a leisurely puff before lazily remarking. By the way, I did just save you back there. And all you're doing is nagging me. No, thank you. Zio clenched her fists, still furious. The client didn't provide any details about the target, and the bounty wasn't even that high. I just assumed it was an ordinary person. She gritted her teeth. I'm definitely going to settle this with him. Furs raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, Viscount Glaint just contacted me. He wants us to arrange a meeting soon so he and Miss Audrey can attend a Beyonder gathering. Let's do it tomorrow, then. Just as she habitually reached for her triple-edged dagger, Zio suddenly froze. Shit, I left my dagger with that Beyonder back there. I heard that some of them can use personal belongings to track people. The two girls exchanged looks, the air between them growing heavy. After a long silence, Furs sighed and shrugged. Guess I was right not to worry about rent after all. A few seconds later, she added casually. Time to move. Cheap inn. Edward never had any intention of tracking down Furs and Zio. After all, they had just fought. If he suddenly showed up at their door, they'd probably think he was there for revenge. Furs might even waste another Stone of Traveler's bracelet on him. Forget it. I'll just get a good night's sleep first. The next day. Fully rested, Edward woke up feeling refreshed. After washing up, he brought to the designated meeting spot and found a letter hidden within a tree crevice. 2 p.m. The note only contained a time, but Edward immediately understood. Audrey was letting him know that she would be leaving the house at 2 p.m. to attend a Beyonder gathering. This was his cue to meet up with her when the opportunity arose. I remember Audrey's first extraordinary gathering was one arranged by Furs and Zio, hosted by Mr. A. Mr. A was one of the 22 oracles of the Aurora Order, a dangerously unhinged, mad beauty. In the early to mid stages of the original story, he was incredibly active and an extremely dangerous figure. But then again, Mr. A is more of a fanatic. Everything he does is in service of his god. As long as it doesn't involve his deity, he actually knows how to act with some restraint. It's best to keep a respectful distance and avoid provoking him. Back at the inn, Edward finally had the chance to try the famous Desi pie, something he had been looking forward to for a while. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the inn's mediocre culinary skills, the taste left him rather disappointed. Alongside the Desi pie were a few pieces of dessert and a cup of black tea. He took a small bite of everything before setting them aside. Even though he had transmigrated into a Brit's body, he had no fondness for baked beans and bland food. Rather, his taste buds still leaned towards his original preference. To him, the highest praise for a dessert was that it was not too sweet, but the ones in front of him were so cloyingly sugary that they made his teeth ache. He recalled that Klein had quite the sweet tooth. Since there was still plenty of time, Edward decided to head out and find something else to eat. The moment he stepped out of the inn, a small, scrawny child came limping toward him, pursued by a group of thuggish-looking men. They were clearly furious, their expressions menacing. Stop right there, you little brat. Edward hesitated for a brief moment before subtly waving the wand hidden in his sleeve. Instantly, the men seemed to crash into an invisible barrier, stumbling over each other in a tangled heap. The boy seized the opportunity to flee, disappearing into the crowd. Damn, if things like this happen even on the streets near Empress Borough, I can't even imagine the chaos in the slums. And they call this the Land of Hope. More frustratingly, this disorder was likely orchestrated by the King of Loan himself to aid in his ascension to the Black Emperor. As a citizen under such a ruler, what sheer bad luck. Edward wandered through the streets, sampling all sorts of so-called authentic Loanese street food. By the end of his impromptu food tour, he had only one thought. Eat, 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 I'll just keep eating. No food of Backlund is safe from my clutches, ha ha ha. When noon arrived, he found a cafe and settled in, deciding to stay there until the evening. Sir, here is your coffee and ice cream. Just as the waiter placed his order on the table, a small figure suddenly crawled out from beneath it. The boy stared longingly at the ice cream, gulping audibly, none other than the same limping child from earlier. He couldn't have been more than 10 years old, dressed in tattered clothes, with a newspaper boy's cap perched on his head. Here, take it. Edward handed over the ice cream without hesitation. The boy's eyes lit up as he eagerly grabbed it and started licking away with delight. Edward, on the other hand, picked up a copy of the Daily Observer and flipped through it absent-mindedly. The newspaper focused primarily on local affairs and common people's issues, with some sections reading like short stories straight out of Story Club. Sir, the boy suddenly spoke up after finishing his ice cream. From somewhere, Edward wasn't sure where, he pulled out a deck of tarot cards. I happen to know a bit of tarot divination. Would you like to try, sir? Edward chuckled and reached out his hand. If Klein had been the one saying this, he might have been truly intrigued. But from a limping kid, this was probably nothing more than a child's game. Wait. His smile froze. A limping child. Loves ice cream. Tarot cards. Why did this combination of keywords seem oddly familiar? No way. Isn't this exactly like the plotline with that doctor in the original novel? Then that would mean this boy was, Septon, the Snake of Mercury. Without hesitation, Edward retracted his hand. On second thought, maybe not. The boy blinked, clearly confused. You don't trust me. It's not that. Edward shook his head, forcing a smile. I just think that fate is meant to be unpredictable. If I learn about the future in advance, wouldn't that make life a bit dull? The boy was taken aback for a moment before nodding slowly. You make a good point. All right, I have some matters to attend to. You can have this coffee if you want. Edward picked up his hat, gave the boy a polite nod, then turned and left the cafe. Good luck, sir, the boy called after him. He remained seated even after Edward had disappeared from view. A moment later, he murmured to himself in a dazed tone. Should I wait another 5 years, or follow the original fate? After leaving the cafe, Edward aimlessly wandered through several more streets before finally using apparition to teleport near the Hall family's mansion. That was way too damn scary. To be honest, Septon hadn't exactly been portrayed as a villain in the original work. If Edward were just an ordinary transmigrator, he would have leapt at the opportunity to get close to such a powerful figure. But with his secret of transmigrating every 15 days, that was the kind of anomaly that would undoubtedly pique the interest of gods and angels alike. Someone like the Snake of Mercury. Best to stay as far away as possible. Good thing I ran when I did. Edward took off his hat and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just then, a light piece of paper drifted out from the hat. On reflex, he caught it, only to instantly fling it away as if it had burned him. It was a paper crane. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 14, The Modest Yet Lavish Life of the Wealthy. At 2 p.m., a carriage departed from the Hall family's mansion, heading northward through the city before making its way toward St. Samuel Cathedral. Edward initially followed from a distance, but as soon as he saw the carriage heading toward the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, he wisely chose not to continue trailing it. Instead, he positioned himself at a key intersection where the carriage would have to pass on its return journey. A few hours later, the carriage reappeared, heading back toward Empress Borough. However, this time, it did not take the same route home. Instead, it turned at an intersection and stopped in front of another luxurious mansion. Outside the mansion, carriages arrived one after another, and elegantly dressed young men and women entered in pairs. It seemed a noble ball was being held inside. Audrey stepped gracefully out of the carriage, dressed in an exquisite gown, assisted by her maid, Annie. A gentleman in a meticulously tailored suit greeted her with a polite air kiss on the back of her hand before escorting her inside. Trailing behind Audrey was Susie, who suddenly turned around and barked 3 times in rapid succession. Edward, having already changed his appearance, immediately understood the signal. He swiftly approached and cast a Confundus charm to fool the doorman, slipping into the ball unnoticed. As expected, the moment he entered the courtyard, he saw Susie wagging her tail, waiting for him. Weaving through the lively crowd, Susie led him upstairs to a quiet bedroom. Once at the door, she barked twice more. The door soon opened, revealing Audrey, now dressed in a black hooded cloak. Her face lit up with a smile. Good evening, Edward. If not for Susie, I wouldn't have recognized you at all. Her tone was cheerful. Good evening. The moment Edward stepped into the room, his gaze landed on Annie, who was fast asleep on the bed. What happened to her? He asked. Audrey playfully twirled a white agate-like bone wand between her fingers. Just a sleeping charm, saves us a lot of trouble. With a light step, she retreated and pulled up her hood, allowing a thin black veil to conceal her beautiful features. You should put on a cloak too. Glaint is already waiting for us. Edward adjusted his cloak but couldn't help but ask, did your family put a bounty on me? Yesterday, not long after I checked into an inn, someone came knocking. Huh. Audrey looked genuinely puzzled. But I gave my father a completely different portrait of you. That's strange. She suddenly covered her mouth in realization. Could it have been my brother? Did he put out a bounty before my father even made a move? I'm so sorry, Edward. It's fine, Edward reassured her. I'll just avoid going out too much for a while. And when I do, I'll make sure to take some polyjuice potion first. Let's go. Susie, watch over Annie, all right? Woof. The two of them left the bedroom through a hidden passage and made their way downstairs to the side entrance of the Viscount's estate, where a carriage was already waiting. Wow, your outfit is really, as Emperor Roselle would say, very cool. Viscount Glaint, who was also dressed in a similar hooded cloak, couldn't help but admire Audrey's attire. Thank you, Audrey said with a light curtsy, lifting her cloak slightly in an elegant gesture. And this is? Glaint's gaze shifted to Edward. This is my good friend, Edward, Audrey introduced smoothly. Like us, he is also an enthusiast of the mystical arts. A pleasure to meet you. Glaint extended his hand, and Edward shook it briefly. The three of them boarded the carriage. Without hesitation, Audrey took a seat beside Edward, further piquing Glaint's curiosity about his identity. Mr. Edward, he inquired casually, may I ask, where do you hail from? Edward is from an ancient kingdom, Audrey answered on his behalf. He only arrived in Backlund recently. Even as she spoke, she couldn't help but think to herself, Audrey, you've reached the point where you can lie without even blinking. Oh. Glaint frowned slightly. If that's the case, then how did Audrey come to know him? By the way, Audrey continued smoothly, Edward currently doesn't have a place to stay. Could you help arrange something for him? Of course. I'd be happy to. Glaint proceeded to ask Edward about his preferences regarding the size, location, and furnishings of his residence. Though Edward repeatedly emphasized that he was fine with something simple since he lived alone, Audrey insisted otherwise. In the end, Glaint decided to find him a small, detached house with a garden in Empress Borough, one that would cost at least £2 a week in rent. So this is what it's like to be rich, pretty damn nice. Glaint then brought up the topic of hiring a butler and servants, but Edward firmly refused. As a wizard, he could handle cleaning and organizing with just a few spells, he had no interest in surrounding himself with people who would constantly be watching him. About 10 minutes later, the carriage entered a secluded neighborhood and stopped in front of an unassuming house. Standing outside were two figures, one tall and one short. They were none other than Furs and Zio. Furs had slightly curled chestnut hair, and her light blue eyes carried a natural air of laziness. A cigarette rested between her long, slender fingers. Zio, on the other hand, was much shorter, barely over 150 centimeters. She had delicate, soft features, shoulder-length messy blonde hair, and was dressed in a traditional knight's training outfit. At first glance, her appearance seemed a bit mismatched, but the longer one looked, the more she exuded an oddly mature yet childlike charm. Sorry for not notifying you in advance, Audrey said as they approached. This is my friend Edward. He's also looking for an opportunity to step into the world of Beyonders. Good evening, ladies. Good evening. Since Edward had altered his appearance, neither Furs nor Zio recognized him. His plan was to reveal his identity after the gathering and finally get an answer from Zio about why she had attacked him back then. Without further conversation, Zio stepped forward and knocked on the wooden door, 3 long taps followed by 2 short ones. With a creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a dimly lit room filled with people sitting sporadically. Most wore wide robes with hoods or masks, concealing their features, while a few remained uncovered, not bothering to hide their identities. Audrey immediately switched into spectator mode. It had been quite a while since she last fully immersed herself in this state. The presence of Edward had interrupted her usual observations, yet oddly enough, she now felt as though she had digested a large portion of her potion. It seems we have a new guest today. The voice came from a man seated on a single-person sofa. He wore a black robe and a hood that shrouded his face in shadow. His gaze, calm yet oppressive, swept over the newcomers from a position of superiority. The moment Audrey met his eyes, goosebumps ran down her arms. I really don't like the way this man looks at people. Edward instinctively stepped forward, blocking her from Mr. A's line of sight. He removed his hat and offered a slight bow. That's Mr. A, Furs whispered. A powerful Beyonder and the host of tonight's secret gathering. Audrey unconsciously compared him to the Fool, but immediately dismissed the thought. The Fool is a great existence on the level of a deity. How could some mere Mr. Even be mentioned in the same breath? She could attend a gathering hosted by such a great being every week, how wonderful. At the next Tarot Club meeting, she must ask the fool if Edward could join as well. Noticing Audrey's disregard for Mr. A, Zio solemnly warned, many Sequence 8s, and even some Sequence 7 Beyonders, have tried to target A, but in the end, they all vanished without a trace. As they conversed, the four of them entered the house, and the doorman immediately shut the door behind them. After adjusting to the dim gaslight inside, Zio led them to two large blackboards standing upright, both filled with handwritten requests from the gathering's members. These are the needs of the members. As you can imagine, many people prefer to keep their possessions secret to avoid being targeted by greedy individuals. So instead, they write anonymously about what they wish to buy or sell, along with general pricing and item details. Audrey quickly scanned the board, internally marveling at how cheap everything seemed. Unfortunately, aside from 3 pages of Emperor Roselle's notes, there was nothing she particularly needed. Thinking about how she could now learn what these notes contained from Edward before handing them over to the fool, she became even more excited. Tugging at Edward's sleeve, she pulled him closer and asked, "There's a Sequence 8 Sheriff potion formula here. Do you need it?" Sheriff belonged to the Arbiter pathway. The person who needed it the most here was likely Zio. Edward shook his head and took a small sip of Polyjuice potion before whispering, "I'm looking for formulas for Hunter, Lawyer, Warrior, Seer, and Apprentice. All of them. Whichever one I come across first, I'll take. I haven't decided which pathway to follow yet." "That works. They're not too expensive anyway." At the side, Furs was experiencing an existential crisis, so this was what it meant to be rich. Even if she wrote non-stop for an entire year, she wouldn't be able to earn a few hundred gold pounds. And besides, on cloudy days, she had to rest. On rainy days, she had to rest. If the fog was too thick, she had to rest. And when a rare sunny day came, she had to rest even more, so how could she possibly write for an entire year? Wait a minute, did he just say he wanted the apprentice formula? Zio, however, wasn't overthinking it. She leaned in close to Audrey and whispered, "Is there anything you want?" "For now, just Emperor Roselle's notes. I admire him. I believe the unique runes, or rather, characters, he created contain mystical power. We just haven't discovered the right way to combine them yet." As Audrey spoke, she sneaked a glance at Edward. Sure enough, she saw him raising an eyebrow at her as if to say, "You're getting better at the art of shamelessness." Atta girl. She puffed up her cheeks and glared back at him. At that moment, a young man in a white shirt and black vest sitting nearby suddenly became excited. "Yes. Exactly. I've finally found someone who shares my view. I'm the owner of those 3 pages of notes, I can sell them to you right now." Audrey was momentarily stunned but then responded with a smile, "Then allow me to express my gratitude." After obtaining the 3 pages, she carefully examined them, as if verifying their authenticity. The young man immediately protested, "I still want to live. How could I dare sell fake goods at Mr. A's gathering?" Zio flexed her fingers, eager to try something. "If there really is an issue, I can help you arbitrate it privately." "Thank you." Audrey re-entered her spectator state, though Mr. A's aggressive gaze made her incredibly uncomfortable. Just then, one of A's attendants approached them and said in a low voice, "You may write your requests on paper and hand them to me. During the break, you may also use the side rooms to write down the items you wish to sell on the board." After a brief exchange, everyone handed in their written requests. Audrey asked for another spectator formula, Viscount Glaint requested the apothecary formula, and Edward wrote down all the formulas he wanted. Zio clearly desired the sheriff formula but unfortunately had no money. Seeking spectator and telepathist potion formulas. Price negotiable in person. Looking to purchase apothecary potion formula at a high price. Seeking hunter and lawyer potion formulas. Looking to purchase seer potion formula. After the attendant read out all the requests, another one came over holding a stack of papers. First, he handed one to Audrey. Then, to the surprise of everyone present, he dumped 6 or 7 sheets into Edward's hands. "I have the lawyer formula. Hunter formula, minimum 300 gold pounds. Seer formula plus all required materials, package deal for 900 gold pounds. I have the warrior formula. Let's discuss in person. I have the formula and the materials you need. Apprentice formula, won't sell for less than 400 gold pounds. Note, if you guys want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eiseblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 15, Win-Win Situation. Edward was stunned. Wasn't potion formula supposed to be rare and hard to come by? Then why did it seem like whatever he wanted just fell right into his hands? What kind of ridiculous luck was this? Wait, luck. Suddenly, he recalled the last words that the limping boy had said to him. "Good luck, sir." Could it be that the boy had somehow bestowed good fortune upon him? What's wrong? After politely declining Mr. A's kind offer of other potion formulas, Audrey curiously leaned in. "Here. Your luck is way too good." Audrey could no longer maintain her spectator state. At the same time, a strong sense of vigilance rose within her. Such exaggerated good luck was absolutely abnormal in the world of mysticism. Her expression turned serious as she began considering how she could seek the fool's help later. "My suggestion is to ignore them and leave as soon as the gathering ends." But if this really was luck bestowed by the Snake of Mercury, wouldn't it be a waste to just walk away? Had he known this would happen, he might as well have asked directly which pathway he should choose. Should he find an excuse to go to the restroom and use the paper crane to ask? That crane had been sitting in his pocket for ages. He had debated over whether to keep it or not and ultimately decided to hold onto it. After all, he still didn't know why Septon had taken an interest in him. Keeping the crane at least ensured the possibility of future communication. Meanwhile, Viscount Glaint, who had been waiting in vain for someone to trade with him, was feeling rather disappointed. But then, he turned his head and saw Audrey whispering closely with Edward. A close friend like this wouldn't just appear out of nowhere. Did Audrey find him outside? Hiss. She even arranged for him to stay in a house several kilometers away. Is it for convenience? Does Earl Hall even know about this? This is simply unbelievable. His gossipy instincts flared up, and his mind immediately conjured up all sorts of scandalous and melodramatic stories. But in the end, all his thoughts condensed into one sentence. Oh, poor Earl Hall. On the other side, Edward had already made up his mind. He didn't have time to wait around. He had to seize this opportunity. "If I don't have enough money, I might need to borrow some from you," he said, feeling a little awkward. "Consider it payment for teaching me English and magic," Audrey replied casually. Since Edward had already decided, she didn't press further. Instead, she heightened her vigilance, fully immersing herself in her spectator state, keenly observing everyone's every move. "Ugh, don't even mention it. In your world, Beyonders have way too much resistance to magic. I can't even knock Susie down, it's so frustrating. Magic isn't just for combat. Many spells are incredibly useful and convenient." Over the next hour, Edward met with 4 different individuals one-on-one, negotiating fiercely. In the end, he successfully acquired the formulas for Hunter and Lawyer, as well as both the formula and materials for Warrior and Seer. Just as he was about to meet with the person selling the apprentice formula, Furs approached him. "Actually, I have the apprentice formula too," she admitted, lightly brushing a strand of her wavy hair behind her ear, still somewhat hesitant. "As for the ingredients, I still have some auxiliary materials left over from before. I also know where to buy the main ingredients, so." Edward immediately understood. "Got it. I'll come find you after the gathering ends." I know this is asking a lot, but could you lend me 450 gold pounds in advance? Don't worry, I'll hand over the formula and the materials as soon as we get back. And I'll sell it to you for less than anyone else would. Deal. Since he was going to buy it anyway, of course, he'd go for the cheaper option. Even though Furs was a notorious slacker, her reliability wasn't in question. In less than one night, the 2,000 gold pounds Audrey had given him were completely spent. Edward had successfully transformed from a wealthy man into a pauper, as if he had just ridden a financial roller coaster. Fortunately, he didn't feel too much about it. He had never experienced the struggle of scraping together pennies like Klein had. At least these formulas and the materials I don't need can still be resold for money. Half an hour later, the gathering finally came to an end, and people began to leave one after another. Just as Edward reached the door, one of Mr. A's attendants approached him and handed him another slip of paper. "This is a gift from Mr. A. He hopes to see you again next time." Unfolding the note, Edward's eyes widened slightly. It was the formula for Secret Supplicant. Great. Edward rubbed his temples. Collecting multiple formulas at once had definitely caught A's attention. No, more accurately, it had caught everyone's attention. Would he be targeted after this? As soon as he stepped outside, he voiced his concerns to the group. Zio and Furs, who had originally planned to leave separately, immediately changed their minds. "We'll go back with you." On the way back, everyone remained extremely cautious, but thankfully, the journey was smooth and uneventful. Upon returning to Viscount Glaint's villa, Edward left with Furs and Zio. Audrey had originally intended to go with them, but Glaint blocked her way with the excuse, "It's too late, the Earl will be worried." Internally, he was muttering to himself, "My dear cousin, the Earl knows you're at my place, but if I stand by and watch as you stay out all night with a man, who knows if he'll take it out on me." Near Backlund Bridge. This was the new apartment Furs and Zio had just rented yesterday. As soon as they stepped inside, Furs casually handed Zio a slip of paper, as if she were offering a cigarette. "Here, it's for you." Zio took the note in confusion, but the moment she read it, she jumped up in shock, though, unfortunately, she still wasn't as tall as Furs. You bought it. You've been an arbiter for almost a year now. You should be able to advance to sheriff soon. If you miss this chance, who knows how long you'll have to wait." Zio was both excited and anxious. "But the money is a loan, make sure you earn it back and pay me." Zio immediately clenched her small fists, psyching herself up. "I'll pay you back as soon as I collect the bounty on that guy at the inn." Edward. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat twice. Furs quickly went to the table, picked up a pen and paper, and said apologetically, "Right, I'll write down the formula for you now. Is there a washroom?" Since leaving the gathering, Edward hadn't taken any more polyjuice potion. By now, the effect was about to wear off, so he needed to go to the bathroom to pretend to remove his disguise. "To be honest, I was in disguise when I attended the gathering," he admitted. "After spending the evening together, I think we can be considered friends now. And friends shouldn't keep secrets from each other." That statement was half true. Making friends was genuine. But revealing his true appearance had two purposes. One was to find out who had put a bounty on him, and the other was simply that he didn't have enough polyjuice potion to maintain this face indefinitely. In the wizarding world, there were three main ways to change one's appearance. The most common was polyjuice potion, but it was difficult to brew and time-consuming to prepare. The second method was being a metamorphmagus, but that was an innate ability. The third and most difficult method was using transfiguration to alter one's appearance, however, that required an extremely high level of mastery, and as far as Edward knew, only Gellert Grindelwald had ever achieved it. By the way, Edward added before heading inside, "No matter what you see in a moment, don't act impulsively." Furs was confused. What does he mean by that? Maybe he's so ugly it makes people want to throw up, Zio speculated. A few minutes later, Edward stepped out of the washroom. "You're so young." Furs had barely finished her thought when Zio, without hesitation, grabbed the nearest chair and hurled it at him. However, before the chair could hit him, it transformed into a venomous snake, coiling around her wrist and flicking its tongue at her. Shocked, Zio instinctively let go, flinging the snake away. But the next second, she was already looking around for another weapon. "Stop, stop, stop. I already told you, don't act impulsively." Furs was still trying to make sense of the situation. "What's going on, Zio?" Zio stepped in front of Furs, her eyes fixed warily on Edward. "He's the guy from the inn." Edward raised both hands. "If I really wanted revenge, I had countless chances to attack you both earlier, didn't I? And even if you don't trust me, you should at least trust Audrey, right?" The two women exchanged glances but didn't lower their guard. Zio said coldly, "How do I know you won't kill us to silence us after revealing your true face?" Edward chuckled. "How do you know this face is even real?" He turned to Zio with a smirk. "Miss Zio, I simply want to know who's trying to target me. If you're willing, I'd appreciate it if you could tell me. I only received the arbitration request at a pub. The client claimed you had committed serious offenses and wanted you captured as soon as possible," Zio explained. Edward thought for a moment before asking, "Is there any way to find out who issued the request?" "They were anonymous, unless..." Zio's eyes suddenly lit up. "If I turn you in?" Zio's expression was completely serious. "Think about it, if you let me hand you over, I get the bounty, and you find out who wants to capture you. It's a win-win situation." Edward rolled his eyes. "Oh, sure, I sell myself, and you get all the money. Win-win. More like you win twice." Zio scratched her messy hair and reconsidered. "All right then, how about we split the bounty 50-50? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 16, First Encounter. Furs lightly knocked on Zio's head. "The gold pounds for your sheriff potion were advanced by Mr. Edward. Stop thinking about scamming him." She turned to Edward and gave him an apologetic bow. "Mr. Edward, I apologize on behalf of Zio. It's fine. I didn't lose anything, after all. Besides, when I'm strong enough one day, I might actually consider trying Zio's plan," Edward said casually. Then, he took out a tri-bladed dagger and handed it back to her. "Here, this is yours." Zio took it back, then asked curiously, "Haven't you already taken some kind of potion and gained beyonder abilities? Why do you still need to buy formulas?" "They're for some friends of mine. Otherwise, why would I be buying so many at once?" Furs and Zio suddenly understood. That explanation made much more sense. Before long, Edward had obtained the apprentice potion formula along with some auxiliary ingredients. After arranging to return in 2 days for the main ingredients, he bid them farewell. Only after he left did Furs let out a long sigh of relief. She flopped onto the sofa, exhausted. "Ah, I'm so tired, this sofa is way too hard. I really miss my old one. Just then, Zio's expression turned serious. Furs, you don't seriously believe everything that guy just said, do you? You were the one who... Furs was stunned at first, then suddenly gasped. Wait, were you faking it just now? Zio gave her a look of utter disappointment. I've told you so many times, the Beyonder world is dangerous. The more easily you trust people, the worse your end will be. But, what could he possibly want from the two of us? My daily 100-word writing habit, or your 1.5-meter height. Wait. Furs suddenly sat up in alarm. Did we just move for nothing? My deposit money. Cheap inn, Cherwood Borough. Edward sat on the bed, hesitating as he held the paper crane in his hands. If I just write on it directly, wouldn't that be too obvious? I have no reason to know about this thing in the first place. He recalled that in the original novel, after the doctor received the paper crane, he was able to meet him in a dream. Maybe I should try that too. Placing the paper crane on his pillow, Edward lay down and attempted to sleep. Unfortunately, without a dream incantation, the more he tried, the more awake he became. In the end, he had to take a sip of dreamless sleep potion before he finally drifted off. His last thought before losing consciousness was, I wonder, will dreamless sleep potion make me actually dreamless? Endless darkness slowly faded away, and Edward found himself standing in a desolate plain. The ground beneath him was made of pitch-black stone, completely devoid of grass or vegetation. In the center of this wasteland stood a black spire, towering ominously. Wrapped around it was a massive silver-white serpent, a creature so large that its body coiled around the tower multiple times. The serpent had no physical scales, only an intricate array of patterns and symbols etched across its body. These markings interlocked to form a series of rotating wheels, and around each wheel were unique, unknown sigils. So this is the Snake of Mercury. Edward quickly realized something. Unlike the doctor from the original story, who had been in a dreamlike trance, his own consciousness was completely clear. Is this HPxLOTM special treatment for me? He raised his head, gazing up at the towering black spire. What should I say when I go inside? Should I just ask directly which pathway to choose? At that moment, the silver-white serpent suddenly moved. It coiled itself into a tighter spiral, and its ruby-red eyes locked onto Edward with a gaze devoid of emotion. Then, in a voice that was neither male nor female, it spoke. Apologies. I cannot help you make a choice. Perhaps, you should ask someone else. Ask who? Crack. The dream shattered. Edward awoke in his bed, the morning light filtering through the window. Get lost, riddle-spewing cryptic entities. He grumbled as he rubbed his temples, his eyes drifting toward the paper crane. Then, almost unconsciously, he muttered. Who exactly am I supposed to ask? 2 days later. Edward successfully obtained the final main ingredient for the apprentice potion. Meanwhile, Viscount Glaint had helped him rent a small villa on the edge of the Empress Borough. Because it was in a remote location, the price was relatively cheaper. The surrounding houses were also unoccupied, making it a rather discreet choice. Although it was called a small villa, that was only in comparison to true mansions. The house itself had 2 floors, totaling over 200 square meters, and if the garden was included, the total area approached 400 square meters. By any standard, it was a luxurious residence. The weekly rent was 3 gold pounds, meaning the annual rent came to 162 gold pounds. For an ordinary person, that would be an astronomical sum. But for Edward, who had just spent 2,000 gold pounds, it barely registered. Standing inside the spacious, empty house, Edward took a deep breath. Am I really about to start living the shameless life of a rich lady who only eats, sleeps, and spends money? No. Edward, you are someone who can travel between 2 worlds. How could he allow himself to become complacent? I need to make money. I need to become independent. Just then, Susie trotted into the villa, her fluffy tail wagging. She carried a cloth pouch in her mouth and set it on the floor. Then, vibrating the air around her, she spoke. There are 1,000 gold pounds inside. Audrey asked me to deliver it to you. Edward struggled for 3 seconds. Then, he gave up. Fine. If I have to be shameless, then so be it. As he resigned himself to his fate, Susie continued. Audrey also said that her home is safe now. You can go visit her anytime, using the method that only you two know. Got it. Thanks, Susie. Satisfied, Susie picked up a piece of dried chicken meat and trotted happily away. Edward, meanwhile, understood Audrey's message very clearly. The method only they knew was apparition. By sending this message specifically through Susie, Audrey was making one thing clear. She had something important to discuss. Crackle. Edward's figure twisted and warped before appearing in Audrey's new room. Audrey was sitting upright on the sofa, clearly having waited for some time. Today, she wore a relatively simple light blue dress and a soft hat with a ribbon tied around her fair neck, giving her a rather adorable appearance. "You're here." She eagerly pulled out the 3 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary, her emerald green eyes sparkling. "Hurry and take a look at what these pages say. Next time I visit, I must learn this language." By then, even the great fool would have no advantage over her. "Sorry, Zhou Mingrue." Edward didn't forget to cast a muggle-repelling charm around the room before quickly scanning through the diary pages. November 3rd, Matilda is 3 months pregnant. November 8th, Archbishop Van Esten came to me for help. November 9th, so there are such secrets hidden within the sequence pathways. April 9th, the Church of Eternal Blazing Sun, the Church of the Lord of Storms, and the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom have a hostile relationship, constantly at odds. Meanwhile, the Church of Evernight Goddess and Church of the God of Combat of the Faceac Empire are also irreconcilable enemies. April 13th, I attended that ancient gathering. Edward recognized these diary pages from the original novel. He pondered for a moment before explaining, these 3 pages should be records from 2 different periods. The first 2 pages mention Roselle's daily life, but there's also an important piece of information. Once someone reaches sequence 5, they can switch to 1 or 2 corresponding sequence pathways. For example, the Sleepless Pathway and the Corpse Collector Pathway. The Mystery Prior Pathway and the Savant Pathway. Audrey was shocked. You can switch pathways. This contradicted the common knowledge she had previously learned. But the diary also says it's only possible for specific pathways. And if you take the wrong potion, even if you survive, you'll at best end up half insane and will never be able to advance further. Edward pulled out the last page. This page mentions the hostile relationships between the major churches, the Church of Eternal Blazing Sun, the Church of the Lord of Storms, and the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom all despise one another, while the Church of Evernight Goddess and Church of the God of Combat are outright enemies. Why is that? No idea. Edward shrugged. And then there's Roselle's note about attending an ancient gathering. The attendees were all legendary figures, and what's more, that gathering possessed an object on par with a god. But I'm not sure if telling you more would bring some kind of danger. Just knowing this much should be enough. My God, what was that gathering? Audrey covered her mouth in astonishment, already wondering, could the Tarot Club someday reach that level? It doesn't say. That's all the useful information. Edward reflected for a moment. Whether it was the church conflicts or the ancient gathering, his memory of these events was incomplete, which meant they were details so dangerous that simply knowing them could be risky. Audrey sighed in disappointment, resting her chin on her hand. Ugh, it's like I learned something, but at the same time, I know nothing. Well, it's only 3 pages. True. She quickly regained her lively demeanor. Edward, have you decided on your pathway yet? Not yet. The problem is, I don't know what criteria I should use to make my choice. Edward joked, maybe I'll just draw lots. In a way, that'd be like letting a deity choose for me. Audrey immediately grew serious. Or it could be an evil god misleading you. If you truly want a divine choice, you should seek a great and righteous god, like the Evernight Goddess. And the fool, she added silently in her heart. At that moment, Edward had a revelation. You're right. I can ask a god for guidance. Ah. You're really going to the Church of Evernight? No, I have a better option. He smiled, he had a strong suspicion about who the someone else the Mercury Snake had referred to was. I'm going to Tingen City. Sunday afternoon. Klein didn't head straight to the Blackthorn Security Company. Instead, he planned to spend 2 hours at the Divination Club. He could feel that he was very close to fully digesting the seer potion. Over the past few weeks, his reputation in the divination industry had been growing. Sometimes, he would receive more than a dozen clients in a single afternoon, and despite only coming twice a week, his income was still quite good. Ah, but I regret talking too big when I first started, Klein sighed to himself. I built up my reputation too perfectly, and now I can't just raise my divination fees whenever I want. Just after sending off Elizabeth, who seemed to be haunted by a ghost, Klein prepared to leave for Blackthorn when the club's receptionist, the elegant Angelica, knocked on his door. Mr. Moretti, another client has requested a divination. Klein picked up his silk top hat. Apologies, but I have urgent business to attend to. Perhaps another time. This client seems quite generous. Klein chuckled. You know I don't place too much value on money. Otherwise, I wouldn't have set my prices so low. Please convey my apologies to them. Angelica pulled out a banknote. They gave me a 1 gold pound tip. She deliberately emphasized the words 1 gold pound. Cough cough. Silently, Klein placed his hat back down. With a warm and professional smile, he said. Which room does the client prefer? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 17, First Act. He's already here. The one who stepped into the divination room was a boy dressed in a grey trench coat and a white shirt, with a black silk top hat on his head. Though he was a tad taller than Klein, his face still carried a trace of youthful innocence. However, there was an inexplicable maturity in his eyes. Edward removed his hat and gave a slight bow. "Good day, Mr. Moretti. I'm a traveler from Backlund, and I've long heard of your great reputation." Klein joked, "I wasn't aware that my name had reached all the way to Backlund. Miss Angelica, could you please bring a cup of..." Edward. "All right, please bring Mr. Edward a cup of Fermo coffee." Klein gestured for Edward to take a seat. "It's a high-quality brew from the Paz Valley, bitter and refreshing. I'm not sure if it's to your taste." "I'm fine with anything. To be honest, I actually know another Edward at the Divination Club. He's a diviner as well." As Klein tapped his left teeth twice, his spiritual vision activated. He observed that Edward's overall aura was pure white, indicating that he was in excellent health and hadn't attracted anything malicious. "So, Mr. Edward, what kind of divination would you like? Career? Love?" Edward stroked his chin in thought. "I suppose it would fall under career since this decision directly determines the course of my future. And which divination method would you prefer? Astrology, crystal ball, or tarot? I'm fairly proficient in all of them." Edward pointed at the yellow crystal pendant tucked into Klein's left sleeve. "Let's use that." Klein had no objections. "All right. What exactly would you like me to divine?" "Well," Edward began, "some time ago, I accidentally rescued a mysterious, injured individual. After recovering, this person said that, as a token of gratitude, they could guide me into the mystical world and make me a beyonder." Klein instantly tensed up. "You believe them?" I had no choice but to believe it. After all, they demonstrated some abilities that I simply couldn't understand." "May I continue?" "Please, go on." "This person also told me that different types of beyonder possess different abilities, just as chefs and blacksmiths each have their own specialized skills. However, I can only choose one pathway, and once I make my choice, I can never change it. They gave me these options: hunter, lawyer, warrior, seer, and apprentice." Edward placed several slips of paper with the pathway names written on them onto the table. However, he soon noticed that he had taken out one extra slip, one given to him by Mr. A, listing the secret supplicant formula. This one doesn't count." Though Edward swiftly put the slip away, Klein had already caught sight of its contents. Secret supplicant. Alarm bells rang in his mind. According to the Evernight Church's records, this was the exclusive pathway of the suspected heretical organization, the Aurora Order. Most people on this path were lunatics. Should I report this to the captain? Klein suppressed his urge to act rashly and instead asked, "Did this person say anything about you needing to join an organization or perform any kind of ritual?" "No, he only urged me to make my decision as soon as possible. He doesn't like owing favors." Edward sighed. "Honestly, I'd rather he had just given me a single option, that way, I wouldn't have to agonize over my choice. But instead, he gave me 6 and repeatedly emphasized how important the decision was. I've been struggling with this for 3 days and nights." Saying this, Edward pulled out a 10-pound banknote and placed it on the table. "This is for the divination fee. If it's not enough, I can add more." Klein suddenly felt his throat go dry. He picked up his coffee and took a small sip before responding. "So, you want me to divine which one you should choose?" "Exactly." Klein rubbed his temples, hesitating for a while before finally sighing. "Mr. Edward, I really want to help you, but when performing a divination, I need to phrase the question as clearly and simply as possible. Moreover, I can't use a question to seek an unknown outcome. For example, if I were to divine which profession is most suitable for Edward, it would yield no result." Edward picked up one of the slips of paper and smiled. "That's easy. You just take one slip at a time and use affirmative statements for each divination. Like, Edward is suited for the apprentice pathway." Klein was momentarily stunned. "Wait, I can do that." "Why not?" I suppose that is a different approach. It feels like exploiting a bug." Cough cough. "I mean, it's a creative method." "All right, let's give it a try." Klein held the silver chain in his left hand and let the yellow crystal pendant dangle just above the slip of paper labeled Hunter. It hovered just slightly above the surface. Then, he half closed his eyes and silently repeated in his mind. "Edward choosing the Hunter pathway is the correct choice. Edward choosing the Hunter pathway is the correct choice. Edward choosing the Hunter pathway is the correct choice." Edward watched the yellow crystal with great interest as it slowly began to spin counterclockwise. It rotated faster and faster until it became nothing more than a blur. "Pa!" Klein abruptly grasped the crystal, his expression filled with shock. The reaction was so intense. If Edward were to drink the hunter potion, he would likely lose control on the spot. Mr. Moretti, what does this mean? Edward asked, though he already had a vague idea. You are not suited for the hunter pathway. Klein moved the yellow crystal over the slip of paper labeled lawyer and began another divination. Edward choosing the lawyer pathway is the correct choice. Edward choosing the lawyer pathway is the correct choice. After repeating the phrase 7 times, the yellow crystal once again spun counterclockwise at an alarming speed. This one is also a no. He continued the process for warrior, seer, and apprentice, but each time, the results were exactly the same. Not this one. Not this one either. And, this one isn't right either. The smile on Edward's face gradually faded, and doubt crept into his heart. Am I simply unfit to become a Beyonder? Or did I just happen to pick the wrong pathways? Klein, however, had calmed down. Having experienced numerous supernatural events, he instinctively felt that something was off. He rubbed his temples lightly. Someone interfered with the divination. Was it the person who gave Edward the potion formula? But why? What is their goal? A thought suddenly struck him, and he turned to Edward. Could you let me test the slip you put away earlier? This one. Edward took out the secret supplicant formula. This one definitely isn't suitable. I've heard that people on this pathway are all lunatic. Before he could finish, the yellow crystal, suspended over the formula, began spinning clockwise. Something's wrong. Edward immediately understood, someone was tampering with the divination results. The culprit was obvious. If it wasn't Mr. A himself, then it was someone connected to him. In fact, he now suspected that his accidental reveal of the secret supplicant formula earlier hadn't been a coincidence either. But how did they know I would use divination to choose a pathway? At that moment, Klein smiled faintly. I understand what's happening now. Please wait here for a moment, I need to visit the washroom. Is he finally going to divine in his divine kingdom, above the grey fog? This was exactly why Edward had sought him out. If Klein had stubbornly refused to go, Edward had planned to bombard him with gold pounds, insisting that he perform the divination repeatedly until he had to enter the grey fog. But now, he could save himself a hefty sum. Still, Edward maintained a friendly expression and asked with apparent concern, Mr. Moretti, I've heard that you often visit the washroom when divining. Do you have some kind of medical condition? I happen to know an old doctor who specializes in male health issues. Klein stumbled mid-step and squeezed out through gritted teeth, no need. I am perfectly healthy. Edward couldn't help but chuckle. Teasing the future Lord of the Mysteries was indeed quite amusing. On the other side, Klein entered the washroom, locked the door, and took 4 counterclockwise steps within his spiritual wall, ascending above the grey fog. Inside the vast and ancient palace of silence, he picked up the yellow crystal pendant and wrote a divination statement on the manifested parchment. Performing a divination for Mr. Edward will be harmful to me. He set down the pen, untied the spiritual pendulum from his wrist, and held it firmly in his left hand, letting the yellow crystal dangle just above the parchment. Performing a divination for Mr. Edward will be harmful to me. Performing a divination for Mr. Edward will be harmful to me. After chanting the statement 7 times, the yellow crystal began to spin counterclockwise. Klein raised an eyebrow. Not only is it harmless, but it's actually beneficial. Oh, right, he did give me gold pounds. Reassured, he proceeded with the real divination. He wrote. Edward choosing the hunter pathway is the correct choice. Repeating the phrase 7 times, his gaze deepened, but the pendulum remained completely still. A failed divination. No, this likely means that there is no definitive right or wrong answer for Edward choosing the hunter pathway. This makes sense. He then tested. Edward choosing the lawyer pathway is the correct choice. The pendulum spun counterclockwise slightly, indicating that the lawyer pathway was not a good fit for Edward. Next, he tested the seer pathway. No movement. For the apprentice pathway, the pendulum spun clockwise slightly, suggesting a degree of compatibility. Finally, Klein placed the yellow crystal over the parchment with the words. Edward choosing the secret supplicant pathway is the correct choice. The moment he began the divination, the pendulum spun counterclockwise at an astonishing speed. Even faster than when he had tested the other pathways outside. Just as I suspected. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 18, Responsibility. Inside the red agate room. Edward finished his cup of coffee just as Klein finally returned. Apologies, I must have eaten something bad yesterday. Sorry to keep you waiting. Klein sat back down, a confident smile on his face. But while I was in the washroom, I performed another divination. If you trust my judgment. He tapped his finger on the apprentice slip. This pathway might suit you better. I trust you. Edward responded firmly and without hesitation. Klein was momentarily stunned. Didn't you just display severe decision-making anxiety? He had prepared a whole list of justifications, expecting Edward to be reluctant and indecisive. But now, the guy accepted it instantly. Oh, Mr. Moretti, I really must thank you. Edward stood up and grabbed Klein's hand in gratitude. Otherwise, I might have agonized over this for another 10 days or half a month, only to end up choosing a pathway completely unsuitable for me. Then, he pulled out a 10-pound note and handed it over. A small token of appreciation. Ah, you're too kind. Klein wasn't used to this level of enthusiasm, but he quickly drowned in the joy of earning another 10 pounds. Being a diviner was truly a profitable profession. Edward put on his hat, took a step back, and politely saluted, preparing to leave. At that moment, Angelica arrived again, an apologetic expression on her face. Sorry to interrupt again, Mr. Moretti. Another visitor is here for you, Miss Migos. Edward instinctively glanced toward the reception area. There stood a girl with golden hair, wearing a ruffled bonnet. Her complexion was unhealthy pale white, and her slender fingers absent-mindedly caressed her slightly bulging abdomen as she muttered something under her breath. Sensing Edward's gaze, the girl looked up at him. Her lost and dazed expression suddenly turned to excitement. Is it you? She stared straight at Edward, murmuring the question like a sleepwalker. In that instant, Edward felt as if he had become a frog caught in the stare of a venomous snake. Terror consumed him, yet his legs refused to move. Is it you? She stepped closer, her voice rising slightly. Not me, not me. Edward screamed in his heart, yet his mouth refused to utter a single word. Despair. Horror. A chill that seeped into his bones. At this moment, he finally understood how Klein had felt in the original story. Mr. Edward, what's wrong? Klein stepped out and gave him a puzzled pat on the shoulder. Edward's body trembled violently, snapping him out of the trance. He immediately turned and bolted in the opposite direction. I'm going home. You, be careful. Before Klein could react, Edward sprinted away. Once he reached a place where no one could see him, he vanished away with a soft crack. That way leads away from the exit. Klein muttered in confusion before turning to Migos. I'm sorry, Miss Migos, but I still have no leads on Lavinus. Migos didn't even look at him. She kept staring in the direction Edward had fled, her expression becoming lost once more. Gone. Gone. She gently stroked her belly. All right, let's go home. Muttering to herself, she turned and walked away. Klein was left completely bewildered. What the hell just happened? Outskirts of Tingen City. Edward suddenly materialized out of thin air. He stumbled forward, nearly falling to the ground. That scared the hell out of me. He hurriedly pulled out the secret supplicant formula, tore it into pieces, then incinerated the fragments into ashes and scattered them in the wind. Without stopping, he teleported multiple times in quick succession, only relaxing once he reached his villa in the Empress Borough. That was too close, I was almost done for. Collapsing onto the sofa, he grabbed a teapot, flipped open the lid, and chugged the liquid down. His frantic thoughts gradually settled. Migos, the vessel of the true creator's descent. The first boss-level enemy Klein faced in the original novel, but why did she seek me out? This must be connected to Mr. A. No, he shouldn't have that much power. Could it be that the evil god has discovered my true identity? Edward's breath hitched. As an outsider intruding into this world, and with his current weak strength, he had long prepared himself for the possibility that the gods of this world might discover him. But now that it had actually happened, an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness crashed down on him. Please, let this just be my overthinking. Let Migos have been drawn to me by something else, like the Snake of Mercury. He froze for a moment. Wait. What if the Snake of Mercury also already knows I'm an outsider? A horrifying realization hit him. It felt as if he had been running naked in broad daylight under the watchful eyes of powerful beings. Quickly, he smacked his forehead multiple times, forcing himself to stop overthinking. No use dwelling on this. Right now, my priority is to consume the potion and become a Beyonder. That being said, Edward didn't rush it. Instead, he first went out for a lavish meal, then had a good night's sleep to fully restore his energy. Along the way, he also visited Audrey to carefully memorize every detail of potion brewing. By the time he returned to the villa, night had already fallen. Through the bay window, the half-moon cast its blood-red glow onto the floor. Even after living here for nearly a week, the sight still made him uneasy. As usual, he first cast an expulsion charm, then pulled out the apprentice pathway formula. Sequence 9, Apprentice. Main ingredients. 20 milliliters of Hornassus Grey Mountain Goat Blood. 30 g of Star Crystal. Supporting ingredients. 100 milliliters purified water. 7 golden mint leaves. 4 drops of poison hemlock. 7 g of dragon blood grass powder. Edward retrieved a cauldron and carefully added the ingredients in sequence. The liquid inside gradually began to boil, releasing an illusory mist that quickly filled the room, shrouding everything in a hazy fog. A few seconds later, the mist dissipated. Inside the cauldron, only a small lump of pinkish-violet bubbling concoction remained, like a single droplet of water on a lotus leaf, hovering close to the cauldron's walls without truly touching them. Edward carefully poured the droplet into a glass. Through the transparent surface, he saw that the pinkish-violet shimmered faintly, as if countless stars were hidden within, emitting a subtle radiance. So, this is the apprentice potion. Alright, time to give myself a buff first. Edward pulled out a small bottle of Felix Felicis and took a light sip. Instantly, a sense of renewal coursed through his body. Alright, let's do this. Without hesitation, he grabbed the potion and downed it in one gulp. A cool sensation slid down his throat and into his stomach. Before he could even register the taste, his entire body convulsed violently. His vision blurred as everything around him split into overlapping red, yellow, and blue shadows. An indescribable, mystical flood of information surged into his consciousness. His body felt like it had been tossed onto a trampoline and launched upward. Forcing his eyes open, he saw another version of himself lying on the sofa, convulsing. Out-of-body experience? No. Soul detachment. All around him, radiant streams of different colors floated, each one brimming with life and unfathomable knowledge. Edward suddenly understood. As long as he reintegrated his consciousness into his body, it would signify a successful potion absorption, his official ascension to an apprentice. Without hesitation, he forced his mind downward, merging with his body. The moment his eyes snapped open. Success. Just then, a crimson moonbeam shone through the window. In an instant, his entire world turned blood red. A cacophony of endless whispers surged from all directions. Don't save me. 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 The shrill, piercing voices scraped against his mind, sending a torment akin to nails dragging across a blackboard or silver needles stabbing into his fingernails. It was 10 times worse than the pain he had felt when returning to the Harry Potter world. For a split second, his brain felt like it was about to explode. This is Mr. Door's whispers. Edward let out a pained scream and rolled off the sofa, writhing in agony. His hair and fingernails began to grow at an unnatural speed, leaving bloody scratches on the floor. I'm losing control. Why is this happening? The pain intensified, it felt like his entire body was boiling, on the verge of turning into vapor, ready to be expelled not just through his 7 orifices, but from every pore in his skin. No. I can't let it end like this. There has to be another way. Suddenly, a searing pain flared on the back of his hand. The next second, he found himself standing in a pitch-black night sky. In front of him, a vague, illusory door. A door. Is this the very door that brought me into this world? No time to think. He reached out and pressed his palm against it. In an instant, his mind cleared. The excruciating pain, madness, and despair vanished like a phantom illusion. Tinjin City. Klein was immersed in a beautiful dream where he was earning thousands of pounds daily. Suddenly, a layered, echoing prayer rang in his ears. Who the hell is praying to me at this hour? Frustrated, Klein sat up, irritated by whoever had rudely interrupted his dream. But then, he quickly realized. Someone was using the 3-phase format to send a prayer. He listened carefully. It was a male voice, hoarse, seemingly suppressing immense pain. The hanged man. Or little son. Without hesitation, he got out of bed, walked 4 steps counterclockwise, and entered the grand, towering palace. A scarlet-red, pulsing star immediately caught his attention. A new person. Sitting at the ancient, weathered bronze table, Klein hesitated briefly before reaching out with his left hand, channeling his spirituality to touch the rippling red star. The scene shifted abruptly. He saw a disheveled, wrecked room. And inside it, a man wailing in agony. Judging by his state, he was clearly losing control. Not only was his hair rapidly growing, but his skin was also turning an eerie, unnatural shade of pale white. Then, the man suddenly went completely still. He rolled over slightly, allowing Klein to see his face more clearly. Wait a second. Isn't this Edward, the guy who came for a divination earlier today? So, he had followed Klein's advice, taken the potion, and promptly lost control. Klein's mind went blank. Shit. Does this mean I'm partially responsible? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. P.S. We've reached 10 reviews. As promised, you guys will get an extra chapter tomorrow. 1 extra chapter for every 10 reviews. Chapter 19, the 4th member. Klein awkwardly rubbed his nose before quickly dismissing his ridiculous thoughts. Drinking potions is inherently filled with the unknown and danger. I only divined that he was more suited to be an apprentice, I never said he wouldn't lose control. Besides, even if he wanted to help, he had no experience dealing with this kind of situation. But, is he out of danger now? Or has he completely lost control? Do I need to intervene? Klein hesitated for a long moment before finally reaching out toward the rippling halo in front of him. At the same time, he let his spirituality surge freely, establishing a stable and mysterious connection. Last time, when I connected with Little Sun, my spirituality was already stretched thin, but this time, I still haven't exceeded my limit. Well, lucky you. Edward, having returned to normal, immediately tried pushing the door again. However, it wouldn't budge. In that moment of uncertainty, a realization dawned upon him. His sequence wasn't high enough. If that's the case, how do I get back? Back. Wake up. He tried every possible method he could think of. But nothing worked. Just as panic was about to set in, the darkness suddenly receded. An endless expanse of gray mist replaced it, and Edward found himself lying on an empty, void-like ground. Dazed, he slowly climbed to his feet. The first thing he noticed was the boundless gray-white fog stretching into infinity. In front of him, a massive, ancient, and weathered bronze table. Surrounding it, towering stone pillars reaching toward the heavens. A grand and ancient palace. Could this be? His gaze snapped to the head of the bronze table. There, a mysterious, shadowed figure, enshrouded in thick gray mist, overlooked everything. The fool. I only lost control for a brief moment. Why did Klein bring me to the gray fog? His mind raced, but he quickly came up with a response strategy. I have to act naturally. He took a deep breath and politely inquired. And you are? Klein rested his chin on his hand. His obscured face revealed no emotion as he spoke. You may call me Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool. Klein activated his spirit vision and found that Edward's condition was exactly the same as when he had seen him during the day, perfectly healthy. However, his emotions betrayed his anxiety and nervousness. Mr. Fool, were you the one who saved me from losing control? He had already stabilized before I summoned him up here, but... Klein nodded slightly. You could say that. Might as well take credit for it. Thank you so much, oh great existence. Edward exclaimed. I am willing to offer my flesh and soul as a token of my deepest gratitude. Why does this always happen? Klein's eyelid twitched. First, Little Sun, and now him. I have no interest in the flesh and souls of mortals, he replied in a familiar tone. I prefer fair transactions. You may obtain what you desire from me, but the price must be of equal value. Edward froze. But, I have nothing. No. You have gold pounds. Of course, the great Mr. Fool would never ask for something so mundane. Instead, he spoke calmly. I am particularly interested in secrets hidden throughout history. For example, Roselle's diary. Emperor Roselle Gustave's diary. Edward's eyes widened in shock. His head lowered even further. As expected of a great existence. Even the notes of Emperor Roselle, unreadable to anyone for centuries, must be perfectly comprehensible to you. You must be the embodiment of wisdom, an eternal and unparalleled being whose brilliance eclipses even the sun and moon. Klein coughed awkwardly. Okay, that's enough of that. Flattery means nothing to me. Esteemed Mr. Fool, Edward said respectfully, I do not have Emperor Roselle's diary. However, I have read some ancient books containing knowledge related to mysticism. It was through them that I first stepped into the world of the supernatural. Wait a second. That's not what you said when you came for a divination. Furthermore, through his spirit vision, Klein could clearly sense Edward was lying. Those books do record quite a few accounts of Emperor Roselle's rise to power. Edward paused before continuing, however, there's only one piece of information related to his diary. Over the years, the major churches seem to have been trying to extract clues about the cards of blasphemy he created in his later years. Cards of blasphemy. Mr. Fool straightened slightly, showing a hint of interest. It seems that the Emperor created them based on the contents of the blasphemy slate. Each card of blasphemy contains the complete pathway of a sequence. Klein's heart trembled. So, if I could get my hands on the card of the seer pathway, I'd have access to the full set of formulas. But on the surface, he remained calm and composed. What else? Edward rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. I'll need to go back and, do some more research, or rather, make something up. All right. Mr. Fool's tone remained unhurried. He hesitated internally, should he allow Edward to join the Tarot Club and participate in the upcoming weekly gatherings? After all, He knew nothing about Edward's character. What if he turned out to be a problem? Then again. Now that I think about it, I don't actually know much about the Hangman, the Sun, or the Justice either. The Tarot Club was still in its early stages. For now, he could afford to loosen the requirements slightly. If a current member turned out to be a problem, he could always just purge them later. After all, he controlled who could be summoned to the gatherings. With that thought, Klein suddenly felt at ease. I will hold a gathering here every Monday afternoon. By then, there will be others like you attending the meeting. He smiled slightly. I can allow you to join, but you must abide by one rule. You are not to reveal anything about me to anyone, unless I permit it. Edward immediately bowed his head. I will strictly follow your command, Mr. Fool. Before that, you need to choose your codename. Klein gestured toward the bronze table, where a deck of tarot cards had materialized. Choose a card as your alias. The Fool, Justice, the Hanged Man, and the Sun are already taken. Edward stared at the 22 cards, feeling momentarily indecisive. I've never studied tarot before, I have no idea what these cards represent. After thinking for a moment, he shrugged. Forget it. Let fate decide. He flipped over 18 cards face down, shuffled them randomly, closed his eyes, and blindly picked one. All right, this is it. Klein, watching from across the table, twitched at the corner of his mouth. This guy definitely has decision-making issues. Isn't that supposed to be a problem for the poor? You're clearly rich, aren't you? Edward flipped over the chosen card. The illustration depicted a towering structure, crumbling in an ominous collapse. The Tower. In the tarot deck, the Tower was a highly symbolic card. It was often associated with disaster, destruction, and calamity. A famously ominous card. Klein silently hoped that allowing him to join the Tarot Club wouldn't turn out to be a mistake. Maintaining his mystical air, Klein spoke in a solemn tone. Remember your choice. It will follow you for the rest of your life. At the same time, he raised his hand and severed the connection. The crimson light quickly retracted. Across from him, Edward's figure dissolved into a hazy shadow, vanishing bit by bit. Back in Backlund. As the crimson glow faded, Edward returned to the villa. A slight burning sensation spread across the back of his right hand. Moments later, the scarlet light spiraled inward, forming a strange sigil before completely disappearing into his skin. Edward let out a long sigh. I had planned to join the Tarot Club eventually, but I was supposed to do it after preparing a proper backstory. Now, thanks to that sudden loss of control, I ended up joining completely unprepared. He sighed again. The Harry Potter storyline already collapsed before it even began. Let's hope the Lord of the Mysteries plot doesn't derail the same way. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 20, Sequence 9. Above the grey fog. Klein watched as the yellow crystal pendulum rotated counterclockwise and was unsurprised by the result. So, he was lying after all. But with this kind of divination method, as long as there was even a single hidden truth among everything he said, it would produce the same outcome. After some thought, he wrote on the manifested parchment. Edward's inclusion in the Tarot Club is harmful to me. He silently repeated the sentence 7 times before observing the reaction of the pendulum. The crystal slowly began to rotate counterclockwise. So, it's not harmful, in fact, it might even be beneficial. Leaning back against the bronze chair, Klein let a slight smile appear on his face. That's good enough for now. Backlund. Edward sat slumped on the sofa, gazing at the crimson moonlight filtering through the window. His mind was filled with doubt. I'm not from the Abraham family, tonight isn't even a crimson full moon, so why was I able to hear the murmurs of Mr. Dorr and nearly lose control? Does the Lord of the Mysteries world completely disregard logic? And when the next full moon arrives, will I hear those whispers again? What was that door in the night sky that saved me from losing control? He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel these thoughts. So, I'm officially a Sequence 9 apprentice now. That extra energy inside me, is that spirituality. In the original novel, old Neil once explained. All living beings have spirituality and possess a spirit body. But ever since Edward arrived in this world, he had never been able to sense his own spirituality. Perhaps it was because he didn't originally belong here. Kind of like how chakra is exclusive to Naruto's world. Edward carefully focused on the new energy inside him. It feels almost identical to magic. No, wait, spirituality comes from the remnants of Beyonder creatures and potions, while magic doesn't. From a hierarchy standpoint, spirituality should be superior to magic. In the Harry Potter world, a wizard's magical power stemmed from the awakening of their bloodline and grew gradually with age. For most wizards, their magic would only awaken 3 times in their lifetime. The first awakening occurred in childhood, marking their transformation from an ordinary person to a wizard. The second awakening happened around age 11, aligning with their entry into Hogwarts. The third and final awakening took place in adulthood, resulting in a significant surge in magical power. Edward was either extremely talented or exceptionally lucky, as he had already experienced 3 awakenings despite not yet reaching adulthood. His magic was far stronger than that of many fully grown wizards. But due to the hierarchical gap between worlds, Beyonders from the Lord of the Mysteries world had high resistance to magic. This left Edward feeling extremely unsafe, which was why he had hurriedly consumed the potion to become a Beyonder. Next, I need to research how to properly act as an apprentice and then quickly, wait a minute. A sudden realization struck him. This feeling, have I already completely digested the apprentice potion? How is that even possible? After a brief moment of shock, a thought surfaced in his mind. Wait, isn't there something called preemptive acting? Apprentice, oh. Edward had spent 3 years at Hogwarts, and for nearly 2 of them, he had essentially been playing the role of a magical apprentice. If that doesn't count as acting, I don't know what does. But then a new question arose. That all happened before I consumed the potion. Does it still count? Regardless, this was good news. Edward didn't dwell on it too much and instead focused on sensing the changes that came with becoming an apprentice. A segment of knowledge from the potion surfaced in his mind. As a Sequence 9 apprentice, he had gained not 1, but 2 extraordinary abilities, traits. 1. Door opening, the innate ability of an apprentice, allowing him to utilize the spirit world to pass through walls and doors. 2. Dullness, in your dullness, divinity will not awaken. You will not be contaminated. You will not lose control due to corruption. Edward frowned. What the hell is this dullness? This passive-sounding buff might have been useless in other settings. But in the Lord of the Mysteries world, it was absolutely overpowered. This means I can directly face high-sequence Beyonders, gods, and even outer deities without being corrupted. Wait, outer deities? Did my erased memories just come back? A sudden cool sensation flooded his brain. His previously deleted memories about outer gods, pillars, Amon, and Jesus wannabe resurfaced. All the uncertainties and doubts he had felt due to those memory gaps were instantly resolved. Damn, did this ability deliberately restore my erased memories just to prove itself? It took Edward a long time to fully digest this newfound knowledge. Then, an even bigger question emerged. Where the hell did this cheat-like dullness ability come from? Was it a blessing from a god? Impossible. Even gods couldn't do this. Was it a benefit from transmigrating? Maybe. But the most likely explanation was that it had something to do with that door in the sky. This better not be some sinister scheme. If it is, everyone might as well drop the book now. Edward exhaled deeply. An apprentice with dullness, is it even the same apprentice anymore? I'll take things one step at a time. First, I need to meet with Audrey and make sure our stories match, otherwise, I might slip up later. Empress Burrow, inside the luxurious Hall family estate. What? You almost lost control when drinking the potion. What? In that critical moment, you encountered a mysterious being called Mr. Fool. What? You also joined the Tarot Club. Audrey was hit with 3 consecutive shocks. She stared at Edward with wide, emerald green eyes. We only parted ways less than a day ago, and you've already gone through all of that. Edward shrugged nonchalantly. Pretty much. Audrey hesitated, debating whether she should reveal that she was also a member of the Tarot Club. Before she could decide, Edward suddenly spoke first. Wait, you just said also joined, what do you mean by also? A stunned silence fell over Audrey. A few minutes later, she finished recounting her experience of joining the Tarot Club. Edward immediately extended his hand with a smile. That means we're colleagues from now on. She absent-mindedly gave him a half-hearted handshake before shifting into a more serious tone. Now that you've become a Beyonder, there are some fundamental but incredibly important pieces of knowledge you must understand. She grabbed a brush and quickly scrawled 2 words, digestion and acting, onto her drawing board, taking on the authoritative air of a teacher. For a moment, Edward felt as if he had stepped into a classroom titled Miss Justice's Lecture on Beyonders 101. Cute. The key to potions is not mastery, but digestion. Not exploitation, but acting. And potion names are not merely symbolic representations of their essence, they serve as tangible imagery and, more importantly, act as the key to digestion. Each potion is brewed using different extraordinary materials, and those materials inherently carry the spiritual remnants of their respective creatures. Think of these remnants as a fortress. If you want to infiltrate, conquer, and dismantle it, you must find a weak point, a key. Potion names provide hints in this regard. By acting in accordance with the name, you harmonize your body, mind, and spirit, disguising yourself as an insider, tricking the guards, and strolling in without resistance. So, from this moment on, you need to establish the guiding principles for acting as an apprentice. This will gradually lead to the complete digestion of your potion. But there's one crucial thing you must remember, you are only acting. Audrey adjusted the non-existent glasses on her nose. Edward, sitting on a small stool, raised his hand. Professor Audrey, my apprentice potion is already digested. Huh. She was dumbfounded. The textbook never mentioned a situation like this. Maybe it's because I've spent the past few years playing the role of a magic apprentice. Audrey suddenly understood. So, you preemptively completed the acting process. She pulled out a small notebook. I should jot this down. Audrey, there's something else about my sequence that I need to tell you. Edward saw no reason to hide the existence of dullness from her. When I became an apprentice, some kind of anomaly occurred, something I don't fully understand. Besides gaining the extraordinary ability, door opening, I also received an additional beyonder trait called dullness. I cannot be corrupted, nor will I lose control due to corruption. Audrey turned to look at him, her expression blank with disbelief. I'm sorry, did I hear you correctly? Could you repeat that? He repeated himself. You're sure? Her gaze sharpened. I mean, you're absolutely certain this dullness is real and not some deception from an evil god? Now that you put it that way, I am starting to feel a little unsure. They exchanged bewildered glances. Then, Audrey's eyes suddenly brightened. Tomorrow is the tarot meeting. You can ask Mr. Fool to verify it for you. Well. Edward hesitated. Mr. Fool probably can't answer this question. Oh, right. Audrey walked over to her wardrobe and pulled open the doors. Look at my latest project. She pushed aside her hanging clothes, revealing a space inside as large as the room itself. When did you learn the extension charm? I just wanted to give it a try, and, well, it worked on my first attempt. She tilted her chin up slightly, waiting for praise. Your talent for magic might rival Professor Dumbledore's. Hee hee. Unfortunately, I still can't figure out the trick to transfiguration. She pointed her wand at a pen on the desk. The pen twisted and morphed into a knife, but within seconds, it reverted to its original form. Right now, I can barely manage transformations between inanimate objects. As for changing between living and non-living things, I'm completely stuck. Magic in the Harry Potter world functioned like an I believe therefore it is system. Logic didn't matter, only conviction did. Well, magic is mysterious like that. Edward glanced at the clock on the wall, then stood up. It's getting late. I should head back. Audrey lifted the hem of her dress slightly and curtsied. Good night, Edward. The next day, Tingeon City, Divination Club. As Klein sipped his Fainapotter Highland coffee, he watched the last client of the morning leave. Stretching, he muttered, time to go back and prepare for the afternoon's tarot meeting. He donned his coat, placed a half-silk top hat on his head, grabbed his cane, and was just about to step out when he saw Angelica rushing over. Mr. Moretti, Miss Christina. Before she could finish, Christina pushed past her and entered the divination room, her face filled with anxiety. Mr. Moretti, my niece, Migos, she's missing. Somewhere else. In a dimly lit room, a quill pen scribbled rapidly across a notebook. The child inside Migos' womb is approaching maturity, nearing a critical moment. Soon, she will receive an inexplicable summons, leading her toward Blackthorn Security Company. Several lines were crossed out. But just at that moment, the unborn child within her suddenly received a command, one that compelled Migos to leave Tingeon City. Zangwill attempted to alter her thoughts, but how could a mere grade 0 sealed artifact possibly distort the will of a god? Migos has vanished. Zangwill's plan has collapsed, and as a result, he will have to pay. A pale hand suddenly gripped the quill, crossing out the words, he will have to pay. Then, tightening its grasp, it continued writing. Migos' body, weakened by the excessive energy consumption of the unborn child, succumbed to exhaustion. She collapsed by the roadside. This is reasonable. A kind-hearted passerby, recognizing her identity, decided to take her back to Tingeon. But this is far from over. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 21, The First Tarot Meeting. August 20th, 1349, Monday. 3 p.m. As Edward emerged from the deep crimson and hazy state, he once again found himself in the grand palace that resembled a giant's abode, the Sapphira Castle. Seated at the ancient and weathered bronze long table, he noticed three misty figures around him, with the Fool, shrouded in thick fog, presiding at the head seat. The moment Audrey arrived at the tarot meeting, she immediately looked around for Edward's position. However, she was surprised to find that two new people had appeared across from her. One of them, judging by his physique and hair color, was undoubtedly Edward. Instinctively, she took a few more glances at him. As for the other person, switching to spectator mode, Audrey carefully observed the tall newcomer. He doesn't seem too old, his body language suggests that he is slightly nervous and uneasy, yet, despite that, he maintains a certain level of silence, giving off a sense of, a lone wolf, yes, a lone wolf vibe. Her subtle movements did not escape Klein's notice, and he was momentarily surprised. Miss Justice's reaction just now, it's as if she had already expected that new members would join today's tarot meeting. Moreover, when she observed Tower, she only paused for a few seconds, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she recognized him. Meanwhile, her actions towards Sun were much more like evaluating a complete stranger. Could it be that Justice and Tower are acquaintances in reality? Memorizing this observation, Klein calmly introduced. These two are the new members. Their titles are Tower and Sun. Here, we have Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman. Alger frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased that the fool had suddenly recruited two new members. However, he quickly dismissed his own dissatisfaction with a self-mocking thought, why would someone as powerful as Mr. Fool ever care about our opinions? Adjusting his mood, Alger greeted everyone, good afternoon, Miss Justice, Mr. Tower, Mr. Sunday. Edward stood up, removed his hat, and returned the greeting, good afternoon, everyone. Compared to him, Derek the Sun seemed much more nervous and reserved. At that moment, Audrey turned her gaze towards the head of the bronze long table, addressing the fool, Mr. Fool, I have collected 3 more pages of Emperor Roselle's diary. Originally, she could only recall 2 pages, but after studying the notebook's contents and with Edward's assistance, she managed to memorize all 3. Klein, maintaining his composed demeanor, asked, Miss Justice, what would you like in exchange? Audrey feigned restraint and responded, you already know that I am about to fully digest the spectator potion. I hope to obtain the formula for the telepathist potion in advance so that I can prepare the materials ahead of time. The sequence 8 formula for the apprentice pathway would also be acceptable, as my friend happens to need it. If these 3 pages aren't valuable enough, I can pay an additional amount. Midway through her sentence, she suddenly panicked and hastily corrected herself. Sorry, Mr. Fool. What I meant was, you may specify the compensation you desire. Yes, that's what I meant. I think the great Mr. Fool would probably prefer it if you just gave him some money outright. Edward silently ridiculed her in his mind. Honestly, he hadn't expected Audrey to remember to help him request a potion formula as well. This unexpected kindness warmed his heart. I owe her more and more favors now. He stole a glance at Audrey, just in time to meet her gaze. Her eyes sparkled slightly as if silently saying, this is just a senior looking out for you. Meanwhile, Klein, who had been observing all of this, couldn't help but internally exclaim, they definitely know each other. At that moment, Derek suddenly spoke up, telepathist potion formula. You mean the telepathist that leads to psyche analyst? Audrey turned to him in surprise. You know about it? He just referred to psychiatrist, using the ancient term psyche analyst. But why would someone from this era use an archaic name? That's strange, this guy. Completely unaware that he had revealed something unusual, Derek earnestly replied. I can help you obtain this formula. After saying that, he quickly added, this sequence originates from the dragon race. Since our city of Silver was once under the rule of the Giant King's court, and because giants and dragons are sworn enemies, the city of Silver has always had access to sequences 9, 8, and 7 of this pathway. I can find a way to get it. Edward couldn't help but sigh. As expected of one of the 3 fools of the Tarot Club, completely unguarded, spilling all the secrets. Klein had initially wanted to stop Derek, but after reconsidering, he decided to let it be. Well, I am the fool, after all. Having members share their knowledge only serves to reinforce my mysterious and omniscient image. Meanwhile, Audrey looked confused, while Alger was outright shocked. Curious, Audrey asked, City of Silver. I've never heard of such a place, where is it? Derek, in turn, looked puzzled. You're not from the City of Silver. Then which city-state do you belong to? Seeing the conversation veer into a dead end, Klein internally sighed. Just then, Edward raised his hand and spoke, I recall reading about the Kingdom of Silver in ancient texts. I wonder if it has any connection to your City of Silver. Among everyone present, Audrey was the most surprised. She turned to Edward in disbelief, nearly blurting out, why didn't you share this information with me earlier? After I even helped you request a potion formula. But then, she became momentarily puzzled. Wait, no. He isn't from this world, so where did he read those ancient texts? Edward noticed her dissatisfaction, but his response had been an impromptu decision. He could only explain things to her later, since it involved the original novel's plot. The City of Silver can be traced back to the second epoch, originating from the Kingdom of Silver under the rule of the Giant King's court. During the third epoch, after the Giant King's court fell, the Silver Kingdom converted to worshipping the Lord that created everything, the omniscient and omnipotent God. Later, during the Cataclysm, the Kingdom of Silver vanished. Edward looked at everyone. That's all I know. Right after he finished speaking, he realized, wait, shouldn't this kind of secret knowledge be considered valuable information? Should I have charged for it? I really need to adjust my mindset to fit the rules of the mysteries world. Klein glanced at Edward, his face concealed by the fog, but his surprise was undeniable. The information he shared was brief, but it matches the general framework of what Little Son described. What kind of family does he come from, that he possesses records of the second and third epochs? Audrey, on the other hand, was utterly stunned. Neither Mr. Fool nor Mr. Son refuted his words, which means he was telling the truth. But how could he possibly know something so ancient? This guy is definitely hiding a lot from me. Derek hesitated and said, I don't know much about what you mentioned regarding the second epoch, but what happened in the third epoch did indeed happen to us in the City of Silver. Back then, we were indeed called the Kingdom of Silver. However, you mentioned that the Kingdom of Silver disappeared after the Cataclysm. What do you mean? While we were indeed abandoned by our Lord, we have still existed for thousands of years. Edward shrugged. I'm merely repeating what was recorded in that ancient text. I don't know anything beyond that. Audrey pressed her lips together. This guy could lie without even blinking. Meanwhile, Alger caught onto a crucial word, abandoned. A storm raged within his mind. Abandoned by their lord, their deity. Isn't this referring to the legendary forsaken land of the gods? The fool actually knows the whereabouts of the land abandoned by the gods, and he can even bring people from there into the tarot club. Thud, thud. Klein lightly tapped the table and said in a calm tone, that's enough discussion about City of Silver. Let's continue with your trade. Yes, Mr. Fool. Audrey nodded slightly and then turned to Derek. So, you're saying you can acquire the telepathist potion formula? Yes, but I'll need some time, Derek admitted somewhat sheepishly before quickly adding, but I can definitely get it. And what does Mr. Sun need in return? Derek responded firmly, I'd like to exchange it for the initial sequence formula of the Sun Pathway. The Sun Pathway? Sequence 9's Bard. Alger asked. Audrey naturally didn't have the formula for Bard, so she attempted a different approach. I can help you search for it or pay you the equivalent amount in gold pounds. Before Derek could figure out what gold pounds were, Klein interjected. I can provide Sun with the Bard formula. In return, Sun will obtain the telepathist formula for Miss Justice as soon as possible, preferably within 2 gatherings. Meanwhile, Miss Justice will hand over the new pages of Emperor Roselle's diary to me, completing the transaction. Based on the principle of equal exchange, Sun is at a disadvantage here. However, he has only promised to obtain the formula. Once he actually delivers it, Miss Justice can consider how to compensate him further. Alternatively, I can compensate him myself, and Miss Justice can provide money to one of my blessed. He needs funds for certain matters at the moment. This is because Sun may not be able to receive cash or material compensation directly from Miss Justice. No one objected to Mr. Fool's proposal. Alger, however, felt a pang of disappointment. He had initially wanted to obtain more information about City of Silver by offering the Bard formula himself. Following this, Klein handed the Bard formula to Derek, successfully acquiring the 3 pages of Roselle's diary in return. He then began reading the entries. So Roselle later created tarot cards based on the Blasphemy Slate. Tut, an organization that possesses an entire Blasphemy Slate, which means they have the formulas for all 22 pathways. Compared to them, the Tarot Club, which can't even produce a single Sequence 8 formula, is just pitiful. Klein shifted his gaze from the diary pages and looked at the 4 quietly waiting members, smiling slightly. You don't actually have to wait for me. It is our honor to do so, Alger responded humbly. Audrey, meanwhile, suppressed the fluttering excitement in her heart and couldn't help but glance at Edward. This time, I knew what was in Roselle's diary before Mr. Fool read it. In a way, I'm ahead of him. At that thought, she immediately felt guilty. Audrey, how could you think like that? Esteemed seniors of the mysticism world, Edward suddenly spoke up. In truth, I have only been a Beyonder for 1 day, so I still have many questions about this realm. There is one particular question I would like to ask all of you. He swept his gaze across the room before continuing, what exactly is spirituality? And why does using supernatural abilities consume it? Then, recalling the principle of equal exchange, he quickly added, I'm willing to pay for the answer. Alger responded, from what I know, everyone possesses spirituality, but for Beyonders, most of it originates from the residual properties of the Beyonder materials in their potion. The supernatural abilities they gain also come from those Beyonder creatures. This is one of the key elements in successfully formulating a potion, and also the fundamental cause of losing control. He further explained, humans obtain supernatural abilities by consuming potions and seizing the spirituality and power of Beyonder creatures. As for why using supernatural abilities depletes spirituality, well, that's simply how it works for Beyonder creatures. Since we derive our powers from them, the same principle applies to us. So, would it be accurate to say that a Beyonder creature is like a gun, and spirituality is its ammunition. Humans are simply the ones using the gun. Edward asked. Alger thought for a moment and nodded. Roughly speaking, yes. In that case, would it be possible to fire the ammunition through other means? Or, say, could we load revolver bullets into a rifle and fire them? Alger was momentarily dumbfounded. What kind of strange question is that? Bullets need to be fired from a gun, of course. Otherwise, what, are you going to throw them at people? And revolver bullets don't even fit into a rifle. Despite his initial confusion, he carefully considered the question and eventually nodded slightly. If we're talking about actual bullets and firearms, then probably not. But if it's spirituality, then it should be possible. Different pathways can use the same kind of spirituality to activate supernatural abilities. I suppose the difference between pathways could be likened to what you described, revolvers and rifles. Edward's eyes lit up as a realization struck him. I see. Thank you, Mr. Hangman. Your answer has resolved my doubts. How much gold should I pay you for this information? Alger hesitated briefly before saying, this is actually basic knowledge in the Beyonder world, but if I must name a price, then, 100 pounds. Mr. Fool, what do you think? At this moment, even the great Mr. Fool needed to use the fog to conceal the look of confusion on his face. Having been suddenly dragged into the conversation, he could only feign calmness and say, that sounds reasonable. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Audrey finally understood what Edward was really getting at. Previously, Edward had complained to her that magic in this world was greatly weakened, and they had speculated that it was due to the difference in rank between worlds. If higher rank spirituality were used instead of lower rank magic power to cast spells, what would happen? Note, here's the promised extra chapter. And, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. P.S. Let me clarify one thing. The pathway of our MC will be semi-original. I won't spoil anything beyond that. Chapter 22, Spirituality plus Magic. Audrey quickly shifted the topic with news that the open exam selection process for administrative officers had been approved, before moving on to discuss Mr. A, learning that he was likely a member of the Aurora Order. Before long, the tarot gathering reached its most crucial phase. Alger's gaze swept between Audrey and Edward. I would like to hire both of you for a task, with a suitable reward. Tower, the 100 pounds you owe me can be deducted from the payment, but if the task is worth more, I will compensate you accordingly. What kind of task? Audrey asked in confusion. Alger thought for a few seconds before answering. I received intelligence that the notorious pirate Vice Admiral, Hurricane Kalangos, has secretly come ashore and infiltrated Backlund. His intentions are unknown. I need your help in locating him. As for what happens afterwards, you won't need to take any further risks. Hurricane Kalangos. One of the 7 pirate admirals. Yes. He is a Sequence 6 Beyonder of the Sailor Pathway, a Wind-Blessed. He also possesses a mystical item, which could be considered a sealed artifact. Those who are aware of it refer to it as Creeping Hunger. Alger introduced him with a serious tone. Edward's eyes lit up. Creeping Hunger had finally made its appearance. This was one of the most powerful sealed artifacts that the Fool would use for a long time. His fondness for the secret suppliant pathway stemmed precisely from the shepherd's ability to graze and absorb multiple abilities. Alger went on to detail the extraordinary powers Kalangos had displayed after obtaining Creeping Hunger. This successfully piqued Derek's interest, prompting him to explain the terrifying nature of the shepherd, a sequence 5 of the secret suppliant pathway. However, Audrey remained resolute. I am willing to accept this commission, Mr. Hangman. Edward nodded as well. I have no objections. If you succeed, I may be able to directly provide you with the main ingredient for telepathist. Alger added with a rare generosity. Deal. Edward then raised his hand. Mr. Fool, I have an idea. Klein rested his chin on his hand and responded calmly, speak. As members of the Tarot Club, we engage in frequent trades, yet we are far apart and do not know each other in person. While knowledge such as formulas can be directly manifested, things like Beyonder materials and artifacts are inconvenient to exchange privately. I was wondering if there might be a way to make our transactions more convenient. Edward proposed this primarily to accelerate the development of the Tarot Club. If the Fool's delivery service could be established early, it would resolve many logistical issues. Moreover, it would allow Klein to explore the capabilities of the Fool, Sapphira Castle, sooner, which would also benefit Edward. Klein remained silent for a moment. The mist concealed his expression as he lightly tapped his fingers on the bronze table before speaking. I understand. This meeting is adjourned. The members bowed in unison. Understood, Mr. Fool. With that, Edward's first tarot gathering concluded smoothly. The crimson dissipated before his eyes, and Edward found himself back in the villa. He let out a deep breath and reviewed his words and actions during the meeting, falling into contemplation. Klein didn't question the fabricated background I made up. Did he refrain from divining it afterwards, or did he simply not care much? The reason he had constructed a non-existent noble family was to provide himself with a credible foundation for revealing more hidden knowledge in the future. This information would not only serve as valuable trading assets but also help him integrate further into the Tarot Club. Otherwise, what would be the point of joining? And then there's Audrey. How should I explain things to her? To be fair, Audrey had placed immense trust in him. Yet, he had withheld so much from her, making him feel like a deceitful scoundrel. After some time, he sighed and shook his head. I should test whether spirituality can be used to cast magic first. Edward retrieved his wand and first used magic power to cast an ironclad charm on himself. Then, he attempted to mobilize his spirituality and cast a levitation charm on the table in front of him. The table successfully floated. But the energy consumed was still magic power. Is it defaulting to using magic power? Edward cast over a dozen more spells in succession, but without exception, they all consumed magic power. Even though I successfully channeled spirituality every time, the spells still ended up using magic power. Was my hypothesis incorrect? He paced back and forth in the room. Thinking back, when I usually cast magic, I never consciously think about what is being consumed. I just recite the incantation, wave the wand, and release the spell. It's a seamless process. It's like driving a car. You press the gas pedal and the car moves. You don't need to worry about the inner workings of the engine. Then what about Beyonder abilities? The only Beyonder ability he had was door opening, and he hadn't used it yet. Open. With a shift of his foot, Edward's figure turned translucent, phasing effortlessly through the wall and into the adjacent room. Much more convenient than the unlocking charm. The default energy consumption is spirituality, and there's no need for a conscious effort to expend it. It feels just like casting a spell. But when I actively try to use spirituality for magic, forcefully channeling it doesn't work. What other methods could I try? Edward suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Hermes. In the world of Lord of the Mysteries, most Beyonder abilities required the use of special languages, with Hermes being the most commonly employed. What would happen if he used Hermes to cast spells? Stupefy. A beam of light shot from his wand with a whoosh, knocking over the chairs and tables in its path before leaving a small crater in the wall. Success. Feeling the spiritual energy drained from within him, Edward was overjoyed. The power is slightly greater than when using magic power. Reparo. Before his eyes, everything rewound as if time itself had reversed, restoring the room to its original state. Edward grinned. I just need to switch languages before casting magic, like tapping a tooth to activate spirit vision, and the magic will handle the rest. I love magic. He continued waving his wand, casting spell after spell using spirituality. The spiritual energy consumption isn't too significant. With my current spirituality, I could sustain a small-scale battle. But these are just inanimate objects. I still don't know how effective it will be against a Beyonder. I need to find one to test it on. A polite yet ominous smile spread across his face. He, Susie, I'm coming for you. Just then, a voice rang out from the living room. Damn it, I'm lost again. Emlyn White felt that his luck had been especially bad lately. As a noble sanguine, had he not simply taken a few vials of blood from the hospital? Yet the Church of Evernight's Night Watchers had laid an ambush specifically for him. If he hadn't spent all his gold pounds on dolls recently, he could have just bought fresh blood from those pure young women. That taste was far superior to the chaotic mix found in blood vials. Good thing I picked up this key last time. Otherwise, I'd really be in trouble. Emlyn looked around warily. Where am I? Damn it, I got lost again. When Edward arrived in the living room, he saw a man in his late 20s grumbling to himself. The man had black hair and red eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips, handsome, though lacking in masculinity. Black hair and red eyes. If I remember correctly, that's a characteristic of vampires, a lost vampire. What a coincidence. Just when I needed a Beyonder to test my magic on. Who's there? Emlyn flared his nostrils and turned toward Edward's direction. I can smell you. Come out. Dude, you broke into my house, and yet you act so self-righteous. Edward lifted the disillusionment charm. Emlyn immediately realized that Edward was also a Beyonder. He quickly said, apologies, I just got lost. I'll leave now. Without hesitation, he turned and tried to activate the power of his key to phase through the wall and escape. Accio key. With a wave of Edward's hand, an antique brass key flew into his grasp. Losing the master key mid-escape, Emlyn nearly slammed headfirst into the wall. Annoyed, he turned to Edward. Give that back. Emlyn took a step forward, his fingernails extending into claws inscribed with mysterious symbols and patterns. Tarantaligra. Emlyn's body stiffened as his legs began moving uncontrollably in a frantic tap dance. He struggled to stop but found himself utterly powerless. Fear crept into his heart. What did you do to me? Stop this at once. Levi corpus. Emlyn flipped upside down and dangled in midair. Reacting swiftly, he manifested a pair of translucent bat wings behind him, using their brief flight capability to pull away from Edward. Without a second thought, he turned and bolted for the window. Impedimenta. Stupefy. 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 Emlyn's body jerked to a stop in midair before crashing to the ground, as if he had been smacked by 3 heavy bricks in succession. Unconscious. After confirming that Emlyn had fainted, Edward immediately analyzed his findings. As expected, he's a vampire, a natural beyonder of sequence 7. Even he got knocked out by 3 stunning spells. This, spiritual magic, is even more powerful than I expected. In actual combat, spirituality consumption is several times higher than regular magic, but if I use spells well and my accuracy is high, even mid-sequence beyonders shouldn't be too difficult to handle, maybe even. He paused. No, I don't have enough data yet. I shouldn't jump to conclusions. With a flick of his wand, he cast a few more spells. The most important thing is that I can enhance magic by increasing the amount of spirituality used. The greater the expenditure, the stronger the effect. Doesn't this mean that as long as I have enough spirituality, anything is possible? Spirituality plus magic seem to yield results far greater than just 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Indeed. His greatest asset in the world of Lord of the Mysteries was still magic. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, The Fool Prefers Men. 5 minutes later, Emlyn woke up on the sofa. You're awake, Mr. Vampire Emlyn. It's Noble Sanguine. Emlyn reflexively corrected him, but then the memories of what had just happened resurfaced. Uneasy, he looked at Edward, who was seated across from him. How, do you know my name? So it really was Emlyn. Edward waved his hand with a smile. Oh, I've long heard of you, that's all. All right then, this, Mr. Noble Sanguine, I've already taught you a lesson for trespassing into my home. You're free to leave anytime. Really? Goodbye. Without a moment's hesitation, Emlyn stood up and made his way toward the door. Just as he reached it, Edward's voice sounded again. Aren't you forgetting something? Do you not want your key back? Without turning around, Emlyn replied, That's your key now. Edward thought for a moment and said, If you want your key back, you can trade it for the apothecary formula. Or, if you prefer, you can use the formula to hire me for a task. He needed the apothecary formula as a favor for Viscount Glaint. After all, it was the Viscount who had helped him secure the villa he was currently living in. This would be a way to repay the debt. Emlyn pushed the door open and left without looking back. A few seconds later, realization dawned on Edward. He smacked his forehead. Damn, I forgot to ask him where he found the master key. If I remember correctly, that location also has the formulas for Sequence 8 and Sequence 7 of the apprentice pathway. A troubling thought surfaced. Wait, without the master key, Emlyn won't accidentally stumble into Harvest Church anymore, right? If that happens, he might never meet Klein, and if that changes, then what about the events that follow? He sighed. Well, whatever. I've already flapped my little butterfly wings, and the ripple effects will only grow bigger. Regardless, Klein did save my life this time. I have to find a way to do something to prevent him and the captain from dying, right? Setting his thoughts aside, Edward straightened up and smiled. First things first, I need to tell Audrey about the success of spirituality-based magic. Empress Burrow, the Hall family's luxurious estate. Audrey sat on a plush sofa, leisurely sipping her tea. A glimmer of delight sparkled in her eyes. Lying in the corner, Susie curiously observed her. Audrey, you seem really happy. Setting her teacup down, Audrey picked up her dragonbone wand and smiled. That's right, because I've discovered something very interesting. Crack. The air twisted and warped, and Edward suddenly appeared in the room. Audrey's eyes lit up with anticipation. How did it go? Success. Edward's lips curled upward. Magic cast using spirituality works on beyonders as well. I just tested it on a poor fellow who wandered into my house. In a way, every spell is equivalent to a beyonder ability. How did you do it? I just tried earlier, but it didn't work. Edward got straight to the point. Cast the spells using Hermes. Stupefy. Audrey spoke in Hermes and waved her dragonbone wand. She waited. Nothing happened. Her brows furrowed slightly. It's not working. I can't cast magic with Hermes at all. That's impossible. She tried a few other spells in Hermes, only to be met with the same result. Disappointment flickered in her emerald eyes. Still nothing. Edward scratched his head in confusion. This doesn't make sense. There are only two possibilities. Audrey quickly adjusted her mindset. Either I'm doing something wrong, or, you're special, and only you can cast magic using spirituality. I'm special. How? She narrowed her eyes and grinned. You can traverse between worlds, is that not special enough? Edward was momentarily speechless. Could it really be another perk of transmigrating? Alright, enough about that. I have good news for you too. Audrey handed her dragonbone wand to Edward, her eyes twinkling with amusement. After returning from there, I discovered that my wand absorbed a trace of the grey fog residue left on my spirit. And then, it became a beyonder item. What? Edward took the dragonbone wand, his expression filled with astonishment. It developed 3 abilities. The first is a passive effect called Dragon Might. It enhances my spiritual power, amplifies my spectator pathway abilities, and even lets me exert spiritual pressure on others. The second is Dragon Scales, which covers my skin with a layer of tough dragon scales. It not only improves my defense but also boosts my physical capabilities. The third is Dragon Breath. I can breathe scorching flames to attack. Edward was speechless for a moment. This practically turns you into a little dragon. If he remembered correctly, the spectator pathway did have all those abilities she mentioned, but those could never be obtained at her sequence. Does it have any negative effects? Yes. Audrey nodded, looking slightly embarrassed. But it's a small one. I just have to sleep in a pile of gold and jewels after using it. Edward was stunned. For most people, this kind of negative effect would be unbearable. But for Audrey Hall, it was basically nothing at all. A beyonder item with minimal drawbacks and incredibly practical abilities. Even in the original novel, items like these were exceedingly rare. Excitement surged in Edward's chest. He quickly pulled out his own wand. It was still an ordinary wand. Why? Both were wands. Both of them attended the Tarot Club. So why did only Audrey's wand undergo a transformation? Could it be because of the material? That had to be it. The next time he returned to the Harry Potter world, he needed to find some special materials to test this theory. So, in conclusion, you've mastered spirituality-based magic, and I've unlocked the extraordinary properties of my dragonbone wand. We both gained something valuable. Audrey raised her teacup with a bright smile. So I'd say that's worth celebrating. Audrey picked up the 2 cups of black tea on the table and handed one to Edward. Cheers. The 2 glass cups clinked together with a crisp sound. Audrey downed her tea in one go, then let out a satisfied sigh, almost as if she had just finished a large glass of alcohol. Ignoring the amused smile on Edward's face, she continued. That said, I spend most of my time at home, where it's safe. So if you ever need it, you can always use my wand. Edward's smile faded slightly. Thank you. Hee, it's nothing. Not only have we traveled between different worlds together, but we've also joined a great and mysterious organization. Aside from my parents and my brother, you're now my most trusted friend in the future, who knows? We might have to fight side by side against evil. Her face shone with anticipation for the future. At this stage, Miss Justice was still so pure and kind. Edward gently set his cup down and, in an intentionally casual tone, said, By the way, there's something I wanted to tell you about why I seem to know so much about your world. She blinked, waiting for him to continue. When I arrived in your world, I gained a rather peculiar beyonder ability. It allows me to occasionally see glimpses of the past, or the future. Since he planned to use his knowledge of the plot to his advantage often, rather than fabricating a new excuse every time or avoiding the subject, it was better to establish a believable and mutually acceptable reason in advance. Audrey's eyes widened in realization. You can foresee the future? She pondered for a moment before asking. Then, in your visions, who or what do you see most often? Mostly the fool. Audrey's eyes lit up instantly, and she couldn't hide the excitement in her voice. I knew it. The fool is undoubtedly the protagonist of this era. Who's the female lead? There isn't one. She froze for a moment, then, with a rather peculiar expression, asked. So, does the fool like men? Edward was completely dumbfounded. Why would you think that? Just because there's no female lead, he has to like men. With a face full of exasperation, he clarified. There's no female lead, and the fool doesn't like men either. From start to finish, he's been focused on regaining his strength to prepare for the apocalypse that will arrive in over a decade. He simply doesn't have time for romance. A hint of sympathy appeared on Audrey's face. Not even a single romance before the apocalypse. Oh, dear, I'm sorry, Mr. Fool, I didn't mean to disrespect you. You're too great. Wait. She suddenly processed what he had just said. Did you say apocalypse? Her expression turned serious. Are you saying our world is heading toward destruction? Edward nodded solemnly. This is an apocalypse that even deities may not be able to stop. But your sequence is still too low, I can't explain too much, or you might get corrupted. Audrey's expression tensed. Then, did the fool manage to stop the apocalypse? I don't know. Edward shook his head. What I see are just fragmented images. And besides, with my arrival, the future has likely already changed drastically. You mean, like the butterfly effect? Audrey murmured thoughtfully. Then, what about my future? You will continue advancing along the audience pathway, eventually becoming an angel under the fool's command. Audrey froze for a moment, unsure whether she should be happy or not. At that moment, from the shadows, Susie's voice emerged. What about me? Both Edward and Audrey turned to look at her. They had completely forgotten Susie was here, she truly was a natural spectator. You will always be Audrey's best partner and most trusted assistant. Susie immediately wagged her tail happily. That's wonderful. Audrey let out a bittersweet smile. I never expected you to bring me such big news today, honestly, I'd almost prefer you kept it from me a little longer. I just finished digesting my Sequence 9 potion, and now you're telling me about the apocalypse. Edward lifted his wand. Want me to try and obliviate? She puffed up her cheeks in mock annoyance. Ha ha ha. The two of them burst into laughter. Suddenly, a thought struck Audrey. Wait. If that's the case, do you know all the pathway formulas? Ah. Edward hesitated. Actually, I don't get visions that specific. No way I'm admitting it's just because I didn't memorize them properly. Audrey sighed in disappointment. That's such a shame. Do you have any plans next? I only have one goal, to advance as quickly as possible. As for how? Edward combed through his memories of the original plot. The spectator pathways formulas are held by a secretive organization. Given your status, it won't be long before you catch their attention and get recruited. What organization? I can't say. Edward shook his head helplessly. The psychological alchemist had a secret connection to the Twilight Hermit Order. If their rule of whatever is spoken will be heard applied, he couldn't take the risk of mentioning them outright. As for the apprentice pathway, their formulas are in the hands of a declining yet ancient noble family, the Abraham family. Edward took out the master key. I got this from that poor guy who accidentally wandered into my house just now. It's a Beyonder item called the master key, and it was created when a descendant of the Abraham family lost control after consuming an apprentice potion. If I can find where he lost control, I'll be able to obtain the formulas for Sequence 8 and Sequence 7. Which meant he had to go find Emlyn again. Wait. Audrey suddenly exclaimed in realization. You just finished digesting your potion and needed the next formula, and then, out of nowhere, some unfortunate soul delivers a crucial clue right to your doorstep. She leaned forward, eyes filled with curiosity and suspicion. Isn't that way too much of a coincidence? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 24, Mr. and Mrs. White. Edward felt a chill down his spine. In the world of the Lord of the Mysteries, coincidences like this often meant someone was pulling the strings. Could it be Amon's older brother? He quickly glanced around, fearing that a white-robed priest might suddenly materialize out of thin air. Wait, there's another possibility. A thought struck Edward, this could also be the so-called law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. Just like when I was staying at the inn, minding my own business, and then Zio suddenly showed up, which in turn led me to Miss Lazy S. Furs. This time, Emlyn, who happened to have the master key, inexplicably wandered into my house. But, isn't this supposed to happen when higher sequences attract lower sequences? Klein had the gray fog, and I also belong to the 3 pathways of mysteries. Could it be that I also have a gray fog of my own? If Audrey weren't here, he would have seriously considered taking 4 steps backwards just to test if he could ascend above the gray fog. You thought of something? Audrey's voice pulled him back to reality. Edward pondered for a moment before saying, one possibility is that someone really is orchestrating things from behind the scenes. As far as I know, high-sequence spectators have such abilities. The other possibility has to do with the 3 laws of Beyonder characteristics. The 3 laws of Beyonder characteristics. Audrey's interest was immediately piqued. She took out her little notebook, ready to take notes. The first one, the law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility. This means that Beyonder characteristics cannot be destroyed or diminished, they only transfer from one vessel to another. For example, when a Beyonder dies, their sequence characteristics separate from their body. These can then be used as ingredients for potion brewing or turned into mystical artifacts. If a Beyonder loses control and dies, their characteristics may even form sealed artifacts. Audrey nodded thoughtfully. So, if someone can't find the right ingredients for a potion, they could just hunt down another Beyonder of the same pathway and extract their characteristics. Edward was taken aback. Miss Audrey, that's a dangerous thought. Humph, I'm not some naive little bunny who knows nothing. The second one, the law of similar sequence beyonder characteristics conservation. This means that within the same pathway, the total amount of beyonder characteristics remains constant. When high sequence beyonders increase in number, low sequence beyonders decrease, and vice versa. As you just mentioned, beyonders of the same pathway tend to hunt each other, and this becomes more common the higher the sequence. The last one, the law of beyonder characteristics convergence. High sequence items of the same pathway will intermittently and unconsciously attract mid and low sequence beyonders toward them, and there is a tendency for them to gather in one place. Audrey nodded in understanding. So, you think these coincidences might be due to the third law. But you also said it only applies to high sequence beyonders, and you're just sequence 9. That's what I'm curious about. He rubbed his chin, contemplating for a moment but coming up empty. Instead, he changed the topic. Remember when I told you a few days ago that I was attacked? The attackers were actually your friends, Zio and Furs. Furs is also a sequence 9 apprentice, which seems to align with the law of convergence. Audrey's eyes widened in shock. Why would Miss Zio and Miss Furs attack you? Zio said she took on a bounty, but I have no idea who placed it. Could it be my father? No, that doesn't make sense. Even though we never explicitly talked about it, I already reached an understanding with him. Ugh, I wasn't planning to let him know about me becoming a beyonder this early. In the original story, Count Hall actually knew quite early on. As a noble of Loan, a major banker, and a true political mastermind, how could he possibly remain clueless about his beloved daughter becoming a beyonder? I'll ask my father about it later, she decided. If it really was him placing a bounty behind my back, I won't talk to him anymore. The treasured daughter of the Hall family was gradually turning into a sly little imp. I'll be going to see that unlucky fellow who stumbled into my house tomorrow. Do you want to come with me? Oh, I forgot to mention, he's a naturally born extraordinary creature, a vampire of the apothecary pathway, at sequence 7. Audrey was astonished. There are really vampires in this world. I thought they were just myths. And they're actually a pathway. There's also a pathway for demons, and it's incredibly dangerous. Their method of digesting potions is usually through brutal slaughter. But, tomorrow during the day, I have to attend a royal ball with my father. She sounded a little disappointed. What about at night? If everything goes well, I plan to investigate the location where an Abraham family descendant lost control. There's a good chance we'll encounter some supernatural events there. Then I definitely want to go. By the time Edward left Hall Manor, the sky was already dark. He wandered around Westborough, treating himself to various snacks along the way. He even tried out the subway system of this world. To be honest, he wasn't a fan. It was cramped, stuffy, and shaky, basically just a train moved underground. On his way back, he passed through King's Avenue and happened to walk by the Royal Museum of Backlund. The museum was already closed, but through a few illuminated windows, he caught glimpses of its grandeur. Ah! The Black Emperor card from Emperor Roselle's tarot deck is inside, tucked away in some book. I wonder if I could get my hands on it ahead of time. In the original story, Klein had obtained it by summoning himself and offering it to himself as a sacrifice. But how was he supposed to do it? The simplest and most direct method would be to use the disillusionment charm and apparate in, grab the card, and get out. No. The manuscript containing the Black Emperor card was only taken out for the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Who knows where it's being stored right now? Also, the Kingdom Museum was guarded by at least a demigod beyonder. Since spirit world traversal could be interrupted, did that mean apparition could be disrupted as well? Sigh, I just don't have enough cheat codes yet. The crimson moonlight bathed the streets in a reddish mist. Edward buried his hands in his pockets, stepping into the shadows. With a faint crack, he vanished. The next day, Southbridge District, 48 Riverbay Avenue. Using the strand of hair he had pulled from Emlyn's head yesterday, Edward effortlessly tracked down his residence. He had also attempted to use the master key to locate the place where the Abraham descendant lost control, but unfortunately, it failed, pointing him back to Emlyn's home instead. This was also the clinic run by Emlyn's parents, the white couple, who were well known in several nearby districts for their expertise in various potions and bloodletting treatments. Good day, sir. Are you feeling unwell in any way? The one greeting Edward was a woman who appeared to be around 30 years old. She had black hair and red eyes, a facial structure similar to Emlyn's, and was dressed in an elegant robe. She looked remarkably youthful and beautiful. This was likely Emlyn's mother, Mrs. White. Edward couldn't help but envy vampires. They were naturally immortal. Removing his hat, he politely greeted her. Good afternoon, Mrs. White. I'm Edward, a friend of Emlyn's. I came to see him about something. A friend of Emlyn's? Mrs. White was visibly surprised. Emlyn had never mentioned having a human friend, or rather, aside from his dolls, he didn't seem to interact with anyone at all. "Dear, please entertain our guest for a moment." "I'll go fetch Emlyn." Glancing at her husband, Mrs. White swayed gracefully as she ascended the stairs. Mr. White, on the other hand, looked like a model gentleman. He wore silver-framed glasses and a well-fitted white coat, appearing no older than his early 30s. Strangely, he seemed even more handsome and manly than Emlyn. "Please, have a seat. Try the coffee beans I've just roasted." Pouring 2 cups of coffee, he smiled and asked, "Mr. Edward, how did you come to know Emlyn?" "Oh, we share similar interests." Mr. White's hand trembled slightly as he held his coffee cup. "Oh, I see." He suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Was he supposed to discuss newly released dolls? Or perhaps the best clothing combinations for them? Fortunately, Emlyn soon came downstairs, looking rather displeased. They must have made a mistake. "I don't have any human friends. I was in the middle of dressing my beloved Emily." "I'd rather you dress a real lady," Mrs. White sighed helplessly. She had changed into a different style of dress, making her look even younger. "Hello, Emlyn." Emlyn's pupils contracted. "How did you find me?" He vividly remembered Edward. While he was passionate about dolls, he sometimes took on bounty missions to earn money for new models. However, he had never suffered such a humiliating defeat before, being completely overpowered without a chance to resist. Emlyn's reaction immediately put the White couple on high alert, ready to act at any moment. "Don't misunderstand," Edward said, taking out the master key. "I just want to know where you got this from, or rather, where it originally came from." "And why should I tell you?" Emlyn glanced at his parents, gaining a sense of security. "Do you really think you can take on all 3 of us?" Edward smiled and pointed toward the 2nd floor. "I'm not sure if I can take you all on, but if a fight breaks out, your precious collection upstairs won't be spared." "Are you sure you are willing to sacrifice your dear Emily?" Emlyn looked horrified. He took a few steps back, as if preparing to abandon his parents and rush upstairs to protect his dolls. After a long moment, he gritted his teeth and compromised. First, he exchanged a look with his parents, then he said, "A few days ago, I sneaked into the hospital in the South Borough to steal blood for drinking. That's when I ran into a thief. He was originally trying to get into the hospital's financial office but got lost and ended up in my hands instead. He was using that master key. He told me he had found it while sneaking into a certain house during a burglary. At first, he thought it only opened a specific room or safe, so he tested it on various doors, only to discover that it could open anything. After that, he continued using it for multiple successful thefts, until I caught him and confiscated the key. I just didn't expect that using the key would make me lose my way, which is why I ended up at your place yesterday." Edward nodded and asked, "Did the thief mention where he stole it from?" "South Bridge District, 32 Verdi Street. I haven't had the chance to check it out myself yet." "Thank you, Mr. Emlyn. This information is very important to me. That makes us friends now." Emlyn huffed in displeasure. "I don't want to be friends with you." Edward didn't mind. He thought for a moment before adding, "By the way, about the apothecary potion formula I mentioned yesterday, do you have it? I can trade gold pounds or something else for it." "Why would I have that?" "But you're from the apothecary pathway." "Oh, sorry, I mean, a sanguine, right?" Emlyn spread his arms wide and said proudly, "We are noble sanguine. We don't need to take potions like you humans to advance from sequence 9. All right then. I was going to offer a more exquisite, more beautiful doll in exchange." "A more exquisite, more beautiful." Emlyn's voice rose in pitch before he quickly corrected himself, "Impossible. No doll could be more perfect than Emily." "Then I won't bother you any further." Edward set his coffee cup down and turned to Mr. White. "Mr. White, thank you for the coffee. It's the best I've ever had." Mr. White's eyes lit up, and he smiled proudly. "Of course. These coffee beans were harvested from a deep canyon in southern Verwood and personally roasted by me. If you like them, I still have more." "Ahem." Mrs. White coughed loudly, interrupting her husband, who was clearly about to go on a long-winded coffee lecture. Edward felt a little amused. Did all vampires have peculiar hobbies? Emlyn loved dolls, Mr. White was obsessed with coffee, and Mrs. White, did she enjoy changing outfits? Then I'll be on my way. Tipping his hat slightly, Edward turned and headed for the door. "Wait." Emlyn's hesitant voice called out. He tilted his chin slightly, trying to appear nonchalant as he asked, "Do you really have a better doll?" Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 25, Knock on the Door at Night. Emlyn hesitated for a long time before finally giving in. "I mean, if the quality really meets my standards, I wouldn't mind collecting a few more, in exchange for an apothecary formula." I'll bring the dolls to you in a week. Once he returned to the Harry Potter world, Edward planned to visit Akihabara. Even though it was only the 90s, Japanese anime was already thriving, so it shouldn't be too difficult to find some high-quality dolls. Hopefully, Emlyn would take care of his health by then. Next, I need to make a trip to the Bravehearts bar. The house where the descendant of Abraham lost control was also home to a lingering spirit. In theory, spiritual magic should be effective against vengeful ghosts, but just to be safe, Edward planned to get a revolver and some purifying bullets. He took out the last bottle of polyjuice potion, added a strand of Emlyn's hair, and soon transformed into his likeness. Spending another one solely, he hired a runner who guided him to the entrance of the Brave Bar. "This is the place, sir." The runner was a teenage boy in ragged clothes, likely from a poor district. After paying him generously, Edward suddenly thought of something and asked, "Do you know Ian?" Ian was a little boy from the original novel, working as a detective for a double agent. He was the initiator of the famous 5-pound ambassador mission. The boy's eyes flickered for a moment before he shook his head innocently. "Never heard of him." "All right." Edward didn't press the issue. Straightening his attire, he pushed open the heavy black wooden door of the Brave Bar. A brawny man, nearly 2 meters tall, stood by the entrance with arms crossed. He glanced at Edward and immediately shifted his gaze away. Since it was still morning, the bar wasn't busy. Behind the counter, the bartender was polishing a glass while stifling a yawn, clearly not well rested from the previous night. Edward walked up to the bar. The bartender forced a warm smile and greeted him, "Good morning, sir. What can I get for you?" Edward placed a 1 solely banknote on the counter and spoke like a regular customer, cutting straight to the point. "Your finest beer, and I'd like to buy a revolver and some bullets." The bartender's movements paused slightly as he set the glass down. "Sir, I don't quite understand what you mean. This is a bar. If I'm asking, it means I've done my research beforehand." "Relax, you can keep an eye on me the whole time." The bartender stared at him for a long moment before finally serving a golden mug of beer. "Follow me." Edward took a sip as he picked up the beer, the coolness instantly refreshing his mind. Smacking his lips, he made an internal judgment, not as good as butterbeer. Setting the mug down, he followed the bartender to the entrance of billiards room number 3. The door was open, revealing an elderly man with a prominent nose, dressed in a linen shirt, leaning against the wall with his arms wrapped around a cue stick, dozing off. The bartender quickly whispered a few words in his ear. The old man's murky eyes opened, scanned Edward, and then gave a slight nod. "Come in. You want a revolver and bullets?" The old man got up, and the enormous scar on his face became even more menacing. "Do you not realize that privately selling firearms and ammunition is illegal?" "Of course I know. That's precisely why I'm here." "Ha!" The old man burst into laughter. £5 for a specially modified, high-powered revolver with 30 bullets. "No problem." Edward agreed readily. "But I also need some special bullets." "Oh. What kind of special?" The kind that can purify vengeful spirits." The old man's expression froze instantly. He scrutinized Edward from head to toe before saying, "Where did you hear about that?" "That's beyond my usual business." Limping back and forth, he hesitated before saying, "I can ask around for you, but I'll need extra gold pounds." "Much appreciated." The old man hobbled out of the billiards room, likely seeking out Mr. Zombie and Miss Bodyguard. About 10 minutes later, he returned with a box. "Here are 12 purification bullets. Including my service fee, that'll be 150 gold pounds. Deal." Looks like the amount was too small to warrant a meeting with those two. It made sense. In the original novel, Miss Bodyguard, Sharon, had only taken Klein's protection job because she urgently needed money at the time. Otherwise, as a Sequence 5, she wouldn't normally bother with such low-paying work. Still, Edward added, "Please pass my thanks to your friends. By the way, if I have other commissions, can I contact them through you?" "That, I can't say. But I do hope a straightforward buyer like you comes back often." The old man seemed in good spirits. He grinned and winked. "I recently got some mummy powder, said to be excellent for, that sort of thing. Interested?" "No, thanks. Goodbye." Everything was ready. Now, all that was left was to act at night. Midnight, Southbridge District, 32 Verdi Street. Two figures suddenly appeared in the shadows of a house, Edward and Audrey, both dressed in wizard robes. "Why did we have to put on wizard robes?" Edward asked, puzzled. This was Audrey's first time actively participating in a supernatural event, aside from tarot club meetings. She was doing her best to suppress her excitement, but her heart was still racing with exhilaration. "It's called a ritual. We're the only 2 Hogwarts wizards in this world. When we act together, of course, we need our own exclusive ritual." "A ritual? Well, it was an old tradition of the Tarot Club, after all. The house ahead is our target for tonight. There's a vengeful spirit inside, it seems to have the ability to make people strangle themselves. Audrey twirled her dragonbone wand, full of confidence. I have my wand's supernatural protection. It won't be able to control me. That was precisely why Edward had dared to bring her along for some real-world experience. Open. Grabbing Audrey's wrist, the two of them passed through the wall and entered the house. Crimson moonlight spilt in through the window, illuminating the mess inside. The place was in complete disarray, showing clear signs of being searched multiple times, probably by more than one thief. Lumos. Both of them cast the spell simultaneously, and a bright white glow dispelled the darkness. Audrey curiously scanned the room but still clutched Edward's robes tightly, showing that she was still a little nervous. Tap, tap, tap. A strange set of footsteps echoed through the house. At the stairway ahead, a dark silhouette staggered forward. Its head wobbled unsteadily on its neck as if it had lost all support and could drop off at any moment. Its eyeballs bulged unnaturally, and its facial muscles were frozen in an expression of sheer terror. Even though Edward had mentally prepared himself, the sight of this thing still made his stomach churn. Petrificus totalis. Diffindo. Before Edward could react, Audrey had already raised her wand and unleashed a deadly two-hit combo. Snap. The thing shattered into pieces, scattering across the floor. First blood. Edward gave her a thumbs up. That was it? Audrey asked, slightly surprised. That was just a burglar who got caught and killed by the wraith inside. He's been dead for a while. What we saw was just his body being controlled by the lingering spirit. The real main event hasn't even started yet. As he spoke, a sudden chill swept in from behind. It transformed into a frigid wind that rushed straight for Edward's neck, an attempt by the wraith to seize control of his body. Reacting instantly, he grabbed Audrey's wrist and flashed several meters away. At the same time, he swung his wand. Revelio. This spell was originally used to reveal the true form of a target, whether it was someone under a transformation spell, an animagus, or disguised with polyjuice potion. Now, infused with spirituality, it forced the hidden wraith into visibility. With its cover blown, the wraith shrieked and lunged straight at Audrey. Boom. A surge of crimson flames erupted from Audrey's mouth, engulfing the wraith. The instant it made contact, the spirit burned like a puff of cotton, disintegrating into nothingness. Double kill. Edward lowered his right hand, which had been gripping his revolver. Something felt off. Wasn't I supposed to be the one showing her the ropes? Why does it feel like she's the one carrying me? Audrey patted her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that was terrifying. Yeah, sure. You looked really scared. At this moment, faint golden dragon scales shimmered across Audrey's skin. Her emerald green pupils had turned into golden slits. The elegance of a noble lady was still there, but now, she carried an exotic and almost bewitching aura. Edward stared at her, intrigued. Audrey, feeling a bit self-conscious under his gaze, quickly retracted her dragon-like features. These changes happen when I use my abilities. I can't control them. That's pretty cool. Hee hee. Though the original records only mentioned a single wraith in this house, they still carefully searched every room just to be safe. Once they confirmed there were no more threats, they headed to the basement, where they found an aged brown notebook on a long wooden table. Edward flipped through it quickly, tore out the page containing the potion formula, and handed the rest to Audrey. I didn't expect to find 4th epic secrets recorded here, mentions of the Abraham family, the Antigonus family, and the Zeradal family. It even says that during the War of the Four Emperors, gods personally intervened. Audrey exclaimed as she skimmed through the pages. To be precise, the War of the Four Emperors was orchestrated by the gods themselves. It's a shame that while the owner of this journal documented their life experiences, they never recorded the exact location of the Abraham family. Edward chuckled. Getting the Sequence 8 and Sequence 7 potion formulas is already a huge win. The next step is gathering the ingredients and advancing. I'll work on this from 2 angles, searching on my own while also commissioning others to help. He gently ran his fingers over the page containing the potion formula. Aside from asking the Hanged Man and the Sun at the Tarot Club, maybe I should check with Zio and Furs too. They've been around Beyonder circles in Backlund for quite a while. They might have connections. Audrey nodded in agreement. And we can also ask them about the Hanged Man's commission for Kalangos. Oh. Speaking of which, did you see anything about Kalangos in your premonition? Let me think. Edward closed his eyes. It seems that you encountered him at some kind of ball. He was disguised, but you saw through it and reported it to the Fool. Then, the Fool's subordinate, an angel, took him out. Wait, does this mean I can use this information to join the hunt for Kalangos? His bounty is a staggering 30,000 gold pounds. Even if I only get a tenth of that, it would still be a huge windfall. I can't just mooch off others forever. And the best part? I wouldn't even have to take any risks, just report his whereabouts and cash in. Wait, you said the fool has an angel under his command. As the fool's biggest fangirl in the tarot club, Audrey had never doubted the fool's greatness. But the sudden mention of an angel still caught her off guard. Of course. Edward cleared his throat and recited with dramatic flair. Seated beside the fool are 6 angels: Angel of Mercury, the embodiment of fate; Angel of Death, the enforcer of the underworld; Angel of Redemption, the messenger of divine will; Angel of Life, the source of wisdom; Angel of Retribution, the judge of the divine realm; but the most powerful of them all is the Angel of Time, the ruler of ancient ages and the bell ringer of the divine kingdom. Audrey's eyes sparkled. Wow. That's so fitting for the fool. Cough. Back to Kalangos, he came to Backlund to assassinate, let me think, Duke Negan. So, if you ever receive an invitation to a ball at Duke Negan's estate, let me know immediately. Got it. Then, do we still need to commission Zio and Furs for this? Maybe not. If they actually ran into Xilingus, it could put them in danger. With their next steps decided, Edward escorted Audrey back home before operating to his own place. As he washed up, he mentally reviewed his upcoming plans. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the front door. Who would come at this hour? With his toothbrush still in his mouth, Edward walked over to his bedroom's bay window and glanced outside. A lone figure stood at the entrance, knocking in a slow, mechanical rhythm. Their movements were stiff and unnatural. Why do they look so off? Then, as if sensing his gaze, the figure slowly lifted their head, locking eyes with Edward. Bathed in the crimson moonlight, a face that made Edward's hair stand on end came into view. Migos. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. P.S. From tomorrow, you guys can have extra chapters in exchange for Power Stones. I'll set the goal in the upcoming chapters. And, if you guys want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 26, The Blasphemer. Migos. She was the first real boss Klein encountered in the original story, a vessel for the descent of the true creator's offspring and the direct cause of the Tinjan Nighthawks' near annihilation. Of course, this was all orchestrated by Insangwil. But according to the third-rate writer's arrangements, wasn't she supposed to wait for an opportunity to attack Blackthorn's security company and help him obtain St. Selena's ashes? Why had she suddenly come to Backlund, knocking on his door in the middle of the night? Could it be that their previous encounter at the Divination Club had put him on Insangwil's radar? But his goal was to obtain the ashes and ascend to demigodhood. Why would he be targeting me? And besides, the Quill's interference shouldn't be able to reach across cities. Knock, 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 knock. Migos resumed her persistent knocking. Her impatience was growing, the knocks becoming louder, her fingernails now scratching at the door, producing a sharp, grating sound. By now, Edward had assessed the situation. Fighting was out of the question. Running. If she had managed to track him all the way from Tinjan to Backlund, she likely possessed some kind of extraordinary tracking ability. If he ran, would he have to keep wandering aimlessly, never settling down? And if she was being so polite as to knock today, what was stopping her from launching a direct attack next time? Suddenly, he froze. No, something's off. Migos had caused such a massive incident in Tinjan because the official forces there were too weak. But this was Backlund. If he reported her to the church, within minutes, multiple demigods would descend upon her and resolve the issue. Not only that, but this would also indirectly alleviate the crisis for the Tinjan Nighthawks, repaying Klein's life-saving kindness. A win-win scenario. No time to waste. With a quick apparition, Edward reappeared a few hundred meters away from St. Samuel Cathedral. The cathedral was still brightly lit, its glow against the crimson moon adding to its mysterious yet reassuring presence, probably because the moon and the night were both symbols of the goddess. As an undocumented, wild beyonder in this world, I should be avoiding the church like the plague, yet here I am, delivering myself to their doorstep. I wonder if my fellow transmigrator, the Evernight goddess, has taken notice of me. And if so, what does she think of my existence? Edward pulled out a pen and paper, quickly scrawling the words, "A descendant of an evil god has appeared in the Empress Burrow." Just as he was about to slip it under the door, he paused. Since every church had diviners among them, his real identity might be uncovered. Better to play it safe. He took out the polyjuice potion he had brewed earlier, downed a sip, and transformed into an unremarkable passerby. Then, he rewrote the message on a fresh piece of paper and placed it at the entrance of the cathedral. To ensure he caught their attention, he banged on the door several times. But then another thought struck him: what if the clergy were already asleep at this hour? After hesitating for a moment, he picked up a nearby rock and hurled it at the stained glass window. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed sharply through the silent night. Without missing a beat, Edward teleported to Holy Wind Cathedral in Sherwood Borough, belonging to the Church of the Lord of Storms. Unlike the ever-bright St. Samuel Cathedral, this one was shrouded in darkness. He left another note. And, just to be thorough, hurled another rock. Finally, he arrived at St. Hireland Cathedral in St. George Borough belonging to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery and repeated the process. Do it and run. Damn, this is exhilarating. After completing his triple-hit mission, Edward retreated to the southern part of the Bridge District, the area closest to Empress Borough, and watched from the shadows. The first responders turned out to be the Church of Storm's hot-headed zealots, though it was possible that the other churches were just keeping a lower profile. Unlike them, the Lord of Storm's followers arrived with thunder and lightning. That night, Empress Borough was in complete turmoil. By the next morning, the Backlund Daily had dubbed it Empress Borough's sleepless night. But whether Migos and the evil god's offspring in her belly had been dealt with, Edward had no idea. Noon, the next day. Edward returned to the villa, exhausted from staying up all night. In the courtyard, Susie was lying under a tree, rolling on her back and basking in the sunlight. The moment she saw him, she leapt to her feet, shook off the grass clinging to her fur, and spoke. Audrey says that because of what happened last night, Earl Hall won't let her leave the house. You'll have to go on your own today. Edward blinked innocently. Last night. What happened last night? Susie sat down and pondered for a moment. Apparently, someone provoked all three major churches at the same time. I didn't catch the details. Edward was dumbfounded. I was reporting the descent of an evil god, and that somehow turned into me provoking the churches. And not just one, but all three. Yes, okay, I broke some windows. But that was to get their attention faster. These people have no sense of priorities. Though indignant, Edward kept a mild smile on his face. I see. Thanks for letting me know, Susie. Susie happily wagged her tail, expectantly looking at Edward. Ah, right. Here you go. He pulled out a piece of dried chicken meat. Susie snatched it and bolted away. Damn, she's really gotten used to being fed chicken, huh? After staying up all night, Edward was mentally and physically drained. But now that the three churches had their eyes on Empress Borough, it was probably the safest place to be. Man, what a mess. Evening, Furs and Zio's apartment, Backlund Bridge District. Zio entered the apartment to find Furs sprawled on the couch, a manuscript covering her face, looking every bit like a lazy salted fish. Unable to hold back, Zio remarked, "Don't tell me you've been lying there all day again." Furs peeled the manuscript off her face and muttered, "Nonsense. I wrote a whole." She glanced at her manuscript, then, attempting to sound confident, declared, "Half a page." Zio poured herself a glass of water and downed it in one go. Phew, I was dying of thirst. Furs yawned. What's up? Last night, someone smashed the windows of all three major churches. Apparently, it turned into an all-night chaos with no resolution. Now, there's a bounty out, 3,000 gold pounds for the so-called blasphemer. Furs braced herself and sat up. 3,000 pounds. I've never seen that much money in my life. A few seconds later, she flopped back down, resuming her lifeless fish pose. If even the church had to issue a bounty, this a blasphemer must be really hard to catch. That's what I thought too. Zio chuckled. So while everyone else was busy searching for the blasphemer, I went ahead and completed several overlooked bounties in one go. Impressive. Furs gave her a thumbs up. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded from outside. Zio immediately became alert and walked to the door. Who is it? It's me, Edward. Zio hesitated slightly. Edward, who? Outside the door, Edward was momentarily speechless. Did he really have that little presence? He was now being mentioned in the same breath as Amon, labeled as the blasphemer. Even he had been stunned when he first heard that title. Me. A blasphemer. Does Amon approve of this? I'm the Edward who helped you win twice. Oh, it's you. Zio finally remembered. She opened the door, a hint of anticipation on her face. Have you changed your mind? Are you willing to help me find out who put a bounty on you? Not exactly. Edward seriously suspected that if Zio found out he was the so-called blasphemer, she might report him to the church herself. Stepping into the room, he got straight to the point. I have a commission for you. I need you to help me gather some materials. As for payment, I'll sell you a potion formula. Zio raised an eyebrow. So let me get this straight, we do the work, and the payment is that you'll sell us something. That's a real win-win, huh? You're learning fast. I'm offering the formula for the apprentice pathway sequence 8, Trickmaster. Furs suddenly sat upright, her eyes widening in surprise. She hesitated before asking. But how do we know the formula is real? Ah. Edward was momentarily stumped. That was a problem he hadn't considered. The formulas he had previously bought at Mr. A's gathering had seemed reliable, possibly due to the Snake of Mercury's luck blessing. And this time, the formula was one confirmed in the original storyline. But Furs and Zio didn't know that. They weren't close enough to trust him yet. After thinking for a moment, Edward said, "You can have it appraised. That shouldn't be too hard for people who frequent the Beyonder circles like you." Furs frowned. But appraisals cost money. At that moment, Zio made a firm decision. "We'll take the commission." Edward handed her a prepared note. "These are the materials I need." He flashed a mischievous smile. "Of course, you could also consider it as the Trickmaster formula, but I can't guarantee you won't lose control after drinking it. Also, if you come across any notes from Emperor Roselle, please buy them for me. I want to study them." Furs felt like she was in a dream. She had been searching for the Trickmaster formula for so long, and now it had just fallen into her lap. If she advanced to Sequence 8, wouldn't she finally be able to hear the murmurs of the Crimson Moon clearly? Wouldn't she be able to free herself from this suffering and return to normal? But Sequence 8 formulas cost at least £450. Given that Trickmaster might have an even higher price, plus the materials required, the total could be around £1,000. Yet all she had was less than £200. No. I can't keep going on like this. I need to make money, fast. Furs repeatedly hyped herself up, then marched to her desk with the determination of someone heading to the execution grounds. She spread out her manuscript papers, picked up a pen, and began furiously writing, completely forgetting that Edward was still in the room. Zio shrugged. This kind of sudden burst of motivation usually doesn't last more than half a day for her. Hopefully, this time will be different. Edward couldn't help but laugh. Furs's attitude was exactly like how he had felt every Monday morning when he had to get up for work in his past life. "Well then, I'll head out to gather your materials. I'll contact you as soon as I have news." Unlike Furs, Zio was swift and decisive in her actions. However, just as she reached the door, she turned back and asked, "Right, where do you live? How should we contact you?" Edward gave her his current address, while inwardly realizing something. "So far, I've only dealt with Audrey. Whenever I needed to find her, I'd just apparate over. But now that I'm getting involved with more people, I can't just keep teleporting all the time. What if someone needs to find me? Do I need to get a messenger? But who could teach him the summoning ritual? With the handful of people he knew, none seemed capable of it. Miss Bodyguard Sharon should know, right? Should I try my luck with her again?" It just so happened that he also needed to visit the Bravehearts bar to ask Caspers to take him to an underground Beyonder gathering. In Lord of the Mysteries, two major underground gatherings were explicitly mentioned in Backlund. One was hosted by Mr. A, and the other was run by a detective known as the Eye of Wisdom. Since Mr. A hadn't announced any new meetings recently, his only option was to try his luck at the Bravehearts bar. Speaking of luck, should I get Willa Septon to bless me again? Forget it. Both Adam and the Evernight Goddess had hinted before. Every gift from fate comes with a hidden price. Although that useless silver snake wasn't on the same level as those two, he was still a powerful entity. If he chose to invest in Edward, it was bound to come with a purpose. It might be called an investment, but in reality, it was a transaction. And the true price of the deal wouldn't be paid by the present him, but by his future self. It was essentially taking out a loan on his future fate. Edward sighed. "No thanks. I'd rather not get into debt with a deity." Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 27, The Stalker. Edward effortlessly made his way to the Bravehearts bar, still using Emlyn's handsome face. Compared to the previous morning, the bar was now at its peak business hours, and the distant clamor reached his ears long before he arrived. As soon as he pushed the door open, a wave of stale sweat, mixed with the pungent smell of alcohol and smoke, assaulted his senses. Edward almost wanted to cast a bubblehead charm on himself. In the center of the bar, two raised platforms stood side by side. One hosted a pair of brawling boxers, surrounded by a crowd cheering loudly. The other, surprisingly, featured a dog versus mouse contest, drawing even more spectators than the boxing match. Unbelievable. Edward walked up to the bar and ordered a beer, exchanging a subtle glance with the bartender before heading straight to billiards room number 3. Just as he reached the door, it was violently pushed open from the inside. A group of men dressed in black coats and wearing half-top hats stomped out, cursing under their breath. Inside, the old man who had sold Edward his gun, Caspers, grinned and called out, "Good riddance." Once the men had left, Caspers took a large swig of his beer and spat, "Damn Highlanders." Noticing Edward standing at the entrance, his eyes lit up. Oh. My friend. Didn't expect to see you back so soon. You looking to buy some mummy powder? Buy mummy powder, my ass. I already told you, I don't need it. Tisk, youth always neglects repairs, only to regret it when they're old. Edward ignored his nonsense and walked inside. I heard you know a place where special people make special trades. Can you take me there? Caspers tossed his beer onto the pool table, raised an eyebrow, and snorted. You're well informed, huh? But do you know that those people have nasty tempers? One wrong step, and you might not live to see tomorrow's sunrise. I value my life more than anyone. After a pause, Edward added, of course, if you could introduce me to the friend who sold me those bullets, that would work too. Caspers grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. Oh, so you're after them. I can ask, but whether they'll see you is another matter. He held up 2 fingers, then spread out his whole hand. £2 for now. Plus 3 more for bringing you to the gathering in a few days. That's £5 total. Do I look like I have money blowing in from the wind? Edward took out a £10 note and dangled it in front of him with a faint smile. I can give you £10, but... Caspers immediately perked up. But what? Legilimens. A chaotic flood of memories surged into Edward's mind: street fights, muggings, murders, gang wars. Casper's life was practically a gangster's struggle for success condensed into a mental reel. But Edward only focused on what he needed. The location of the extraordinary gathering and how to use the Backlund Morning Post to determine whether there would be a meeting the next night. Unlike Dumbledore, who could likely read minds with just a single glance, Edward needed prolonged eye contact to use legilimency effectively, ideally, some verbal guidance, too. He stuffed the £10 note back into his pocket and shrugged. On second thought, I don't need you to take me to that gathering anymore. Here's £2. Off you go. Casper snatched the money with a scowl, limping toward the door while grumbling under his breath. Miserly bastard, people like you never come to a good end. Oh, right. Edward suddenly called out. If they refuse to see me, tell them a name, Rainet Tyneker. To be honest, this move carried a certain amount of risk. In Lord of the Mysteries, Miss Bodyguard leaned towards justice and kindness when dealing with Klein. But that was because Klein was the future Lord of Mysteries. And Edward? Who the hell am I? Still, if he wanted to climb the sequences quickly, going it alone was clearly unwise. Right now, as one of the old, weak, sick, pregnant members under the Fool, Angel Rainet Tyneker and her 2 disciples were still in crisis. They needed help. If Edward could offer assistance at this critical moment, there was a chance he'd gain their goodwill for the future. Of course, this could also backfire, making them suspicious or even hostile. But hey, he was currently using Polyjuice Potion to look like Emlyn. Once he stepped out of this door, they wouldn't even know who he really was. If things went south, he could always change his face and try a different approach. A few minutes later, the gas lamps inside the billiards room flickered violently, casting shifting shadows across the walls. Then, a pale, delicate face with light gold hair appeared on the glass of the gas lamp. A soft yet slightly raspy voice spoke, as if unaccustomed to frequent conversation. Where did you hear the name Rainet Tyneker? Edward tipped his hat and replied, I have my own sources. He paused briefly before continuing, just as I know your Temperance faction was recently ambushed by the Indulgence faction, Rainet fell in battle, and you and your neighbor are still being hunted. What do you want? Edward smiled at the classical, noble beauty before him. I come with goodwill, bearing a piece of good news. After a dramatic pause, he added. Your teacher is not actually dead. Even someone as composed as Sharon couldn't help but react. Though she quickly restored her calm, a flicker of emotion had passed through her expression. Where is she? She suffered heavy injuries and could only revive in the spirit world in a unique state, as a spirit creature. With this knowledge, I assume you know how to contact her. All right, I will verify it. Sharon gave a slight nod before asking softly, what do you want from me in return? Edward took out a prepared note and held it up for Sharon to see. I want to obtain these materials as soon as possible, a method to summon my own messenger, and 1 instance of your direct assistance. The note listed not only the materials required for Sequence 8, Trickmaster, but also those for Sequence 7, Astrologer. You know as well as I do that the value of my information far exceeds this request. Consider the extra as a gesture of goodwill, an offer of friendship. Please wait a moment. Sharon's face vanished from the glass. Not long after, there was a knock on the billiards room door. A man dressed in a white shirt and black vest stepped inside. His complexion was pale, his expression slightly puzzled, and he carried a small package in his hand. Edward couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He had missed the classic scene of Merrick playing cards with his zombies. This is from Sharon. She's gone to verify the truth of what you said. Marek placed the package on the pool table and unfolded it, revealing several small tin foil boxes used to isolate the spirituality of extraordinary materials. We only have part of what you need at the moment. We'll keep an eye out for the rest. Edward stared at the pile of materials, momentarily dumbfounded. He couldn't tell what was what. Fortunately, Marek took the time to introduce each item one by one. The good news was that one of the main materials for astrologer, meteorite crystal, was among them, along with most of the auxiliary ingredients. The only thing missing was the other primary ingredient, Lavos squid's crystallized blood, and a few supplementary materials. The bad news was that there were no primary materials for Trickmaster, though most of the auxiliary ones were present. This is the method you need to summon a messenger. Marek handed Edward a sheet of paper filled with dense writing. Summoning a messenger requires ritual magic. The unique aspect of this ritual is that it involves praying to oneself, drawing power from one's own spirituality rather than relying on a deity. First, select herbs and essential oils corresponding to the desired domain. However, for the candles, you only need one that symbolizes yourself. Next, recite the incantation. It consists of 3 parts. The first part is I, spoken in ancient Hermes, Jotun, Draconic, or Elvish. The second part is I summon in my name, which can be spoken in Hermes. The third part describes the entity you are summoning. For example, the one you'll be using soon. A spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly being that can be subordinated, the messenger belonging solely to Sharon. For the first summoning, you can also include specific requirements for the messenger. Finally, establish a contract with the summoned messenger. Here is the format for the contract. Edward thought for a moment before asking, does this ritual have any sequence level requirements? No, but you must remember, do not randomly alter the description of the summoned entity. That is the easiest way to attract something terrifying. If that happens, you'll die a miserable death. Thanks for the warning. Sharon asked me to tell you that when you need her assistance, come here to find us. But remember, the opponent cannot be stronger than a demigod. Do I look like someone who can afford to provoke a demigod? Edward casually stuffed the small package into his coat pocket and gave Marek a little taste of magical world surprises. Alright, I'm off for now. I'll be in touch. Leaving Braveheart's bar, he swiftly changed routes multiple times, blending into the crowd. As he moved, he swiped a copy of the Backlund Morning Post, flipping straight to page 5. There was no advertisement from Ernst firm about purchasing goods. Hope Zio gets something useful. By the time he returned to the villa, night had completely fallen. Even after spending over a week in this world, he still wasn't used to the eerie scarlet moonlight. The vast emptiness of the house made it feel even more desolate. At least Klein still has his siblings with him, unlike me. Knock, 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 knock. Just then, the door was knocked on again. Shit. Judging by that rhythmic knock, there was no doubt about it, it had to be Migos again. Edward stepped over to the bay window and took a peek. Yep, it's her. Seriously, weren't the 3 major churches completely useless? After all the commotion, after slapping him with the title of blasphemer, not only had they failed to deal with Migos, but they also let her casually wander around right under their noses. I need to consider moving somewhere else. But if Migos could move freely in the heavily guarded Empress Borough, where could he go? TSK. No matter how I look at it, dealing with an evil god's spawn should be the church's problem, guess I have to report it. With the current lockdown on the churches, walking in to report her himself would be the same as walking into a trap. So, Edward once again changed his face to a random pedestrians and found 3 errand boys in Sherwood District. He handed each of them a note. There is an evil god's descent in Empress Borough. Her name is Migos. She is a pregnant woman carrying the true creator's child. The 3 boys delivered the notes to 3 different churches. Before long, the mandated punishers arrived like a hurricane, roaring through the Empress Borough in search of their target. When they didn't find her immediately, they stormed their way into Sherwood Borough. Tonight, at the very least, the storm church's beyonders were definitely not getting any sleep. As for Edward, he checked into a small hotel in Westborough, listening to the occasional howling wind and crackling thunder outside. A perfect white noise to lull him into a sweet, dreamless sleep. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Let's see, if we reach 80 Power Stones by tomorrow, you guys get an extra chapter. Chapter 28, The Clingy Migos. For the next few days, Edward didn't return to the villa in the Empress Borough. Instead, he switched hotels in different areas daily, and Migos didn't come knocking again. In the meantime, he paid Audrey a visit and briefly told her about the situation with Migos. Audrey was utterly stunned, so the blasphemer who had thrown Backlund into chaos was actually you. And you did all that, just to report an evil god. She imagined herself in the same scenario. If one day, Mr. Fool had his own church and someone came in the middle of the night to smash its windows, she would definitely see it as an act of desecration. But why was the image in her head specifically Edward smashing the windows? Edward had no idea that Audrey's thoughts had slipped onto a banana peel and were sliding further away. He carried all the necessary materials to an abandoned warehouse in the East Borough, preparing to summon his own messenger. After arranging the herbs and essential oils, he lit the candle symbolizing himself. The surrounding air instantly became hazy with a mystical aura. What requirements should my messenger meet? First and foremost, speed is crucial. A messenger must be efficient. Then, it needs to be capable of communication. Otherwise, if it doesn't understand me and I don't understand it, that would be a complete joke. Lastly, it should have a certain level of self-defense. Sometimes, it might need to deliver valuable items. If it attracts the attention of other spirit world entities, it should at least have the ability to resist. With his thoughts settled, Edward took a step back and chanted in ancient Hermes. I summon in my name. A spirit wandering the illusory realms, a friendly creature that can be commanded, a powerful speedster adept at communication. A sharp, whistling wind arose. A layer of silver white spread over the candle, and an eerie chill rapidly radiated outward from the flame. Then, the air before him shimmered, forming a faint membrane. A small, otter-like silver creature emerged from it. It's here. Edward was just about to speak when a shadow of indiscernible form appeared behind the otter. It immediately reacted as if it had seen a ghost, its body blurred abruptly, and it vanished in an instant. Everything returned to normal. What just happened? Did it get scared away? What was that shadow? He waited in place for several minutes, but the otter never returned. With no other choice, he dismissed the summoning. The ritual itself should be fine, but something seems off with the summoning process. Let's try again. Edward adjusted his incantation, simplifying his requirements. I summon in my name. A spirit wandering the illusory realms, a friendly creature that can be commanded, an adept speedster capable of communication. A low hum echoed as the candle flame flared dramatically, radiating a surge of warmth. Suddenly, a tiny black claw appeared out of thin air. But then, the shadow returned. The unknown spirit world creature, which had just revealed its claw, instantly retracted it with a whoosh and vanished. Oh, come on. What is happening? Edward's wand, hidden in his sleeve, slid into his palm. He pointed it at the shadow and said, "Esteemed friend of the spirit world, I merely wish to summon a messenger. Please, be merciful." The retreating shadow grew more distinct, and soon, the air shimmered as the thin membrane was torn apart. A bird, black as a raven, emerged, trailing long, ethereal afterimages as it circled Edward before landing on a nearby shelf. Edward suddenly noticed that the bird was holding something very familiar in its beak. Wait, no. That was his wand. When did it take that? The blackbird tilted its head back and tossed the wand into the air. Then, it opened its beak and swallowed the wand whole. Whoa, wait. Crunch, crunch. That was the sound of it chewing. Burp. That was the sound of it belching. Snap. That was the sound of Edward's heart breaking. The wand that had accompanied Edward for over 3 years was gone, devoured, just like that. Though he had never fully believed Ollivander's grand claims about wands, over time, this wand had become second nature to him. Its weight, balance, and the way it fit in his hand were all deeply ingrained in his muscle memory. No wonder people said a wizard's wand was like their lover, or their wife. For a moment, Edward wanted to cry but had no tears. Yet, he didn't dare to get angry at the mysterious bird. After all, he had technically summoned a friendly creature. But if it was able to scare off the previous 2 messengers, it didn't seem all that friendly. And without his wand, his combat ability was basically reduced to that of a goose. After hesitating for a while, he asked cautiously, "So, are you here to apply for the position of my messenger?" The blackbird nodded and chirped excitedly. Then, a genderless voice echoed directly in Edward's mind. Yes. Edward pondered for a moment. Your speed is definitely impressive, communication isn't an issue, self-defense seems decent too. Looking at it objectively, this blackbird seemed like a perfect choice. But could he really trust something that showed up so proactively? Edward cleared his throat. Ahem, if I were to summon another messenger, would you just scare it away again? Without hesitation, the bird nodded. All right. You're honest. You win. Edward sighed. Fine. Would you be willing to sign a contract to officially become my messenger? Yes. But every time you summon me, you must offer me a stick like the one before. Huh. At first, Edward had thought it ate his wand in retaliation for being pointed at. But now, it seemed like, it just wanted to eat wands. He recalled the painful moment of watching his wand disappear down the bird's throat. His heart ached. But what's so delicious about a wand? And at the rate of 1 wand per summon, even Raynette, an angel, would be a cheaper messenger. Plus, he couldn't even make the recipient pay for it, because no one else had wands. Edward shook his head. Sorry, but I don't have that many wands. So I can't. Before he could finish, the blackbird interjected. Every 2 summons, 1 wand. Wait, it can negotiate. Edward immediately threw out his counteroffer, 20 summons, 1 wand. The bird flared its wings, puffing up in a show of intimidation, and shrieked, no. 15. It kept its wings spread and continued its loud protests. No. 10. 5 times per wand, or you might as well leave. The blackbird paced back and forth impatiently, flapping its wings every now and then. Finally, it fixed its black eyes on Edward and glared at him fiercely. Fine. Edward took out the contract he had prepared, written in ancient Hermes, and signed his name. Then he handed the pen to the bird. Ah, can you write? The bird hopped forward, pressed its claw onto the signature line, and left behind a bright red footprint. Immediately, eerie green flames ignited, rapidly engulfing the parchment. Within seconds, the contract burned to ashes. The next time you summon me, I want my payment in advance. But you just ate my wand. The blackbird ignored him. Its form blurred instantly and retreated into the candlelight. Edward let out a long breath. He stared at his empty hands, a sudden bitterness washing over him. Memories of his lost wand surfaced. Was this what it felt like to be widowed? Damn it, I just wanted to summon a messenger. How did I end up losing my wand? And there's not even a chance of repairing it. Wizards in Harry Potter could cast spells without wands or incantations, but even Dumbledore's magic was weaker without a wand. As for Edward, the only spells he could reliably cast wandlessly were Accio and Depulso. Ugh, no point dwelling on it. I'll just use one of the wands I confiscated from those dark wizards. Edward dismissed the spiritual wall and began packing up the remaining ritual materials. Just then. Creak. The warehouse door swung open. A chill ran down his spine. Before performing the ritual, he had cast Repelling Charm on the warehouse. Anyone who could bypass it had to be a Beyonder. He hurriedly reached into his pouch for a wand, but his body suddenly froze, he couldn't move a single finger. Footsteps echoed as the intruder stepped into the warehouse. The sunlight behind them stretched their shadow long, creeping toward Edward until it swallowed him whole. It was Migos. Her again. But it was daytime now, hadn't she always appeared at night? Wait, why did he even assume she only acted at night? Found you. Migos' stomach had grown even larger. She gently caressed her belly, her face filled with a loving smile as she walked toward him, step by step. Why do you keep running from me? Why? Her voice suddenly sharpened. She furiously yanked out a handful of her own hair, her expression twisting into something grotesque. I don't know. Edward forced the words out with difficulty. Don't get the wrong idea. If you have something to say, you can say it now. Migos paused briefly. I'm looking for you. I don't know. She stroked her stomach. It's the baby that wants to find you. The baby. As she spoke, a slit appeared across her swollen belly. No blood spilt out. Instead, a thin black arm stretched from the wound, its palm revealing a single, eerie eye. The true creator. Edward's hair stood on end. He bit his tongue hard, breaking the paralysis, and immediately flung a large crate at Migos. At the same time, he yanked a wand from his pouch and, without hesitation, attempted apparition. But it failed. I knew apparition wasn't foolproof. Edward quickly cast Protego on himself before unleashing a barrage of spells, Stupefy, Impedimenta, Incendio, Petrificus Totalis, all while dodging past Migos toward the exit. Migos clearly had no combat experience. At first, she dodged instinctively thanks to the entity inside her, but soon she gave up entirely, charging forward with reckless abandon. One of her arms morphed into a pale bone blade, slashing through Edward's magic as she advanced. However, she wasn't completely impervious to damage. Wounds continued to open across her body, though they healed just as quickly. Wah! A baby's cry echoed through the air. Edward felt like he'd been struck over the head. Dizziness, suffocation, nausea, all hit him at once. His legs wobbled, and he nearly collapsed. Don't run. Migos shrieked hysterically and leapt toward him, bone blade raised high. Sectum Sempra. Slash. Pouring nearly all his spirituality into the spell, Edward's Sectum Sempra cleaved Migos cleanly in half at the waist. Her two halves fell to the ground. But she wasn't dead. From the severed torso, countless wriggling, slimy tendrils sprouted, rapidly pulling the halves back together. The grotesque process was over in mere seconds. Wah! A second wail rang out. The black infant had crawled further out of Magos's abdomen. Its eerie, single eye stared at Edward. Ugh. Edward coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vision blurred with red. His throat felt like it was being squeezed shut, he couldn't breathe. His consciousness was slipping. Renervate. He cast a reviving charm on himself, barely clinging to wakefulness. Then, using the last dregs of his spirituality, he roared. Bombarda Maxima. Fiendfire. Avada Kedavra. Boom. As Edward sprinted out of the warehouse, explosions and cursed flames engulfed the entire structure. The docks trembled from the blast. Protego. With barely a second to spare before the shockwave hit, Edward shielded himself. Even so, the force sent him flying over 10 meters into the air. As he plummeted, his body twisted. And vanished. Empress Burrow, Edward's villa. Thud. Edward crashed onto the floor, demolishing a table and several chairs in the process. Ha, ha, ha. He panted heavily. Everything in his vision was doubled, blurry. His lungs and throat burned as if set ablaze from prolonged suffocation. It took a long while before he regained some clarity. He groped around and found a brass kettle, gulping down the remaining half of its contents. So close, just a little more. He tossed the kettle aside, intending to rest. But then, a heavy weight pressed down on both his shoulders. Like something had latched onto him. Edward turned his head. And locked eyes with a black, one-eyed infant. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 29, The Rapper. Edward's pupils shrank instantly. A moment later, he forced a smile that looked worse than crying and said, "Hello there." The last remnants of his spirituality were screaming in alarm, but he had only one thought in his mind: I'm exhausted. Just kill me already. Make it quick. The one-eyed infant moved slowly, crawling from Edward's shoulder to his chest, leaving his entire body covered in a sticky, wet substance, amniotic fluid. Its boneless arms wrapped around Edward's neck like limp vines. His spirituality kept warning him. Edward, however, had completely given up. There was no point resisting. In his current state, even if he tried operating again, it was clear he wouldn't be able to escape. Should he just head to a church and go out with a bang? The infant's blood-red pupil shifted erratically within its socket, sometimes violent, sometimes frenzied, and occasionally calm. It pulled back one arm, which reverted to a more human-like hand, though calling it normal would be a stretch. After all, how could one describe a pitch-black, prematurely born infant as normal? The one-eyed baby lifted its hand and placed a finger on Edward's temple. Hello, you. A hoarse and sluggish voice echoed in his mind, its accent distinctly Russian, carrying the tone of someone ready for battle. Edward, however, understood it perfectly. Wait, wasn't it said that the modern true rapper was only capable of rapping? It has been a long, long time since I last regained normal consciousness. The voice continued, you are special. Being near you allows me to temporarily regain awareness. Oh, what an honor. So, is that why Magos kept chasing me? No. She only wants to kill you. She does not want to regain sanity. She wants to kill me. She doesn't want to regain sanity. What does that even mean? Wait. A terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in Edward's mind. The ancient sun god. Sasrar. Back when the ancient sun god was ambushed by the three archangels, Leodoro, Aucasus, and Herabergen, a black infant was said to have emerged from his fallen body. Some believed that Sasrar, in a desperate move, had reclaimed the hangman pathway and fused it with the ancient sun god's lingering negative emotions, ultimately transforming into the true creator. This being represented the ancient sun god's humanity, yet was trapped in perpetual madness. And now, this thing was claiming that being near him helped it regain consciousness. What the hell is going on? You are special, it repeated, but your specialness is still too weak for me. You must, quickly grow stronger, quickly, stronger, stronger, stronger. The creature's voice glitched, looping the same words like a stuck record. Edward, helpless, responded, I understand. I'll do my best to get stronger as soon as possible. It will do everything to kill you. I will try my best to block its commands, but you must grow stronger, fast. So I'm going to be hunted by the Twilight Hermit Order, or even another snake of Mercury like Ouroboros. Edward quickly said, but with its ability to constantly lock onto me, how am I supposed to grow stronger? As long as it does not descend personally, it cannot track you at all times. Edward let out a sigh of relief. After thinking for a moment, he hesitantly asked, but I'm only at sequence 9. Could you provide me with some help? Like a potion formula or something? Silence. The next second, a flood of information surged into Edward's mind. His heart leapt in joy, and he immediately focused on deciphering the knowledge. Sequence 9, Secret Supplicant. Main ingredients, tentacle of a dark octopus, blood of a Manor fish. Auxiliary materials. Sequence 8, Listener. Main ingredients. Sequence 7, Shadow Ascetic. Main ingredients. Sequence 6, Rose Bishop. Main ingredients. Sequence 5, Shepherd. Main ingredients. Sequence 4, Black Knight. Main ingredients. Edwards. Excitement vanished instantly. You're not helping me get stronger. You're forcing me onto the wrapper pathway. I want the apprentice, no, the door pathway formulas. The voice gave no further response. The black infant vanished along with it. Edward wanted to cry. He had just acquired nearly an entire pathway's worth of formulas, yet he couldn't use them, nor could he recklessly sell them. Was he being greedy? No, he should be grateful that he had survived an encounter with the offspring of an evil god, or rather, the true creator himself. Now, he needed to confront something he had been avoiding for a long time. If the true creator and will had noticed his uniqueness, what about the other gods? If they had noticed, then why hadn't they taken any action? Edward paced back and forth for a while before finally taking out the paper crane HPxLOTM had given him. With a few swift strokes, he wrote, "I need to talk to you." Then, he returned to his room and went to sleep. As drowsiness took hold, he once again found himself in front of the towering black spire, coiled by a massive serpent. But just as he took a few steps forward, everything around him shattered. A genderless voice whispered in his ear. "Sorry. Your question, even I, cannot answer." The next second, Edward snapped awake. Grinding his teeth, he cursed, "Some sequence 1 snake of Mercury you are. No wonder you keep losing to Ouroboros. Useless snake." Meanwhile, at the ruins of the warehouse district. A man dressed in black robes with crimson patterns, his deep gaze unreadable, his face clean-shaven, was listening to a report from a Nighthawks squad. He was Anthony Stevenson, Archbishop of the Night Church's Backlund Diocese. His expression remained calm, neither pleased nor displeased. He simply nodded and said, "Understood. Good work." Then, with a flash of wind and lightning, another figure arrived, accompanied by an explosive entrance. A man wearing a black soft hat and a long robe embroidered with storm sigils, his silver eyes sharp with seriousness. He was Ace Snake, Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, known as Spellsinger of God. His voice was stern as he asked, "Have you found the traces of that blasphemer?" The fact proves that what this so-called blasphemer said is evidently true. It's just that his method of reporting might not have been the best. The speaker was an elderly man dressed in a white priest's robe and wearing a clerical soft cap, or a McHaydn, the Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery. His face carried a gentle smile as he spoke warmly, "We should be encouraging such acts of resistance against evil gods, not forcing them into the arms of those very beings." AES Snake let out a cold snort. What if the so-called descent of an evil god was orchestrated by that guy himself? His so-called report might just be a way to taunt us. Anthony Stevenson, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, "The most pressing matter right now is to determine whether the descended spawn of the evil god is dead or alive. If it's dead, we need to know how it died and where its body is. If it's alive, then a catastrophic crisis could erupt in Backlund at any moment." Ora McHaydn thought for a moment before asking, "Is there no residual evidence at the scene?" None. That eerie flame seemed to consume everything. If the Nighthawks hadn't arrived in time, this entire area might have been reduced to ashes. A few hundred meters away from the dockyard ruins. Despite the presence of personnel from the 3 major churches, they couldn't stop the crowd's enthusiasm for gossip. People murmured and debated amongst themselves. "I heard it was another gas explosion." "Yeah, there have been quite a few of those lately. Why is it that every time something happens, it's always a gas explosion?" Amidst the crowd, a stunningly beautiful man wearing a silk soft cap that covered half his face stared madly in the direction of the dockyard ruins. He could barely contain his excitement. This is the aura of my lord. He has successfully descended. I must find him as soon as possible, at all costs." That night, at Audrey's residence. "So what you're saying is, you were targeted by the vessel of an evil god spawn." "What? An evil god spawn descended right in front of you?" "What? You actually survived an encounter with an evil god?" Audrey's 3 consecutive exclamations of shock gave Edward a strong sense of déjà vu. Slumping tiredly onto the sofa, he muttered, "Yeah, that's pretty much how it went. The real problem now is that a bunch of crazed cultists will probably be after me, so I might need to leave Backlund." Audrey simply couldn't wrap her head around it. She had lived peacefully in Backlund for 17 years, yet ever since Edward arrived, he had encountered one outrageous event after another. Was this his good luck, or bad? "Where will you go if you leave Backlund?" Edward rested his hands behind his head, thinking. Maybe going out to sea would be a good option. From what I know, the Aurora Order's influence is relatively weaker at sea. But isn't the ocean even more dangerous? Even just the various pirate groups are enough to give the government a headache, Audrey pointed out. Based on my recent fight with Migos, my actual combat strength should be at the mid-sequence level. If I land a direct hit, I might even be able to instantly kill some mid-sequence beyonders. So, as long as I'm careful, I should be able to survive at sea. Though, if he missed, that would be another story. With his current spirituality, he could probably only cast 5 or 6 spells like the Killing Curse or Fiend Fire. Tomorrow is the Tarot Gathering. You could ask the Hanged Man. Or perhaps even Mr. Fool. Good idea. In 2 days, he would return to the Harry Potter world. That meant he had about 17 more days to figure things out. Speaking of Mr. Fool, the crisis with Migos could finally be considered resolved. That meant his debt of gratitude for being saved was repaid, and with interest, including saving the captain's life. Edward felt rather pleased with himself. The tragic fates of Dunsmith and Daly had been a major regret for most readers of the original story. Now that he had averted that disaster, he felt a deep sense of accomplishment, despite having been utterly confused the whole time. Oh, right. There was still old Neil. Unfortunately, the best I could do was warn them in advance about his impending loss of control. There's nothing else I can do. Edward handed Audrey a piece of paper. This is my messenger. Since I might be constantly on the move in the future, you can use it to contact me if anything comes up. He then explained the method to summon it. Audrey sighed in disappointment. Ah, that's too bad. Susie actually enjoyed delivering messages for me. She just wanted my dried chicken treats. Monday, 3 p.m., the Tarot Club meeting. As the deep red light surged in from the void, Edward once again arrived in the grand, fog-shrouded palace. The next moment, Audrey's cheerful voice rang out. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Sunday. Have you obtained the telepathist formula? After a brief silence, Derek quickly responded, I've acquired the telepathist formula. Audrey's voice became even more delighted. That's wonderful. Mr. Fool, could I trouble you to materialize the formula for Mr. Sun? Leaning back leisurely in his high-back chair, Klein said indifferently, just recall the formula in your mind, then pick up the pen before you, and strongly desire to record it. In no time, Audrey had a parchment containing the telepathist formula. However, as she read through it, she frowned slightly, the materials listed were completely unfamiliar to her. Noticing her confusion, Klein thoughtfully played the role of the Fool's personal translator, adding annotations to convert the terms used in City of Silver into their modern equivalents. Thank you, Mr. Fool. You truly are incredibly knowledgeable. As expected of the protagonist of this era, he really knows everything. And in the future, he might even be the savior of the world. With that thought, Audrey gazed at him with growing admiration. Ah. Klein suddenly felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze. All he did was help translate a formula. Was that really something worthy of admiration? Wait a minute, why did her admiration seem to be laced with a hint of pity? Such a shame. Despite being the protagonist, Mr. Fool remains single till the very end. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 30, explain it to me. Audrey apologized, sorry, Mr. Fool. I didn't manage to collect any new diary pages this week. It's fine. Since what I've provided is far from matching the value of the telepathist potion formula, how about I compensate your blessed with another £300? Klein was ecstatic on the inside but maintained a calm facade. A reasonable trade. Here is my blessed's information. Edward sighed inwardly. TSK, Audrey, I already told you what was in those diary pages. The knowledge in them is clearly worth more than the telepathist formula. But on second thought, if it weren't for Audrey being so generous with her money, Klein probably wouldn't have advanced so quickly, right? Klein turned to Derek and calmly asked, Mr. Sun, what kind of compensation would you like? Derek thought seriously for a moment and said, I don't have anything I urgently need at the moment, I should be able to digest the Bard potion soon. Just hold on to the compensation for now, maybe for the Sequence 8 formula or necessary ingredients. Klein nodded, swept his gaze over the group, then smiled slightly. You are free to communicate now. Edward immediately raised his hand and dropped a bombshell. Mr. Fool, a few days ago, I was targeted by the true creator, an actual evil god. Although I was lucky enough to survive, I will likely be hunted by the Aurora Order. Can you protect me? Klein almost lost his composure as the high and mighty Fool. He nearly grabbed Edward by the collar and shook him. Say that again. What do you mean you were targeted by the true creator? Explain it to me, what do you mean by targeted by the true creator? And what do you mean by, can you protect me? You're asking a Sequence 9 to protect you from an evil god, does that even make sense? The others also reacted differently. Audrey had already heard the details. Derek, though unfamiliar with the true creator, could imagine the danger since it was called an evil god. As for Alger, he spent a long moment trying to wrap his head around it. You're just a newly advanced Sequence 9, how did you end up being targeted by an actual evil god? After a moment of silence, Klein calmly asked, explain in detail. Edward recounted his encounter from the previous day, trying to stay as accurate as possible, except for the part about his conversation with the entity. He changed the ending, saying that the child of the evil god had lost its power and vanished on its own. If that really was the child of the evil god, then with such close contact, you should have already been corrupted and lost control. Alger immediately raised a skeptical eyebrow. Edward scratched his head. Maybe it's because I kept chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name the whole time. Just like last time, it must have been Mr. Fool secretly helping me resolve the crisis. He gave a deep bow. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Your greatness dims the sun and moon and outshines the stars. I will forever be your most loyal believer. Audrey resisted the urge to rub her temples. You can spout nonsense to a great being with such a straight face, aren't you afraid of divine punishment? Derek, clueless but impressed, nodded in solemn agreement. Alger took in a sharp breath. So Mr. Fool really is on the same level as the gods. I resolved the crisis. Why don't I know about this? Klein was completely baffled but had to maintain his inscrutable demeanor. So, you believe that even though the child of the evil god has vanished, its believers, the Aurora Order, will likely hunt you down? Exactly. Edward nodded repeatedly before turning to Alger. Mr. Hangman, I'm debating whether I should flee to the sea. I heard that the Aurora Order's influence is relatively weak there. Do you have any advice? I would suggest seeking help from the church instead. For someone at your level, the dangers at sea are far greater than those posed by the Aurora Order. Of course, Alger left out one thought. If you suddenly say you're coming to seek refuge with me, should I accept or not? I really don't want to be hunted by a bunch of lunatics. Edward immediately responded with righteous indignation, even anger. Since I've chosen to follow Mr. Fool, how could I then turn to the church for help? That would be a betrayal of Mr. Fool's trust, a stain upon my faith. No. I want you to obediently go to the church. Klein had a headache but couldn't say what he truly thought. He could only pinch his nose and say, I will contact my blessed. If he is nearby, he may be able to help you. His wording was carefully chosen. If the blessed was nearby, he could help, if not, then it was out of his hands. This wasn't about lacking power, it was simply a matter of reality. That said, Klein genuinely did want to help Edward. He even considered reaching out to Mr. Azek for assistance. After pressuring Mr. Fool, it was time for Edward to demonstrate his own value. He spoke up again. Oh, right, Mr. Fool, about the cards of blasphemy I mentioned last time. I made some new discoveries after going through my family's ancient texts. Klein's tone remained calm and emotionless. Oh. Was it that blasphemy card, the one that recorded an entire pathway's sequence formulas? Klein was extremely interested. Mr. Fool, I request a private conversation. You may. Audrey immediately raised her hand. Can I pay to listen in? Edward said coolly, I'm sorry, Miss Justice, but even you likely can't afford the price of this knowledge. The hanged man was surprised. Over time, he had observed Justice's speech and behavior enough to deduce that she was a noble lady. The amount of wealth she could access might very well surpass what he had accumulated through years of risking his life at sea. And yet, she couldn't afford it. But Mr. Tower actually said that even she couldn't afford it. Just what was this card of blasphemy? Klein watched from the side, his teeth aching from how exaggerated their act was. What are you two performing here, exactly? Casually, he muted the others, allowing them to see but not hear. Edward said, Mr. Fool, according to the information I've found, the reason the church preserved Emperor Roselle's inventions, notes, and other items was not just for commemoration. That was only a small part of it. More importantly, one of the cards of blasphemy created by the Emperor might be hidden among his relics. The Fool nodded slightly. I see. So, collecting the Emperor's relics might lead to obtaining a blasphemy card. Wait, Roselle's diaries are also considered relics, aren't they? Could a blasphemy card be hidden within them? Diaries. Diaries. I need more diaries. That's all I found this time, Edward said. What kind of compensation do you want? Klein asked. Edward thought for a moment. Honorable Mr. Fool, I don't have any particular requests for now. Can I save it up for later? You may. Klein lifted the sound barrier, allowing the others to hear again. Edward bowed and concluded the topic. Thank you, Mr. Fool. I will work even harder to find more useful information for you from my family's ancient texts. For a moment, the Tarot Club fell into an odd silence. Everyone glanced at each other, unsure of what to say. In the end, it was Mr. Fool who broke the awkwardness. He tapped the bronze table and asked, "Does anyone else have something to share?" Alger hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Mr. Fool, Miss Justice, and Mr. Tower. I have recently obtained some intelligence. Admiral Hurricane Kalangos has infiltrated Backlund to carry out a difficult mission. He may remain there for a long time and is likely to commit horrifying crimes. Additionally, I've learned that this mission involves a very important item, one that could help Kalangos quickly advance to a high sequence." He then provided more details about Kalingas before summarizing. "So, he has a strong preference for fish, especially raw slices of ocean fish. He enjoys strong liquor and looks down on champagne and red wine." After hearing this, Audrey nodded. "I understand. I've also gathered some information on Kalangos through certain channels. I believe we'll locate him soon." Alger was surprised but refrained from asking further. "I wish you success. May our cooperation be fruitful." "Likewise," Audrey replied. At this point, Klein took over. "All right, that will be all for today. Praise be to you, great Mr. Fool." Edward immediately delivered his flattery. The others quickly followed suit. "Praise be to you, great Mr. Fool." The gray mist before Edward's eyes dissipated, and he returned to reality. He was currently staying in a hotel in the Cherwood Borough. The room's furnishings were quite decent, making it a comfortable place to stay. Suddenly, the surrounding light dimmed, and a chilling aura filled the air. A piece of paper was stuffed into his hand, and a voice echoed in his mind. One time. He looked down, it was a letter from Audrey. So that was my messenger just now. Not even showing itself. Unfolding the letter, he read, "This morning, Viscount Glaint sent word that he has found the main material for the Trickmaster potion. Please head over as soon as possible." Edward's eyes lit up. "I can advance to Trickmaster now." Without delay, he put on his coat, donned his hat, and used apparition to teleport near Furs and Zio's residence. As soon as he entered, Zio handed him a tin box. Inside are the stomach pouch of a spirit eater and 20 milliliters of deep-sea marlin blood. "We've only managed to acquire one auxiliary material so far, string grass powder." Edward opened the box for a quick glance and smiled nonchalantly. "Perfect. I've already obtained the rest of the auxiliary materials. Thanks." Hearing this, Furs, who had been resting her chin on her hand while smoking, turned around and remarked, "You've already gathered everything for a Sequence 8 potion. Having money is really great." Zio frowned slightly, her expression stern. "Instead of envying others, why don't you work harder yourself and finish your manuscript faster?" Furs immediately groaned in distress. "Writing relies on inspiration. Even if you force me to sit here, if I have no inspiration, I still won't be able to write a single word. That's still better than you lying on the couch all day." "No, I feel dizzy. I need to rest for a bit." Ignoring Zio's glare, Furs dramatically collapsed onto the couch with a thud, sprawled out like a puddle of melted wax. "Ah, this is bliss." Edward and Zio exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Zio ruffled her already messy hair before saying, "I found out who placed a bounty on you last time." Edward's expression sharpened. "Who? What's their identity? Why did they put a bounty on me?" This had been a thorn in his side for a while now, but given the deep waters of the mysterious world, he had no choice but to set it aside temporarily. Zio's expression turned a bit odd. She hesitated before finally revealing. "You know him, it's Viscount Glaint. Note, here's the promised extra chapter. Enjoy and don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 31, Explosion. Edward suspected he had misheard. For a moment, he was at a loss. "Who?" "Viscount Glaint." Zio confirmed firmly. "I was surprised too. Aren't you two friends?" "Ah, sort of. To be precise, Viscount Glaint was Audrey's friend." Edward was just riding on Audrey's coattails. He never expected this guy to be so two-faced, acting friendly on the surface while scheming behind his back. What deep calculations, and to think I was even considering returning the favor by getting him an apothecary formula. Wait, no. Strictly speaking, he and Viscount Glaint didn't actually know each other. When they met last time, Edward had been under the effects of polyjuice potion, disguised as someone else. Why would he put a bounty on me? Zio shook her head. "I only happened to see one of Viscount Glaint's servants inquiring about the status of the bounty." Edward removed his hat and gave a slight bow. "Thank you, Miss Zio. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." He handed her a slip of paper. "This is the incantation for summoning my messenger. If you have an urgent matter, you can set up a ritual to send me a message." After explaining the summoning method, he emphasized multiple times. remember, only use the messenger for urgent matters. Got it, got it. You've repeated it like 3 times already, Zio replied, a little exasperated. Because it's expensive. Furs, still sprawled lazily on the couch, waved him off with a yawn. Bye. Back at the inn, Edward wasted no time and immediately began brewing the Trickmaster potion. Using the same alchemical setup as before, he took a deep breath and started the process, following the standard sequence of auxiliary ingredients first, then the main ingredient. Sizzle. As steam and heat waves surged, the viscous liquid in the cauldron turned scalding hot, only to rapidly cool down in the next moment, condensing into a droplet of pale purple liquid. Once everything settled, Edward carefully poured every last drop into a prepared transparent glass bottle. After confirming that the temperature was stable, he tilted his head back and drank the potion in one gulp. Unlike last time, this felt no different from drinking water. No strange taste, no unusual sensations, no out-of-body experience, no incomprehensible whispers, only the brief flicker of that mysterious door before his eyes. It was almost too calm. Moments later, Edward sensed his total spirituality had roughly doubled. He had successfully advanced to Sequence 8, Trickmaster. Trickmaster granted Edward multiple Beyonder abilities at once. Burning, burns objects with a scarlet flame. Freezing, freezes the target. Fog, creates fog. Wind, creates a light wind. Flash, creates a flash. Electric shock, shocks the target. Bounce, causes the targeted object to bounce. And, tumble, makes the ground beneath the target slippery, which looked more like an oddly out-of-place tripping charm. Aren't these just Incendio, Glacius, Nebulous, Ventus, Lumos, Foolman, and Leglock Jinx? Edward felt a bit disappointed. He casually tested a few of these abilities, then tried casting some of the corresponding spells from the wizarding world, Incendio, Glacius, and so on. As expected, there wasn't much difference. If anything, magic spells were actually more powerful than these Beyonder abilities. No improvement at all. Wait a second. The spells he just cast seemed slightly stronger than before. He immediately cast Incendio again, carefully observing the effect. This is the power of the Beyonder ability stacking onto the corresponding spell. Edward quickly tested several other spells. As expected, all magic that aligned with the Trickmaster's abilities had increased in power to some extent. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought, a flicker of joy in his eyes. As I advance further, these abilities will continue to grow stronger, and when combined with magic, the future looks promising. Besides these abilities, Edward also noticed that his body had become more agile, useful for both casting spells faster and performing sleight of hand to deceive audiences. Pressing his fingers against his temples, he continued digesting the information brought by the potion. The last ability, Unfettered, by consuming spirituality, he could break free from control effects. The closer the sequence levels between him and the opponent, the higher the success rate. As expected, advancing to Sequence 8 had granted him a completely new ability. Though not as absurd as Dullness, it was still a god-tier skill in actual combat. First, Dullness, now, Unfettered, would advancing to Sequence 7 bring another new ability as well. But where were these extra abilities coming from? And ultimately, where would they lead him? For now, there were no answers. This concluded all the abilities granted by Trickmaster. Some were expected delights, some were unexpected surprises, but the real, undeniable gain was the doubling of his spirituality. I've already digested half of the Trickmaster potion. It didn't take him long to understand why. Trickmaster's Beyonder abilities overlapped significantly with magic. Every time he had cast a spell before, he had been unknowingly acting in accordance with Trickmaster's nature, preemptively digesting the potion. The reason he had only digested half was probably due to a key difference. Wizards in the Harry Potter world were supposed to hide themselves as much as possible, avoiding exposure to the non-magical world. Trickmasters, on the other hand, needed to perform in front of an audience and use their abilities to fool people. In other words, Trickmaster requires a crowd. In the original story, Furs had gone to circuses and theaters to act as a Trickmaster. And for Edward, should he follow the same path? Empress Burrow, the luxurious manor of Earl Hall. You're already Sequence 8. Audrey's tone was sour with envy. It's only been a week. Even though I knew your potion was fully digested upon drinking it, I still can't help but feel jealous. I became a Beyonder so many weeks before you. I just got lucky, Edward said, smiling. You shouldn't be far from advancing either, right? She sighed. I still need the pituitary gland of a rainbow salamander. I've already written to my brother about it, but I have no idea when I'll get it. Edward consoled her briefly before revealing what he had learned. Viscount Glaint had placed a bounty on him. Impossible. Audrey's first reaction was disbelief. Him? He didn't even know you at the time. Edward shrugged. I can't figure it out either. I'm considering whether I should go along with Miss Zio's plan and turn myself in. That way, I should be able to get to the bottom of this. Audrey's interest was piqued immediately. I want in. All right, but we're heading to my world tomorrow. We'll plan properly after we get back. Audrey's excitement soared. She pulled a small suitcase from under her bed and grinned. I've already packed everything. I can just grab this and go. She unzipped the suitcase, revealing an expanded space enhanced by the undetectable extension charm, about the size of a small room. Inside were some basic furnishings, a table, chairs, a cabinet, and a bed. A bed piled high with gold coins and jewelry. Her cheeks flushed slightly. That's to counteract the side effects of using my wand. But where did you even get so many gold coins all at once? Edward had no doubt that Audrey could afford this amount of gold pounds, but from what he recalled in the original novel, amassing such a large quantity of coins wasn't an easy task. I borrowed them from my father's private vault. As if to make her reasoning sound more convincing, she raised her voice. He doesn't even use them anyway. Worst case, I'll just take a little less when I inherit my share of the family estate in the future. Miss Hall, you are truly a filial daughter. Your father is still in his prime, and you're already thinking about your inheritance. What a wonderful child he has. Audrey noticed his expression and immediately puffed out her cheeks. What are you thinking? I get a generous income every year, okay. I'll pay him back when I get my next allowance. By the way, she quickly changed the topic, how do you manage to retrieve exactly what you need from your extended space? I always have to climb in to search for things. Edward reached into his suitcase and pulled out a single gold coin. This is just silent, wandless summoning, Accio. You have no idea how long I practiced before I could barely manage it. That's also why I haven't expanded the space any further. If it's too large, the objects get too far away, and the spell becomes unreliable. Audrey suddenly understood. So that's how it works. Speaking of magic, the situation with the son of the evil god gave me an idea. When we go back this time, I want to ask Mr. Ollivander if it's possible to modify wands, maybe turn them into rings. That way, they'd be more convenient and safer to carry around. Audrey, however, glanced at her delicate fingers with concern. But, what if someone casts Expelliarmus on you? Would they accidentally disarm your entire finger? Edward froze, scratching his head awkwardly. Wait, is that the real reason wands were never made into rings? After having another meal at Audrey's place, he finally returned to the inn. As for the luxurious villa in Empress Borough, he wouldn't be staying there for the foreseeable future. Who knew when the members of the Aurora Order might come knocking? Unfortunately, the prepaid one-year rent was non-refundable. Money, he needed to find a way to make money. As his sequence advanced, the cost of extraordinary materials would skyrocket. If he wanted to acquire any mystical artifacts, that would be even more expensive. Audrey wouldn't be able to support him forever. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, brainstorming ways to make money. Should he act as a smuggler between the two worlds? Sell enchanted undetectable extension charm suitcases? Or maybe start selling various potions? The crimson moonlight streamed through the bay window, making his restlessness worse. He even started considering pulling off a heist for a pile of goblin gold in the Harry Potter world. It was only around 2 or 3 in the morning that he finally drifted off to sleep. Next day, noon. Tinjin City, Divination Club. After lunch, Klein arrived at the Divination Club as usual. He planned to take the assessment for Sequence 8, Clown, in the near future, meaning he wouldn't be coming here much longer. Just as he greeted Angelica at the front desk, Christina hurried over from the lounge. She looked much worse than she had the last time he'd seen her. Mr. Moretti, Migos has been missing for a week now. I brought a lock of her hair today, could you try divining again? Klein was surprised. That's impossible. According to my last divination, she should have made it home long ago. The last time Christina had informed him of Migos' disappearance, Klein had performed a dream divination. In the vision, he had clearly seen Migos getting lost on the outskirts of Tinjin before being picked up and brought home by a kind passerby. But, she never came back, Christina said, her eyes filled with confusion. However, she did not doubt Klein's abilities, despite his previous divination seemingly being incorrect. Could someone have interfered with the divination? Klein's expression turned serious. He had initially assumed this was just an ordinary missing person case, so he hadn't conducted the divination above the grey fog. But now, it seemed the situation wasn't as simple as he had thought. Madam Christina, please wait a moment. I need to wash my face in the restroom. Klein skillfully made his way to his secret passage, locked the door, and took 4 steps counterclockwise, ascending above the grey fog. First, he used the pendulum method to determine whether his last divination had been affected by extraordinary interference. The yellow crystal spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, indicating that it had indeed been influenced. Next, he leaned back against the chair, took McGo's hair, and began dream divination. His vision blurred. Klein found himself in a distorted, hazy dreamscape. In the vision, McGo stood in front of a villa, repeatedly knocking on the door. The scene shattered and shifted. McGo was back in front of the same villa, still knocking on the door. The vision shifted again. McGo now stood before an abandoned warehouse, pushing open the heavy wooden doors. Inside, a shadowy figure with indistinct features turned to look at her. At that moment, the vision shattered. A massive, blood-red eye dangled upside down behind a curtain of darkness. A chaotic, formless whisper gushed forth from the void, crashing over Klein like a tidal wave. Klein exploded. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 32, Audrey's Feat of Strength. Klein abruptly snapped out of the dream, collapsing onto his seat in pain. His body was covered in countless writhing worms, teetering on the brink of collapse. Above the grey fog, it was as if a violent earthquake had struck. The palace crumbled with a deafening roar, the ground split open to reveal an unfathomably deep abyss, and sharp, maddening whispers echoed endlessly from within. It took a long while before the grey fog finally returned to its usual silence. The writhing worms on Klein's body vanished, yet his thoughts remained chaotic, his brain feeling like it was about to explode. Slumped weakly in his chair, Klein was both terrified and bewildered. The fear stemmed from his reckless actions. He had once again performed divination on an entity far beyond his comprehension. The confusion, however, arose from a simple question: why? He had only divined Megan's whereabouts, so how had things escalated to this? And worst of all, unlike his previous reckless endeavors, which at least granted him some useful mystical knowledge, this time, the only thing he had retained was a bizarre and incomprehensible rap verse. What use was that? Was he supposed to debut as a rapper now? I can't afford to mess with this, I really can't. Klein hastily withdrew from the grey fog, intending to report this matter to the captain immediately. However, just as he returned to the divination room, Angelica handed him a letter. Mr. Moretti, a child just delivered this. He insisted that it be given to you personally. For me. Klein opened the envelope, and upon reading its contents, his pupils shrank abruptly. The message pieced together from cut-out words in a newspaper, read: Old Neil is about to lose control. While Klein was courting death for the second time, Edward and Audrey had already finished their preparations, awaiting their return to the Harry Potter world. At precisely 3 p.m., the familiar sensation washed over them. Accompanied by the intense feeling of falling, Edward's vision blurred momentarily before sharpening once more. He was back inside the room of requirement at Hogwarts. Surveying the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar surroundings, Edward let out a soft breath. Phew, we're back. At that moment, that strange and inexplicable information surfaced in his mind once more. The next time he traversed between worlds, the duration of his stay in both would increase to 18 days. Is it because I've become a Beyonder and advanced to sequence 8? But why 18 days? This number has no apparent correlation with 15. The extra 3 days don't seem to follow any discernible pattern, unless each travel adds 3 days. I still prefer it here. Audrey climbed out of the beaded pouch, taking a deep breath before smiling. At least it doesn't have that lingering coal smoke smell like Backlund does. Edward sighed helplessly. All I can smell is half a month's worth of accumulated dust. Scour Jiffy. With a flick of his wand, the room of requirement was instantly spotless. Audrey suddenly giggled as if recalling something amusing. For the past few weeks, I've been using magic to clean my room every morning. The maids always looked so puzzled when they came in, yet they still had to go through the motions of tidying up again. My dresses were the same. I'd wear them all day, even to a ball, but when I took them off at night, they looked as pristine as if they were fresh from the wardrobe. Unfortunately, no matter how clean they were, I could still only wear them once, even though I really liked some of them. If only I could master switching spells properly, then I could change into my favorite outfits whenever I wanted. Casually chatting, the two of them left the room of requirement and made their way toward Professor McGonagall's office. Just as they reached the door, it suddenly swung open. A small black cat shot out like an arrow, a tiny fish treat clamped in its mouth as it darted past Edward and Audrey in a flash. Right behind it, a tabby cat bolted out, letting out a sharp meow. Its bright eyes gleamed with excitement. Edward's sudden appearance was clearly unexpected. The tabby cat skidded to an abrupt stop, its front paws digging into the ground. Then, in one swift motion, it executed a perfect backflip before landing gracefully. As soon as it touched the ground, its body elongated and transformed into none other than Professor McGonagall. Ahem. She adjusted her glasses, looking slightly awkward. Oh, Mr. Edward, Miss Hall, you've returned. Just now. Professor McGonagall pointed in the direction Lilith had disappeared, hesitating for a moment before saying, she. Sorry, Professor McGonagall. Lilith was being naughty again, wasn't she? Edward quickly took responsibility. Thank you for taking care of her while I was away. Well, it wasn't too much trouble. Professor McGonagall regained her usual composure. Term starts tomorrow. Miss Hall, have you gathered all your necessary supplies? Audrey immediately responded, yes, Professor McGonagall. The professor nodded in satisfaction and led them into her office. Good. Tomorrow, you'll be sorted into your house as a transfer student, so don't be late. Oh, and Miss Hall, you'll be staying in the same room as before, but after the sorting, you'll move to your new dormitory. Of course, I would prefer if you stayed in Gryffindor, you would have some lovely housemates among the little Gryffindor lions. Audrey curtsied slightly. Understood. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. I know that, given your age and talent, starting as a first year might feel unusual. However, Professor Dumbledore and I have agreed that this first semester will serve as a transitional period. By the end of the term, we will assess your magical proficiency and reassign you accordingly, just like we did with Mr. Edward. In fact, he could have been a sixth-year student by now. Edward scratched his head awkwardly. Professor, you make it sound like I'm purposely trying to stay behind. Professor McGonagall's expression turned serious. Not at all. In fact, I highly approve of your decision not to skip ahead. Unlike many of your peers, who are often too reckless and arrogant to focus properly on their studies. Thanks for the support. Edward continued, by the way, Professor, Audrey has been struggling with transfiguration. Would it be all right if she sought your guidance? A rare smile appeared on Professor McGonagall's face. As the transfiguration professor, she always welcomed students eager to learn. Of course. My door is always open. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, the two made their way toward Gryffindor's common room. Just as they turned a corner, a black shadow suddenly leapt into Edward's arms, meowing loudly before attempting to bite his ear. Omega. Edward quickly pleaded for mercy. Ow. Easy, Lilith. Don't actually bite through my ear, I'd have to get a vaccine. Lilith, however, had no intention of letting him off. She clamped onto his ear and meowed angrily, her tail flicking in irritation. Meow. Hashtag. Meow, meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. I was wrong. I shouldn't have left you behind. Next time, I'll take you with me wherever I go, all right. Unfortunately, Lilith was, after all, just a rather intelligent cat. There was no way she could understand such a complex promise. Edward coaxed her for a while, then finally pulled out a piece of dried chicken. Only then did Lilith release his ear, happily trotting off to bask in the sun while gnawing on her treat. Edward glanced up at the sun outside and said, while there's still time, I need to go to Diagon Alley to get a new wand. Do you want to rest here or come along for a stroll? Audrey clenched her fists slightly and said, once we're back in Backlund, I'll have more than enough time to rest. All right then, let's find Fawkes to help us out. Just as they took a few steps forward, Edward suddenly stopped. Wait, let me test something first. He grabbed Audrey's wrist, and with a sharp crack, they disappeared from Hogwarts Castle. Diagon Alley, Ollivander's wand shop. Edward and Audrey materialized out of thin air, their sudden arrival stirring up a gust of wind that toppled a stack of wand boxes nearby. Fortunately, Ollivander reacted swiftly, waving his wand to restore them to their original place. It worked. Using spirituality to cast apparition had bypassed Hogwarts' anti-apparition wards entirely. Oh ho, Edward, my boy, Ollivander said, rubbing his messy white hair. Next time you apparate, please try to land outside the shop. Right, sorry about that, Edward apologized hastily, though his face was filled with excitement. Hogwarts' anti-apparition magic has no effect on spiritually powered apparition, that means other magic cast through spirituality might also yield unexpected results. Could this mean, I can solo Voldemort? His wild fantasy was interrupted by Ollivander's voice. So, Edward, what brings you here today? My wand was destroyed, Edward replied. I need a new one. Ollivander looked startled. Destroyed? What happened? Surely the Ministry didn't snap it for violating magical law. No, nothing like that. I encountered a magical creature during my travels, it swallowed my wand whole. Oh dear, that's unfortunate, Ollivander sighed. A wizard's wand should ideally accompany them for a lifetime. The first wand is always the best fit, no second wand will ever feel quite the same. Edward froze. The loss of his wand suddenly weighed heavily on him. From learning his first spell to mastering various charms and transfigurations, that wand had been with him every step of the way. That damned blackbird. Well, do you have any wands similar to Audrey's? Something uniquely crafted, he asked hopefully. Audrey, catching on, lifted her dragonbone wand and twirled it slightly. Ollivander shrugged. I've experimented with many custom designs in the past, but only hers was a true success. The others, well, they couldn't even cast a simple Lumos. Ah. Edward sighed in resignation. All right then, I'll just get the same wand as before, Blackthorn, Phoenix Feather Core, 14 3/4 inches. Very well. With a snap of Ollivander's fingers, a measuring tape flew over and began taking Edward's measurements. Wait, sir, Edward said, confused. I'm getting the exact same wand as before. Do we still need to measure everything again? Of course. Ollivander replied. Your body proportions have changed since 3 years ago. But didn't you just say that a wizard's first wand is always the most suitable? Ollivander paused, then blinked at him. Ah, well, that's magic for you. Audrey couldn't hold back her laughter and let out a giggle. Normally, she was the one doing the persuading, but now, it was Edward's turn to be thoroughly baffled by someone else's reasoning. Left with no choice, Edward allowed Ollivander to continue his work. Meanwhile, he asked, Mr. Ollivander, have you ever tried making a wand in a different form? Like a ring or a bracelet? That way, it'd be easier to carry and more convenient for spellcasting. I have indeed attempted it, Ollivander said. But wands crafted that way not only failed to function properly, they also had an unfortunate side effect: any spell cast would backfire on the user. I once tried casting a simple stunning spell with a ring wand, and ended up unconscious for an entire day. Ah, what caused that? Ollivander stroked his chin in thought. A wand serves as a conduit for magic, it draws power from the wizard and channels it through one end, directing the spell outward. But if a wand is shaped into a ring, with its two ends connected, any spell cast enters an endless feedback loop, until it discharges right back at the caster. Well, that's the simplest way to put it. Why does this suddenly sound like science? I see, Edward muttered. He pondered for a moment, then asked, what if it were shaped like brass knuckles? If the ring had a small protrusion, could it function properly? That way, you could cast spells by punching. Ollivander stared at him, as if genuinely trying to imagine it. Then he wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and said, I can't even begin to picture what wizard duels would look like if that became a trend. That would be very unladylike, no. Very terrifying. Audrey shuddered at the thought of herself casting Stupefy while swinging a punch. That's not wizardry at all. How should she describe it? It had a certain, postmodern aesthetic, like Audrey performing a legendary feat of raw strength. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 33, Welcome to my world. Half an hour later, Edward finally received his new wand. It was still made of blackthorn wood with a phoenix feather core, but its length had changed, it was now 11 inches long. He couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. Hiding it up my sleeve is going to be even harder now. That'll be 19 galleons, thank you. The first wand for young Hogwarts students typically costs around 7 galleons due to the newcomer discount. However, when purchasing a second wand, the price reverted to the standard market rate, usually around 20 galleons. After paying, Edward hesitated for a moment before asking, Mr. Ollivander, do you happen to have any failed or defective wands? I'd like to buy them for research. Ollivander's expression darkened instantly. The wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen, and his silver eyes burned with displeasure. Failed wands. Edward, are you questioning my wand-making skills? Since the day I formally inherited this shop, I have never produced a single failed wand. Sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Edward quickly apologized but then tentatively added, but, before you inherited the shop. You did mention earlier that you had some defective ones. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Ollivander's face. He waved his arms dramatically as if trying to bolster his argument. That was simply because I was conducting experiments. Yes. Trying new materials. New wand cores. Even, ring-shaped wands. Edward put on an expression of utmost respect. I completely understand. A great craftsman must explore all possibilities. So, would you be willing to sell me some of those experimental pieces? Wait here. Ollivander huffed before climbing a small wooden ladder to the upper shelves. Moments later, he returned with 5 boxes, practically shoving them into Edward's arms. If you truly wish to study wand craftsmanship, start with these standard material wands. That'll be 5 galleons. Edward paid without hesitation, successfully obtaining 5 defective wands, perfect for rewarding his couriers. To be safe, he also bought 3 fully functional wands, including an identical replica of his own in case his picky messenger refused to accept substitutes. Afterwards, he gathered ingredients for brewing polyjuice potion, purchased a ready-made batch, and finally, he and Audrey made their way to the Leaky Cauldron. As the entry point for most Muggle-born witches and wizards, the Leaky Cauldron was both cramped and filthy. Audrey couldn't understand why the owner didn't just take a few seconds to cast a simple scouring charm. Around them, a few drunk men sat at tables, drinking and chatting amongst themselves. Some glanced up at Audrey, momentarily distracted by her beauty, but most quickly returned to their own business. A few raised their tankards in a brief, polite greeting. Edward strode toward the entrance, then turned back with a playful smile. "Audrey, are you ready to see the real face of this world?" "What?" Without answering, he pushed open the bar's wooden door. As the golden hues of the setting sun spilled in, Audrey's vision was suddenly filled with towering skyscrapers, bustling streets, and endless streams of automobiles. 1991, London. Charing Cross Road. Standing in the doorway of the leaky cauldron, Audrey stared in shock at the dazzling cityscape before her. In her previous understanding, Backland had been the largest and most prosperous city in the world. Yet compared to this forest of skyscrapers, Backland seemed no bigger than a provincial town. She, someone who had always thought of herself as a refined city dweller, now felt like a clueless country bumpkin stepping into an unknown world. This place. The overwhelming disparity between her expectations and reality left her momentarily speechless. "Hogwarts Castle is isolated from the outside world," Edward explained, stretching his arms as he stepped backwards onto the bustling street. "Magic keeps muggles at bay, and life there has remained unchanged for centuries, ancient, traditional, almost frozen in time. But here, you can think of it as a backland that has advanced for several hundred years, a world that has developed at an astonishing speed, one that has left wizards far behind." His grin widened as he dramatically spread his arms. "Miss Audrey Hall, welcome to my world." Half an hour later, Audrey finally managed to calm down. Walking side by side through the lively streets, her emerald green eyes darted in every direction, overwhelmed by everything she saw. A carriage that moves without horses. That should be a train, right? But why is it so small? Colorful glowing signs hanging everywhere, gas lamps. But why do they shine in so many different colors? Buildings that stretch dozens of stories into the sky, how on earth did they build them so high? As night fell, the streets lit up with a kaleidoscope of neon signs and glowing shop fronts. Immersed in the dazzling scene, Audrey finally grasped what it meant to be in another world, a place completely different from Lone, beyond anything she had ever imagined. That feeling of being a country bumpkin in the big city only grew stronger. For the rest of the day, Edward took Audrey on a grand tour of London. She was like an endlessly curious child, bombarding him with questions about everything, from history and architecture to technology and local customs. Eventually, Edward gave up and simply bought her a few books so she could read on her own. By the time the city lights began to dim, Audrey reluctantly followed Edward back to Hogwarts, her heart filled with newfound admiration and longing for this world. That night, she drifted into sleep with dreams of the future. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Edward and Lilith were rudely dragged out of bed. The half-awake boy and his groggy cat stumbled into the common room, still bleary-eyed. Edward rubbed his eyes and yawned. "Miss Audrey Hall," he grumbled, "this behavior of yours is hardly ladylike, it doesn't suit your noble status at all." Audrey flicked her golden hair and grinned. "But this isn't Backland, and I'm not some aristocratic young lady here. Right now, I'm just a Hogwarts first year." "All right, then, what does our dear first-year student want so early in the morning?" Audrey lifted her chin slightly. According to Hogwarts, a history, since the 1830s, first-year students traditionally arrive at Hogsmeade Station via the Hogwarts Express, then take boats across the Black Lake to the castle. Edward pinched the bridge of his nose. "But, we're already at Hogwarts. Don't you think it would be much more interesting to experience it firsthand?" She scooped Lilith into her arms and stroked the drowsy cat's fur. "What do you think, Lilith?" Lilith let out a lazy meow, shifted into a more comfortable position in Audrey's arms, and promptly fell back asleep. Edward sighed. "Fine. Whatever you say." As usual, Edward first operated them to Diagon Alley, then hailed a car to King's Cross Station. Even though Audrey had experienced cars the night before, she remained utterly fascinated by them. "Do you think we'll have automobiles in my world one day?" she mused. "If I bring one back and hand it over to the Church of Steam and Machinery, do you think they could reverse engineer it?" Edward pondered for a moment before replying, "It would be difficult. You're missing a key energy source, petroleum." That was also why Emperor Roselle had been unable to push technological advancement any further. "What a shame." Audrey sighed, absently stroking Lilith's soft fur. "I'd love to bring one back as a gift for my father, but I know that would only bring you trouble." Or worse, Edward thought to himself, God of Steam and Machinery would immediately make you one of his blessed, declare the Church of Steam and Machinery obsolete, and rebrand it as the Church of Technology. He might even rename himself the God of Technology. 10 a.m., King's Cross Station. Since neither of them carried any luggage, they moved quickly through the station. Audrey navigated the process effortlessly, having clearly done her homework in advance. At platform 9 3/4, the deep red Hogwarts Express stood by the bustling platform, steam hissing from its iron body. The golden plaque on the side of the train read, Hogwarts Express, 11 a.m. departure. The platform was filled with students, all clad in wizarding robes. Some were as young as 10, while others looked to be 16 or 17. Many carried pets, mostly cats and owls, their cries creating a noisy symphony. Lilith, clearly irritated by the commotion, cracked open one eye. She scanned the crowd, then covered her ears with her front paws and burrowed deeper into Audrey's arms. The first 3 compartments were already packed with students, some leaning out of windows to chat with their families, others laughing and playing inside. Audrey sighed. I've never seen so many children in one place before, I have to say, it's far too noisy. They found a quieter compartment, and Audrey took the window seat, her gaze keenly observing the passers-by. That silver-haired boy must be from a wealthy family. His expression is arrogant, as if he looks down on everyone. That short, chubby kid, his grandmother brought him here, and in just the short walk from the platform to the train, he's already dropped several things. Careless. Poor memory. The twin girls over there look slightly different from the rest. They look similar to people from the southern continent. One is lively and outgoing, while the other is more reserved. But they share one common trait, they both seem a little vain. Oh, are those 4 red-haired kids from the same family? Their household must be incredibly lively. That man over there, he looks perpetually exhausted, but his eyes are sharp, he's observant, intelligent. Ah. That little girl is with an old man, wait a second, I recognize him. He's the owner of that filthy, run-down bar from yesterday. With a sharp whistle, the Hogwarts Express began its journey, carrying its passengers toward Hogwarts Castle. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 34, The Girl Who Bullied. The Hogwarts Express sped through the wilderness, leaving the city and civilization far behind. Not long after, 3 boys swaggered into Edward and Audrey's compartment. The one leading them was none other than that arrogant silver-haired boy, Draco Malfoy. He was in the middle of boasting to his 2 lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, about how much money his father had donated to Hogwarts and how even Dumbledore had to listen to him. Just as he was getting carried away, Crabbe and Goyle suddenly stopped in their tracks, staring straight ahead at the compartment's occupants. Malfoy frowned. What are you 2 gawking at? When he turned around, he saw 2 older students looking back at him. He paused for a moment, his first thought being, that girl is stunning. But he quickly straightened up, tilting his chin arrogantly. I'm Draco Malfoy. My father is Lucius Malfoy, one of Hogwarts' board members. May we sit here? Of course. Edward gestured for them to take a seat across from them. Crabbe and Goyle flanked Malfoy on either side as he sat down. He glanced at Audrey, a hint of surprise in his expression, before asking uncertainly, are you from one of the Sacred 28? The Sacred 28 referred to the only 28 wizarding families that, as of the 1930s, could still claim to be truly pure blood. The Malfoys were one of them and took immense pride in their lineage. Audrey shook her head. Sorry, I'm not. Malfoy's arrogant expression returned instantly. What a pity. You see, only our 28 families are true pure-blood wizards. He sneered. Oh, actually, it's 27 now. The Weasleys lost their place long ago, look at them, with their messy red hair and freckled faces. They're so poor they can barely afford to feed their own children. As soon as he finished speaking, a furious voice cut through the air. Malfoy. What did you just say? You want to get punched? Ron Weasley had been passing by and overheard Malfoy's insult. His face was flushed with anger. Before Malfoy could respond, Crabbe and Goyle stood up, cracking their knuckles menacingly. Ron Weasley, Goyle sneered. You want to get punched? You. Ron took an involuntary step back, only to bump straight into his older brothers, the Weasley twins. One of them grinned. Oh, is our little brother about to fight his first duel today? The other one cheered him on. Go on, Ronnykins. Draw your wand. Challenge him to a duel. Ron's face turned so red it looked like he might pass out. He hesitated, reaching for his wand, buried all the way at the bottom of his trunk, but quickly realized the problem, he didn't know a single spell. The realization made him even more flustered, and he suddenly had the urge to jump out of the train window. At that moment, Edward cut in. Oi, you two, that's enough. You want your little brother to get written up on his first day. The twin on the left waved at him. Yo, Edward. Long time no see. Weren't you supposed to visit us at the Burrow over the summer? You bailed on us again. Yeah. We even made some new prank items just for you. Don't tell me you ditched us for Cedric. Next time, I swear. Next time. Edward laughed awkwardly. The twin glanced into the compartment and, upon spotting Audrey, his eyes flashed with admiration. "Oh, I don't think I've ever seen this beautiful young lady before. Is she your friend? Or, your girlfriend?" Edward sighed and turned to Audrey. "Sorry, these two are the Weasley twins. That's just how they are." Audrey, completely unfazed, smiled politely. "I'm Audrey Hall, a friend of Edward's. Nice to meet you." Edward stood up and shoved the twins out of the compartment. "All right, go find a seat for your little brother before he makes an even bigger fool of himself." As he did, his gaze flickered to the bulging pocket of Ron's robe. "That must be Peter Pettigrew. Well, since the timeline is already a mess, I might as well report this to Dumbledore later. Wait a second. Why is my first instinct always to report people? Damn it, I must have been hanging around Klein too much." The twins waved as they left. "See you later." What a shame. Ickelronikin's first battle ended in a crushing defeat, by forfeit. Ron, humiliated, shoved his brothers aside, grabbed his heavy trunk, and stomped away. Once the Weasleys were gone, Malfoy scoffed and turned to Edward. "You actually hang out with those Weasleys? Ugh. So low class." With that, he stood up and strutted off, his two lackeys scrambling to follow. Edward and Audrey exchanged glances. Audrey sighed. "I guess every world has its fair share of these self-important noble brats. My father once wanted me to befriend people like him. How terrifying." Edward smirked. "Are you talking about Prince Edisac Augustus? If I remember correctly, he was pursuing you, wasn't he?" Audrey nodded. "Yes, but I never liked him. Although to be fair, he was the most decent of the princes." Edward's smirk widened. "Well, I just so happen to know a little secret about him." Audrey raised an eyebrow. "What secret?" Edward leaned in and whispered. "That third prince of yours, later on, he falls in love with a man." Audrey's eyes went wide in shock. "How is that possible?" "Ah, but that's just how things work in Lord of the Mysteries. Witches die for love. Schemers die for loyalty. And this particular prince, who fell in love with a witch, ultimately died in a conspiracy." The rest of the train ride passed without much excitement. Well, except for Hermione Granger running around helping Neville look for his lost toad and then somehow picking a fight with Malfoy and his cronies. Honestly, if you read fanfiction, you'd think Hermione spent half her first year searching for the damn toad while running into all sorts of ridiculous troubles. Edward, however, was not one of them because at the time, he had been pretending to be asleep. To be frank, first-year Hermione was kind of annoying. The Hogwarts Express raced through the wilderness, leaving the city and human settlements far behind. Audrey rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window at the scenery rushing past. The glass reflected her delicate profile, harmonizing with the picturesque view outside. Edward couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. However, when their eyes met in the reflection, he quickly averted his gaze and closed his eyes to take a nap. The sky outside gradually darkened. As night descended upon the land, the train slowed before finally coming to a stop. Passengers pushed and jostled their way toward the doors, disembarking onto a small, dimly lit platform. Though autumn had just begun, the air here was unnaturally chilly. The first-year students huddled together like shivering quails, tucking their heads into their shoulders to escape the cold. Meanwhile, Edward and Audrey had already donned their warm coats in preparation. Just then, a towering figure carrying a lantern approached. "First years. First years over here. Harry, this way, why all right." Hagrid's bearded face broke into a smile. "Come on, follow me. Any more first years? Watch your step, all right. First years, this way. Miss Hall, you two, please come with me." Edward took out his wand and cast a waterproofing charm on her coat. "The rest of the way, you'll have to walk on your own. Be careful, it might be slippery." "Got it. See you later." Audrey waved at him before following the group of first years as they made their way down a steep, narrow path. At the end of the path, the view suddenly opened up to reveal a vast black lake. Across the water, perched atop a towering hillside, stood the grand silhouette of Hogwarts Castle. Its many spires pierced the night sky, and its windows shimmered like a sea of stars. So this is what Hogwarts Castle looks like from a distance. By the time Edward arrived at the Great Hall, the place was already packed. Students eagerly exchanged stories of their summer vacations, some whispering in hushed tones, others loudly proclaiming their adventures, filling the hall with lively chatter. Just as he approached the Hufflepuff table, Cedric Diggory waved him over. "Hey, Edward. Over here." It was common knowledge that Hufflepuff students were usually overlooked at Hogwarts, until the Triwizard Tournament when Cedric brought some recognition to the house. And as for Edward, he was practically invisible even among Hufflepuffs. For one, his mental age was far beyond that of his classmates, making it difficult for him to relate to a bunch of kids. Additionally, he was already a few years older than them physically. Since he never actively sought out friendships, others naturally didn't approach him either. The only reason he got along well with Cedric was that they were roommates. Cedric greeted him with a friendly punch on the shoulder. "Didn't you stay at school over the summer? Why'd you take the train?" Edward returned the hug and grinned. "I was accompanying a friend, she's a first year this year." "A first year? Your sister?" "No. Actually, she's a year older than me." Cedric blinked in confusion. "Wait, so she's a first year, but she's older than you? That doesn't make any sense." Edward chuckled. "She's in a situation similar to mine, never had the chance to attend school before. It's all thanks to Headmaster Dumbledore for his generosity, he made a special exception for her." In the stairs leading to the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall strode in with a serious expression, leading a group of nervous first years. It was their first time stepping into Hogwarts, and their curiosity was evident as they glanced around in wonder, their odd murmurs filling the hall. Audrey walked at the very back of the line, beside a girl with thick, bushy brown hair, bright brown eyes, and slightly prominent front teeth. No doubt, this was the future Minister for Magic, Hermione Granger. The two of them chatted animatedly, having seemingly found a shared topic of interest. In contrast, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, who walked ahead of them, listened with puzzled expressions. Professor McGonagall gave a few instructions before leaving to make final preparations for the sorting ceremony, leaving the anxious first years to wait in silence. Harry let out a breath. "How exactly do they decide which house we're in?" Ron shrugged uncertainly. "Probably some kind of test. Fred said it's really painful, but I think he was joking. I asked Mom and Dad, but they always act all mysterious about it, it's so annoying." Keeping the sorting process a secret was a long-standing wizarding tradition. After all, every previous generation had gone through the same experience, why deny the next generation their turn? Watching the chattering kids, Audrey suddenly felt an impish urge surface, a side of her personality that had long been repressed. With a completely serious expression, she declared, "Edward told me, all new students must take a killing curse head-on. If they survive, they're allowed to enroll." "What?" Ron was still reeling from the shock when, ahead of him, a young girl with two blonde braids suddenly went weak in the knees and collapsed to the floor. Thankfully, another girl beside her quickly helped her up. "Hannah, are you okay?" The little girl's eyes brimmed with tears as she whimpered. She said every new student has to be hit with the killing curse. And only those who survive can enter the school. "Ah! I don't want to die. Wah. Mommy. Help. I want to go home. Note, want an extra chapter. If we reach 290 Power Stones by tomorrow, y'all get one." Chapter 35, The Fine Traditions of the Tarot Club. By the time Professor McGonagall returned, most of the first years had already burst into tears, calling out for their parents in a chorus of wails. Professor McGonagall was utterly bewildered. Her first thought was that Peeves had been up to his usual mischief again. She was about to lose her temper when Audrey stepped forward hesitantly. "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, I just wanted to joke around with them so I could fit in better. I didn't expect." "Did you hit them?" "No, I just..." Audrey had never felt this embarrassed in her life. If she were still in Backlund, and word of this got out, Count Hall's daughter, the brightest jewel of Backlund, had bullied a group of children until they cried their eyes out, she wouldn't be able to show her face in high society again. After hearing her explanation, even Professor McGonagall was at a loss for words. She clapped her hands sharply and said, "All right, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Hall was merely joking with you all just now. The real sorting ceremony is very simple. Now, form a single line and follow me." The doors of the Great Hall opened as she led the first years down the center aisle. Cheers and whistles erupted from both sides as they walked past the older students. When they reached the front, she pulled out a small wooden stool and placed the ancient, ragged sorting hat on top. The sorting hat twitched slightly before opening its mouth to sing. Though its song described the values of the 4 Hogwarts houses and the criteria for sorting, there was no denying one simple fact. It was terribly off-key. After a few minutes of this rather painful performance, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat and announced, "When I call your name, come forward, put on the hat, and sit on the stool to receive your house placement." She glanced down at the list. Hannah Abbott. The first to step forward was the little blonde girl with twin braids, the one who had been the most frightened earlier. Her eyes were still red, and she walked hesitantly to the stool, anxiety written all over her face. The sorting hat barely took a moment before shouting, "Hufflepuff. Susan Bones." The sorting ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion. Each newly sorted student was warmly welcomed by their respective housemates as they joined their tables. Finally. Harry Potter. Gryffindor. Woohoo. We got Harry. As Harry walked toward the Gryffindor table under the watchful eyes of the entire hall, the last name on the list was called. Audrey Hall. Professor McGonagall led the applause. Miss Hall is a transfer student this year, let's give her a warm welcome. Clap. 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 The upper year boys immediately went wild, clapping enthusiastically. They hadn't shown much interest in the first years before, but now they were all eager to know who this beautiful lady was. Audrey felt slightly awkward. In Backlund, aristocrats were much more reserved. Even when complimenting someone, they would never be this direct. But these boys were different, some whistled, while others called out loudly. Cedric nudged Edward and whispered, "Edward, is that her? Merlin's beard, she's stunning. Even more gorgeous than Vila." Edward was taken aback. "You've seen Vila before. So, you're not as innocent as you look, huh?" Cedric hurriedly waved his hands. "I saw them at the Quidditch World Cup." "Ha ha ha, why are you getting all flustered?" Audrey stepped forward, picked up the sorting hat, and resisted the urge to cast a scouring charm on it before placing it on her head. "Oh ho, interesting." The sorting hat spoke in an amused tone after a brief pause. "Perhaps it's because you're older. Oh, my apologies, I forgot that ladies don't like being reminded of their age. You are far more complex than those children. You possess the kindness and righteousness of Hufflepuff, the intelligence and wisdom of Ravenclaw, the bravery and curiosity of Gryffindor, and the lineage, and just a touch of ambition, prized by Slytherin. Let me think. Or perhaps, do you have a preference?" Audrey intertwined her fingers, hesitating before whispering. "To be honest, although I've read about the history of the four houses, I'm not sure where I belong." "Hat, heir, Mr. Hat, I'll leave it to your judgment." "Oh ho, I like that title, Mr. Hat." The sorting hat wriggled, letting out a few odd chuckles. "Truth be told, this is quite difficult, really quite difficult. How about this, I'll give you two choices. If you choose Gryffindor, I'll grant you a gift on behalf of Godric. If you choose Slytherin, I'll reveal a secret to you on behalf of Salazar. As for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, they left me nothing at all. Of course, from my perspective, Gryffindor would be the best fit for you. The choice is yours. Do you wish to become braver, or do you wish to nurture that little spark of ambition within you?" Audrey nodded, considering for a moment before replying, "I understand. I do like Gryffindor's atmosphere. I want to become braver, and I've made a few friends there. But..." Before she could finish her sentence, the sorting hat suddenly bellowed. "Slytherin." For a brief moment, the great hall fell into stunned silence. Then, the Slytherin table erupted with cheers. "We have the most beautiful junior now. Woohoo. Savior of the wizarding world. Who cares?" At the Gryffindor table, Hermione and her friends looked visibly disappointed. Audrey opened her mouth but ultimately swallowed the words she had been about to say. "But I want to grow stronger as quickly as possible, to prepare for the impending apocalypse." At that moment, the sorting hat spoke to her in a voice that only she could hear, whispering an obscure and cryptic message before adding, "In due time, you'll understand what to do." Edward was genuinely surprised by Audrey's sorting. He had considered the possibility of her going to Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, or even Hufflepuff, but Slytherin. That had never crossed his mind. When Audrey's sorting took so long, complete with inquiries about her opinion and even special offers, Edward couldn't help but recall his own experience. Even though both of them were transmigrators, his sorting had lasted less than 3 seconds from the moment he put on the hat to when he took it off. "Oh how rare, you've managed to stay kind. Hufflepuff." It was official. He was not the protagonist. At that moment, Dumbledore stood up, spreading his arms wide with a beaming smile. "Welcome. Welcome to Hogwarts for another school year. Before we begin the feast, I have a few words to say. And they are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you all." As soon as he sat down, the once empty plates filled up with a variety of delicious dishes. Having gone hungry for most of the day, the students eagerly dug in, enjoying the feast amidst laughter and chatter. Cedric grabbed a drumstick, taking a bite as he asked, "Edward, how was your summer?" "I went with my dad to France for the Quidditch World Cup, it was incredible." Edward paused briefly in peeling an orange, then chuckled. "My summer was exciting too, almost too exciting. You have to join Hufflepuff's Quidditch team this year. I know you've always been a great flyer." Edward quickly waved his hand. "I'd love to, but, starting this term, I probably won't be in school that often. I have some very important matters to take care of." Cedric sighed in disappointment. "Ugh, I knew it. You don't act like a 16-year-old at all." "Ha ha ha." Edward laughed. "Well, we Hufflepuffs are like that, aren't we? You're the odd one out." Cedric stroked his chin thoughtfully. You might be right. Meanwhile, after entering the Slytherin section, Audrey noticed that none of the pureblood students recognized her. Yet, her noble demeanor was far more refined than that of the so-called Sacred 28 families. Some students started speculating, was she from a foreign pureblood family? But due to her looks, others even whispered that she might be from the founding four families, a descendant of Slytherin himself. As a result, a strange vacuum formed around Audrey. No one dared to approach her. She took in their reactions without comment, continuing her meal with perfect table manners. Instead, she quietly observed and analyzed the Slytherins around her. Hey! Malfoy sat down beside her, still wearing his usual arrogant expression. Everyone's saying you come from an old pureblood family. Is that true? Audrey put down her knife and fork, dabbed at her lips with a napkin, then smiled. What do you think? A flicker of unease crossed Malfoy's eyes, but he still pressed on. If that's the case, then you definitely shouldn't be associating with the Weasleys. Especially since I just saw you talking to a filthy mug. MMMPH. Malfoy's mouth suddenly vanished. His eyes widened in horror as he clutched at his now smooth face, frantically feeling around for his missing lips. He stumbled and fell backwards onto the floor. Audrey, holding her dragonbone wand, spoke softly, I read that term in a book once. It's quite an awful word. Best not to say it. She flicked her wand, lifting the spell. Malfoy scrambled to his feet, pointing at her in outrage. I'll have my father get you expelled. For a moment, the surrounding Slytherins were stunned. Then, suddenly, a wave of cheers and whistles erupted. Audrey's lips curled slightly. From an outsider's perspective, it was easy to see through these students. Slytherin had always been this way. The more aggressive and powerful you were, the more respect you commanded. That was how Voldemort had swiftly gathered his first group of followers. Clang, clang, clang. Dumbledore tapped his golden goblet with a spoon, his voice ringing through the great hall. Settle down, everyone. A sickly-looking man in a tattered wizard's robe walked up to the staff table. Dumbledore smiled as he introduced him. This is your new defense against the dark arts professor, R.J. Lupin. Let's give him a warm welcome. Applause thundered through the hall, though Snape, who resembled a great, scowling bat, glared daggers at Lupin as if he wanted to devour him whole. The story really has gone completely off track, Edward thought. Quirrell's death brought Lupin into the picture 2 years earlier than in the original timeline. Of course, that was partly thanks to the wolfsbane potion being invented a few years ahead of schedule. Edward's gaze swept across the staff table. If Quirrell is dead, then where is Voldemort now? Dumbledore continued with the usual warnings, no venturing into the Forbidden Forest, no wandering the right side of the fourth-floor corridor, before leading the students in a bizarre school song to conclude the feast. Afterwards, Audrey bid Edward a brief farewell before following the Slytherin prefect toward the dormitories. Hope she gets used to living at the bottom of the lake. Edward patted Cedric's shoulder. You head back first. I need to speak with Professor Dumbledore. All right. When you get back, I have a gift for you. I got it at the World Cup marketplace. Thanks. Edward weaved through the dispersing crowd, making his way toward the staff table. Snape was standing before Dumbledore, his expression thunderous as he argued about something, while Lupin looked uncomfortable, trapped between staying and fleeing. Dumbledore noticed Edward's approach and took the opportunity to change the subject. Ah, Edward. Do you need something? Edward's gaze was sharp as he said. Headmaster, I'd like to make a report. Note, if you guys want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eiseblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 36, oh my god. I accidentally came across some crucial information and wanted to inform you. Dumbledore nodded and turned to Snape and Lupin. Severus, Remus, you may return to your quarters. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Wait. What I have to say involves both professors as well. Snape shot Edward a puzzled look, while Lupin seemed even more confused. Who are you? Do I even know you? Dumbledore's expression grew serious as he stood up. Let's talk in my office. On the way to the headmaster's office, Dumbledore led the way, while Edward and Snape walked in the middle. Lupin trailed behind, deliberately keeping a few steps back. Snape's expression was colder than ever. He looked less like a bat now and more like a full-fledged vampire, the terrifying kind from horror movies, of course. By the way, Professor Snape, I brewed some potions recently. Edward handed him a few vials. Snape accepted them with a flicker of surprise, uncorked one to take a sniff, and a fleeting look of approval crossed his eyes. However, his tone remained as unpleasant as ever. Passable at best. There is still much room for improvement. After a brief pause, he glanced back at Lupin and continued, if I recall correctly, I taught you how to brew the wolfsbane potion, didn't I? Yes, Professor. Snape sneered. I've had some improvements in mind. Adding senna leaves and soapwort to the original formula should yield very interesting results. Oh, wow. One of those herbs was a powerful laxative and the other induced vomiting. And Snape had deliberately said it loud enough to make Lupin nauseous. Was he just trying to disgust him? No, considering Snape's sheer hatred for Lupin, he was fully capable of actually doing it. Lupin's face turned increasingly bitter. He shook his head but said nothing. Soon, the group arrived at the headmaster's office. Dumbledore flicked his wand, conjuring 3 chairs. Go ahead, Edward. Even though Edward had already decided to report Peter Pettigrew, he still felt a little nervous now that the moment had arrived. After all, there was an unavoidable problem. How did he know? But keeping silent would be even more reckless. Leaving a walking time bomb unchecked. Not a good idea. He couldn't exactly follow the Lord of the Mysteries approach, smashing a window and leaving an anonymous report, achieving his goal while hiding in the shadows. Wait, why smash a window in the first place? Edward quickly reined in his wandering thoughts and spoke. You 3 should be familiar with a man named Peter Pettigrew, also known as Wormtail. Snape let out a cold snort. You mean that cowardly, pathetic fool who somehow managed to receive the Order of Merlin, first class after his death? Of course, I remember him. The real question is, has Professor Lupin forgotten his old lackey? Lupin's face turned serious. Severus, I know you hate us, but Peter sacrificed himself to oppose him. You shouldn't insult a hero like that. Snape opened his mouth, venom already loading, but Dumbledore cut him off. Please continue, Edward. Over the summer, I stumbled upon a shocking piece of information from a dark wizard. To be honest, even I found it hard to believe. Edward braced himself, an old internet habit of mentally preparing for a backlash. Peter Pettigrew is not dead. The one who betrayed the Potters was not Sirius Black, but Peter. During his confrontation with Sirius, he faked his death and has been alive ever since. Impossible. Lupin immediately shouted in denial. The revelation directly involved 3 of his closest friends, and he refused to believe it so easily. Snape, however, merely stared at Edward with an eerie intensity. Mr. Edward, are you aware of the weight of your words? Edward shrugged. I was just as shocked when I first heard it. That dark wizard scoffed at the Ministry's incompetence. How could they be stupid enough to award an Order of Merlin to a devoted Death Eater? He even joked that, at this rate, a Death Eater might become the next Minister for Magic. Snape, surprisingly, quipped, that last part seems quite plausible. Dumbledore fell into a brief silence, adjusting his half-moon spectacles as he considered the claim. Noticing Snape and Lupin's questioning gazes, he finally spoke. Severus, you are aware that Edward was away from school during the latter part of the summer. I find it unlikely that he would fabricate a story that brings him no benefit. After another pause, he continued. I assume you also know where Peter is now, don't you? Dumbledore's words made Snape and Lupin tense up. Their eyes locked onto Edward, waiting for his answer. Edward nodded. Peter Pettigrew is an unregistered animagus. He can transform into a rat. Coincidentally, the Weasley family happens to have a rather unusual pet rat that has lived for 11 years, far longer than a normal rat should. And right now, that rat is probably curled up, sleeping peacefully in the arms of Ron Weasley. Gryffindor dormitory. Ron was sound asleep when he suddenly felt something tapping his face. Drowsily, he cracked his eyes open, only to see several tall figures surrounding his bed. His drowsiness vanished instantly. He jolted upright with a start. Who's there? Dumbledore stepped forward, his wand casting a soft light. He spoke gently. Don't be afraid, Mr. Weasley. It's just me. Professor Dumbledore. I would like to know, where is your pet rat, Scabbers? Ron blinked, still groggy. He reached toward his pillow. He was right here before I fell asleep. He was trying to chew my bedsheets, so I scolded him a bit, huh? Scabbers. Dumbledore turned to Edward. Are you certain that you did not alert him before telling us? No. I only thought about it in my mind. Even if he happened to use legilimency on me at the time, I have confidence in my clemency skills. Did he leave at exactly this moment? Dumbledore frowned slightly and waved his wand. I'm sorry, Mr. Weasley, but for your safety, I must do this. Obliviate. Then, he turned to Snape and Lupin, who had remained silent. If he never returns, it means he either sensed danger in advance or had another reason that forced him to leave. But I hope it's the former. Lupin's voice was cold. Why? Because that would mean Voldemort has likely returned. The next few days were eerily calm. Peter Pettigrew truly vanished without a trace, but other than that, nothing else happened. During this time, Edward approached Dumbledore about learning some magic that wasn't found in books. After some consideration, Dumbledore said he needed some time to consider the request further. Snape did assign him the task of brewing the wolfsbane potion and repeatedly reminded him not to forget the 2 additional herbs. For the rest of his time, Edward and Audrey continued attending classes as usual. In the evenings, they exchanged magical knowledge, and he taught her Chinese on the side. Unfortunately, her remarkable learning ability didn't seem to extend to language acquisition, perhaps because Chinese was entirely different from any language she had previously studied, making it impossible to infer rules from other tongues. Thus, every night, Audrey could be seen diligently practicing with an elementary school textbook. Meanwhile, Edward secretly researched the method for becoming an animagus. It looked difficult. It was difficult. Even the first step, holding a mandrake leaf in his mouth for a full month, shook his confidence. Fortunately, mandrake leaves weren't expensive, so there was no major loss in trying. The only downside was the stomach pain he experienced each time he swallowed one. On the first day, Edward swallowed 6 leaves. The second day, 5. By the third day, he was back up to 8. On the fourth day, just as he was about to give up, he finally made a breakthrough. He barely managed to tolerate holding the leaf in his mouth while speaking to others. But, he still swallowed 2 leaves. Over the next few days, Audrey gradually adapted to student life at Hogwarts. She found charms fascinating, history of magic utterly dull, transfiguration gave her a headache, herbology was diverse and enriching, and defense against the dark arts proved to be particularly rewarding. Then came Friday. Audrey's first potions class. Even though this type of potion wasn't the kind she was familiar with, she was still quite interested. The moment she stepped into the dimly lit dungeon classroom, she spotted Malfoy bragging to his 2 lackeys. His expression stiffened, and he quickly averted his gaze. In the past few days, he had suffered a lot at Audrey's hands. Every time he habitually ran his mouth, he would end up on the receiving end of a spell, Tarantaligra, Slug Vomiting Charm, Petrificus Totalis, Locomotor Wibbly. At first, he kept threatening to have his father expel her, but when that didn't work, he resorted to the ultimate student ability, tattling to a teacher. That also didn't work. In the end, he decided to simply avoid her. If I can't win, I can at least stay away, right? Well. Turned out, he really couldn't avoid her. They were both first-year Slytherins, attending all the same classes. How could he possibly avoid her? Audrey smiled sweetly and greeted him. Good morning, Mr. Malfoy. Malfoy could no longer pretend he hadn't seen her. Especially with so many students watching, if he backed down, how would he maintain his dignity? He raised his chin slightly and responded in a tone that was neither too rude nor too polite. Good morning. Audrey grinned. Not bad. You are finally learning some manners. If you had done this earlier, we might have even been friends by now. Malfoy's face turned slightly red. He huffed, I've always been a gentleman. It's just, who told you to always hang around with those Weasley redheads and that mud? Before he could finish, Audrey twirled her dragonbone wand in her fingers. Malfoy instinctively took a step back. Good morning, Audrey. Hermione walked over, struggling to balance a stack of thick books. She brushed her messy hair back and asked, Are you putting Malfoy in his place again? What spell are you using today? Ron, who was following behind her, grinned. Use transfiguration. Turn him into a skunk. Malfoy's face twisted in fury. He whipped out his wand and shouted, You filthy, poor, red-haired Weasley. Pull out your second hand, broken wand, and duel me. The smile vanished from Ron's face. He instantly yanked out his wand and pointed it at Malfoy. Bring it on, you pasty ferret. Harry quickly stepped between them and pushed Ron back. Ron, don't be reckless. If a teacher catches you, we'll lose points. Excellent. A low, disdainful voice rang out. Like a bat materializing from the shadows, Snape appeared silently, looking down at them with scorn. Ronald Weasley. 5 points from Gryffindor for your stupidity. And his gaze shifted to Harry Potter. Our dear savior, Mr. Potter, since you failed to stop your classmates' foolishness, Gryffindor will lose another 2 points. Audrey had already switched to spectator mode. Actually, even without close observation, it was clear that Professor Snape deliberately targeted Harry. After spending a few days around him, she had formed a rough understanding of the boy who lived. He had survived Voldemort's attack and grew up in a Muggle household, far removed from the wizarding world. Sometimes he acted impulsively, but he was kind and brave overall, certainly not the type of person to warrant this level of antagonism from a professor. Wait a minute. Why does Snape's gaze carry such a peculiar emotion? Was that nostalgia? Regret? Love? My God. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 37, you can't fool me. Harry hurriedly tried to argue, but, Professor, it was obvious. Are you all still standing around? Get inside the classroom. Or do I need to personally invite each of you in? With a clatter, the students who had been enjoying the spectacle swarmed into the classroom. Audrey, however, first greeted Snape politely. Good morning, Professor Snape. He responded flatly before following them inside. I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. However, Snape's voice was cold and detached as he continued while scanning the room with his piercing gaze. For those select few, I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop or death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. Harry was still fuming over the unfair loss of 2 points from Gryffindor. What frustrated him even more was how blatantly biased Professor Snape was. Then, suddenly, he heard his name being called. Mr. Potter. Tell me, what would I get if I added the powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry looked completely lost. Why did each word make sense on its own, but when put together, they might as well have been in an alien language? His eyes spun in confusion. I don't know, sir. Scrape. The chair beside him screeched as Hermione shot up, raising her hand high into the air. However, Snape completely ignored her and pressed on with a second question. Where, Mr. Potter, would you look if I asked you to fetch me a bezoar? I don't know, sir. Snape smirked condescendingly and continued, and what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry finally couldn't help but mutter under his breath, Professor, I think Hermione might know the answer. Why not ask her? Or, perhaps, one of the Slytherins. Oh. The great boy who lived is challenging his professor now. How arrogant of you. Very well, Gryffindor loses another 5 points for your insolence. Snape shot a sharp look at Hermione and snapped, Sit down, Miss Granger. Stop flaunting that laughable knowledge of yours. Then, his gaze shifted to Audrey. Miss Hall, answer the last question. Audrey was momentarily taken aback but stood up and said apologetically, Sorry, Professor, I don't know either. She had been focusing on charms and Chinese lately and hadn't had time to study potions in advance. Very well. Since you are at least honest about your ignorance, 2 points to Slytherin. Harry's face was full of question marks. That was not how he had been treated just now. The questioning ended, and Snape wrote the instructions for brewing a cure for boils on the blackboard before allowing the students to begin. Naturally, the classroom quickly descended into chaos. The lesson ultimately ended with yet another explosion, courtesy of Seamus Finnegan, who had a particular talent for accidental detonation. Fuming, Snape stormed out of the classroom like an enraged bat. Harry wasted no time venting to Ron and Hermione about how unfairly Snape had treated him. Ron nodded in agreement. His potion had managed to corrode half of his table, costing Gryffindor another 2 points. However, since Hermione and Audrey were the first pair to successfully brew the potion, and Audrey's performance had even earned them additional house points, he wasn't too bitter about it. Ron muttered, Hermione, you're getting way too friendly with the Slytherins. Audrey isn't like the others. Besides, she's been teaching Malfoy a lesson, hasn't she? That's true. What were you two whispering about after class? Some legends about Hogwarts. Not that you two would be interested. I'm heading to the library. Want to come? The two looked at each other and immediately shook their heads. Next time for sure, next time for sure. On the way to the Slytherin common room, Malfoy and his 2 henchmen lurked in a corner, sneaking glances down the corridor. Draco, are you really going through with this? Goyle scratched his head in hesitation. Humph. If I don't teach her a lesson, will I have to keep running away whenever I see her? What, are you afraid of Professor Snape? Worried about losing points? No, I just think, even if the 3 of us attack together, we still won't be able to beat that woman. I mean, technically, she's a first year, but her actual age is closer to a 6th or 7th years. But she's only been learning magic for a week. Don't forget, we are of the sacred 28 pureblood families. How can we be scared of one woman? Here's the plan, Crabbe will charge in from the front and distract her, Goyle will attack from behind, and I'll hit her with a curse. But, what if someone else passes by? Relax. At this time, everyone is already back in their dorms. Clutching his wand tightly, Malfoy growled, I'll make her regret ever crossing me. But I'm kinda hungry. Can we eat first? Of course not, you idiot. 20 minutes later, a tall figure appeared at the end of the corridor. As Audrey approached, Crabbe suddenly lunged forward, waving his wand as he muttered an incantation that failed to produce any effect. When that didn't work, he resorted to brute force, charging at Audrey in an attempt to knock her over, his very own physical stupefy. Meanwhile, Goyle abandoned his wand entirely, rolling forward on the ground and attempting to grab Audrey's legs in a wrestling move. Good job, Crabbe. Goyle. Malfoy praised them before stepping out and swinging his wand with all his might, firing off every curse he knew, some correctly cast, others complete gibberish. Locomotor mortis. Eat slugs. Petrificus totalis. Expelliarmus. Fizzlebop buzzicus. With two loud thuds, Goyle and Crabbe were sent flying in opposite directions. Meanwhile, a few of Malfoy's successfully cast spells did hit Audrey, but they failed to have the intended effect. Malfoy raised his wand, preparing to cast another spell. But suddenly, his entire body froze. A deep, uncontrollable tremor overtook him. A strange and terrifying sensation clawed at his mind. Audrey wasn't just like a monstrous beast. She was one. Her pupils had turned into golden vertical slits. Faint scales shimmered across her skin, and thin wisps of crimson fire curled from the corners of her lips, distorting the air with waves of heat. A monster. This woman is a monster. M. Malfoy. Audrey's heart pounded violently. The sudden attack had startled her, and if not for the instinctive activation of her Dragonbone wand's abilities, those three might have actually succeeded in their ambush. Well, very good. Recalling the typical demeanor of villains in novels, she took slow, deliberate steps forward. With each word she spoke, she exhaled a thin stream of flame, simultaneously releasing her spiritual pressure without restraint. That was how villains were supposed to laugh. Since you've seen my secret, I have no choice but to. Malfoy's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. That's it. Audrey nudged his head with her foot, then turned toward Goyle and Crabbe. I am passing out too. Goyle announced, then promptly flopped onto the ground. Only Crabbe was left standing, his expression a mixture of horror and confusion, inwardly regretting his life choices. Why didn't I faint too? Before they knew it, Saturday had arrived. When Edward found Audrey, she was issuing orders to the Malfoy trio, who nodded along obediently. The moment she waved her hand, the three of them bolted away like they had been granted freedom. Edward stepped forward and asked, "So, they're your underlings now?" "Not really. I just persuaded them with my personal charm. I happened to need some errand boys, so I figured I'd have them help out." "Oh. So you beat them into submission?" Audrey simply smiled, neither confirming nor denying it. "What's wrong with your voice? Did you hurt your mouth?" Edward opened his mouth, revealing a small mandrake leaf tucked under his tongue. "I'm attempting the animagus transformation. Been at it for days with no results, though. What about you?" She thought for a moment. Mostly just attending classes. It's funny, Slytherin and Gryffindor don't get along, yet we keep having joint classes together. Just the other day in potions, Malfoy nearly got into a fight with Harry Potter over that Neville kid. What happened? Neville keeps forgetting steps, leaving out ingredients, or just messing up in general. This time, he ended up covered in boils, and even Malfoy got caught in the disaster. I suggested he carry a notebook to write everything down. He'll probably end up losing the notebook too. Also, Snape seems to have a particular dislike for Harry Potter. He's always looking for ways to make things difficult for him, yet he also pays him an unusual amount of attention. I tried to analyze his thoughts and, well, I reached a conclusion that's hard to believe. It's love. Hey, should I secretly slip Harry some Amordentia? The scariest one is that Gryffindor kid, Seamus. No matter what he does, it ends in an explosion. Even with a simple levitation charm, he nearly blew himself up. Ah yes, the legendary Seamus Finnegan, Hogwarts resident demolition expert. For nearly every amusing story Audrey shared, Edward had an internal commentary to match. Unfortunately, these jokes were lost on her, there was no way he could explain them. When she finally finished, Edward asked, "Since it's Saturday, I'm heading to Nocturne Alley. It's right next to Diagon Alley, but it's a much shadier place. I want to see if I can find anything useful there." "Sure, sounds interesting." She agreed without hesitation, then suddenly realized, wait, has it already been a week? Time flies. "Yeah, you've been so focused on school that I didn't want to interrupt you." Audrey chuckled. "Honestly, I really enjoy spending time with the students here. I've always longed to experience school life. But growing up, I only had private tutors. Even when I first started learning magic, part of it was from the scattered lessons you gave me, and most of it was self-study. Now that I finally have a structured education, I don't want to waste it." She grabbed Edward's sleeve. "Let's go." Edward glanced around to make sure no one was watching. A moment later, their figure twisted and vanished. This was his second time visiting Nocturne Alley. The last time he was here, a dark wizard had targeted him. Though Edward ultimately won the fight and looted several dark artifacts from his would-be assailant, the experience had been dangerous enough that he hadn't dared return until now. So this time, he was determined to be extra cautious. If anything went wrong, he would disapparate and escape immediately. "Why is your first instinct to run?" Audrey questioned. You never considered another counterattack? Edward made a vague gesture over his chest and solemnly declared, this is the will of the fool. Excuse me. I am a senior member of the Tarot Club, you can't fool me. Note, here you go. Extra chapter as promised. Enjoy what? Want another one? If we reach 400 PS by tomorrow, y'all get one. Chapter 38, Grindelwald's Heir. Nocturne Alley was infamous for its dark magic shops, the most renowned being Borgin and Burke's, the very store Harry Potter had stumbled into by accident when he misused Flo powder for the first time. The shopkeeper, Mr. Borgin, was a hunched man with greasy, slick-back hair. He was notoriously snobbish, fawning over pureblood aristocrats like Lucius Malfoy while treating ordinary wizards with arrogance and disdain. When Borgin saw the two students enter, he forced a stiff smile and spoke in an oily tone. Oh. Hogwarts students. What brings you to my humble shop? Surely you didn't take a wrong turn, Diagon Alley is next door. Audrey immediately formed a first impression of the man, cunning, greedy, and utterly unscrupulous. He didn't even bother hiding the malice in his gaze. Edward stepped up to the counter, knocking on the wooden surface as he said. I'm looking to buy some dark magic artifacts. Borgin's expression flickered for a moment before he bared his yellowed teeth in a grin. Ah, I'm afraid you must be mistaken, young sir. This is a respectable establishment. We don't deal in such items. Edward tossed a small pouch onto the counter, the sound of clinking galleons filling the air. All right, drop the act. No need to put on a show for a student. Borgin's bony fingers pried open the pouch, and after a quick glance inside, his grin widened. Ah, now that you mention it, I may have a few little trinkets. He turned and retrieved a withered, mummified hand. The sight of it startled Audrey, making her take a step back. Borgin chuckled. This, dear customer, is the hand of glory. Light a candle in its grasp, and only the holder will see the glow. It's the perfect tool for thieves and burglars. And what exactly am I supposed to do with this? Wait, would little son, Derek find this useful? Still, Edward feigned disinterest, pushing the shriveled hand away with a look of disgust. What would I need this for? I have no interest in becoming a thief. 50 galleons is a bargain for such a fine piece. Edward held up 3 fingers. 30 galleons and I'll take it. Borgin tossed the hand over to him. Deal. Edward caught it midair with a levitation charm, stuffing it into his pouch. Anything else? Let me see. Borgin bent down, rummaging through his cluttered shelves before pulling out a small glass vial filled with thick, dark red liquid. His grin turned wicked. Now this one is quite fascinating, it's made from the blood of a werewolf. Smash it onto the ground, and anyone within 100 meters who breathes it in will temporarily transform into a rampaging werewolf. A werewolf. In the wizarding world, this was practically a weapon of mass destruction. Borgin quickly waved a hand. No need to panic, it only lasts for half a day before the effects wear off. But here's the fun part, if someone gets bitten by one of these temporary werewolves, they'll become the real one. Edward's expression turned strange. The magic in the Harry Potter world is seriously unhinged, but I wonder if this would even work on Beyonders. How much? Borgin's eyes gleamed. 60 galleons. No deal. Edward rejected the offer without hesitation. Borgin clicked his tongue in disapproval. TSK, you don't know how this works, kid. You can't just refuse outright, bargaining is an art. You take a step back, I take a step back, and eventually, we settle on a price. Fine. 20 galleons. Deal. Borgin's sly grin deepened, and Edward immediately knew he'd been ripped off. Thinking about it, it made sense, this potion indiscriminately affected everyone within range. Sure, the transformation was temporary, but if someone got bitten, the consequences were permanent. Who would willingly risk using it? Borgin continued presenting various items, some exploded on impact with corrosive effects, some inflicted curses upon contact, some caused instant poisoning, and some could turn the solid ground into a swamp. At first glance, they seemed dangerous, but in practice, a single well-aimed spell was far more effective. Compared to the Beyonder artifacts from Lord of the Mysteries, these were laughably inferior. Audrey, however, was tempted to buy them all just to study their mechanics. The prices were dirt cheap for her, after all. But just like at Mr. A's Beyonder gatherings, she wisely kept silent. Of course, Edward wasn't here for these trivial trinkets. Enough. I heard you have a broken vanishing cabinet. I want to study it. Are you selling? Borgin's eyes flickered as he continued searching through his wares. A broken vanishing cabinet? What could you possibly learn from that? Besides, it needs a pair to work, and the other one was lost long ago. I've always been interested in portkeys, but they can only transport people between 2 fixed locations. Vanishing cabinets, on the other hand, can be carried anywhere and used on demand. Far more convenient. At that moment, Borgin set a fist-sized box onto the counter, blowing away the dust settled on top. His smile turned sinister. Ah, here it is. A truly dangerous dark artifact. Edward reached out to open the box. But Borgin swiftly slapped his hand away. Do you have a death wish? This was made from a basilisk's eye. Even the most powerful wizard would die instantly just by looking at it. Audrey's eyes widened. Dumbledore and the Dark Lord included. Then how did the creator survive making it? And who put it inside the box? Borgin shot her a glare. This girl looks pretty, but why does she have such an infuriating mouth? Grumbling, he disappeared into the back of the shop. When he returned, he was carrying a dusty, battered cabinet floating behind him. This vanishing cabinet and the basilisk artifact, 600 galleons. Sold as a set, no exceptions. Edward rolled his eyes. So you're blackmailing me. According to you, I don't even know how to use the basilisk artifact. What am I supposed to do, blindfold myself and chuck it at people? Borgin simply patted the two items. That's your problem, not mine. Forget it. Edward turned and walked away. Borgin watched them stroll toward the door without a hint of urgency. But when he realized they were actually leaving, he finally relented. Fine. You win. The vanishing cabinet can be sold separately. Edward stopped, then turned back with an offer. 100 galleons. No way. 200 galleons. No. Edward took a deep breath. Final offer. Everything you've shown me, including the vanishing cabinet, for 250 galleons. Borgin stared at Edward for a long moment before shoving the vanishing cabinet forward. 280 galleons. Take it or leave it. Deal. This was almost all of Edward's savings, the money he had painstakingly, and sneakily, set aside while brewing potions. Seeing the pained look on his face, Audrey whispered, "It's okay. If you're short on money, I have plenty. There's a bit of a loss when converting it to galleons, but it should still be more than enough." Oh, the joy of having a rich patron. Then, she asked curiously, didn't you say those dark artifacts were useless? Why did you end up buying all of them? Just to make sure you didn't lose out on the deal. I want to see what happens if these objects come into contact with the mist from Mr. Fool's mysterious palace. Will they mutate? Audrey suddenly understood. Borgin quickly packed up all the items and then gave them a sly grin. I hope you'll come back for more, if you survive today, that is. With that, he suddenly grabbed the box supposedly containing the basilisk eye, and smashed it down onto the counter. Edward instinctively reached for Audrey, ready to turn and shut his eyes, only to realize that Borgin had merely stepped back with a smirk, watching him like he was enjoying a show. Looking again, Edward saw that the shattered box was completely empty. Knew it. That old bastard was trying to scam me. At that moment, several ragged-looking old wizards appeared from both the entrance and inside the shop. They stood expressionless, coldly staring at Edward. Among them was the dark wizard whose memory Edward had erased before. Edward didn't even think twice. He grabbed Audrey and disapparated immediately. Wait. We're not. Before the lead old wizard could finish his sentence, Edward and Audrey vanished. The remaining wizards looked at each other in shock. The leader furiously turned to one of his men. Kraft, you did set up the anti-apparition wards, right? The man in a military-style coat scoffed, of course. Even Dumbledore wouldn't have been able to apparate out of here. Well, clearly, your certainty is deeply flawed. The only woman in the group, wearing a pointed witch's hat and a brown coat, spoke coldly. Caro, it's your fault. I told you to watch over him from the shadows, but you scared him off instead. The old wizard named Caro muttered bitterly, how was I supposed to know he was that cautious? I was this close to. Stupefy. A flash of red light struck Caro, sending him flying backward. He crashed onto the ground and lost consciousness. Edward reappeared for a brief moment, snatched up his bag of dark artifacts, and vanished again. The remaining 5 wizards immediately raised their wands, looking around warily. Edward reappeared, then disappeared. Reappeared, then disappeared again. Each time, he popped up in a different spot, firing off stunning and disarming charms. Bang. 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 The cracks of apparition and the blasts of spells echoed throughout the shop. A few minutes later, Borgin and the other wizards were sprawled across the floor, completely unconscious. 5 minutes later, a now invisible Edward cautiously stepped back into the shop. After making sure they were all truly out cold, he collected their scattered wands and conjured iron chains to tie them up tightly. You didn't expect that, huh? Your anti-apparition wards didn't work on me, but it turned you into my practice dummies instead. He could feel his spirituality running low, so many short-distance apparitions had drained him. He estimated that he only had enough left to make it back to Hogwarts. Edward kicked one of the unconscious wizards awake. It was the dark wizard whose memory he had erased before. Caro. Who are you? Why were you watching me? Caro tensed at first, but after realizing who was questioning him, his cloudy eyes lit up with fanaticism. As expected of Mr. Grindelwald's heir. We old folks were subdued so easily by you. Huh. Edward was dumbfounded. Me. Grindelwald's heir. Are you kidding me? Austrian Alps, Nurmengard. Ever since Gellert Grindelwald was defeated by Albus Dumbledore, Nurmengard had transformed from his stronghold into his prison. A constant, icy wind howled through the castle, shrouding the area in mist and an overwhelming sense of oppression. Standing before the great doors of Nurmengard, Dumbledore gazed at the engraved words. For the greater good. He stared at them for a moment, lost in thought, before finally stepping inside. Soon, he arrived at a dimly lit cell, where an elderly man with long, white hair lay on a worn rocking chair, dozing off with a book in his hands. At first glance, he looked just like any ordinary old man. But decades ago, he had plunged the whole world into chaos. You haven't visited in a while, Albus. Grindelwald didn't even open his eyes, grumbling like he was simply complaining about an old friend's absence. Dumbledore smiled, brushing dust off a chair before sitting down. You look much better. Of course. Grindelwald sat up slightly, his sharp blue eyes gleaming like a young man's. The old me was betrayed by the person I trusted most. My ideals and dreams were shattered. I was nothing more than a decaying shell. But ever since you discovered that thing, I have hope once again. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Softly, he said, the boy, he wants to learn more about magic. You're more suited to guide him than I am. Grindelwald smirked. Albus, are you admitting that I'm better than you? Dumbledore fell silent for a moment before replying in a low voice. 46 years ago, I personally defeated you and crushed your ambitions. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 39, Origin. Half an hour later. After listening to these 6 elderly witches and wizards ramble on and on, Edward finally pieced together the situation. The gist of it was this: after being defeated by Dumbledore, Grindelwald had lost all hope and was imprisoned in Nurmengard by the ICW. However, his loyal followers never gave up on their ideals and would frequently try to sneak in, to convince him to rise again. Then, 3 years ago, Grindelwald, seemingly, Edward guessed, out of sheer annoyance, told them that his heir had been taken in by Dumbledore at Hogwarts. If they truly wanted to serve the cause of the greater good, they should swear allegiance to this heir instead, meaning Edward. After hearing this, Edward felt something was definitely off. This is obviously just Grindelwald brushing you off, yet you actually believed him. Everything they said was either about the greater good or changing the world, but seriously, why were these grandpas and grandmas in their 80s and 90s still acting like edgy teenagers? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. And what exactly is my relationship with Grindelwald? I've never heard of him getting married or having children. Edward had once asked the orphanage director about his origins, but all she knew was that one morning, she had opened the door to find a baby abandoned on the doorstep, no name, no identifying items, nothing. The old witch, Rosier, spoke up. Perhaps you're a distant relative of the Grindelwald family. If their bloodline declined over the years, you might have ended up in an orphanage. Edward frowned. If I'm so many generations removed and only relative of a distant branch at that, plus I've never received any kind of education from him, why would I be considered his heir? How could he be sure I'd even inherit his ideals? And why on earth would I give up a perfectly fine life just to chase after some grand delusion of changing the world? The 6 of them fell silent. At their age, they had seen through many things in life. But sometimes, it was better not to say certain truths out loud, at least before hope was completely lost. Finally, the old wizard in the military-style coat, Kraft, spoke firmly. We believe in Mr. Grindelwald's words. That's right. Edward sighed. Fine, whatever. He actually believed most of what they said, except for the heir part, but he still remained cautious, wondering how to deal with them. Then, an idea struck him. By the way, I'm in desperate need of money right now. You lot were once infamous dark wizards, right? You must have some gold. The 6 exchanged awkward glances, then lowered their heads in embarrassment. We've been in hiding all these years. The most valuable thing we own is our wands. I have 2 galleons and 13 sickles. I have £28 in cash. Damn brokies. Edward instantly lost interest. First, he reclaimed the pouch of galleons he had given to Borgin earlier. Then, as he walked to the door, he tossed a single wand onto the ground. Only then did he release their bindings, disapparated, and left behind 6 disappointed old folks. Back at Hogwarts. As soon as Edward returned, Audrey rushed over, her face full of worry. Are you okay? Not only am I fine, but I even got a few extra wands. Audrey sighed in relief, then puffed up her cheeks. Didn't you say you'd run if things seemed wrong? Why did you go back? That was so dangerous. Come on, I spent almost all my money on those items. How could I just leave them behind? Pausing for a moment, he gestured at his chest a few times. It was also Mr. Fool's will. Oh, so Mr. Fool is just your personal convenient excuse, huh? Just dragging him out whenever you need to justify something. Edward quickly recounted what had happened. Audrey, stunned, asked, what are you going to do now? I guess I'll check with Professor Dumbledore. After all, he was the one who took me from the orphanage in the first place. Audrey hesitated, then whispered, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. It's fine. I don't even remember my life before the orphanage anyway. Edward waved his hand dismissively, looking carefree. Then, all of a sudden, he smacked his forehead, his expression pained. Shit. What? What happened? I should have looted Borgin's dark magic shop while I had the chance. That bastard sold me out. Hogwarts, headmaster's office. Edward got straight to the point and told Dumbledore everything. After a brief silence, Dumbledore frowned slightly. First, you are definitely not Grindelwald's heir. Second, I can't say for certain whether you are related to the Grindelwald family, but he did meet you before I did. Sitting at his desk, Dumbledore absent-mindedly twirled a quill in his fingers as he recalled the past. I once asked him about your origins, but his response was. Dumbledore's expression turned unreadable as he softly repeated the words. Perhaps, you should bear the surname Dumbledore. Wait, hold on. Edward quickly raised his hand, signaling a pause. The amount of information in those few sentences is way too much. First, I'm supposed to be Grindelwald's heir. Now, I'm supposedly from your family. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Professor, please don't tell me I'm actually yours and Grindelwald's child. Audrey, who had been quietly listening on the side, suddenly perked up, her eyes shining with excitement. She had long been fascinated by the tragic love story between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. And now, out of nowhere, there was a suspected love child. This was just too thrilling. Dumbledore stared at Edward, dumbfounded, for a full 30 seconds before finally taking off his glasses and rubbing his temples in exasperation. Edward, do you realize? I haven't felt this speechless in nearly 70 years. Audrey couldn't hold back her laughter. Edward chuckled awkwardly. It was just a reasonable guess. All right, let's end this topic here. As for your origins, you can ask Grindelwald yourself if you get the chance. But let me repeat, you are absolutely not his heir. Grindelwald would never choose a 16-year-old child to be his successor. Understand? Dumbledore's tone turned serious. Understood. Dumbledore handed him a piece of parchment. This is the new magic you requested. Take a look. Edward quickly scanned through the contents. Dazing Charm, Obliviousindo, momentarily stuns all nearby targets upon release. The advantage is that it requires no direct aim. Fire Shield Charm, Protego Diabolica, creates a protective barrier made of fiend fire. Fire Dragon Charm, Incendio Draconis, an advanced version of the Fire Shield Charm, still technically a variant of the Fiend Fire Curse. Unlike normal Fiend Fire, which is uncontrollable after casting, the Fire Dragon Curse allows the user to manipulate the flames. Lightning Strike Curse, Fulmen Dirigir, in stormy weather, this spell can direct lightning to strike a designated target. Edward raised an eyebrow. Two of these spells were completely unfamiliar to him, but the Fire Shield Charm and Lightning Strike Curse seemed reminiscent of spells Grindelwald had once used. So, were these spells something old Dumbledore got from Grindelwald? Professor Dumbledore, are there any spells that can lock onto a target? You know, most offensive magic requires actually hitting the target to be effective. But if someone is agile enough, dodging spells isn't that difficult. Dumbledore sighed. That very problem troubled me for many years as well, but unfortunately, there's no perfect solution. He paused, then smiled slightly. However, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. If a true homing spell existed, it would be a nightmare for most ordinary wizards. Edward suddenly understood. That's right, dark wizards in real battles wouldn't bother playing around with stunning spells or disarming charms. They'd open with Avada Kedavra. And if that spell could lock onto its target. Yeah, better not think about it. Alright, I'll go study these spells first. If I run into any problems, I'll come back and ask you. Edward stowed the parchment away. Any updates on Peter Pettigrew? No. Dumbledore shook his head. Lupin has been watching the Marauders map for the past few days, but Peter's name has yet to appear. That's right, Fred and George's Marauders map had been immediately requisitioned. The twins were now looking at Edward as if he were a traitor. Dumbledore thought for a moment before adding, leave this matter to us. You don't need to worry about it too much. What you need to focus on now is studying magic. If you don't have enough time. He pulled a gold timepiece with a chain from his desk drawer. This is a time turner I applied for on your behalf. You should already be familiar with its function and usage. Edward's pupils contracted. It appeared. The most overpowered artifact in Harry Potter. So overpowered, in fact, that J.K. Rowling had to wipe them all out later to prevent the timeline from spiraling into complete chaos. Edward quickly reached out to take it, but before he could, Dumbledore looked at him seriously. Remember, Edward, you must never alter fixed events from the past. Those who play with time will always be played by time in return. He continued, and those spells, they are very, very dark ones. Exercise caution when using them. Edward paused for a moment, then nodded solemnly. I understand. Outside the headmaster's office. As soon as they stepped out, Audrey started looking Edward up and down with a strange expression. Edward felt uncomfortable under her gaze and instinctively took a step back. What? She narrowed her eyes and grinned. So, you're only 16, huh? Hee, that means you're younger than me. So what? Audrey reached out and playfully patted his head. Be a good boy, call me Big Sis. If it were anyone else, Edward would have immediately flipped them off. But then he remembered, people in the Lord of the Mysteries world probably didn't understand the meaning of flipping someone off. And that was actually kind of tragic. The middle finger gesture first emerged during the late stages of the 100 Years' War between England and France. English archers had inflicted heavy losses on the French, so the French vowed that if they won, they would cut off the archers' middle fingers, the finger used to draw back a bowstring. But in the end, the French suffered a crushing defeat. As they retreated, English archers raised their middle fingers mockingly to show that they still had them. From that moment, flipping the bird gradually evolved into the offensive gesture we know today. TSK. This meant the hunter pathway in Lord of the Mysteries was missing a classic provocation gesture. Edward hesitated for a while before finally deciding to ask Audrey. So, what do people in your world use as a provocative gesture? Audrey immediately showed him the middle finger. It was invented by Emperor Roselle. Everyone, from nobles to commoners, uses it now. Holy shit. Edward was stunned. Of course, it was him. Of course, Roselle would be the one to create it. Sunday. Edward had gotten up early to get permission from Professor Sprout and Dumbledore for a leave of absence. After all, today was the day he had to complete his final mission before leaving the Harry Potter world. Going to Akihabara with Audrey. To buy dolls. Wait. Something about this felt very, very wrong. Note, guess who failed their Powstone goal? BZZZ, no extra chapter. But, since you all have been showing so much love and support, I'll post 2 extra chapters tomorrow if we hit 510 Power Stones by then. So go vote and let's make it happen. Chapter 40, Date with Audrey. Due to the Ministry of Magic's strict control over portkey usage, Edward opted for a more official mode of transportation, flying on a plane to Japan. As for Audrey, Dumbledore had taken care of her identity. Whether it was done legally or with magic, Edward didn't know, but the two of them boarded the plane without any issues. Audrey had changed into casual attire, a light-colored hoodie paired with jeans. Her golden hair cascaded down her back, an everyday look that should have been unremarkable. Yet, on her, it looked exceptionally stunning. From the moment they stepped into the airport, she became the center of attention. Truly, good looks can make anything fashionable. As the plane took off, a wave of weightlessness washed over them. Audrey instinctively pressed her back tightly against the seat, gripping her pants with both hands. Her cheeks flushed slightly with nervousness, and even her delicate nose glistened with tiny beads of sweat. 10 minutes later. As the plane stabilized, she patted her chest and let out a soft sigh. For a moment there, I felt like my soul was leaving my body. That was terrifying. She eagerly lifted the window shade, peering out at the vast landscape below. Everything seemed miniaturized, even the towering skyscrapers now looked no bigger than a fingertip. So this is what the world looks like from the sky. I wonder if I'll ever be able to fly by myself someday. Edward chuckled. You could just use a flying broomstick. It's not the same, Audrey said, a little embarrassed. Besides, I've always thought the way people ride broomsticks looks weird. Then you've got a long wait ahead of you, Edward mused, thinking back. For the spectator pathway, you won't gain flight abilities until sequence 4, when you achieve your mythical creature form. Her reflection in the window showed clear disappointment. Sequence 4. But I'm only at sequence 9, that's going to take forever. Well, it's just. Before Edward could comfort her, the plane suddenly shook violently. Audrey instinctively grabbed his wrist, the color draining from her face. What's happening? Don't worry, it's just turbulence. Completely normal. Edward spoke gently to reassure her. And even if something did happen, I could use apparition to get us out safely. This was their first time holding hands since the unbreakable vow. What did it feel like? Strong grip. Painfully tight. By the way, you still haven't gotten over your fear of apparition. Audrey glanced nervously out the window and gave a small nod. MHM. The image of my arm and leg separated from my body last time, too vivid to forget. The plane trembled again. Audrey squeezed her eyes shut and lowered her head, almost like an ostrich trying to hide from danger. Just then, the captain's voice came through the intercom. Ladies and gentlemen, our apologies. The turbulence was caused by shifting air currents. A few minutes later, the plane finally stabilized. Audrey let out a long sigh of relief and released Edward's hand. I can't even imagine, if something really happened at this altitude, what could the passengers do? Statistically speaking, the chance of a plane crash is 1 in a million. After a brief pause, Edward added, though if it does happen, the fatality rate is basically 100%. He had barely finished speaking when a middle-aged man in the row ahead turned around and scowled. Hey! If you don't know how to talk properly, just shut up. Pfft. Audrey burst into laughter. Ahem. Edward coughed. Let's just get some rest. The flight is nearly 20 hours long. By the time they arrived at Tokyo International Airport, it was already the next day. Their first stop was the currency exchange counter. Then, they took the subway straight to Akihabara. As they walked through the bustling streets, Audrey couldn't help but stare at the completely different-looking people around her. In the Lord of the Mysteries world, she had seen people from various countries, and while there were differences in height and facial features, they all still looked somewhat similar. But Japan was different. Nearly everyone had black hair and black eyes, clearly a distinct ethnicity. Akihabara. Stepping out of the subway station, the sight of a bustling street filled their vision. In the 1990s, Akihabara wasn't quite the otaku paradise it would become in later years. For the past few decades, it has primarily been a hub for selling TVs, refrigerators, and VCD players. It wasn't until the 1980s, with the rise of video games and popular manga, that Akihabara's fate began to shift toward becoming the otaku capital of the world. So many people, so many shops. Audrey wandered the streets with wide, green eyes, completely captivated. Compared to the streets of London, the variety of stores here was overwhelming. Everywhere she looked, there were bright, colorful displays selling strange but fascinating products she didn't quite understand. Edward took on the role of tour guide, introducing her to manga and anime culture, gaming culture, and otaku culture. As someone with exceptional artistic skills, Audrey was astonished. So, illustration can evolve into an entire culture and industry. She had never imagined that drawing could lead to something so vast and influential. They stepped into a large store, and Audrey was immediately drawn to the anime playing on the TVs. Seizing the opportunity, Edward went to talk to the store owner about purchasing high-quality life-size dolls. Of course, the conversation took quite a bit of effort. Even though there was a college student part-timer in the store, Edward still had to say, Japanese people's English is absolutely ridiculous. He had to switch to the broken Japanese he picked up from watching anime in his last life to get his point across. When the owner finally brought out 5 exquisitely crafted life-sized dolls, Audrey's attention instantly shifted. She curiously poked one of the dolls' faces with her finger and commented, I never thought vampires would like something like this, it's nothing like the mysterious image I had in mind. This is such a bizarre hobby. Ahem. Edward cleared his throat. Well, his tastes are definitely unique, but he's never harmed anyone. He even buys all his dolls with his own money. He's so broke that he has to steal blood from hospitals just to survive. Well, I guess blood theft is the one stain on his record. Audrey chuckled. Now I'm actually kind of curious to meet him. Sure, I'll introduce you if we get the chance. After paying for the dolls, Edward noticed that Audrey seemed very interested in anime. So, with a grand wave of his hand, he bought her a TV, a VCD player, and a huge stack of discs. Then, he added some portable music players, walkie-talkies, and other electronic gadgets, filling up several large boxes. Audrey, thrilled with her haul, couldn't help but ask. Wait, when I go back to my world, will these things even work? Don't worry, Edward reassured her. We'll find a place to buy a small generator and stock up on a few cans of fuel. That should keep everything running for a while. Then he reminded her. But it's best not to take these things out of your suitcase, we don't want to attract any unwanted attention. Got it. She playfully made an okay gesture with her fingers. With their shopping spree complete, the two of them made their way to a nearby food street. Audrey took a deep breath and sniffed the air. It smells so good. Are you hungry? I've been starving, Edward grinned. Let's try some local specialties. As they wandered through the street, they sampled some ramen, yakitori, oden, tonkatsu, tempura, takoyaki, sushi, and the most famous of all, sashimi. Audrey enjoyed almost everything, except for the sashimi, which she found a bit hard to get used to. Their dining experience was eerily similar to when Edward first arrived in Backlund. Eat, eat, eat. Keep eating. No food in Tokyo is safe for me, ha ha ha. After washing down the last bite with ice-cold cola, Audrey couldn't help but let out a small burp. She pinched her nose, looked at the red Coca-Cola can, and said curiously, "This drink tastes so strange, the first few sips felt like I was drinking potion. But the more I drank, the better it tasted." Edward never imagined that, one day, Coca-Cola would be compared to potions. If I had to assign it a sequence pathway, sequence 9 would probably be something like, blissful couch potato. Then let's buy some more to stock up, along with some snacks to take back. Audrey beamed, her green eyes crinkling with delight. Yay. After resting for a while, they continued their adventure, visiting arcades, where they played classic games. A maid cafe, where they had coffee served with cute gestures, and even a capsule toy shop, where they spun gacha machines. On their way back, Audrey even picked up some cute stuffed animals from a plushie shop. By the time evening rolled in, they had explored every spot Audrey found interesting. As night fell, the two happened to walk past a haunted house attraction. It was themed after a creepy hospital, and even the promotional posters at the entrance looked terrifying. From inside, shrieks and screams echoed down the street. Edward immediately explained. "This is a haunted house. They use scary props, sound effects, and costumed actors to frighten visitors. There's nothing like this in Lone, right?" Audrey thought for a moment and shook her head. "No, we don't have anything like this." Then she frowned in confusion. "But, this place charges money, right? So why would anyone pay to be scared?" Thrill-seeking." Edward shrugged. "I haven't played in a haunted house much myself, so I don't really get it either." He glanced at her and asked tentatively, "Do you want to try it?" Just then. A young couple came sprinting out of the haunted house. The girl buried her face into the boy's chest, trembling. The boy held her tightly, whispering soothing words into her ear. Edward clicked his tongue. TCH. This guy's plan worked perfectly. Not only did he get some intimate moments, but he also got to show off his manliness. Wait a second. As the couple passed by, Edward caught a glimpse of the girl's fleeting smirk. His heart skipped a beat. Damn. The most skilled hunters really do disguise themselves as prey. Unfortunately, Audrey didn't notice. Instead, the couple's interaction had sparked an idea in her mind. She suddenly activated her spectator state, her gaze locking onto Edward like a hawk. Edward immediately felt a sense of injustice, as if he were being falsely accused. "Hey. What's with that look? You were the one who got interested in the haunted house. I was just offering a suggestion. What's with those suspicious eyes? I swear on my life. My feelings for Audrey are 100% pure friendship. Not a single impure thought. If I'm lying, may the lights." Click. As if on cue, the neon lights of the entire street flashed on at once. In an instant, Akihabara transformed, the vibrant glow of the city painting a dreamlike scene, as if fantasy had become reality. Audrey tilted her head back, staring in awe at the illuminated cityscape. Her emerald green eyes reflected the colorful lights, and her delicate profile looked even more breathtaking under the glow. Click. Edward swiftly raised his camera and captured the moment forever. Forget the vow I made earlier. It doesn't count. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 41, Sudden Revelation. 2 days later, the two returned to Hogwarts. From the ancient elegance of Japanese architecture to the centuries-old Hogwarts castle, the stark contrast in scenery made Audrey feel as if she had just woken from a dream. Of course, the photos in the camera proved that everything had indeed happened. They quickly resumed their studies. Audrey seized every opportunity to pester her professors with questions. With additional private tutoring from Professor McGonagall, she finally began to grasp transfiguration. Meanwhile, Edward focused on practicing the 4 spells he had learned from Grindelwald. The stunning spell and fire shield were not too difficult, but the lightning summoning spell required specific casting conditions, and the fire dragon spell always went out of control upon release, essentially turning into fiend fire. His progress was not going well. On the other hand, the mandrake leaf he had tucked under his tongue was no longer an issue. He had somehow gotten used to it, and it neither interfered with his speech nor risked being accidentally swallowed in his sleep. Whenever he was too exhausted from training and happened to have no classes, Edward would tag along with Audrey to audit her lessons. He personally witnessed Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy's endless bickering, Neville Longbottom losing a Remembrall every other class, Hermione Granger's encyclopedic knowledge, and Seamus Finnegan's spectacular explosions. During his last time sitting in on a class, Edward asked Audrey to deliver the revolver and purification bullets he had purchased to Harry. If Wormtail and Voldemort decided to stir up trouble during this period, he wouldn't be able to provide any help from the other world. Hopefully, this revolver would prove useful in a critical moment. Harry didn't quite understand the purpose of the gift, but he didn't refuse the kind gesture either. Edward also helped Lupin brew a batch of Wolfsbane potion. However, since he didn't follow Snape's instructions to add extra herbs, he suffered a verbal lashing from the potion's master. Undeterred, he shamelessly promised to get it right next time, in exchange for Snape repairing the vanishing cabinet for him. Wormtail, however, was still missing. With everything settled, the time to return to the Mysteries world finally arrived. Having informed Dumbledore in advance, the two made their way to the room of requirement. Edward headed straight for the stacked cabinets in the corner and retrieved two items he had hidden away for a long time. One was Ravenclaw's diadem. The other was the resurrection stone ring that should have been locked away in the Gaunt family's shack. Among Voldemort's 6 Horcruxes, not counting Nagini, as she hadn't yet become one, and Harry Potter himself, these were the only 2 he could obtain directly. Getting the ring from the Gaunt shack had been an absolute ordeal. As for the remaining 3, Hufflepuff's cup was stored in Bellatrix's Gringotts vault, Slytherin's locket was in the possession of the Black family's house elf, and the diary was most likely still with Lucius Malfoy. Audrey curiously asked, "What are these?" 2 ancient alchemical artifacts, one is the diadem once worn by Rowena Ravenclaw, and the other is the Resurrection Stone, a legendary Deathly Hallow. I want to see if, after absorbing the grey fog from the Fool's Palace, they'll transform into Beyonder artifacts. This sounds like a good thing. Why do you look hesitant? Edward sighed. Because both of these alchemical items contain fragments of a certain evil person's soul. I'm not sure what will happen after they absorb the grey fog. Audrey laughed. Then why not offer them as a sacrifice to Mr. Fool and ask for his help in purifying them? That should work, right? No way. If I do that, I might end up hosting the next tarot meeting as a noseless guy. Edward ultimately decided to take both items with him. Oh, right, I forgot to mention, probably because I've become a Beyonder, we'll be staying in your world for 18 days this time, and this world will also pass by 18 days. Ah. More time. Audrey pursed her lips and glanced at her suitcase, looking regretful. If I'd known, I would have brought more things back. It's just 3 extra days, you just want an excuse to shop more, don't you? Guess girls are the same no matter what world they're from. As his vision blurred, Edward once again returned to the Mysteries world. Just as he opened his pouch, a nimble black shadow darted out. Lilith. When did you sneak in there? Edward had just exclaimed her name when he hurriedly covered his mouth. This world had a goddess whose true name was also Lilith. In the original work, those who dared to call a deity by their true name often met miserable fates. And now, he had just blurted out, Lilith. Lilith let out a meow and glanced around, then glared at Edward with an expression that clearly said, "You were going to leave me behind again, weren't you?" Audrey climbed out of the pouch next. She patted her chest and said, "Lilith had been hiding under the sofa the whole time. She suddenly jumped out and scared me." "What's wrong with you?" Edward hesitated, unsure. Had nothing really happened? Had he avoided attracting the goddess's attention, or was there some other reason? Wait, the current Lilith was in a fallen state. If the one impersonating the god of combat's mother were to punish people just for mentioning the name Lilith, wouldn't that make the god of combat suspicious? With that thought, Edward's nerves settled slightly. Watching Lilith scamper around the room sniffing and rubbing against things, he hesitated. Maybe, I should change her name. He grabbed Lilith by her front paws and lifted her up. "Let's make a deal, how about I start calling you Lily instead?" Lilith twisted her body impatiently and broke free, then continued exploring Audrey's room, sniffing and rubbing against furniture. Just then, there was a knock at the door, followed by Susie's voice. "Audrey, may I come in?" "Go ahead." Before traveling to the Harry Potter world, they had instructed Susie to patrol the area and count to 100 before returning. Susie pushed the door open and stepped inside. As soon as she entered, her nose twitched as she sniffed the air. Her voice vibrated slightly as she remarked, "There's a new scent." The next second, the cat and the dog locked eyes. Lilith instantly puffed up, her tail standing on end, as she stared at Susie and let out a threatening growl. Meanwhile, Susie's tail wagged furiously. She turned to Audrey, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Audrey, is this a pet you got for me? Aren't you supposed to be the pet here?" Edward silently complained, scooping Lilith into his arms and grabbing her right paw to make her wave at Susie. "Susie, this is my pet, Lilith, Lilith. You two can play together from now on." "That's great." Susie twirled around in excitement. Despite her usual habit of silently observing from the shadows, appearing calm and composed, she was, after all, just a young dog who had only recently come of age. Lilith, on the other hand, shrank back into Edward's arms, visibly intimidated by Susie. Audrey gently stroked the kitten's head and chuckled. "Don't be scared, Lilith. Susie is kind and well-behaved." "That's right. I'm a good dog." As Susie spoke, she quickly ran to her usual hiding spot in the shadows and retrieved a piece of dried chicken meat, placing it on the floor. "Here, this is for you." Lilith twitched her nose, seemingly tempted. She glanced at Edward for confirmation. Edward squatted down, set her on the floor, and gave her a gentle nudge. "Go on." After much hesitation, Lilith finally approached cautiously. Then, in the blink of an eye, she snatched the chicken and bolted. Susie instinctively started chasing her but stopped after just 2 steps. "Don't run. It's a gift for you." Lilith leapt onto the couch. Seeing that Susie wasn't pursuing her, she relaxed and began eating, occasionally casting a wary glance at Susie. Susie, however, simply sat obediently, watching Lilith with an amused, almost doting expression. "Well, great. She totally sees Lilith as her pet now, huh?" At that moment, Edward thought for a moment and said, "Audrey, the role of the Trickmaster requires frequent public performances. But with the Aurora Order being a wild card in Backlund, I think it's best to switch to a different city." "Huh? Where do you plan to go?" "I'm still considering." The first city that popped into his mind was Tingen, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Although Migos was no longer a threat, Tingen was still the starting point of everything. It was best to stay as far away from it as possible. He then took out a vanishing cabinet. "I'll leave this one with you. I'll keep the other inside my leather pouch. If you ever need to find me, you can use this. Of course, you can also send a message through my messenger." Audrey nodded. "All right. I'll be off now." Edward turned to Lilith, who was still gnawing on the dried chicken. "Do you want to come with me, or would you rather stay here?" Lilith's ears perked up. She picked up the chicken in her mouth and leaped straight into Edward's arms. With a crack, both man and cat vanished into thin air. "Ah, they're gone." Susie looked longingly at the spot where Edward had disappeared. Audrey patted her head with a smile. "You'll get to play together again in the future." Susie's tail began wagging happily again. After leaving the Earl Hall estate, Edward made his way to the Metropolitan Housing Improvement Association, essentially the official rental agency. The reason for renting an apartment in Backlund was simple: regardless of where he went next, he would be using a portkey to travel back and forth. The new apartment would serve as his anchor point in Backlund. As for why he didn't use Audrey's place, that was also straightforward. If the Aurora Order really did come knocking, he didn't want them tracing the connection back to her. After some searching, he finally settled on a small 1-bedroom apartment at 88 Minsk Street in the Cherwood Borough, renting it for 8 soldi per week. The unit was fully furnished, and the landlord had even left a note emphasizing that the custom-made mattress in the bedroom was particularly soft and comfortable. Unfortunately, due to work reasons, they had to move out. By the time Edward finished signing the lease and arrived at 88 Minsk Street, night had already fallen. The moment Lilith entered, she started rubbing herself against everything, marking the unfamiliar space with her scent. Edward took a quick tour around the apartment before his gaze landed on the stack of firewood by the fireplace. The rental came with this little bonus, enough to last a week during winter. He picked out a piece, inspected it closely, and then slid it back in. Looking at the pile, it was impossible to tell which one he had taken. "This will do. Something this unremarkable is perfect for making a portkey." Satisfied, he tossed the piece of firewood into his leather pouch. Meow. Carrot. At that moment, Lilith jumped onto the couch in front of him, a struggling rat clutched in her jaws. Edward yelped in surprise and scrambled backwards. Meow, Omega. Lilith tilted her head, seemingly confused. She placed the rat on the floor, held it down with a paw, and pushed it toward him as if offering him a gift. Edward quickly raised his hands. "I don't eat rats. And if possible, could you stop eating them too? We have dried fish and chicken now." Lilith obviously didn't understand a word he said. She let out a questioning meow, then snatched up the rat and darted off to some hidden corner to enjoy her meal. Edward sighed. Oh well, cats eating mice is just nature taking its course. The next morning, Edward was jolted awake by the rough, sandpaper-like texture of Lilith's tongue licking his face. He groaned, rolled over, and gently pushed her away. Meow. Hashtag. Lilith retaliated by leaping high into the air and landing squarely on Edward's face, all 4 paws pressing down. Ow. Bloody hell. A few minutes later, Lilith was happily munching on a can of wet cat food, while Edward, still groggy, trudged into the bathroom to wash up. He hadn't slept well at all. Compared to the soft beds at Hogwarts and the luxurious mattresses in the Hall estate, this so-called custom-made mattress was stiff as a board, so hard that even turning over in his sleep felt painful. To make matters worse, Lilith had been zooming around the apartment all night like a parkour athlete. It wasn't until around 2 or 3 in the morning that he finally managed to doze off. Knock, knock, knock. A familiar knocking sound echoed through the apartment. Edward felt a chill run down his spine. His body tensed, and his sweat glands kicked into overdrive. No way, not again. At this point, he was pretty sure he had developed some sort of knocking PTSD. Migos should have been reduced to ashes in the cursed flames of fiend fire. If it was the Aurora Order, would they really knock so politely? Thinking quickly, he called out toward the door, "Hello, who is it? I'm in the middle of washing up. Please wait a moment." An elderly voice replied, "I am from the Church of the Evernight. I have urgent matters to discuss with Mr. Edward." The Church of the Evernight? Edward froze. He had no dealings with them. No, wait. Hadn't he shattered the church's stained glass window? And wasn't he currently wanted under the name Blasphemer? Oh, shit. The jig is up. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 42, The Goddess's Shopping List. Damn, did they find out about me? Wouldn't they just break in and arrest me on the spot if they did? Or were they unsure of my strength, trying to lower my guard first, then ambushing me with Nighthawks and red gloves to catch me off guard? All right, please wait a moment. Edward responded calmly while swiftly gathering materials for a ritual. I summon in my name, the spirit wandering in the void, the friendly being that can be commanded, Edward's exclusive messenger. With a soft pop, a thin membrane in the air tore open, and a blackbird emerged, trailing phantom-like shadows. Do you need me to deliver a message? Edward probed cautiously. I need you to check this house's surroundings, see if any extraordinary beings are lying in ambush. Can you do that? I'll count it as one message delivery. The blackbird stared at him for a few seconds before vanishing. Less than half a minute later, it reappeared. No ambushes. But the person at the door is very dangerous. Anything else? Edward shook his head and gestured toward the exit. No, that's all. Wait. The blackbird came to an abrupt halt mid-flight, as if glitching. A faint trace of irritation flickered through its black pupils. Speak. If I encounter a powerful enemy, can you help me fight? After a brief moment of thought, the bird responded, I can. But it'll cost at least 1 feather per time, and I can't beat the one outside. I understand. Goodbye. With that, the blackbird disappeared. Only one person, extremely powerful, but knocking politely, no hostility, right? Even so, just to be safe, Edward ignored Lilith's protests and stuffed her into his pouch. Then, he layered himself with multiple Protego spells, gripped his wand tightly, and prepared for an immediate apparition if necessary before cautiously opening the door. Good morning, Mr. Edward. Standing at the entrance was a man dressed in a black robe embroidered with red patterns, the formal attire of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. He had deep, penetrating eyes and a clean-shaven face. Though clearly advanced in age, he appeared more energetic than most young men. Good morning. May I ask what brings you here? The man smiled slightly, placed his right hand over his left chest, and nodded. I am Anthony Stevenson, Archbishop of the Church of Everight's Backlund Diocese. I am here today to deliver a message on behalf of a great being. Edward's heart skipped a beat. Archbishop of the Church of Evernight. Wasn't he said to be a saint, a sequence 3, horror bishop? Delivering a message for a great being. You might as well just say it's from the Evernight Goddess herself. Gulp. Instinctively, Edward swallowed, accidentally downing the mandrake leaf he had been holding in his mouth for over a week. As expected, there was no way someone like him could completely hide from the eyes of these high-level figures. If he were just a simple transmigrator, that might be one thing, but he could travel between worlds. To capture him was to capture access to another world. And capturing another world meant gaining billions of anchors. Please take this. Anthony handed over a parchment scroll, then traced the Evernight holy emblem on his chest in a clockwise motion before turning and leaving. That's it. He's leaving. Just like that. With his mind full of questions, Edward took a deep breath and cautiously unrolled the parchment. It was densely written in English. Perfume, handbags, women's clothing, pants, skirts. Spicy McChicken, crispy chicken burger, Texas barbecue, southern fried chicken. Coca-Cola, Sprite, Fanta. PlayStation, television, computer, generator. Game of Thrones, House of Cards, Breaking Bad. What the hell is this? A small piece of parchment contained an extensive list covering everything from daily necessities to entertainment. Essentially, it was a shopping list from the goddess herself. He reread it 10 times over to confirm that there was no other content. The Evernight Goddess sent a saint to deliver a grocery list. Was this a test? A decree? Or just a joke? Edward wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or dumbfounded. After a long silence, he could only think of one response: the goddess is next level. This explained a lot. Clearly, Amon Isis had been incredibly bored over the past thousands of years. It also showed that her humanity remained intact. But, my world is still in 1991. Half of this stuff hasn't even been invented yet. Oh well, I'll just buy whatever I can. On the bright side, since the goddess needs him for this shopping service, at least for the time being, she probably wouldn't do anything to him. That realization took a huge weight off his shoulders. Edward had originally planned to visit Emlyn today, but now he had to adjust his schedule. Empressborough, the Hall family's luxurious villa. Audrey was sleeping soundly on her large, comfortable bed after being away from home for half a month. Susie curled up beside her, creating a scene of tranquility and warmth. Until Edward suddenly appeared out of thin air. Susie sprang up, rushing to Edward's feet and sitting obediently, eyes full of anticipation. Edward. Did Lilith come with you? Sorry, she's watching the house. Ah. Audrey, still wrapped in her blanket, pursed her lips and grumbled, Mr. Edward, don't you know that barging into a lady's room this early is very impolite? Just woken up, Audrey lacked her usual refined demeanor. Instead, she looked adorably drowsy, her long, tousled golden hair cascading down her shoulders, glowing softly in the morning light. Edward immediately apologized, I'm sorry. Something urgent came up, I won't do it again. She wasn't truly angry. After all, during their time at Hogwarts, they had often woken each other up in the mornings. Curious, she asked, what happened? You look anxious. Just now, the Archbishop of the Evernight Church came looking for me. He, and, ##and. What did you just say? I said, I %%, and. He repeated himself, only to realize that some words refused to leave his mouth, as if his speech was being censored. After a few tries, he finally understood, the goddess had hidden all information about her from being spoken. Sigh, anyway, I need you to help me pick out the things we brought from my world on this list and give me half. Half? Who are you giving them to? Audrey immediately puffed out her cheeks, muttering, I spent a long time picking those out, do you even need the clothes I bought? Edward scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then gritted his teeth. I need everything. Her gaze instantly turned resentful, giving Edward the illusion that he was a cheating husband caught in the act by his rightful wife. Next time, we'll buy more, he reassured her. Half an hour later, with a sizable portion of items packed into his leather pouch, Edward rushed to St. Samuel Cathedral. Anthony Stevenson was already waiting at the entrance as if he had anticipated his arrival. Follow me, Mr. Edward. Anthony led him deep into the cathedral. As he moved, his footsteps made no sound, resembling the slow descent of the night, silent yet reassuring. The cathedral was empty, perhaps because it was still early, or maybe Anthony had deliberately cleared it in advance. They arrived at a library room on the side of the cathedral. Anthony opened the door for him and said, everything needed for the ritual is inside. Wait, I haven't learned how to perform a prayer ritual for the goddess before. A flicker of surprise crossed Anthony's face. He carefully explained each step of the ritual before quietly leaving. Who? Edward let out a breath, then began taking out the various items one by one, arranging them on the ground. Next, he lit 2 candles at the front, one made from night vanilla and slumber flowers, symbolizing night, and another crafted from moonflowers and wild roses, symbolizing Lady of Crimson. Then, he created a spiritual wall, dripped full moon essential oil, and burned a mixture of herbs meant to please the deity, carefully completing each step of the ritual. At last, he stepped back, opened his spiritual vision, and solemnly chanted. I pray for the power of the night. I pray for the power of secrecy. I pray for the favor of the goddess. May the goddess accept my offering. Night vanilla, flower of the crimson moon. Please carry my prayer to the goddess. Moonflowers, blossoms of the crimson moon. Please carry my prayer to the goddess. A fierce wind howled through the room. The ashes of the burning herbs and the dust on the floor lifted into the air, swirling together as the bags and bundles before him vanished. Edward remained in a respectful posture for quite some time, waiting for any further response. When none came, he let out a breath of relief before grumbling, so you're really just taking my stuff without giving me anything in return. The moment his words fell, the swirling ashes and dust on the floor connected, forming one word after another. Payment given. Continue next time. Edward's heart skipped a beat. He quickly drew the crimson moon symbol across his chest. Praise the lady. Praise the goddess. After waiting a few more minutes without further response, he stepped out of the library room, where Anthony greeted him with a knowing smile. Mr. Edward, from now on, you are one of us in the Church of the Evernight. Edward raised an eyebrow. Does this mean I'm officially a blessed of the goddess? Anthony shook his head. Apologies, I have not received such an order. However, I can arrange for you to join the Nighthawks or the Red Gloves at any time. Of course, you could also choose to become a priest. Edward hesitated before cautiously asking, can I not join any of them? Of course. Then I'll think about it. Anthony tapped 4 times on his chest in a clockwise motion and smiled. That is acceptable. After a pause, he suddenly added, by the way, do you have any plans next? Edward blinked in confusion. Plans? My suggestion is that you visit Tingen. It's a nice little city. Tingen. Why would he suggest I go to Tingen? Was this the goddess's will? What for? To guard Klein. There's no need for that, right? Can I not go? Anthony simply smiled without answering. I understand. All right, fine. You took my stuff, didn't give me anything, and now you're telling me where to go. I'm on ices, you're a bit too much. Once he left the cathedral, Edward finally allowed his tense nerves to relax. Although the goddess stood on Klein's side in the original story, placing her in the favorable camp, anyone who truly believed she was a kind deity would be sorely mistaken. Back when the ancient sun god was betrayed by the idiot trio, the biggest beneficiary wasn't any of them, it was this cunning she-wolf. And if one considered her origins among the demonic wolves, she had slaughtered her entire kin, leaving only Antigonus alive, and even he had been driven to madness. To take down the god of combat, she had collaborated with Lilith for thousands of years, orchestrating events so that the Badhile would ultimately be betrayed and slain by his own mother. Cunning, ruthless, deceptive, manipulative, willing to do anything to achieve her goals, every single one of these descriptions fits her perfectly. In any other novel, she would be the ultimate villain. As the saying goes, believe in the power of the gods, but never in their mercy. Still, what does payment given even mean? Edward muttered. She wouldn't even grant me the title of blessed, let alone an artifact or potion formula. But she's a god, she has no reason to mess with me for no reason. Could it be that she already gave me something, and I just haven't realized it yet? Edward frowned deeply. What could it be? Something I need, yet cannot see or touch. A potion formula. Materials. An artifact. Strength. Or, something else, something even more important. His steps came to a halt as a sudden realization dawned upon him. I understand now. My uniqueness, more precisely, the fact that no one must discover my uniqueness. That explains it. That explains why, despite traveling between 2 worlds twice, I've remained completely unnoticed. That explains why none of the true gods or even the outer gods have reacted to me, a trespasser from another world. That explains why, even face to face with the fallen creator, he only assumed my peculiarity stemmed from the gateway that momentarily awakened his consciousness. I always thought I had some kind of cheat ability, but it turns out, the Evernight goddess has been hiding my existence this whole time. Aside from herself, no one in this world, not even the gods, knows that I can traverse between 2 realities. Everything finally made sense. But why go through all this today? Was it a reminder? A warning? An investment? Although Edward knew that the goddess had helped him for reasons that were far from altruistic, he still traced the sacred black moon symbol across his chest. Praise the goddess. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 43, Lilith, Go. Tingen City. Holding a bunch of brass keys, Skater from the Tingen Housing Improvement Company opened the front door while introducing the place to Edward. Our townhouses don't have entry halls. Once you step inside, it's the living room. There's a bay window facing Daffodil Street, which provides excellent lighting. Edward quickly scanned the 70 to 80 square meter house. Though it was bigger than his 1-bedroom apartment in Backlund, it didn't necessarily feel more comfortable. The furniture was old, the paint on the walls was peeling, and a faint musty smell lingered in the air, reminding him of his days struggling to make a living. Lilith was visibly unhappy. She had spent half a day yesterday rubbing her scent all over their new home, marking it as hers. And now they were moving again. Did he even realize how exhausting that was? Mr. Skater, do you have something slightly better? Of course, of course. Skater quickly flipped through a small notebook in his pocket, then pointed at a page and smiled. There are some new townhouses on Tulip Street, completed just last year. The furniture and decor are practically brand new. Only houses number 5 and number 6 are still available, but the price. Take me there first. No problem. As they stepped outside, they spotted a slender young girl with a slightly pale complexion. She had a delicate face and carried an air of youthful innocence. Dressed in a Tingen Technical School uniform, she held a small basket filled with bread, fruits, and some meat. Good day, Mr. Skater. Another customer looking at houses. The girl greeted him politely. Oh, you're Mr. Benson Moretti's sister. The one who's great at haggling. Skater chuckled, then shook his head with exaggerated regret. Unfortunately, today's customer is a bit picky. He didn't like the houses on Daffodil Street. Benson Moretti's sister. That meant she was Klein's sister, Melissa. Edward removed his hat and gave her a polite nod. Then, he crouched slightly, allowing Lilith to leap onto his shoulder. Let's go, Lilith. Meow, asterisk. Melissa had initially been a bit reserved, but the moment she saw the adorable Lilith, her eyes widened in delight. At her age, few girls could resist fluffy little animals. Unfortunately, given her family's financial situation, she had never even considered keeping a pet. As she watched Edward board the carriage with Skater and leave, Melissa sighed in disappointment. If only the gentleman were moving in here, then I could visit often to play with his cat. Well, maybe she could build a mechanical cat instead. The carriage rattled along the cobblestone streets for about 10 minutes before arriving at a newly developed neighborhood. Compared to Daffodil Street, Tulip Street gave off a much better impression. Everything was new, the houses, the streets, and each home had a small garden with various plants, creating a lush and inviting atmosphere. Even before stepping inside, Edward had already made up his mind, this is the one. The previous tenant of number 5 was a professor, a true gentleman, Skater explained as he unlocked the door. He vacated the house because he took a teaching position in another city. He spent most of his time at the school, southwest the place is barely lived Indiana. He gestured to the neighboring houses. Number 6 is still empty. As for number 4, a dentist named Mr. Green lives there with his 6-year-old daughter. But don't worry, she's a well-behaved child. Skater strode inside, opening the windows to let in some fresh air. As for the other residents, they're all professionals with stable incomes. I can confidently say this is one of the best residential areas in Tingen. Edward inspected all the rooms one by one, finding the townhouse quite satisfactory. The rest of the process was simple. After confirming that everything was as Skater had described, Edward decided to rent the place. The price was 18 solely per week, paid in 6-month installments, less than 22 gold pounds in total. Compared to the hundreds of pounds required for beyonder formulas or ingredients, this amount was insignificant. But for ordinary people, it was a substantial expense. I don't mind living anywhere, but Lilith needs a comfortable place too. Right, Lilith. Lilith ignored him completely, her tail swishing as she rubbed against the furniture, already busy claiming her new territory. After signing the lease, Skater enthusiastically shook Edward's hand. I hope you enjoy your stay, Mr. Edward. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. Edward suddenly remembered something. By the way, does Tingen have a circus? With a snap of his fingers, a flicker of flame danced at his fingertips. As you can see, I'm a magician. Me. Skater was visibly surprised. A magician? I assumed you were a lawyer or a doctor. You do look quite young, after all. After a brief moment of thought, he answered, Tingen doesn't have a permanent circus, but traveling circuses visit every now and then. They usually stay for about half a month before moving on. I believe a new one just arrived a few days ago. You can check the municipal square at the intersection of Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street. Got it. Thanks. Edward sighed internally. Half a month isn't enough time to fully digest my potion. Once the circus leaves, do I just set up a street stall and perform magic tricks myself? Well, that could work too. After Skater left, Edward spent some time using magic to clean the house and rearrange the furniture. 20 minutes later, he placed his hands on his hips, satisfied as he surveyed his newly refreshed home. From today onward, this is my home. Even though he had stayed in luxurious villas before, he had always felt out of place in those vast, empty spaces. They lacked any real sense of warmth. This, on the other hand, felt much cozier. Leaning back onto the soft sofa, he tilted his head and mused aloud. The only thing missing now is a mistress of the house. Meow, --. Lilith trotted over, her little paws tapping against the floor. Edward reached down and scratched her head. Oh, right. The lady of the house is already here. Lilith immediately flopped onto the ground, hugging his hand and playfully biting and scratching, though without applying any real force. After playing with Lilith for a while, Edward made himself a quick lunch, instant noodles, before heading out again. Next stop, the circus. The moment he arrived at the municipal square, a colorful array of tents came into view. At the center stood a massive top, from which bursts of cheers and gasps could be heard. Clowns were scattered throughout the square, some juggling, some entertaining children, and others handing out flyers to passers-by. As Edward approached, a girl dressed in an oversized mascot costume from the waist down walked up to him. She spoke fluently, as if well-rehearsed. Sir, come take a look at our magic show. We have a newly arrived magician with incredible skills. Holding his wand-disguised cane in one hand, Edward removed his silk top hat and said warmly, Good day, lovely lady. I am an illusionist, and I'd like to ask if your circus is currently hiring. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers in front of the girl, and a rose materialized between them. For you. The girl's eyes lit up in delight as she accepted the rose. Her heart fluttered slightly. This guy doesn't even look 20 yet, but he's tall, well-proportioned, and not bad-looking at all. If I could date someone like him. Wait, what am I thinking? Ah, well, you'd have to ask the ringmaster. She hesitated for a moment before adding, but I think we're not looking for new members right now. A wandering magician joined us a few days ago, and he's quite skilled. I see. Then, how much is a ticket? I'd like to take a look inside. The girl glanced around before biting her lip and whispering, it's already been running for a while, so, I won't charge you. Just go on in. Ah, all right. Thanks. As soon as Edward stepped into the massive circus tent, he was met with thunderous applause. On stage, surrounded by an excited audience, stood two human-sized boxes. A woman in a brightly colored robe and a pointed hat stepped into the box on the left, and her assistant shut the door behind her. The lights dimmed. A spotlight that had been shining on the first box suddenly shifted to the second. When the second box's door swung open, it was empty. The audience erupted into a commotion. An exaggeratedly dressed man on stage played along. Oh my! Did our lovely Miss Christine fail her trick? Is she still in the original box? Bang! At that moment, a loud crashing sound came from behind the audience. The spotlight swung around, drawing everyone's eyes to the entrance of the circus tent. There, an identical box had somehow appeared. The door creaked open. And out stepped the same woman. A roar of applause and cheers filled the tent. The magician smiled and gave a graceful bow. Edward, however, was stunned. That magician, she's a beyonder. She didn't use props for that teleportation trick. It was an actual supernatural ability. The traveler's door, perhaps. Her gaze swept across the audience, scanning the crowd, until her eyes met Edward's. In an instant, she averted her gaze. Did she realize I'm a beyonder too? Impossible. In the original story, when Klein disguised himself as a wealthy gentleman, he often met mid- and high-sequence beyonders, yet none could immediately recognize him as one. Of course, that might have been thanks to his faceless ability. Just then, the magician swiftly retreated into the box and shut the door behind her. The extravagant man on stage played along with the audience's cheers, repeatedly calling out her name. Christine. 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 5 minutes passed. She never reappeared. Did she just run away? A beyonder fleeing at the first sight of another beyonder. Even for a wild, unaffiliated beyonder, wasn't that a bit too cautious? The audience, of course, was oblivious to all this. But as the situation started to get out of hand, the host, sweating profusely, scrambled to calm the restless crowd. At that moment, a silk top hat suddenly appeared on stage. Playing cards fluttered out from inside, scattering into the air. And then, as if swept up by an invisible gust of wind, the cards spiraled toward the audience. From within this whirlwind of cards, a figure dressed in a black tuxedo and top hat suddenly materialized, shoulder perched with a sleek black cat. Edward had arrived. Whoa! The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Edward tipped his hat. My sincerest apologies, dear friends. That was merely a little joke, Christine's way of setting the stage for my entrance. Please, don't be upset. The flamboyantly dressed man was momentarily confused before quickly catching on and laughing heartily. So, what do you all think of our new guest performer's grand entrance? Yeah. Then let's have him continue the show. The host wiped the sweat from his brow and hastily stepped off the stage. Edward began with traditional sleight-of-hand tricks, the classic cups and balls, the vanishing coin, entertaining, but the audience's reaction was lukewarm. Understandably so, after such a grand entrance, these tricks felt underwhelming. Well, it seems my earlier tricks didn't quite impress everyone. Edward chuckled. In that case, make sure to keep your eyes wide open for this next one. He blew lightly toward the air. A swirling mist materialized above the stage, floating midair. Edward reached into his hat and pulled out a long rope. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed it into the mist. And instead of falling, the rope shot straight up, disappearing into the mist, as if securely tied to something within. The audience gasped in amazement. Edward smiled. Lilith, go. Note, here you go. As promised, 4 chapters. Enjoy and don't forget to vote. It motivates me to continue churning out chapters like a machine, haha. Chapter 44, New Neighbors and a New Life. Meow. With a face full of reluctance, Lilith leapt up, grabbed the rope, and swiftly climbed to the top, disappearing into the mist. The crowd grew even more curious. Suddenly, Handfuls of gold coins rained down from the mist, clinking as they landed on the stage, gleaming with a dazzling golden light. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Before long, the stage was covered with a thick layer of gold coins. The spectators closest to the stage stared at the pile, their faces flushed with excitement, itching to rush forward and snatch them up. Edward had deliberately avoided performing the traditional version of the Indian rope trick, where a child climbs up the rope and vanishes, only to later reappear in pieces on the ground. That gruesome imagery was far too unsettling. But this modified version seemed to have an even stronger impact on the audience. Tisk, greedy humans. Edward quickly grabbed the rope and gave it a sharp tug. As the rope fell, it transformed into a piece of red cloth. He seized the cloth and flicked it toward the audience with a dramatic sweep. A sudden gust of wind blew through, and the gold coins scattered across the stage dissolved into a flurry of playing cards, raining down upon the spectators. Meanwhile, Lilith, who had vanished into the mist, reappeared on Edward's shoulder. Clap. 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 After a brief moment of stunned silence, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. All right, that concludes today's performance. Until next time. Edward lightly patted Lilith on the head. She let out a disgruntled meow. Tipping his hat, he bowed and gracefully exited the stage, leaving behind an audience still immersed in the magic. Feeling the faintest trace of digestion from his potion, he furrowed his brows in thought. The digestion rate is much slower than expected. Did I mix up the roles of trickmaster and magician? After all, trickmaster and magician are two distinct professions, and their methods of role-playing can't be identical. The essence of a trickmaster lies in performance and deception, which only partially overlaps with the magician's roleplay rules as summarized by Klein. Judging from Fur's experience, playing the role of a trickmaster is much simpler than that of a magician. The basic formula seems to be, perform a trick plus deceive the audience plus receive applause. But I just did exactly that. Deception and applause shouldn't be an issue. So, the problem must lie in the performance itself. Edward absent-mindedly stroked Lilith's soft fur. If we compare tricks and magic in their purest forms, trick performances tend to focus more on sleight of hand, whereas magic acts are broader in scope. Just now, I performed the cup and balls and the vanishing coin, undoubtedly tricks, but the audience's reaction was lukewarm. That must be why the potion digestion was suboptimal. If that's the case, then audience reception plays a crucial role. I wonder, would different qualities of audiences yield different effects? Edward rubbed his chin, deep in thought. During his 10 days in the Harry Potter world, he had also attempted to play the role of a trickmaster. But in a school full of young witches and wizards, that was clearly a bad idea. In the Muggle world, a mere 10-minute performance at an amusement park had been enough to summon a squad of Aurors. Sure, he had the trickmasters beyond her abilities, even without using magic, but he first needed to familiarize himself with and develop suitable acts. By the time he got the hang of it, it was already time for another traversal. Thank you. Thank you so much. A flamboyant man enthusiastically approached, shaking Edward's right hand vigorously. I'm Evans, the ringmaster of the Blair Circus. If it weren't for you, I fear the angry audience might have wrecked the place. It was nothing, Edward replied with a smile. I only stepped in because I was worried things might spiral out of control. Casually, he added, by the way, what happened to that, Miss Christine? Why did she suddenly disappear? Ringmaster Evans sighed in distress. I have no idea. She only joined us recently. Our circus usually doesn't host large stage performances, everyone just performs in their own little space and attracts their own crowd. If she hadn't insisted, I wouldn't have. He trailed off with another sigh. Well, there's no point dwelling on it now. Edward asked curiously, why did she insist on holding a stage performance? Because she could earn a lot of money in a short amount of time. Ah. That answer caught Edward off guard. Ringmaster Evans hesitated for a moment before asking, Sir, Mr. Magician. Edward, he corrected. I'm a trickmaster. Evans quickly nodded. Mr. Edward, would you be willing to perform with our circus? We may be a traveling troupe, but our monthly income is quite decent. Edward shrugged. I have no intention of leaving Tingen. Besides, Miss Christine might return soon. Then how about just for the half-month we're stationed in Tingen? Evans suggested immediately. He wiped the sweat from his brow and added in exasperation, even if Christine comes back, I don't dare hire her again. All right, I'll give it a shot. Evans extended a hand. Welcome aboard. The pleasure is mine. Though the process had been a bit unexpected, at least he had achieved his goal of joining the circus. For the next half-month, Edward would perform here for 2 to 3 hours a day. Back home, Edward retrieved the piece of firewood he had selected the day before and placed it by the fireplace. Then, he waved his wand. Portus. A flash of blue light enveloped the ordinary firewood, transforming it into a portkey linking Backlund and Tingen. He reached out and tapped it. Instantly, he felt an invisible hook yank him forward from behind his navel with an irresistible force. A deafening rush of wind filled his ears, and his vision blurred. Thud. Edward crashed face first onto the floor. Grimacing, he pushed himself up, only to find himself inside the one-bedroom apartment he had rented in Backlund. Huff, using a portkey is way worse than apparition. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the firewood again. Another gut-wrenching tug. Another dizzying swirl of motion. Thud. He landed on his back, sprawled out on the floor of his Tingen home. I hate portkeys. Meow. Is identical to Omega is identical to. Lilith trotted over in tiny steps and launched a surprise attack. Edward quickly rolled over and pinned her down, both hands tickling her fluffy belly. Trying to ambush me, huh? Take this. Lilith squirmed, baring her tiny fangs. Marrow. Suddenly, Edward felt an odd tickling sensation at his waist. He glanced down, 5 slender, fair fingers were reaching out from inside his pouch, scratching at him. Holy. The sight was downright bizarre. Panicked, he tossed the pouch aside. Lilith, just as startled, bolted and dove under the couch. Edward, lend me a hand. Audrey's voice came from inside the pouch. Audrey. A moment later, Audrey stepped out of the pouch and glanced around. So this is where you live in Tingen? Not bad at all. Edward frowned. How did you come out of there? Testing the vanishing cabinet, of course. Audrey grinned and handed him a newspaper. And I also brought you today's Backlund Morning Post. The advertisement you mentioned about Ernst firm purchasing goods is in there. Oh. Edward took the newspaper and flipped to the 5th page, where he found the ad: honey, 9 pence per liter, flour, 3 solely per pound, butter, 3 pence per pound, cream tea leaves, 1 solely 9 pence per pound. This meant there would be a Beyonder gathering tomorrow night at 8 p.m. near the Bravehearts bar. The entrance signal was a series of knocks, 9 heavy, 3 light knocks, followed by a long short interval, then another 9 taps with no particular pattern. Thanks for this. Audrey walked over to the window, gazing at the street below. This is my first time leaving Backlund on my own. I must say, anywhere feels more comfortable than Backlund. The warm sunlight bathed her, adding a touch of laziness to her posture. Edward stood beside her. Didn't you just return yesterday? You're already tired of Backlund life. She shook her head with a smile. Not exactly, it's just that after getting used to the liveliness and freedom at Hogwarts, this feels a bit suffocating. Ah, so basically, you've gotten a taste of freedom and can't go back. And whose fault do you think that is? Audrey lifted her chin slightly, feigning indignation. If you hadn't dragged me to Hogwarts, I'd still be a refined and dignified noble lady. Oh, my sincerest apologies then. Hee hee. She stuck out her tongue playfully. Just kidding. Anyway, the test was successful, and I've delivered the newspaper. I should head back now. Audrey didn't press him about why he had suddenly appeared yesterday and taken half of her belongings. She simply walked lightly toward the sofa, lifted the hem of her dress slightly, and smiled. Make sure to visit often. Edward cast an exasperated glance at Lilith, who was still hiding in the distance. You ungrateful little thing. I was hoping you'd be strong enough to protect me after taking your potion, but the moment danger came, you ran faster than I did. Lilith blinked innocently. Meow. Omega. Shaking his head, Edward picked up the newspaper again, muttering, tomorrow night at 8, if I find something I really like, I might not have enough gold pounds. This time, he had only taken 500 pounds from Audrey, bringing his total wealth to just over 1,000 pounds. Compared to our poor god Klein, he was still quite well off, but at a Beyonder gathering, it wasn't much at all. If only I could sell some of the extra formulas and materials I have, oh, right. Since the goddess is helping me stay hidden, I can also try selling some of Hogwarts' special products. And I bought $5 in total. Maybe I can squeeze some gold out of Emlyn. The coffee beans I got from Dumbledore, perhaps Emlyn's father would be willing to pay a high price for those, too. Edward clapped his hands. All right then, I'll go see Emlyn tomorrow. Just then, a man's voice came from outside the door. Hello, we're your neighbors from number 4. Neighbors. Edward opened the door, and the first thing he saw was a delicate little cake. Underneath it was a pair of small hands belonging to an adorable little girl dressed in a princess gown. She looked about 6 or 7 years old, with black hair tied into 2 small pigtails. Her round, rosy cheek still had a hint of baby fat, and she wore a pendant carved with a feather around her neck. For you, the little girl said shyly, her brown eyes lowering slightly as she blushed. Apologies for the sudden visit, said the man standing behind her. He appeared to be in his early 30s, dressed casually but neatly, with well-groomed hair. Though not particularly handsome, he had an approachable and pleasant demeanor. Priscilla heard that we had a new neighbor and insisted on coming to visit, the man explained, extending a hand. Oh, I'm Stephen Green. I run a dental clinic. This is my daughter, Priscilla. Edward shook his hand. I'm Edward, a stud, a magician. Then he crouched down and held out a hand toward the little girl. Hello, Priscilla. Is this cake for me? Yes. Priscilla's voice was crisp and clear. Daddy made it himself. It's delicious. Thank you so much. Edward shook her tiny hand before reaching behind her ear with a swift motion. When he pulled his hand back, a small flower appeared in his palm. Here, for you. Thank you, big brother. Priscilla beamed, holding the flower up high as she turned to her father. Daddy, someone gave me a flower. Yes, that's wonderful, Stephen chuckled, ruffling her hair. Edward, we'll be heading back now. Let's keep in touch. Bye-bye, big brother. See you. Watching the father and daughter return to their home next door, Edward felt his mood improve even further. He stretched his arms out lazily and gazed up at the clear blue sky. A fresh start in a new life feels great. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 45, Lilith and Lilith. Early the next morning. While Lilith, exhausted from a night of mischief, curled up for some extra sleep, Edward arrived at Emlyn's family clinic. However, he found the doors tightly shut and the place completely abandoned. After asking around the neighborhood, he learned that just a few days ago, Emlyn and his family had suddenly vanished without a trace. Why would this happen? Edward was puzzled. In the original story, Emlyn had gotten lost using the master key and ended up at the Harvest Church, where Bishop Utravsky locked him up. His parents, assuming that enemies were after them, had fled in a panic. But now, the master key was in Edward's possession. That incident shouldn't have happened. Good thing I still have some of Emlyn's hair. He lightly waved his wand. The strands of Emlyn's hair floated midair, swaying gently as they pointed him in the direction of Emlyn's last known movements. Following the magical trail, Edward took a public carriage, then switched to the subway, and then another public carriage. Much like in the bustling metropolises of his past life, Backlund's early morning commuters were already on the move, heading to their offices or factories. Some were chatting, some reading newspapers, and some dozing off. Everywhere he looked, it was a microcosm of human life. Once upon a time, he had been just like them, caught in the daily grind. But 2 transmigrations had completely altered the trajectory of his life, sending him down a path he could never have predicted. At around 10 in the morning, the public carriage finally came to a stop in front of a small church on Rose Street. This place is the Harvest Church of the Earth Mother. After all that running around, Emlyn still ended up here. Compared to the Church of the Evernight Goddess or the Church of the Lord of Storms, Backlund's Harvest Church was quite small. Its overseer, Bishop Utravsky, was only a Sequence 6, Dawn Paladin. That was because the Church of the Earth Mother's main stronghold wasn't in Lone but in Fainapotter. At this hour, the Harvest Church was nearly empty. A tall man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a brown cleric's robe, was sweeping the floor. As soon as Edward entered, the man paused his work and fixed his deep blue eyes on him for a moment before speaking in a loud, steady voice. Are you here for the commission? Edward hesitated. Something like that. Utravsky nodded slightly. Then you are not. Then he glanced toward the basement and asked, are you here for him? Him? Who? Could it really be Emlyn? Sure enough, a familiar voice came from the basement. Hey. Can you hear me? I remember you, your name is Edward, right? Hurry up and tell this old man to let me out. Edward turned to Utravsky. Bishop. I prefer to be called Father. Father Utravsky. Edward went along with it. Father Utravsky, the person locked in your basement, is actually a friend of mine. May I ask why you've detained him? As far as I know, though he is a vampire, he's not a bad person. A Sanguino. A noble sanguine. Edward sighed. Keep nitpicking, and I'll just leave right now. You. Emlyn was furious. I only got caught because I was helping you. You can't just leave me here. Helping me. Didn't you want to trade that apothecary potion formula with me? But I really didn't have it. Later, I heard there was a commission here offering the formula as a reward, so I came looking for it. And then. Father Utravsky interjected, I sensed the scent of blood on him. And it came from one of the Earth Mother's followers. So I captured him. Emlyn immediately protested, that was from the hospital. I acquired it legally. A noble sanguine never forcefully drains blood from others. Edward rubbed his forehead. So in the end, Emlyn still walked the same path. And it was actually because of me. No, wait. Now that he thought about it, there was a high chance this was orchestrated by Lilith, not his lazy cat Lilith, but the other Lilith, the one who was far more terrifying. Poor Emlyn. Father Utravsky, when do you plan to release him? Once his emotions have stabilized, he will serve as a church volunteer for a month. Then he may leave. Emlyn instantly shouted, in your dreams. Edward, go tell my father and mother to come get me. I'm afraid that's impossible. Mr. and Mrs. White disappeared a few days ago. There was a brief silence from the basement before Emlyn's voice turned somber. Of course, they wouldn't just move away, they'd make sure I'd never find them again. Wow, what a loving family. Edward turned back to Utravsky. Father, if I complete your commission, can you release him early? Utravsky refused without hesitation. No. But aside from the apothecary formula, you will receive an additional extraordinary item as a reward. Understood. Utravsky's commission was to enter the dream world and eliminate the cruel pirate from his past, a formidable sequence 6 Dawn Paladin. Everyone knew that warriors countered mages, especially those with both long-range attacks and defensive abilities. Besides, the apothecary formula wasn't something Edward desperately needed. It wasn't worth taking such a risk. Emlyn, you'll just have to stay here for now. Once you're free, we can discuss our trade. Damn you. Emlyn grumbled a few more curses before finally quieting down. Goodbye, Father Utravsky. Utravsky made the sign of the Earth Mother over his chest and said in a deep voice, the Mother's Church welcomes you at any time. Leaving the Harvest Church, Edward returned to Tingen. He performed at the circus for 2 hours, gradually digesting the potion. Satisfied with his progress, he went home and patiently waited for the Beyonders gathering that night. 7:50 p.m. At the back alley of the Braveheart Bar on Iron Gate Street, Backlund. Edward, wearing an iron-colored mask with no facial features, arrived at a pitch-dark room and knocked on the door rhythmically. 7 or 8 seconds later, a small wooden panel on the door was suddenly pulled open, revealing a pair of brownish eyes. The eyes scrutinized Edward for a while before the door creaked open. A man wearing an iron mask stood in the doorway and rasped, "Newcomer." Edward shrugged. The masked man shut the door, handed Edward a black hooded robe, and led him through the dark living room into the first-floor lounge. A dim candle flickered atop a coffee table, casting vague and shifting shadows throughout the room. Around the coffee table, 10 or so people sat on sofas and chairs, all dressed in hooded robes and iron-colored masks. The room was eerily silent. Time ticked by. A very elderly voice from a single-seater armchair glanced at the clock on the wall and spoke. Time's up. Let's begin. No need to wait for the latecomers. Edward couldn't help but look at him a little longer. This must be the famous detective, old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. A chubby man was the first to speak. I want to buy Spring of the Elves Marrow Crystal. Does anyone have them? Clearly, this was the infamous plump apothecary from the story. He scanned the group and grumbled, damn it, again. No one. Fine, I'll add 4 more bottles, no, 6, of potions to the bounty for Spring of the Elves Marrow Crystal. Anyone willing to take the commission? A gaunt-faced man let out a sinister chuckle. That Spring of Elves comes from the Sonia Golden Spring. Getting the water alone is troublesome enough, let alone marrow crystals. If you're offering a direct bounty, the price should be at least twice the cost of the raw material. You're too greedy, Black Snake. The gauntman raised his hands in mock innocence. No, no, no. Even if you offered double, I wouldn't take the job. I'm merely stating the facts. The plump apothecary cursed under his breath before continuing, then I also have some potions for sale, healing, calming, and, some that enhance certain aspects. I'll take 2 healing potions. Several people purchased healing potions, and the gathering became noticeably livelier. Seizing the opportunity, Edward called out. I'm selling 2 potion formulas, Sequence 9 Hunter and Sequence 9 Warrior. Any takers? Unfortunately, after waiting a few minutes, no one responded. That was expected. Anyone attending a gathering hosted by Eye of Wisdom was already an extraordinary individual. Sequence 9 formulas were difficult to sell here. Suppressing his disappointment, he continued. Then perhaps these 2 enchanted items will be of greater interest. Edward officially introduced his special products from the Harry Potter world. One looks like a wallet, the other a suitcase. They possess no offensive or defensive capabilities, but their interiors hold an extraordinary amount of space, allowing you to carry various items, weapons, potions, clothes, and even larger objects. Immediately, the group's interest was piqued. The wallet has an internal space measuring 80 centimeters in length, width, and height. Anything within that size can be stored and carried around easily. The suitcase has a 1-meter capacity. Of course, Edward didn't reveal larger capacity versions right away. Business needed to progress gradually, and upgrades had to be introduced step by step. The plump apothecary asked, if I put a 1,000-pound rock inside, what would happen? The size may shrink, but wouldn't it still be deadly if thrown? Good question. Edward gave him a thumbs up. In fact, anything stored inside will no longer have weight. Whether it's 1,000 pounds, 10,000, or even 100,000, once inside, it will only weigh as much as the wallet itself. Everyone's eyes widened. Some even began breathing heavily. If what he said was true, then these items were incredibly valuable. Eye of Wisdom finally spoke. The price. The wallet starts at 8,000 pounds, and the suitcase starts at 7,500 pounds. Side effects? None whatsoever. However, both the wallet and the suitcase are made of ordinary materials, so be careful not to damage them. Wow. The room erupted into whispers, whether out of shock at the price or amazement at the lack of side effects was unclear. Honestly, Edward wasn't sure if the price was too high or too low. This was his first time introducing them, so he needed to test the market. Wait a minute. Why is the one with less space more expensive? Did you learn math from a beggar on the street? Or is your brain overheating so much that you can't even do basic calculations? It was obviously the plump apothecary again. Edward shrugged and smiled. Actually, while the wallet has less capacity, it's much easier to carry and conceal. The suitcase, on the other hand, is bulkier. I'm sure everyone here understands which would be more useful in combat situations. The group fell into thought. That made sense. All right, I only have these two for now. If you're interested, make your bids. The room fell silent. No one spoke, but the flickering candlelight reflected the eagerness in their eyes. Can you lower the price? 8,000 pounds, for a wallet. It doesn't seem worth it. He's right. While the portability is convenient, it has no other functions. With that kind of money, I could buy something more useful for battle. It's too expensive. Not worth it at all. The plump apothecary let out a sly chuckle. The problem isn't the price, it's that you guys are broke. Note, 100 power stones for extra chapter. Don't forget to vote. Keeps me motivated. And, if you guys want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 46, The Abraham Attack. A few people immediately glared at each other with hostility. 5 minutes later, still, no one placed a bid. However, Edward felt reassured. As the plump apothecary had pointed out, these people weren't refusing because the traceless extension charm items were bad, it was because they were too poor. That made sense. This Beyonder gathering mainly consisted of low-sequence individuals. How could they casually take out several £1,000s just like that? With that in mind, he scanned the room and said, all right, since I'll be attending future gatherings anyway, if anyone decides they want one, you can contact me then. But I can't guarantee they won't be sold by then. Pausing briefly, he continued, next, I have a batch of potions with various effects, healing, pain relief, blood clotting, mental clarity, emotional stability, and even hair growth. The plump apothecary immediately protested. Hey, man, just because I asked a couple of extra questions, you're trying to steal my business. Is that really necessary? Edward spread his hands helplessly. I just happen to know how to make potions as well. Besides, mine probably aren't as effective as yours, so I'll be selling them at a lower price. %, the plump apothecary cursed under his breath. Soon, several people, after confirming the prices, bought a few bottles, mostly healing and blood-clotting potions. Surprisingly, the best-selling item turned out to be the hair growth potion. Edward quickly earned nearly £200. After making sure no one else wanted to initiate a transaction, he spoke up one last time. Lastly, I'm looking to purchase some Lavos squid's crystallized blood, mandrake sap, and poison hemlock extract. Also, if anyone is selling mystical items with defensive properties, feel free to contact me. Edward wasn't currently lacking offensive capabilities. Even if he couldn't win a fight, he could always use apparition to escape. What worried him was being ambushed and taken out in a single strike. A woman whose face was completely hidden in the shadows of her hood spoke up, I can ask around for you, but I don't have anything on hand right now. She then added, I have 2 weapons for sale. One is a ripping great axe, it produces wind blades with tearing effects when swung, making it effective in both close and ranged combat. It can still be used for 2 more years. £380, or I'll trade it for a Sequence 8 Barbarian formula with additional payment. A few strong-looking individuals showed clear interest, but no one spoke up first. The other is a corrosive dagger. When it stabs a target, it applies a certain degree of corrosion. If it hits a vital organ, it can ensure a quick kill. It has 3 years of use left. £250. It didn't take long for the two weapons to be purchased, one by a burly man and the other by the sinister-looking black snake. As for Edward, he had already been forgotten. Helpless, he raised his hand again. Ahem. If anyone has what I'm looking for, please feel free to contact me. Unfortunately, only the plump apothecary glanced at him a couple more times. The living room soon fell into silence again. Then, the sinister man called Black Snake chuckled and said, Backlund has been getting more chaotic recently. Especially some lunatics, they seem to be desperately searching for something. The plump apothecary impatiently cut in, if you're trying to sell something, just get to the point. I got lucky, Black Snake continued. A few days ago, I stumbled upon a pirate who had just returned from Byam. He lost control during an attack from two madmen, and all three of them ended up dying together. As he spoke, he pulled a small, ugly doll, about the size of a palm, from a black cloth bag. This is something I obtained from the scene. The church refers to it as a sealed artifact, but I call it the taunt doll. What does it do? Someone asked. When thrown, it provokes everyone within a 50-meter radius. Those at sequence 7 and below will be forced to attack it, sequence 6 individuals will have their attention forcibly drawn to it, and even sequence 5s will be somewhat affected. The entire room was instantly shaken. For beyonders of their level, this ability was incredibly powerful. Only the plump apothecary frowned and asked, wait, if I heard correctly, you said everyone. That includes the user, doesn't it? Black Snake shrugged. That's right. The ever-calm Wisdom Eye Elder finally spoke. What are the negative effects? Each time you use it, the next time you activate the doll, the provocation effect will be even stronger. If you use it repeatedly, you'll eventually reach a point where your eyes will see nothing but the doll. Ha ha ha. Then what's the point of buying it? To place it on your grave as a decoration when you die, the apothecary mocked without restraint. But it could save your life in a crucial moment, right? Also, if your opponent is trying to flee, you can use this to force them to stay and fight, Black Snake countered, scanning the room. £3,500. Anyone interested? Once you reach sequence 5, you can basically ignore its effects. Not tempted. Sequence 5. Most of the people here probably wouldn't be able to advance to sequence 5 in their lifetime. A few individuals had initially been interested, but upon hearing the price, they immediately lost enthusiasm. Edward stared at the ugly doll, his thoughts racing. The taunt doll's effect was essentially a powerful control ability. The only reason people dismissed it was because of its indiscriminate targeting and severe negative side effects. But, what if he could ignore its provocation effect? When he had advanced to sequence 8, Trickmaster, he had gained the ability, unfettered, he could consume spirituality to remove any control effect affecting himself. The smaller the sequence gap, the higher the success rate. Would the taunt doll's forced provocation count as a control effect? If he could indeed nullify it, this mystical item would be absolutely perfect for him. Edward suppressed his excitement and considered a more practical issue. He didn't have enough money. What's the lowest price you'd accept? Black Snake, who had been about to put the doll away, looked at Edward in surprise. Then he let out a sinister laugh. Oh. Seems like we have someone with good taste here. Let me think, how about £3,200? Or, you could trade one of your storage items for it. Not happening. Edward made a zipping motion over his mouth. Forget I asked. Black Snake shrugged, then suddenly seemed to remember something. He grinned. Or, perhaps you'd be interested in another item I found at that scene. It came from one of the madmen. It lets you hear the voice of a great being. If you're lucky, you might interpret valuable information and gain immense power. If you're unlucky and decipher a curse, well, tough luck. The fat pharmacist immediately sneered, Black Snake, let this idiot live a little longer, will you? Did this guy always have to talk like that? At that moment, Eye of Wisdom clapped his hands. That's it for tonight. As usual, everyone will leave one by one, with a 3-minute interval in between. Edward was the last one to leave. Just as he was about to step out, Eye of Wisdom spoke up. Where did you learn the location for this place? What? Nearly every member here was personally invited by me, and you are clearly not one of them. Edward turned back to look at him and replied calmly, I bought it from the black market. It cost me 20 gold pounds. Eye of Wisdom rubbed the emerald ring on his finger and smiled faintly. I see. Well then, until next time. Goodbye, sir. Edward nodded and walked into the darkness. Moving swiftly through several deserted alleys, he used apparition to arrive at a small apartment. From there, he activated a portkey to return to Tingen City. As expected, he landed flat on his back. Edward sighed helplessly. Audrey would never accept using a portkey. Slowly sitting up, he called out toward the bedroom, Lilith, I'm back. At that moment, A cold voice suddenly echoed through the room. I came, I saw, I recorded, frenzy. Shit. Edward's body froze mid-step. His mind went completely blank as if he had lost the ability to think. Restraint. Through his blurred vision, he saw a tall woman approaching rapidly. It was Christine. Her arms moved swiftly, unleashing a barrage of attacks, electric shocks, freezing spells, and other abilities rushed toward him. The last remnants of his rationality screamed at him to dodge, but his body refused to obey. Unfettered. In the next second, he was engulfed in electric light. His body went numb, but at the same time, his mind suddenly felt cool and clear. His unfettered trait had activated. No time to think. Before the rest of her attacks could land, Edward vanished with a crack. Christine's expression darkened. Impossible. I came, I saw, I recorded. A worn notebook appeared in her hand, its pages flipping rapidly. A traveler's door leading into the spirit world materialized before her. Edward reappeared behind her, staggering as he raised his wand. CONF undo. A bright light burst forth. Christine's consciousness wavered, and the traveler's door she was constructing collapsed before it could stabilize. Forcing herself to focus, she flipped through the pages of her notebook again. I came, I saw, I recorded. Christine's figure flickered and disappeared from the room. Edward immediately gave chase, only to see her reappear 10 meters away. She teleported 3 more times, escaping the perimeter of Tulip Street. Another traveler's door began forming before her. She wobbled, nearly losing her footing. Biting her tongue hard, she forced herself to stay conscious and flashed forward again, rushing straight toward the traveler's door. Vlapovitis. Just as she was about to enter, Christine transformed into a tiny turtle. Her 4 stubby legs flailed uselessly in the air before she plummeted to the ground. A few seconds later, she reverted to her normal form. Stupefy. A beam of light struck her square in the head, sending her flying backward. She hit the ground hard and passed out. Wingardium Leviosa. Vlapovitis. A trash can floated toward her, transforming into chains that wrapped tightly around her body. Edward's legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground. Phew, that was close. Even though spiritual magic was powerful, losing the initiative could still turn the tables instantly. The noise just now must have drawn attention. I need to leave, fast. Ignoring his still numb limbs, Edward scrambled to his feet, grabbed Christine and the notebook she had dropped, and operated back to 5 Tulip Street. The moment he got home, he collapsed onto the sofa. This was his first time experiencing an electric shock, and if possible, he never wanted to feel that again. At least, it seemed like she wasn't trying to kill him. Or maybe she wanted to, but didn't have or hadn't recorded a lethal attack. Suddenly, his spirituality flared with an intense warning. Edward's body tensed, and he gripped his wand. Who's there? A few seconds later, a small black cat emerged from the darkness. Lilith licked her tiny pink tongue, looking as if she had just finished drinking water. Her fur was damp, and she tilted her head in confusion. Meow. Omega. Lilith. Edward let out a breath of relief and scooped her up. Where were you hiding just now? Did that woman bully you? Meow, Omega. Lilith gave a soft cry and kneaded his chest with her paws. Edward finally relaxed and turned his attention to Christine. The woman looked to be 24 or 25 years old, with a tall, well-proportioned figure. She had long, deep brown hair and striking blue eyes. Her features weren't particularly breathtaking, but she had an undeniable strong, heroic charm. MMMH. A few minutes later, her eyelashes fluttered as she regained consciousness. Her first instinct was to escape, but the chains bound her tightly. She struggled a few times before fixing Edward with a cold glare, remaining silent. Edward loomed over her, looking down. All right. Start talking. Why did you attack me? I get that you recognized me as a beyonder. It's normal to be wary and try to avoid me. But why follow me? Why ambush me? Edward pulled out a short dagger and pressed it against her slender neck. If you don't say anything, I'll have to kill you for my own safety. Christine hesitated for a few seconds before gritting her teeth and speaking in a low voice. I'm here to avenge my brother. Question mark. Edward blinked. What? I've never killed anyone in my life, he stated flatly. Well, except for Migos, but she didn't really count as human anymore. Backlund, south of the bridge, 32 Verdi Street. Christine spat out an address coldly. You haven't forgotten, have you? Edward's mind raced. After a moment, he finally remembered. That was where the unfortunate Abraham descendant had lost control. The same place where he had obtained both the Sequence 8 and Sequence 7 potion formulas. You're from the Abraham family? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 47, Meeting Klein again. Christine hurriedly averted her gaze. And no. Edward thought for a moment before asking. The information about your family was mentioned in your brother's diary. He wrote that he was an orphan, with both parents deceased, and he never mentioned having a sister. She remained silent for a while before finally speaking. His father was my uncle. He was the last male of our bloodline in this branch. Slowly regaining her composure, her eyes flickered with hatred. So, you're admitting it. I'm sorry to say that your brother most likely lost control after consuming a potion and died a few months ago. Edward briefly recounted the events and then took out the master key that had been sitting in his coat pocket. This is what remained after he lost control. Christine stared blankly at the key, instinctively trying to reach for it, only to realize her hands were still tightly bound. Edward curled his fingers, gripping the key in his palm, and asked curiously, I'm really curious, how did you determine that I was the one who killed your brother? Or rather, how did you recognize my connection to him with just a glance? She gave Edward a strange look. Divination. I'm a sequence 7 astrologer. Oh. He had almost forgotten that astrologers had divination abilities. So, you first divined the place where your brother died, and then you conducted another divination at the scene to find me. Edward raised an eyebrow slightly. You're lying. Christine quickly refuted, no. I carefully searched the site and found a strand of your hair. In that case, you should have known that I wasn't the one who killed your brother. The dream divinations I performed only showed fragmented images. I couldn't be sure whether you were the killer or not. That's why I didn't go for a fatal attack just now. I wanted to capture you first to confirm. If you were truly innocent, I would have let you go. Well then, I really ought to thank you. Edward leaned back against the sofa, watching Christine closely. He could tell that she wasn't telling the whole truth and was contemplating how to deal with her. The formulas for sequence 6 and beyond in the apprentice pathway were mostly controlled by the Abraham family. Previously, he had considered relying on Furs if he couldn't obtain them himself, but the problem was, Furs was too much of a slacker. If he relied on her, his advancement would be significantly delayed. But now, a living Abraham descendant had delivered herself to his doorstep. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Killing her over a mere misunderstanding would be a terrible waste. As Edward weighed his options, Christine was also deep in thought. She knew that her life or death depended entirely on this young-looking man, and she had no way to resist. She had severely misjudged his strength. Suddenly, the chains binding her loosened, and Edward spoke with a gentle expression. Since this was just a misunderstanding, and we've cleared it up, you're free to leave any time. She was momentarily stunned but quickly took the opportunity to cautiously walk toward the door. Just as she reached it, Edward's voice rang out. Wait. Christine tensed immediately. Edward held out the notebook. You forgot something. The book looked very similar to the Laymanos travel spell book that Furs would later acquire in the original novel. It corresponded to the apprentice pathway sequence 6 ability, Scribe. It was quite useful in the mid to low sequences, and even in the higher sequences, it remained valuable. Christine's face showed some surprise. You're giving it back to me. Of course. Edward then withdrew the book. Actually, no. Unless you're willing to pay the price to reclaim it. What is this mystical item called? I don't know. Earlier, when you used frenzy on me, if you had followed up with a few strong attacks, you might have been able to take me down immediately. Why did you instead choose weaker abilities like electric shocks, freezing, and flashes of light? She pressed her lips together before replying stiffly, I only wanted to capture you, not kill you. I see. Edward smiled. You recently fought someone, didn't you? The abilities you had previously recorded were used up. And since you're still being pursued, you haven't had time to replenish them, right? Christine's pupils contracted sharply. How do you know that? Well, because I used legilimency. Edward rubbed his temples, feeling drained. Just now, he had subtly guided the conversation and distracted Christine to pry into her thoughts, but he had only managed to glimpse a small portion of what she was actively thinking. Using legilimency against Beyonders was proving to be significantly more difficult and energy-consuming than against ordinary people. Edward chuckled. I was just guessing. But now, I'm sure. Her expression stiffened. Do you know the formulas for the apprentice pathway sequence 6 and beyond? I don't. Do you know where to find them? I don't. You really don't know the formula for sequence 6 or above? She gritted her teeth and repeated, I don't. TSK, judging by what he gleaned from legilimency, she was telling the truth. Was it because she held too low a status within the Abraham family? Or was she too young to be privy to higher sequence formulas? I'm guessing that within your family, promotions happen by directly consuming pre-prepared potions, is that right? You guessed wrong. She snapped back defiantly, then turned and phased through the wall, disappearing. I hope she can really lead me to the Abraham family. Edward wasn't worried that she would vanish for good. It was clear that she had another purpose for seeking him out tonight. And since she had a goal, she was bound to return. The only question was, what exactly was she after? No matter what, she had already gifted him such a useful sealed artifact on her first visit. That alone made her quite the generous benefactor. A solid 5-star rating. Now, let's see what abilities this notebook still holds. The next morning, when Klein arrived at the Blackthorn Security Company, he found that everyone was engaged in a heated discussion. What happened? Klein took the cup of coffee Roseanne had prepared for everyone and asked. What's going on? I'm not sure, I just hope it's nothing serious. Roseanne looked worried. Leaning back in his chair with his legs casually propped up on the desk, Leonard said lazily. There was a Beyonder battle last night over on Tulip Street. It didn't cause much damage, but quite a few people were woken up from their sleep. Tulip Street. Klein was momentarily taken aback. That wasn't far from where he currently lived. I reckon the captain will assign someone to investigate soon. Let's just wait and see. How's old Neil doing these days? Klein asked. After receiving an anonymous letter last time, Klein had immediately informed the captain. They had rushed to old Neil's home and managed to bring him back just in time before he completely lost control, securing him behind the chain gate. But that was only a temporary solution. The chain gate could prevent old Neil from further losing control, but it couldn't restore him to normal. The real problem was that reviving his lover was an obsession old Neil could never let go of, so for the rest of his life, he would have to remain locked away in there. Still, as long as a person was alive, there was hope. Afterwards, they had attempted to divine the sender of the letter, but since no traces of the sender's aura were left behind, even divination above the grey fog had yielded nothing useful. Not long after, Captain Dunsmith emerged from his office and said, Klein, Leonard, head over to Tulip Street and investigate last night's incident. Understood, the two replied in unison, turning to leave. Wait. Dunn handed them a registry. This contains information on all the residents of Tulip Street. Take it with you. Klein and Leonard changed into their police uniforms and took a public carriage toward Tulip Street. Since they were temporarily the only passengers, Klein flipped through the registry while asking, Leonard, do incidents involving Beyonders fighting openly like this happen often? That depends, Leonard said. Think about it, if you were a pitiful nobody who got bullied all the time, and one day, by some stroke of luck, you became a Beyonder with considerable combat power, would you choose to hide, or would you take revenge on those who wronged you? Klein thought carefully for a moment. I would hide myself. Well, that wasn't the answer I expected. Klein continued, besides, your scenario doesn't really make sense. How would an ordinary person just luck into becoming a Beyonder? They'd need a potion formula, then they'd have to gather the ingredients, successfully brew the potion, and then drink it without losing control. He counted the steps off on his fingers. Leonard chuckled and patted Klein on the shoulder. Kid, you've still got a lot to learn. Klein rolled his eyes and returned to the registry. As he scanned through the most recent arrivals to Tulip Street, his finger suddenly halted on one particular name. Edward. Leonard noticed his brief hesitation. What's wrong? Klein smiled slightly and pointed at the name in the registry. Oh, I just saw a familiar name. But he should be in Backlund, so it's probably just a coincidence. Still, since we're here, let's start with him. I'm fine with that. Leonard shrugged. Honestly, I think this is just routine work. I highly doubt the Beyonders involved in last night's fight would still be hanging around Tulip Street. More than that, they might not even live here in the first place. As their public carriage continued its journey, more passengers began to board, making it inconvenient to continue their conversation. Klein simply closed his eyes for a short rest, while Leonard stared idly out the window. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Tulip Street. Leonard took in a deep breath of the floral-scented air and, in an exaggeratedly poetic tone, sighed, I love this street. A moment like this calls for a poem. Klein crossed his arms and silently waited for him to perform. 1 minute later, Leonard took a step forward. Next time, maybe. Klein sighed and rubbed his forehead. I really shouldn't have expected anything. Hey, that's not my fault. Leonard declared righteously. Over 100 years ago, Emperor Roselle already wrote the greatest poetry of all time. He left no room for us latecomers. Klein immediately resonated with this. You have a point. Laughing, the two arrived at Tulip Street number 5. Leonard double-checked the registry. Tulip 5. This is the place. He strode up and knocked on the door. A moment later, there was a soft click, and the door opened slightly, but no one was standing there. Leonard instantly stepped back, exchanging a quick glance with Klein. Both of them simultaneously pulled out their revolvers and pressed themselves against the doorframe, one on each side. Leonard gestured with his fingers. 1, 2. Just then, a small black cat strolled out, tilting its head at them in confusion. Meow. A voice from inside called out, Lilith. Who's at the door? As Edward's head peeked out, he was met with the sight of two guardians of the door, holding guns, one of whom was none other than Mr. Fool himself. Klein froze in place. It's really him. Edward looked between the two men at his door and asked, Gentlemen. Do you need something? Oh, wait a second, you're from the Divination Club, Mr. Moretti. Leonard holstered his gun and raised an eyebrow. Klein, is this really the Edward you know? Ah, yes, that's right, Klein admitted. Edward visited the Divination Club before and asked me to perform a reading for him. Edward enthusiastically stepped forward and shook Klein's hand. I really have to thank you again for last time. Your divination helped me find the perfect potion. Ah, you're welcome. Klein was a bit taken aback. Leonard looked even more surprised. Wait, what? You actually asked Klein to divine what potion you should take? That's a thing. Wait a second, why did this guy reveal he was a Beyonder so easily? Is he a total newbie? Why not? Edward laughed. The world of the mysticism was completely unknown to me. Instead of blindly picking a potion based on gut feeling or luck, wouldn't it be smarter to consult a reliable diviner for guidance? Leonard stroked his chin thoughtfully. Huh. That actually makes a lot of sense. So what happened next? Did Klein's divination really work? It worked. The moment the potion hit my stomach, I almost lost control. Edward said with a grin. Note, no extra chapter since we didn't hit the Power Stone goal, sad face. But, you guys can have it if we reach 180p.s by tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 48, you dare to trick even the fool. Sorry, I must have misheard. Are you saying that, with Klein's help, you almost lost control? Klein pressed his hand against his forehead, speechless. Could this guy even talk properly? What did he mean by, almost lost control with my help? He clearly saved him afterwards, okay. Edward chuckled. Yes, I almost lost control, but the key point is, I didn't. And precisely because of that moment, I met the most important, the greatest, the most admirable person who completely changed my life. I'm willing to dedicate my life and soul to him. Stop. 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 Klein's second-hand embarrassment was flaring up. Behind his back, Klein's fingers clenched into a death grip. He wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and crawl inside. Ahem, Leonard, let's end this conversation here. We still have official business. Oh, right. Ah, my bad, I got carried away chatting. Gentlemen, please, come in. Once they were seated, Edward poured each of them a glass of water. Apologies, I only have hot water at home. He sat down across from them and studied Klein up and down. Mr. Moretti, aren't you a seer? Why are you a policeman now? Being a seer is just my side job. Edward nodded in understanding. He set down his cup, suddenly growing serious. Mr. Moretti, and... just call me Leonard. All right. Since we're all acquaintances, I'll be straightforward. Mr. Moretti, I know you're a seer. What about you, Leonard? Are you also a Beyonder? The two exchanged a glance before Klein nodded. That's right. Good. Edward pulled out a notebook and said, So, tell me, where were you around 10 p.m. last night? What were you doing? Leonard blinked in confusion. He mumbled, 10 p.m. last night. I had just finished reading Emperor Roselle's poetry collection, then wait a second. Shouldn't we be the ones asking you this? Edward's expression remained serious. Apologies, but your status as a policeman means nothing to me. Mr. Moretti, your answer. Klein felt lost. If he remembered correctly, they had come here under orders to investigate last night's Beyonder incident. But why did it feel like they had suddenly become the ones being interrogated? Mr. Edward, in what capacity are you questioning us? As an official member of the Church of the Evernight. Klein and Leonard almost spoke in unison, we are too. But, why didn't they recognize him? Leonard raised an eyebrow and smirked. Mr. Edward, impersonating an official member of the Church of the Evernight is a serious offense. Oh. Seems like you know quite a bit. You're not a wild Beyonder, then. Leonard's expression darkened. Sorry to disappoint you, but we're official members of Tingen's Church of the Evernight. And as far as I know, there's no one named Edward in our Nighthawks squad. I never said I was from Tingen's Church of the Evernight, Edward shrugged. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm an official from Backlund, temporarily stationed in Tingen. Leonard and Klein exchanged a shocked glance. But, Edward continued, since I'm currently carrying out a classified mission, it's inconvenient for me to present any identification. Then, suddenly, he stretched out a hand and asked, "So, gentlemen, how do you intend to prove your identities?" The two were utterly baffled. "Bro, you're pushing it too far. You can't provide proof of your identity, and yet you're asking us to prove ours." Klein thought for a moment before taking out his Nighthawks identification. "Will this do?" "Of course." Edward put his notebook away. "Since we're colleagues, that's the end of the questioning. Mr. Moretti, can I just call you Klein?" "Ah, sure. As a token of gratitude for your help last time, let me treat you to a meal later." Klein immediately declined. "No need, we still have work to do today. Maybe another time. Sorry to bother you." He tugged at Leonard, who looked reluctant, and the two left together. The moment they stepped outside, Leonard shook off Klein's grip and whispered, "You're just going to trust him that easily?" Klein sighed helplessly. "Of course not. Then why did you drag me out? What else were we supposed to do? Attack him on the spot?" Klein said seriously. "I think we should report this to the captain first. If we do have to act, we should be prepared." That was his honest reasoning. But deep down, he had another consideration. Edward was a member of the Tarot Club and a devoted believer of the Fool. If he really had done something suspicious, unless he was an outright heinous criminal, Klein would rather find a way to help him escape. Leonard frowned. "But what if he runs away? That's why I'll stay here and keep an eye on him. You go back and report to the captain." "No way. You're just a sequence 9 seer, you don't have much combat ability. It's too dangerous. You go back and report, and I'll stay here and watch him." Fine." Klein had no choice but to accept Leonard's concern. Before leaving, he warned, "Remember, don't act rashly before we get back." Leonard raised 2 fingers and lightly flicked Klein's forehead. "Hey, which one of us is the rookie here? Hurry up and go." Klein quickly turned and ran, flagging down a passing carriage and heading straight for the Blackthorn Security Company on Sutland Street. "No, I have to confirm with Edward first, whether he's actually impersonating an official. But, wouldn't it be too embarrassing if the Fool himself suddenly asked such a question?" A flash of inspiration struck Klein. "What if I phrase it as a plea to myself? I could say, I, Klein, am a favorite of the Fool, and use that as a warning to Edward. But how would I even know his identity in the first place? As a favorite of the Fool, knowing the identities of Tarot Club members should be reasonable, right?" "Stop." Klein made up his mind and called out to the coachman, "Sorry, I need to use the restroom. Number 5 Tulip Street." Edward tossed a small ball into the air, and Lilith leaped up, snatching it mid-flight before twisting in the air and landing gracefully. She trotted back, stood on her hind legs, placed her front paws on Edward's lap, and eagerly spat the ball out. Meow. Edward picked up the ball, just about to throw it again when his vision suddenly blurred. A dense, grayish-white fog engulfed his surroundings, stretching endlessly into the distance. Deep within the mist, a high-backed chair loomed, eternally present. A vague figure sat upon it, its presence solemn and unshakable. The Fool? Then, from within the mist, another shadow emerged, a hazy figure clad in a police uniform. He remained kneeling in a posture of prayer and spoke with sincere devotion. "Mr. Tower, I am Klein, a favorite of the Fool. I need to know if what you just said was true. Are you really an official member of the Church of the Evernight? If not, please find an opportunity to escape immediately." Edward was momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise flashing through his mind. Klein is actually this loyal. He's even willing to risk exposing himself to warn me. After the initial shock, he sighed internally. No wonder everyone loves Klein. Placing a hand over his chest, Edward lowered his head and responded, "Honorable Fool, please inform your favorite that every word I spoke earlier was true. I am indeed an official member of the Church of the Evernight. He may rest assured." A moment later, the Fool's calm voice echoed through the mist. "I understand." The next second, everything vanished, sight, sound, presence, leaving no trace as if it had never happened. Lilith had long since carried the ball away, tossing it aside to engage in a one-sided battle with the air on the floor. Elsewhere. Klein opened his eyes inside a department store restroom, exhaling in relief. Even though all Tarot Club members, himself included, could be considered two-faced schemers in the grand scheme of things, Klein still felt a strong sense of belonging to the Tinjin Nighthawks squad. This act of betrayal weighed on him heavily. 10 minutes later. Klein returned to the Blackthorn Security Company. At the reception desk, Roseanne was nodding off with a book in hand. The moment she heard the doorbell chime, she jolted awake. "Welcome, oh, Klein, you're back." "Yeah. Where's the captain?" Roseanne covered a yawn. "In his office." "Got it." Klein hurried off. Roseanne suddenly remembered something. Oh, wait, Captain is meeting an important guest, everyone's in such a rush today. She lowered her head again, flipping through her book, soon drifting back into drowsiness. Klein descended the staircase quickly. A chill drifted up from below, dispersing the lingering heat on his body. As soon as he reached the underground office area, he saw Captain Dunn leading a man out of his office. Judging by their positions, Dunn seemed to be the subordinate in this conversation. Klein, you're just in time. Dunn took a step back and introduced the men beside him. This is Lord Crestet Sesamir from Backlund, one of the 9 senior deacons of the Nighthawks. He's responsible for your assessment. Klein's spirits lifted. The assessment is finally here. I can finally advance to sequence 8. Nice to meet you, Klein. Crestet Sesamir was a man in his early 30s, dressed in a black trench coat over a white shirt. His golden brown hair was cropped short, giving him a sharp, composed appearance. He wore a warm, affable smile. Shall we begin? Of course. Klein nodded instinctively, then abruptly halted. Wait. Captain, during our investigation earlier, we made an important discovery. He quickly recounted the entire encounter with Edward and concluded, so, given that we're uncertain whether he's an enemy or an ally, and we don't know his true strength, I felt it was best to report back before taking any action. Dunn nodded approvingly. You made the right call. He then turned to Crestet Sesamir. Lord Sesamir, do you know an Edward from Backlund's Nighthawks? Edward. Crestet Sesamir frowned in thought. After a brief moment, he said firmly, I'm certain that there is no one by that name in either Backlund's Nighthawks or the Red Gloves. He must be an imposter. What? Klein was dumbfounded. His first reaction was, Edward, you actually dared to trick even the fool. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 49, Successfully Courting Death. Edward had just finished dressing, donning his coat, hat, silver inlaid cane, and pocket watch, when he suddenly sneezed several times in succession. Rubbing his nose, he patted Lilith, who was lounging lazily on his shoulder, and asked, Lilith, are you cursing me? Lilith stretched, nuzzled his face, and let out a soft purr. I'd actually prefer it if you were. Edward opened the door, stretched under the morning sun, and made his way toward the public carriage station. Not long after, he noticed someone tailing him. It was Leonard. He wasn't trying to be subtle either, quickly catching up and walking alongside him. Mr. Edward, where are you headed? Edward snapped his fingers twice, and a small bird suddenly flitted out from his hand. As you can see, I'm a stage magician. I perform for 2 to 3 hours daily at the Circus in City Hall Square. Leonard slung his police jacket over his shoulder with a casual air. Oh. I thought you were planning to run. Run. Where would I even go? A sudden idea struck Edward. He stopped in his tracks and said, wait a moment. I just thought of an interesting trick. Oh. What kind of trick? Watch closely. Edward pulled out a gold coin and let it dance between his fingers, deftly shifting it from knuckle to knuckle. As Leonard's gaze was drawn to the motion, Edward's movements abruptly stilled. He lifted the coin toward his right eye, at the same time, it turned translucent, resembling a monocle. Leonard frowned in confusion, but before he could say anything, an intense sense of foreboding surged through him. It wasn't his own instinct, this came from Palez Zoroast, the ancient and powerful being residing within him. Palez was feeling fear. The monocle stopped just over 10 centimeters from Edward's eye before reverting to a solid gold coin. Edward smoothly closed his fingers around it. He certainly wasn't about to actually wear a monocle, after all, it was said that a mon could perceive everyone who donned one. At that moment, the public carriage slowly rolled into view. The carriage is here. Care to come watch my performance? Don't go. Palez's voice rang out sharply in Leonard's mind. What's wrong, old man? After a brief silence, Palez finally spoke again, his tone heavy. There's something off about this man, he seems to know who I am. And that I exist within you. But weren't you from the third epoch? I don't know. I hope I'm just overthinking this. As the carriage pulled away, Leonard clenched his jaw. This guy is definitely suspicious. Inside the carriage, Edward leaned back against the seat and let out a long sigh. Phew, no wonder Klein enjoys courting death so much. Just that one little trick advanced my potion digestion by a huge chunk. At this rate, just a few more similar incidents should be enough to complete the digestion. He casually tossed the coin in his hand. Shame, though, this probably only works the first time. Noon. Edward had just finished his performance when the circus director, Evans, approached him. Beside him stood a man in his 50s, his graying hair neatly slicked back, his face adorned with a meticulously groomed handlebar mustache. Mr. Edward, this is Mr. Depp, the director of Greenhill Mental Asylum. He has a request for you. The director of the asylum. What does he want with me? Though curious, Edward still politely removed his hat and bowed slightly. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Depp. Depp returned the greeting with a gentlemanly nod and a warm smile. Mr. Edward, next Tuesday, our asylum is hosting a gala for our patients to promote humanitarian care. We want to reassure their families that their loved ones are well taken care of. However, you see, our patients have little interest in a conventional ball. So, I wanted to invite a skilled magician to perform for them. May I take some time to consider? Edward's expression revealed a hint of hesitation. It's not that I wish to refuse your offer, but, to be frank, I've never performed for, pardon my wording, patients with mental illnesses. If something were to go wrong. £100. Depp smiled faintly. We're willing to pay you £100 for the performance. £100. That's no small sum, just for a magic show. Without hesitation, Edward gave a slight bow and smiled. It would be an honor to perform. Excellent. Please arrive next Tuesday at 3 p.m. You can inform us in advance of any materials or preparations you need. The performance will begin around 7 p.m. No problem. After a few more words about asylum regulations, Depp departed swiftly. Evans, watching the exchange, sighed enviously. One performance for £100, Mr. Depp sure is generous. Edward chuckled. I'm actually not that concerned about money. Magic is just a personal hobby of mine, money doesn't mean much to me. Evans paused, then tentatively asked, so, does that mean we don't have to pay you for today's performance? That won't do. Ha 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 ha. Evans burst into laughter. TSK failed to act cool. As Edward left the circus with Lilith, he unexpectedly ran into someone. Christine. She was dressed in an oversized trench coat, a velvet top hat perched atop her head. A cane rested in her gloved hand. Underneath the coat, she wore a white dress shirt, though her chest was tightly bound, so flat it was practically an airport runway. A brown mustache adorned her upper lip. At first glance, she looked like a rather short gentleman. Seeing her cold gaze fixed on him, Edward stepped forward in surprise. Oh, wait, Mr. Christine. Did you just happen to be here, or were you looking for me specifically? Christine twirled her cane and gestured forward. Let's talk as we walk. City Hall Square was located near Tingin's commercial district, a place bustling with people, one of the main reasons circuses set up shop here. After strolling several hundred meters, Christine finally spoke. Can you let me take your place in performing at the asylum? Edward raised an eyebrow. How do you even know about that? He instinctively wanted to question her further but quickly realized. You were behind this. Christine's tone remained indifferent. I merely gave the director a little psychological suggestion. It's a simple gala, patients get some joy, their families get reassurance, and the asylum gains a better reputation. A win-win for everyone. Oh, you're quite a kind person, huh? Edward rolled his eyes. Joining a circus, hypnotizing the director of the asylum, and arranging a stage magic performance, you've gone through quite the trouble. There's no way it's just for the sake of performing a magic show at the asylum, right? Christine neither confirmed nor denied it. She simply said in her usual tone, name your price. Come on. Edward shrugged. Director Depp has already met me. How am I supposed to just hand it over to you? Any excuse will do, stomach trouble, illness, kidnapping, whatever. He only cares that the show happens, not who's performing it. Edward chuckled, his fingers absent-mindedly stroking Lilith's fur. The little creature purred in contentment. So when you stir up a mess at the asylum and make your escape, I'm the one left to take the fall. How about this, if they can hold one show, they can hold a second one later. I'm being hunted. Christine stopped walking. I can't wait that long. Then I'd advise you to focus on running for your life. What could possibly be more important than keeping yourself alive? Revenge. She lowered her gaze slightly, her voice laced with sorrow and resentment. I may be from the Abraham family, but my parents were ordinary people who never took potions. Years ago, they were brutally murdered. Ever since then, my only purpose in life has been revenge. Recently, I finally tracked down my parents' killer, he's hiding in the asylum. Her eyes reddened as she stared directly at Edward. Please, help me. They locked eyes for a moment before Edward suddenly clapped his hands together with a grin. Delivering such a long, heartfelt lie without even blinking, impressive. Oh, and your eyes really did turn red. That's some real dedication, but your story is too thin. No proper setup, no development, no twists, just straight to the tragic backstory. Needs work. Christine gripped her cane tightly. Her expression shifted a few times before returning to its usual indifference. I need to steal a book from the asylum. It was lost during an internal conflict within the Abraham family and, after many twists and turns, ended up in the hands of a mad beyonder who brought it into the asylum. Edward raised an eyebrow. Go on. This version of the story is actually getting interesting. It said that this book contains all the formulas for the apprentice pathway. Oh. What book? What's it called? What does it look like? Do you think I'm that stupid? She sneered coldly. All I can promise is that if you help me and I get my hands on that book, I'll share the potion formulas with you. I have a feeling you'll just disappear the moment you get what you want. Oh, wait, why does someone from the Abraham family need to hunt for apprentice formulas in the first place? Christine's gaze sharpened. She stared at Edward and asked, You seem to know quite a bit about the Abrahams. Just a little. Edward held up his thumb and index finger, leaving a tiny gap between them. He continued, All right, how about this? You tell me what the book looks like, and I'll see if I can get it for you. Don't worry, you know where I live. I can't run. She stared at him coldly for a while before turning and walking away. Hey, wait a second. Edward quickly stepped in front of her, smiling. I'm curious, before you lost that notebook of yours, you could have just recorded a method to alter your appearance and infiltrate the asylum that way. Why go through all this trouble? She gave no reply and simply melted into the crowd. What a shame. From the memory fragments he'd extracted using legilimency, Edward confirmed that she hadn't lied about the book, but she had hidden some key details. Just as he was about to dig deeper, Christine noticed something was off and abruptly ended the conversation. Why is it that Furs keeps running into naive and kind-hearted Abrahams, while the one I meet can't utter a single honest word? At first, he thought Christine was a fool, too innocent and gullible. Turns out, he was the fool. In the world of the mysteries, no one was simple. That being said, he had no real interest in performing for a bunch of lunatics. It might be better to use this opportunity to earn a favor, and maybe, just maybe, end up as the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Fine, I'll help you. Edward's voice cut through the crowd, reaching Christine's ears. But that 100 pounds is mine. Also, you should at least throw in a few thousand gold pounds as a bonus. She paused for a brief moment, then nodded after some thought. I'll come find you again. Hey, you still haven't agreed to the part about the gold pounds. Tulip Street. Edward strolled toward number 5 Tulip Street, a small gift box in one hand and a meat pie in the other, munching as he walked. This meat pie was like a desi pie with an extra thick layer of cheese, soft and fluffy, but after a few bites, it felt a bit too greasy. Lilith, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy it. But her mouth was too small, just one bite of cheese was like chewing gum to her. She gnawed at it for ages, unable to swallow, growing so frustrated that she looked ready to smack herself. Ugh, I miss hot pot, spicy stir-fry, ramen, katsu, and stir-fried potatoes with eggplants. Edward first stopped at number 4 Tulip Street, intending to leave a small gift for Priscilla. However, the house was empty. Stephen Green must not have been home from work yet. I wonder where Priscilla stays when he's working. I remember Skater mentioning that only Green and his daughter live here. His wife, maybe they're just living separately. Edward hung the gift on the door handle, then turned back toward number 5. As he twisted the key and the lock clicked open, Lilith's ears suddenly perked up, and she glanced around warily. TSK, don't tell me it's Christine again. Didn't we just settle things? Without any sudden movements, Edward scooped Lilith up and discreetly tucked her into his coat, letting her slip into an inner pocket. Then, he slowly stepped backward. At that moment, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Someone was trying to drag him into a dream. Edward immediately cast a renovate on himself, snapping out of the drowsiness just as. Bang. A gunshot rang out. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 50, take me down in an instant. Protego. Clang. A bullet struck the floor at Edward's feet and ricocheted away. It was just a warning. As Edward turned around, he saw Leonard walking toward him, his revolver aimed directly at him. Edward, don't resist. Come with us. Why is it just Leonard? 2 more figures appeared one after another. One was a man in a black trench coat, with deep-set eyes and a slightly receding hairline. The other was a woman with long, silky black hair. The 3 of them spread out in a triangular formation, surrounding Edward. Why is the Tinjin Nighthawks squad coming after me? Edward was baffled. Is it because I just joined the Church of the Evernight yesterday, and they don't know yet? Shouldn't they at least send a telegram to Backlund to confirm first? Oh well, since they're here, let's give them a proper wizard's greeting. CONF undo. A translucent ripple pulsed outward. All 4 Nighthawks froze momentarily. By the time they regained their senses, Edward was nowhere to be seen. The next second, Leonard shouted in alarm, Captain, behind you. With a crack, Edward operated right behind Dunn. Stupefy. Dunn reacted instantly, rolling to the side to dodge. But before he could counterattack, the flowers and vines by the roadside suddenly twisted into ropes, wrapping tightly around his legs. With smooth movements, he pulled out a dagger and sliced through the bindings. Tarantaligra. Dunn lost control of his legs and suddenly broke into an involuntary tap dance. The enchanted rope seized the opportunity to bind him up completely. Bang. 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 Leonard fired 3 shots in rapid succession, all hitting the same spot. Finally, Edward's protego showed a crack. But Edward merely smiled and cast it again, restoring the barrier. Bloody hell. Leonard cursed, swiftly dodging several incoming spells. Just as he was about to fire a 4th shot, his revolver suddenly flew out of his hand and landed neatly in Edward's grasp. Nice gun. It's mine now. Conf undo. Petrificus totalis. Another Confundus charm rippled outward. In the brief moment of disorientation, Leonard's body stiffened and turned to stone, becoming a statue. Edward operated once more with a crack, dodging Royale Reidine's sneak attack from the side. With a flick of his wand, another full body bind curse immobilized her on the spot. At this moment, the entire Tinjin Nighthawks squad had been wiped out. But Edward didn't let his guard down. Instead, he turned to look at the entrance of his home. Click. The door opened from the inside, and Crestet Casimir stepped out, dressed in a black trench coat over a white shirt. In his hand, he held a white bone sword, less than a meter long, its surface engraved with mysterious patterns. Behind him, Klein followed, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Edward only became a Beyonder 2 or 3 weeks ago, right? How did he take down the captain and the others so effortlessly? Is the apprentice pathway really this powerful? GM. I want to report an unfair class balance. While Edward observed Crestet Casimir, Casimir was also observing him. At first, he had assumed this would be a routine operation. Dunn and the others hadn't even brought any sealed artifacts. Based on the information Klein provided, Edward had only become a Beyonder recently. Yet, to his surprise, the 3 Nighthawks were taken down in less than 2 minutes. If Edward had wanted to kill them, their corpses would already be lying in the street. You. Just as Crestet Casimir opened his mouth to speak, Edward raised both hands without hesitation and gave a French military salute. I surrender. Blackthorn Security Company, Underground Holding Area. Edward sat inside a partitioned room, gazing at the men across from him in a daze. Half an hour had passed since he was brought in. Leonard stood by the door, staring through the window into the room, his expression unreadable. Klein walked over carrying 2 cups of coffee and handed one to Leonard. Stop staring. Once Lord Casimir's messenger returns, we'll know if what he said is true. Yeah, I get it. Leonard took a sip of coffee, using it as an excuse to hide his real thoughts. Did Edward really notice the old man inside me? How did he figure it out? Who exactly is he? Those abilities he used to defeat the Nighthawks, even the old man said he's never seen them before. But these questions could only remain locked inside his mind. He had to digest them himself. Before long, Crestet Casimir emerged from the alchemy room, holding a piece of parchment in his hand, his expression slightly surprised. Both Klein and Leonard asked at the same time, what's the result? Crestet handed them the parchment. I just confirmed with His Grace the Saint in Backlund. Edward did indeed recently join the church, but he has not yet been assigned to any official organization. Klein let out a quiet sigh of relief. The Fool's requirement for Tarot Club members was simple: you don't have to be a completely good person, but you must at least show me the basic respect I deserve. Leonard scanned through the parchment and exclaimed in shock. It says Edward is being transferred to the Tinjin Nighthawks squad starting today. That's right, Crestet confirmed with a smile, then turned to Dunn, who had remained silent. Dunn, you're the captain. You should be the one to inform him of the news. As for me, I need to assess Klein soon. I still have other matters to attend to this afternoon. Crestet was, of course, very interested in Edward, especially upon learning that he was only at Sequence 8. He was even more curious about the peculiar and varied abilities Edward had displayed. But His Grace had specifically instructed him otherwise. So, he had no choice but to swallow his curiosity. Understood, Dunn replied. He took the parchment from Leonard and stepped into the partitioned room. With a serious expression, he said, Mr. Edward, today's operation was my misjudgment. I apologize. Dunn was voluntarily taking the blame. Normally, he would have confirmed Edward's identity with Backlund before taking action. However, since Crestet Casimir had been present and had insisted that Edward was a problem, it was he who had made the final decision to go ahead with the arrest. You don't have to be so formal, Edward said with a slight smile. He actually had a favorable impression of Dunn, this man who often forgot things and habitually said, wait a moment, who genuinely cared for his subordinates, was deeply emotional, yet ultimately never found the courage to confess to the woman he loved. All right then, I hope we can work well together from now on. Dunn extended his hand toward Edward, who instinctively shook it before suddenly freezing. Wait, work together. What do you mean? His Grace the Saint in Backlund has transferred you to the Tingen Nighthawks squad. From today onward, we're colleagues. I am Captain Dunn Smith. Dunn's lips curved into a faint smile. He was in quite a good mood. Previously, most of the Tingen squad's combat strength had relied solely on him, a mere sequence 7. Now, with a teammate who could instantly take him down, the pressure on his shoulders had lessened considerably. Edward quickly scanned the parchment. The content was simple: by the will of the goddess, Edward is hereby transferred to the Tingen Nighthawks squad, Anthony Stevenson. So after all that, I was just meant to join the Tingen Nighthawks and become Klein's teammate. Why not just say that outright? Fine, I'll consider this as repaying you for keeping my secrets. His thoughts spun rapidly, and he quickly made a decision. Edward stood up and gave a slight bow. Understood, Captain Dunn. Let me introduce the squad members to you. Dunn led Edward out of the partitioned room. This is Leonard Mitchell, a Sequence 8 Midnight Poet. You two are already acquainted. Leonard nodded slightly, though his gaze still carried a trace of wariness. This lady is Royale Re-Ideen, a Sequence 9 Sleepless. Royale gave a curt nod in response. Klein is currently undergoing an evaluation for promotion with Lord Sesamir. I heard you two already know each other. That's right. In fact, Klein was the one who helped me become a Beyonder. Dunn had already heard about this so-called helping. He continued, besides them, we have 5 other members. Corpse Collector Fry is out on a case. Midnight Poet Sikatron is on duty guarding the Cheney's Gate today. Old Neil had an accident recently and was on the verge of losing control, so he has to stay behind the Cheney's Gate for now. And don't forget me. A voice interjected as a woman raised her hand. Right, and there's Roseanne. Dunn, in a rare moment of humor, added, if you have a preference for coffee, you can let her know. She's quite good at making it. I'm a clerk, not a waitress, Captain, Roseanne huffed before turning to Edward with a friendly smile. Hello, Edward. I'm Roseanne. My father was also a formal member of the Nighthawks. From now on, we're colleagues. Though I don't quite like the captain's wording, I am rather good at making coffee. Edward placed his right hand over his chest and gave a slight bow. I'm Edward, a Sequence 8 Trickmaster. It's a pleasure to join the Tingen squad. The Nighthawks weren't exactly a corporate workplace, there was no grand welcome ceremony for new recruits. After the introductions, Edward was officially a part of the team. When Klein emerged from the alchemy room, his face was alight with joy. He had just passed the evaluation and successfully consumed the potion, becoming a Sequence 8 clown. Compared to Sequence 9, which only granted a single divination ability, the clown potion provided multiple supernatural abilities. His physical constitution had also been enhanced. As expected of a combat-related potion, he now felt confident that, in a real battle, he wouldn't have to merely stand on the sidelines and spectate. The moment Klein stepped out, he was met with the sight of Edward, Leonard, and Royale sitting around playing Fight the Landlord, or rather, Fight the Evil. Leonard smirked at Edward with a lazy, mocking look. I don't believe it. You've got 20 cards left, can you really take me down instantly? Edward gave him a glance, then casually threw down his cards. Zeppelin. In that instant, Leonard channeled the spirit of doom, his fate sealed by his own words. It's time to clock out. Royale tossed her cards onto the table, stood up, and yawned. Such was the life of a Nighthawk. When busy, they had to put their lives on the line at any moment. When idle, they could be so bored they started growing metaphorical moss. Of course, most members preferred the idle days, boring, but safe. I'm heading home then. I'll treat you all to a meal this weekend if I have time. Edward had just gotten up when Klein and Leonard simultaneously called out, wait. Both of them froze for a moment, then exchanged puzzled glances. Klein looked at Leonard, curious. I was going to talk to the captain first. I had something to ask Edward. All right. It wasn't hard to guess that Klein wanted to discuss something related to the Fool. As a blessed of the Fool, now that he had chosen to reveal himself to Edward, he naturally had to explain a few things. Edward turned to Leonard. And you? Want to join us? Leonard grabbed his coat from the chair and slung it over his shoulder. Another time. Edward and Klein made their way to the captain's office, where Dunn was reclining in his chair, leisurely enjoying his pipe. He glanced at Edward first. Seems like you're getting along well with everyone. It's mostly thanks to their personalities, easy to get along with. Dunn nodded and then turned to Klein. You're in good shape, not at all like someone who just consumed a potion. Maybe that's the advantage of thoroughly digesting the previous one before advancing, Klein mused. He then asked, has Lord Sesamir left? Yes. As a senior deacon, he has other matters to attend to, Dunn replied before pausing for a moment. Before leaving, he specifically mentioned that if you ever want to join the Red Gloves, you're always welcome. Oh, the Red Gloves are an elite force within the Nighthawks. Klein blinked, caught between surprise and confusion. Why? During the battle, I was just hiding behind him the whole time. Perhaps he has his own set of evaluation criteria, Dunn said casually, taking another puff from his pipe. All right, as per regulations, since you've just advanced, you're entitled to a day of rest. Tomorrow is the weekend, so you can get a good night's sleep and enjoy a meal with your family. Klein took a deep breath and shook his head. No need, Captain. I just finished my mysticism course, and I want to spend tomorrow morning learning more combat techniques. He paused for a moment, then glanced at Edward with a serious expression. I don't want the next mission to be another situation where I can only stand by helplessly while everyone else is in danger. Dunn looked at him for a long moment before breaking into a small smile. That's fine by me. Note, we missed the Power Stone goal by 10. Again. Anyways, here's the extra chapter. Enjoy. I'll post another extra chapter if we reach 280 Power Stones by tomorrow. Go, vote.